The victory of the British Eighth Army at the Battle of El Alamein in November 1942 yielded one of Churchill's most famous aphorisms. This is not the end, it is not even the beginning of the end, but it is, perhaps, the end of the beginning. For the British Prime Minister and for the nation it was a moment to savor after the long months of failure, defeat and humiliation which had followed the evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force from France at Dunkirk in June 1940. El Alamein soon entered a hallowed pantheon of historic British victories among the likes of Blenheim and Trafalgar. In the mythology in which it was soon to be shrouded, the battle also acquired its own Marlborough or Nelson in the person of Lieutenant General Bernard Montgomery. Like his illustrious predecessors, Monty was given his place in the accompanying roll call of great military leaders. Moreover, he was destined to become the only British general of the Second World War to have an entire chamber devoted to his exploits in that very real pantheon in London which houses the Imperial War Museum. The myths of El Alamein endure. The battle, which was fought over 12 grueling days and nights between two war-weary armies, was billed as though it were a prize fight between two military superstars, Monty versus the Desert Fox. This was perhaps inevitable. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel had already acquired the semi-mythical status which that admiring sobriquet bestowed on him by the British suggests. From the moment of his arrival in the North African desert in February 1941, Rommel had repeatedly outdared, outmaneuvered, and outsmarted Montgomery's predecessors on the battlefield. To Churchill's growing dismay, his Panzer Army Africa seemed destined to run rings round the Eighth Army indefinitely. At a moment of acute crisis, the appointment of Montgomery to command that weary British force in the western desert seemed like the Prime Minister's last throw of the military dice. By the late summer of 1942, as the new British commander rehearsed for the Battle of El Alamein, the Eighth Army had been so reinforced with men and armaments that it enjoyed overwhelming superiority on the battlefield and in the air. This has led most military historians on both sides to conclude that while a British victory was hardly inevitable, defeat was virtually inconceivable. Nevertheless, after so many setbacks on so many fronts, Churchill, by then desperate for good news, was in a state of the highest anxiety. So, when the news reached him that Rommel's army had crumbled and was in full retreat, the Prime Minister's exhilaration was unbounded. He at once cabled his congratulations to the Middle East Command, declaring, "It is evident that an event of the first magnitude has occurred which will play its part in the whole future course of the World War." Later, in another of his grandiose aphorisms, he purred memorably, "Before Alamein we never had a victory. After Alamein we never had a defeat." In fact there had been victories before El Alamein and there were to be defeats afterwards, which is doubtless why Churchill was careful to preface that exultant affirmation with 5 cautionary words, it may almost be said. However, that qualification has been widely ignored, further contributing to the enticing myths by which El Alamein has become encrusted. Not that this should diminish the significance of the victory which came at a critical moment for Churchill and for Britain's fortunes. After more than 3 bone-wearying years of war against Hitler, it finally demonstrated for the first time that the British could not only resist the Nazi threat to the home front but were able and willing to take the war to the enemy on a foreign field and emerge with a comprehensive victory. At Churchill's command, Britain's church bells, silent since the outbreak of war, were rung out across the nation in celebration and relief. But there is far more to Alamein than the fact that it salvaged Britain's morale and reputation. Although it came to be regarded as a defining moment in British history, it cannot usefully be seen in isolation from the drama of which it formed the climax. Eminent military historians have fought and re-fought every moment of a desert conflict which lasted for 2 years, the longest British campaign on land in the Second World War. They have untangled every move in the back-and-forth struggle across a terrain so implacably hostile that the challenge of human survival, let alone warfare, was as testing as anywhere on the planet. They have analyzed the tactics adopted by both armies, rigorously detailing the strengths and weaknesses on each side. Yet, even 70 years after Alamein, the battle itself and the tsunami of global events which led up to it are still a source of intense and acrimonious controversy. There are those who have argued that, Far from being an event of the first magnitude, as Churchill believed, Alamein was a battle that need not have been fought, that it was militarily redundant, and therefore that those 1,500 men from Britain, Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, Poland, and Free France who spilled their lifeblood in the sand for Montgomery's victory, died for little purpose. Some have gone further, arguing that the entire desert campaign between 1940 and 1942 was an unnecessary diversion which squandered precious resources that should have been preserved for a frontal assault against the German enemy in Europe. From these twin standpoints, such historians concede that Alamein may have had a certain utility as propaganda and heroic riposte to those who had come to believe that the British Army had no stomach for the war against Nazi Germany, but it was nonetheless a marginal achievement on a peripheral war front. This perspective sidesteps or ignores the critical fact that Churchill fought the Second World War as much to save the global reach of the British Empire as to destroy Nazism. It was for this reason above all others that the protagonists on both sides were sucked into the cauldron of the Middle East and North Africa, and it is only against this background that it is possible to make sense of what otherwise would have been indeed a peripheral struggle in the blood-soaked sand of a faraway and irrelevant desert. Though this book places that military and human drama played out over the vast emptinesses in Egypt and Libya at the heart of the story, it also seeks to place the Desert War in a much wider context. From this standpoint, the victory at El Alamein was a providential triumph on a war front that, so far from being peripheral, was pivotal to the struggle between the Allies and the Axis for control of a vital front in a Mediterranean theater which, in large measure, shaped the course of the Second World War. For Britain, the Mediterranean was the carotid artery of empire, crucial both to safeguarding the nation's vital assets in the Middle East and in sustaining the great outposts of empire in India, Africa, and the Far East, to all of which Churchill, his government and parliament were unequivocally committed. Britain was still the world's greatest maritime power, holding sway over the lives of 2/5 of the planet's population spread over 5 continents. At that time almost all British citizens subscribed to a vision of the world in which the sun would never set on their great empire. To argue as later generations with the benefit of hindsight would come to do that the empire was at best an anachronistic delusion and at worst an exploitative and rarely benign system of colonial oppression would have seemed unpatriotic if not treasonable to most of His Majesty's British subjects. Of course there were those who campaigned for an end to Britain's global hegemony, but they were few in number and lacking in impact. That the Second World War would hasten the demise of empire and accelerate the decline in the nation's global influence was, for most people, an unimaginable prospect. As Churchill himself proclaimed a few days after the victory of El Alamein, "I have not become the King's first minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. For the task, if it were ever prescribed, someone else would have to be found." Moreover, short of obliterating Germany with bombs, the North African desert was the only theater where Britain could battle effectively against Nazi Germany. Churchill's challenge was extreme. In the 2.5 years leading up to El Alamein, when defeat seemed as likely as victory, Britain came under acute pressure on all fronts in a region which encompassed what is now generally known as the Arab world. The Middle East Command in Egypt was on constant alert against the threat of pro-Nazi insurrection or subversion in neighboring Arab countries. Even more threatening was the prospect of a full-scale Nazi blitzkrieg southwards, either from Russia via the Caucasus or through Turkey. From whichever route it might come, and it was under constant consideration by the German High Command. British strategists feared that any such thrust would be designed to link up with Rommel's Panzer Army forcing its way across from the Libyan desert to Cairo and the Suez Canal. Had Hitler been gifted with strategic vision rather than a blinkered obsession with the destruction of the Soviet Union, it is more than probable that those threats would have been realized, in which case, the consequences would have been cataclysmic, not only for the empire but for Britain itself. Thus, from Churchill's perspective, victory or defeat in the struggle against Rommel came to represent respectively triumph or disaster in a crucial theater of war where the very survival of the British Empire was at stake. As he told a press conference in Cairo 2 months before the Battle of El Alamein, "We are determined to fight for Egypt and the Nile Valley as if it were the soil of England itself." This unshakable resolve placed what might otherwise have been a minor military campaign on a faraway battlefield at the heart of a prolonged political and diplomatic drama. With the fall of France in June 1940, Churchill was fully aware that the industrial and military might of the United States would be essential for the defeat of Hitler and the preservation of the empire. His genius, over the course of the 6 testing months which followed the bombing of Pearl Harbor by Japan in December 1941, was to seduce President Roosevelt into sharing his strategic perspective. Firstly, persuading him that the European front should have priority over the defeat of Japan in the Pacific, and then, against the fierce advice of almost all the president's men, that a joint invasion of North Africa, which Churchill was to codename Operation Torch, should precede any direct military assault against the enemy on mainland Europe. One of the reasons the Americans were initially so suspicious of Churchill's war strategy was a profound aversion to the very idea of an empire from which the people of what later became the United States had liberated themselves only a little over a century and a half earlier. But by the summer of 1942, Roosevelt, despite the profound skepticism of his senior military advisors, had come to share the Prime Minister's view that victory in North Africa was crucial to the triumph in the West. Once the president had made this decision, the two leaders' common purpose in one of the many ironies of the Second World War placed this military theater in which the Eighth Army was fighting to sustain the British Empire at the very heart of the Allied war effort. For Churchill, the arduous, frustrating and often acrimonious months of negotiation between London and Washington which led up to America's decision to join the fray in North Africa was intimately linked to the alarmingly uneven performance of the Eighth Army in the Western Desert. Following a string of setbacks and defeats in Europe and the Pacific, the failure of Britain's forces to make headway against Rommel had confirmed Roosevelt's most senior advisors in their aversion to deploying American troops against the Axis powers in North Africa rather than on the mainland of Europe. As a supplicant, seeking to establish himself as an equal partner in a new special relationship, Churchill had to prevent the president's military advisors from poisoning the chalice from which he needed Roosevelt to drink. For this reason, he regarded it as imperative that Britain's potential should be demonstrated on the battlefield as well as in the conference chamber. As the Middle East and North Africa formed the only available battlefront on which to display any military prowess against the otherwise all-conquering Germans, the struggle for victory in the desert was of overriding importance. This led the Prime Minister to dabble constantly in the details of military strategy on a battlefront about which he was perforce often ill-informed or ignorant. The abrasive character of this interference dismayed, irritated and even infuriated his most senior military advisors, who found themselves unable to curb his restless urge to direct the struggle from afar. His successive commanders-in-chief at Middle East HQ, Cairo, were subjected to a bombardment of prime ministerial missives exhorting, harrying, bullying and occasionally threatening them towards ever greater and more urgent effort. By the time Montgomery arrived in the desert in August 1942, ostensibly to serve under General Harold Alexander, Churchill's third commander-in-chief in 15 months, the Prime Minister's desire for victory against Rommel had become all-consuming. After more than 6 months of fraught negotiation, he had finally persuaded the Americans that their first military campaign against Hitler should take the form of Allied landings in North Africa rather than via a cross-channel invasion of France to open a second front against Hitler in Europe. To restore the tattered credibility of the Eighth Army after the loss of Tobruk in June 1942, and to reassert his own stature as the Prime Minister of a war-winning nation after a long series of military setbacks, Churchill was desperate for a victory at El Alamein before the start of Operation Torch, which was scheduled for the autumn. Unlike his predecessors, Montgomery refused to be harried into precipitate action, but he did not disappoint. The Eighth Army's victory at El Alamein in November 1942 preceded the American landings in North Africa by 4 symbolic days. From today's perspective, it may seem astonishing that the aspirations or rights of the millions of people who inhabited that vast swath of territory which stretched from Iran in the east to Morocco in the west were quite irrelevant to the contesting foreign powers who fought with such ferocity over their lands. Except in so far as they could be coaxed, co-opted, or coerced into acquiescence, the Arabs of the Middle East were of no account to the principal protagonists. As Montgomery's chief of staff, Major General Sir Francis de Gangand acknowledged, the civilian population suffered terribly and we had to destroy cities, communications, towns, harbors and the lot. The troubled and often violent history of the Arab world in the 20th century is largely the story of subject peoples rising up against their colonial masters. This long and still unresolved convulsion was temporarily arrested by the Second World War and held in suspended animation. By wheeling and dealing with national leaders, imprisoning recalcitrants and suppressing nascent uprisings, the British and to a lesser degree the Germans, Italians and Vichy French merely checked the wheel of history in the Arab world, nor did they significantly affect its future alignment, direction or momentum. For this reason, though it is an important area of study for historians of the Arab world, the Arabs themselves play only a walk-on role in this, as in other accounts of the battles that were fought over their homelands and too often over their dead bodies. It is a truism that without the astonishing resolve and terrible suffering of the Russian people which culminated in the Nazi defeat at Stalingrad, the world today would have been very different. Set against the massive scale of that decisive struggle and the eventual destruction of Nazism by the Allies in Europe, the Desert War is sometimes relegated to the status of a minor drama in a provincial theater. Leaving aside the fact that the enormous logistical effort required to sustain the Eighth Army in the desert could have been achieved only by a maritime power of Britain's unique reach, this is to indulge a form of historical and strategic myopia. When Churchill wrote later that the victory at Alamein represented the turning of the hinge of fate, he was not so much indulging his penchant for hyperbole as pinpointing the symbolic moment which did indeed mark the beginning of the end. Of course, the hinge had not turned very far by the autumn of 1942. At that stage, Hitler's invading armies had yet to be expelled from the Soviet Union and the Japanese had yet to be broken in the Pacific. But the long campaign in the western desert which culminated at El Alamein had borne fruit. Rommel was on the run. The imminent arrival of the U.S. invasion force made the defeat of the Axis powers in North Africa a foregone conclusion, though it took much longer than anticipated. The Middle East was secure, the Mediterranean would fall under Allied control, and the Germans would find themselves forced to confront an Allied invasion on their southern flank in Italy. The self-delusional lodestars by which both Hitler and Mussolini had been guided had started to fade towards oblivion. The lion's share of the credit for this has to be given to Churchill. The strategic vision which fueled his restless meddling in military detail far exceeded in clarity and conviction all his contemporaries. The physical and intellectual energy that kept him up half the night dictating ill-judged memoranda to desert generals was also the source of the inspirational authority with which he had convinced the American president that victory in the Mediterranean theater should precede the liberation of Europe and the conquest of Japan. This agreement both shaped the subsequent course of the war and to the intense irritation of Stalin defined the respective roles of the Allies in the final victory over Nazism. It is inconceivable that Roosevelt would have acceded to Churchill's imperatives if the Prime Minister had not fought with such unquenchable fervor for 2 years to defend the British Empire on the desert battlefield. This book tells the story of the events which led up to the victory at Alamein. It is about the high drama played out between and within the war capitals of London, Washington, Berlin, Rome and Moscow. It is about politicians and generals, diplomats and civil servants, soldiers and civilians. It is about forceful characters and the tensions and rivalries between them. It is about stress, confusion and misunderstanding. It is about momentous decisions that bore directly on matters of life and death, victory and defeat. And it is no less about the resilience and resolve of those who fought in the desert and for whom, for month after month, even year after year, days of extreme danger were interspersed with weeks of supreme boredom. It is about all those, on whatever side and at whatever level, who played their part in a grueling conflict in which mercifully the forces of light eventually triumphed over the forces of darkness. 0 NE. Starting points. An hour marked by destiny is striking in the sky of our country, the hour of irrevocable decisions. Benito Mussolini. London. In his first speech as Prime Minister, on 13 May 1940, Winston Churchill told the House of Commons, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." As he spoke, the British Expeditionary Force in France was in full retreat towards Dunkirk, its stubborn but forlorn rearguard action powerless to arrest the German advance. Only Hitler's bizarre and unexpected decision to call off the chase allowed the bulk of the BEF and the First French Army to reach the beaches at Dunkirk. The Führer's decision infuriated his army commanders and, especially his chief of staff, General Franz Halder, who noted bleakly, "Now we must stand and watch countless thousands of the enemy get away to England right under our noses." On the 26th of May, with the Panzer Force only 18 miles away from the port itself, the Royal Navy, supported by a flotilla of trawlers and other small craft, began a remarkable rescue operation. By the 4th of June, the day on which the swastika was raised over Dunkirk, some 338,000 Allied troops had escaped across the Channel. The only consolation for the victors was the massive jumble of discarded tanks, guns, trucks and ammunition which littered the French landscape, a bleak testimony to a national humiliation that even the Dunkirk spirit could not entirely obscure. On the same day, acknowledging the colossal military disaster of Dunkirk, Churchill roused the House of Commons with his second imperishable speech as Prime Minister, declaring, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight on the hills, we shall never surrender." However, for obvious reasons of national security, he forbore to tell his parliamentary colleagues that in the week leading up to the evacuation at Dunkirk the War Cabinet had met in secret for 5 days in succession to explore the grim options facing the government. The Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, had argued in favor of negotiating terms with Hitler, initially via Italy's dictator, Benito Mussolini, who had yet to declare war on Britain. Churchill begged to differ, but mindful of the fact that he could not yet rely on the unequivocal support of his colleagues against a powerful alliance of appeasers ranged against him in Parliament and beyond, even he did not entirely rule out the prospect of cutting a deal with the Führer. Among a host of senior figures, not to mention many ordinary citizens who believed that defeat was now all but inevitable, the Director of Military Intelligence, Major General Francis Davidson, told a BBC correspondent privately in the midst of the Dunkirk fiasco, "We're finished. We've lost the army and we shall never have the strength to build another." Faced by such a groundswell of pessimism, Churchill had little choice but to tread with care. However, he eventually secured the support of key members of the War Cabinet, former Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, Labour leader Clement Attlee and Attlee's deputy, Arthur Greenwood, which gave him the authority to speak with such unequivocal defiance in the House on the 4th of June. In the midst of this perilous turmoil, Churchill summoned General Archibald Wavell, the Middle East Commander-in-Chief, from Cairo to London. The Prime Minister was on the warpath. Filled with romantic memories of the Boer War, where we owned nothing beyond the fires of our own camps and bivouacs, whereas the Boers rode where they please all over the country, his purpose was to galvanize Wavell to confront an Italian army which was mustering on the border with Egypt. Wavell's responsibilities encompassed a huge triangular swath of the Middle East and East Africa, from Iran in the east to Abyssinia, Ethiopia, in the south, and Egypt in the west. The troops under his command were spread widely and thinly across this vast region, protecting the British Empire from all comers, but especially a resurgent Italy, whose ruler harbored imperial dreams to rival the imperial realities of the United Kingdom. Churchill's commitment to sustaining a British Empire which still ruled most of the waves and covered 2/5 of the globe was unequivocal. His presumption was widely shared in the nation and endorsed by the overwhelming majority of his senior colleagues in government, Parliament, the armed forces, and Whitehall, for whom the very identity of the United Kingdom was umbilically linked to the scores of colonies, dependencies, protectorates, and dominions around the world which were either ruled or controlled by Britain. The exploitation of these possessions and the global reach they afforded was almost universally thought to be vital to the prosperity and prestige of the nation. To harbor a dissident opinion was generally thought to be eccentric if not subversive. Moreover, without access to the raw materials, resources and manpower of the empire, it would not have been possible for Britain to challenge the expanding hegemony of the Third Reich. For these reasons, the protection of the Middle East was in Churchill's unyielding judgment second only in importance, and a close second at that to the survival of the United Kingdom itself. Egypt, though nominally independent, was geographically and strategically at the heart of the empire, linking Britain via a network of arteries to its possessions around the world, the fount of British military power in the Middle East, with its capital, Cairo, an epicenter of the British imperial world. The C&C, Middle East left Cairo to arrive in London on 8 August 1940. Churchill was in abrasive mood, Wavell was on the defensive. The two men were very different in character and temperament. Where the Prime Minister was emotional, volatile and loquacious, Wavell was cool, measured, and taciturn. The soldier was also gifted with a richly complex intellect that contrasted sharply with the impetuous certainties by which the politician was guided. To complicate their relationship further, Churchill was prone to distrust and despise generals, and Wavell was, in the words of his biographer, suspicious of politicians and thought politics too serious a matter to be left in their hands. Their attitudes to warfare were also deeply at odds. Churchill was a romantic who had a zest for battle and conquest. Wavell, on the other hand, judged all wars to be deplorably dull and inefficiently run, nor could he see any reason why the human race, so inefficient in matters of peace, should suddenly become efficient in time of war. Not surprisingly, their first encounter was very far from being a meeting of minds. Though Churchill acknowledged that the Middle East Command comprised an extraordinary amalgam of military, political, diplomatic and administrative problems, he could not restrain himself from telling Wavell that the forces at his disposal were either deployed in the wrong places or effectively standing at ease a long way behind the front when they should have been eagerly preparing to repel the enemy on the Libyan border. If Wavell had been so minded, he could have pointed out that up until recently he had been forbidden to put his 36,000 troops in Egypt on a war footing for fear of provoking the strong Italian army to launch a pre-emptive strike on Cairo. Wavell's conventional caution was grounded in military common sense. Though Wavell's loyalty to his political masters was never in question, his disdain for the Prime Minister's conceptual grasp of military strategy was ill-concealed not so much by what he said but by his failure to say almost anything at all. From the general's perspective, Churchill was both overly inclined to meddle in matters of operational detail that he did not understand, and unwilling to grasp the scale and complexity of the challenges facing him on the many other fronts under his command. Only later did he allow himself the indulgence of the barbed reflection that Winston's tactical ideas had to some extent crystallized at the South African Boer War. It was an uncomfortable encounter which Churchill described as a prolonged hard fight against the woolly theme of being safe everywhere, in the course of which, he boasted, "I put my case in black and white." Wavell did not yield easily, and on at least one occasion, by his own account, succeeded in convincing Churchill that he was wrong, or rather, I convinced him that I wouldn't do it. Eventually, however, the general was wrestled into compliance and was issued accordingly with a lengthy and detailed general directive, drawn up by the Imperial General Staff at the Prime Minister's behest, and approved by the War Cabinet. Afterwards, Wavell reflected, "I am pretty sure that Churchill, considered my replacement by someone who was more likely to share his ideas, but could not find any good reason to do so. Winston has always disliked me personally. There is no evidence that the feeling was other than mutual, a disaffection which boded ill for what was to become a crucially important relationship." In the 2 months following Italy's declaration of war on the 10th of June, small units of Wavell's Western Desert Force had engaged in a series of hit-and-run raids against Italian outposts on and behind the Libyan border, destroying tanks and taking prisoners in skirmishes that harassed the enemy but inflicting insignificant damage on either of the 2 Italian divisions mustering on the Libyan side of the frontier. But now much more was required. On the 16th of August, Wavell was formally instructed to assemble and deploy the largest possible army upon and towards the western frontier, to confront a major invasion of Egypt from Libya. All political and administrative considerations must be set in proper subordination to this. Duly chastised, Wavell returned to Cairo to oversee the rapid redeployment of his troops from other parts of the Middle East Command to prepare for the coming clash in the Western Desert. Rome. The British Prime Minister was not to know that, So far from being poised to invade Egypt, the Italian army in North Africa was profoundly reluctant to leave the comparative security of its Libyan colony. This lack of resolve infuriated the Italian dictator, Benito Mussolini, who was driven by a demonic urge to conquer the Middle East. On the same day that he declared war on Britain, Duce had appointed himself supreme commander of the armed forces in the field. That evening he stood resplendently on his balcony overlooking the Piazza Venezia in Rome, while below him in the square a large crowd dutifully cheered him on as he issued his Calerian call to war. Black shirts of the revolution and of the legions, men and women of Italy and of the empire, he declared, an hour marked by destiny is striking in the sky of our country, the hour of irrevocable decisions. We are entering the lists against the plutocratic and reactionary democracies of the West, who have always hindered the advance and often plotted against the very existence of the Italian people. And we will conquer. People of Italy, to arms. Show your courage, your tenacity and your worth. Aside from the fascist diehards in the piazza, this faintly ludicrous call to arms found little favor with the Italian people. Instead of a mass display of support for their leader's bellicose meanderings, the writer Christopher Hibbert, who was present at the time, noted that an atmosphere of gloom hung over the dreadfully quiet city. Mussolini, who had already appointed himself Duce of Fascism and founder of the empire, believed that Italy's natural right to be a great imperial power had been thwarted by Britain's control of the Mediterranean, which he regarded as an Italian lake, the fourth shore of which was North Africa. In the middle of May, Churchill had written to Mussolini in the remote hope of keeping Italy out of the conflict. Is it too late, he had inquired, to stop a river of blood from flowing between the British and Italian peoples? Mussolini's resentful rejection of the Prime Minister's overture at least had the virtue of candor. In 1935, he protested, Britain had led the call for sanctions, in the form of an arms embargo, during the Abyssinian crisis, when Italy, as he put it, was merely engaged in securing for herself a small space in the African sun. Nor was that all. May I remind you, he added, of the real and actual state of servitude in which Italy finds herself in her own sea. The belief that the Mediterranean was not only Italy's maritime backyard but a legitimate possession was no less sincere for being utterly bizarre. His vision of the 20th-century Roman Empire not only encompassed the Mediterranean but much of the Middle East and Africa as well. Libya, which had been an Italian colony since 1912 when it was ceded to Rome by the Ottoman Empire, was to be the springboard from which to drive the British from the entire region. The conquest of Egypt would be the first step towards the realization of that dream. Duce was consumed by a vaulting ambition which far exceeded his reach. Vanity and bombast were his hallmarks. War alone brings up to their highest tension all human energies and puts the stamp of nobility upon the peoples who have the courage to meet it, he had once declared in a flush of fascist passion. But, though his grasp of military strategy was haphazard at best, he was not without cunning. Under the Pact of Steel, which he had co-signed with Hitler on the 22nd of May 1939, each side agreed to come immediately to the aid of the other if either were involved in hostilities, but Mussolini had refrained from declaring war against Britain until, following the debacle of Dunkirk, he judged that Hitler would soon reign supreme in all Europe. Convincing himself that hostilities would end within 3 months, he informed his Chief of General Staff, Pietro Badoglio, that he only needed a few thousand dead so that I can sit at the peace conference as a man who has fought, and lay claim to a fair share of the spoils. The most propitious means of achieving this objective was to engage the British on the battlefield in the Western Desert, and thus to establish himself as a serious military ally rather than the Führer's clowning cheerleader. To this end, he demanded that Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, the commander-in-chief of the Italian forces in North Africa, be instructed to launch an early invasion of Egypt. But Graziani at once revealed a stubborn reluctance to mount any kind of aggressive action against the British. On 3 August, Mussolini's foreign minister and son-in-law, Count Galeazzo Ciano, made a caustic note in his diary to the effect that, principally because of the heat, the much-decorated commander whose penchant for bloody reprisals in Abyssinia had earned him the sobriquet the Butcher of Ethiopia, was unwilling to mount any offensive until the following spring. Summoned back to Rome to explain himself, Graziani told Ciano on the 8th of August that the attack on Egypt was a very serious undertaking, for which our present preparations are far from perfect. The marshal was understating the case. The poorly trained and ill-equipped men under his command were almost entirely unfit to wage war. Though on paper they far exceeded in strength the modest forces available to Wavell, his warning that premature action against the British would inevitably develop into a rapid and total disaster, was prescient. When Graziani insisted that he would rather not attack at all, or, at any rate, not for 2 or 3 months, Mussolini was incensed. Believing that the Nazi invasion of Britain was very imminent, he dispatched a telegram on the 19th of August instructing him to invade Egypt as soon as a German patrol lands in England. But confirming that a victor's place at the conference table was dearer to him than outright conquest, he added, "There are to be no territorial objectives. I am only asking you to attack the British forces facing you." Within days, however, as he contemplated the fruits that would fall into his lap were Graziani to march all the way to Cairo, his quixotic ambition once more ran away with him. Encouraged in this flight of fancy by no less an authority than the Chief of Staff of the Supreme Command of the German Armed Forces, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Mussolini informed Ciano on the 27th of August that Keitel also thinks that the taking of Cairo is more important than the taking of London. Presumably because he was accustomed to his father-in-law's vacillating bombast, Ciano did not bother to contrast the self-contradictory objectives of which, within the space of a week, Mussolini had thus delivered himself. In any event, Mussolini was now in a great hurry. At the very least, he needed a victory in the desert and thereby those few thousand dead, before Britain fell under German tutelage. A date was set for the invasion of Egypt, the 6th of September 1940. Berlin. Following the British retreat from Dunkirk, detailed plans were laid in Berlin for the invasion of Britain. The launch of the invasion, codenamed Operation Sea Lion, was scheduled for the 27th of September. Throughout the summer of 1940, the Luftwaffe subjected southern England to a daily bombardment with the purpose of destroying the RAF's ability to protect Britain's cities and thus to drive Churchill to the bargaining table. By early September, the Battle of Britain was reaching its crescendo. On the 13th, German bombers not only hit Buckingham Palace but the West End, the House of Lords, the law courts and 8 Wren churches, an onslaught which prompted the commander of the United Kingdom Home Forces, General Brooke, to note in his diary, spent morning in the office studying increasing evidence of impending invasion. Everything looks like an invasion starting tomorrow from the Thames to Plymouth. I wonder if we will be hard at by this time tomorrow. At a meeting of the War Cabinet, Churchill said that he was sure this indicated the Germans meant business. But Hitler's mind was already elsewhere. On the 31st of July 1940, at a meeting with his Army Chief of Staff, Franz Halder, Hitler discussed the relationship between the Third Reich and its ostensible ally, the Soviet Union. Britain's hope lies in Russia and the USA, Halder recorded the Führer as saying. If Russia drops out of the picture, America, too, is lost for Britain. Decision. Russia's destruction must therefore be made part of this struggle. The sooner Russia is crushed the better. The attack will achieve its purpose only if the Russian state can be shattered to its roots with one blow. 11 months earlier, on the 23rd of August 1939, the German Foreign Minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, had sat solemnly alongside his Soviet counterpart, Vyacheslav Molotov, in Moscow as they put their signatures to a non-aggression pact between the two totalitarian states. As part of their treaty, they agreed that if one were attacked the other would come to the rescue. In a secret protocol, they also agreed that they would devour Northern Europe and divide the spoils between them. The cynicism was mutual. Hitler had no intention of abiding by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, while Stalin could have had little doubt that the pact was simply a means of postponing an inevitable clash between the two ideologically opposed giants of continental Europe. Now, in the summer of 1940, Hitler told Halder, if we start in May 1941, we will have 5 months to finish the job. With this commission, the question for Halder and his colleagues in Oberkommando der Wehrmacht or OKW, the German High Command, was on the face of it quite simple. which should come first, the defeat of Britain or the destruction of the Soviet Union? The answer was unequivocal. On the 15th of September, London was assailed by 100 bombers and 400 fighters, but with 56 of those aircraft shot down, OKW concluded that such losses were unsustainable. As it turned out, therefore, the date on which the Battle of Britain is commemorated marked not only the zenith but also the nadir of Germany's efforts to destroy Britain's aerial defenses. At the time, however, the Luftwaffe's onslaught formed an appropriately ominous backdrop for a secret session of Parliament on the 17th of September, at which Churchill advised his fellow MPs that more than 1,700 self-propelled barges and 200 seagoing ships were already gathered at the many invasion ports in German occupation, and that these vessels were laden with all the munitions needed to beat us down and subjugate us utterly. Warning that this flotilla could transport nearly 500,000 men across the Channel in one crossing, he insisted that Britain's forces would defeat this most tremendous onslaught, but felt bound to add that whatever happens, we will all go down fighting to the end. By a fateful quirk of history, Hitler chose that very day to call off the invasion of Britain. His decision was based on a shrewd calculation of the odds against success. The prospect of adverse weather conditions in the Channel, combined with an appreciation by OKW that the combination of the Royal Navy, the British Army and the yet-to-be-eliminated RAF would offer stiff resistance, formed a compelling argument against launching Sea Lion prematurely. Far better, he judged, to stay his hand in the expectation that in due course Britain would be obliged to acknowledge the new order in Europe and seek an accommodation with the all-conquering Third Reich. This, he allowed himself to believe, would become inevitable once the Wehrmacht had destroyed the Soviet Union to become the master of all continental Europe. Most of Hitler's military advisors shared this perspective, but some argued to the contrary, that the defeat of Britain should not only precede the invasion of Russia but that it could be accomplished by an alternative strategy. Instead of a cross-channel invasion, they advocated that the panzer divisions should be dispatched in the opposite direction to secure the Mediterranean and to seize the most vulnerable and valuable link in Britain's chain of imperial possessions, the Middle East. This, they claimed, would compel the British government to sue for peace. In a meeting with Hitler on the 6th of September, and again on the 26th, the Commander-in-Chief of the German Navy, Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, thinking in global rather than continental terms, spelled out this alternative vision. Urging a major offensive to capture Suez and thence to advance through Palestine and Syria into Turkey, he advised that this démarche would not only cripple the British Empire but, by opening a route into the Soviet Union from the south, would make it doubtful whether an advance against Russia in the north will be necessary. Although the Führer was unconvinced by Raeder's proposal, which was also endorsed by Ribbentrop, who similarly favored a Britain first strategy, he was not entirely immune to its wider implications. Although he had shown little sign of being drawn to the romantic vision of those 19th-century German colonists who had long dreamt of recreating a Mittelafrika to complement Mitteleuropa, he did not entirely dismiss the thought that those African colonies which had been confiscated from Germany by the victors at the Treaty of Versailles might in due course be reclaimed. Though this momentary shift of focus from a continental to a global perspective was never to sharpen into a coherent military strategy, it became lodged in the back of his mind as part of his vivid if vague aspiration to dominate the world. For the next 2 years it was also to haunt Britain's military planners and its Prime Minister. The sharp disagreements in OKW about whether the defeat of Britain or Russia should have the priority led to weeks of cajoling, bullying, and tantrums before the Führer's staff fell into line behind his unshakable conviction that the defeat of Russia would inevitably lead to the collapse of British resistance. However, all were able to agree about one thing: the panzer divisions which were not now needed for the invasion of the British mainland at least until the spring of 1941 could be redeployed to support the Italians in North Africa. Hitler did not share Mussolini's imperial delusions, but he was persistently agitated by the threat posed to Germany's southern flank from the British presence in the Middle East and the Mediterranean. To forestall this, his quixotic ally Mussolini would be an essential partner. Washington. Across the Atlantic, the nascent drama in the Middle East barely registered on the political Richter scale. President Roosevelt was personally far from indifferent to the dark clouds which had gathered over Europe following Hitler's rise to power, but he was also a consummate politician and he had his mind on more pressing matters. Already campaigning to be returned for an unprecedented third term in office, he was only too aware that the majority of those voters who had twice returned him to the White House not only lacked a global perspective but were strongly averse to being dragged into foreign imbroglios of any kind. The opinion polls suggested that most of his fellow citizens favored staying out of the European war even if this were to mean the defeat of Britain. This attitude was not only reflected in the press but was expressed with vehemence in Congress. In an often overlooked passage at the very end of his "We Shall Fight on the Beaches" speech in June, Churchill had ended by claiming that if Britain were subjugated or starving, then the Empire would continue the struggle against Hitler until the United States with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue. This sentiment expressed the essence of a grand strategy from which Churchill would never waver. The war against Nazism would have to be waged on a global scale but victory would be secured only once the United States had been persuaded to form a grand alliance to protect the British Empire from the Axis threat. To this end, Churchill had to convince the White House that America was no less threatened by Nazism than the United Kingdom. Buddhist with an apparently implacable cohort of American isolationists, Churchill confronted a political and diplomatic challenge which would surely have seemed insuperable to a lesser being. The Prime Minister, who had only met Roosevelt once before, opted for a frontal assault. Cabling the President on 15 May 1940 in the first of thousands of wartime telegrams, he wasted little time on diplomatic niceties. Warning of the gravity of the threat, he wrote, "I trust you realize that the voice and force of the United States may count for nothing if they are withheld too long. You may have a completely subjugated, Nazified Europe established with astonishing swiftness. All I ask now is that you should proclaim non-belligerency, which would mean you would help us with everything short of actually engaging armed forces." To help counter the very real prospect of invasion, he specifically requested the loan of 40 or 50 of your older destroyers. He got short shrift. It was not opportune. The president replied his approval for the loan would be required by Congress which, he inferred, would not be forthcoming. Roosevelt himself was by no means unmoved by Britain's plight, but it was impossible for him to swat away the implacable forces of isolationism by which the White House was surrounded. His political supremacy in America rested upon his domestic triumphs. By leading America out of the depths of the Great Depression with a New Deal spending program which had brought relief to tens of millions of unemployed and impoverished citizens, he had become a national hero. In 1936 he had secured the presidency for a second time with a landslide victory and, whatever his private inclinations may have been, he was a canny politician who knew instinctively how votes could be lost as fast as they could be won. He had no appetite for winning an argument but losing an election. So powerful was the anti-war sentiment in Congress that he had even recoiled from seeking approval for the resources needed to protect America's own borders, let alone those required to engage a faraway enemy on a foreign field. In 1935 he had approved the Neutrality Act, which expressly forbade the United States to ship arms to any combatant nation unless the weaponry were paid for in cash. 2 years later his so-called quarantine speech, which proposed treating militarily aggressive states as a public health hazard, to be isolated, was fuzzily ambiguous. At least until 1938, when Roosevelt began to fear that Nazi subversion might contaminate the U.S.'s own backyard. In South America, the White House insisted that Hitler's regime was distasteful but a problem for Europe, not the United States. On the eve of the European War in September 1939, American commentators started to speculate that he might lead the nation into battle against Hitler. Roosevelt responded at once by summoning a press conference to insist there were no circumstances in which he would join a Stop Hitler bloc. Furthermore, he promised that if Czechoslovakia were invaded, America would remain neutral. As it was, the United States was in no condition to go to war. Earlier in the year, his newly appointed Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, was so dismayed by the gimcrack state of the nation's defenses which absorbed no more than a nugatory 1.7% of GDP that he had started a one-man campaign to lobby Congress. warning that it was dangerous and irresponsible for a major power with an economy that was the largest and most robust in the world to maintain armed forces so pitifully inadequate as to be outranked by 16 other nations, including Spain and Portugal. He demanded a crash program of military investment. His efforts were in vain. However, refusing to accept that he had embarked on a mission impossible, he did not relent, telling the president in exceptionally blunt terms that if the necessary resources were not appropriated, I don't know what is going to happen to this country. Churchill was similarly resolute. 5 days after his initial rebuff, he tried again. On the 20th of May, as the British Expeditionary Force was still beating the retreat to Dunkirk, he addressed Roosevelt in almost apocalyptic terms. While making it clear that his government would never consent to surrender, he warned that if the Nazis were to occupy Britain, others would assuredly come to the fore, willing to parley amid the ruins. And that, if this country were left by the United States to its fate, no one would have the right to blame those responsible if they made the best terms they could for the surviving inhabitants. Excuse me, Mr. President, putting this nightmare bluntly. Evidently I could not answer for my successors, who in utter despair and helplessness might well have to accommodate themselves to the German will. On the 14th of June, 10 days after the evacuation from Dunkirk and as yet with no intimation of further U.S. support, Churchill went even further. Reiterating that a pro-German government in Britain might present to a shattered or starving nation an almost irresistible case for entire submission to the Nazi will, he spelled out the baleful implications of this surrender for the United States. The entire might of the British fleet, he warned, would almost certainly fall into Hitler's hands. Once joined with the Japanese, French and German navies, the Nazis would possess a totalitarian armada which would have a decisive impact on the future of the United States. Piling on the pressure, he conjured up a fearsome image of a revolution in sea power that would very soon be able to dominate the world. If we go down, you may have a United States of Europe under the Nazi command, far more numerous, far stronger, far better armed than the New World. I know well, Mr. President, that your eye will have already searched these depths, but I feel I have the right to place on record the vital manner in which American interests are at stake. This prime ministerial bombardment did not lack eloquence, clarity or passion, but Roosevelt still failed to respond. Only after the fall of France, later in the month, was the president able to begin the delicate and tortuous task of weaning Congress away from its isolationist instincts. Evidence from France of the apparently irresistible march of Nazism across Europe finally alerted American public opinion to the threat Hitler might eventually pose to their interests. This altered mood by no means constituted a volte-face, but it led to a detectable shift on Capitol Hill, where a bill was now approved increasing the military budget by $5 billion. To secure this concession, Roosevelt was obliged to make it clear that the new funds would be used solely to meet a direct attack on what he described as vital American zones. However, the slowly shifting mood of Congress also allowed the president to offer some comfort to Churchill. Within the formal constraints of the Neutrality Act, he brokered a deal to deliver the ancient destroyers for which Churchill had implored him. After a long bout of intense negotiation, the United States agreed to supply Britain with 50 of its obsolescent warships. In return, Britain was obliged to grant 99-year military leases on 7 British colonies: Newfoundland, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad and British Guiana. It was a remarkably one-sided outcome. Estimating the scrap value of the destroyers, which he described as being on their last legs at between $4,000 and $5,000 apiece, Roosevelt reassured doubters that he had pulled off a spectacular deal, noting with satisfaction that, at a cost to the U.S. Treasury of some $250,000, the price tag for the bases America thus acquired from Britain was extremely low. In other circumstances it would have been a humiliation, but Churchill chose to look on the bright side, concluding that it not only bound the Americans closer to Britain but unconvincingly that it marked the transformation of the United States from being neutral to being non-belligerent. Not surprisingly, he failed to reveal the full character of the negotiations, preferring to tell the House of Commons that the military leases had been granted to the United States spontaneously, without any haggling, to the mutual benefit of both governments and the British Empire. To put it mildly, this was to be economical with the truth. Roosevelt had insisted that the bases were a quid pro quo for the destroyers. Indeed, though the first geriatric vessels were delivered in September 1940, the lawyers took so long to finalize the agreement that it was not ready for signature until March the following year. Although Washington had indeed taken one small step towards entering the war alongside the British Empire, Roosevelt faced a Republican challenger, Wendell Willkie, who, by the autumn of 1940, was closing the gap in the race for the White House. To secure a third term, Roosevelt's stance sounded almost as isolationist as his opponents. Again and again he repeated that the only reason the government had reintroduced the draft, under which 16 million Americans faced possible conscription, was to protect the United States from a direct attack. On the eve of the poll, he even went so far as to make what in retrospect was an exceptionally rash promise. "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again," he told a crowd in Boston, "your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." In November, the notion that, within 2 years, the speaker of those words would be authorizing the dispatch of American soldiers to fight against Germany not in Europe but in North Africa would have seemed quite preposterous. Moscow. Like Roosevelt, but for very different reasons, Joseph Stalin also hoped to avoid becoming embroiled in the conflict between Britain and Germany. The Soviet dictator had his mind on matters much closer to home, where his cynical rapprochement with the Führer was under growing strain. The final capitulation of Paris on 17 June 1940 had come as much as a shock to Stalin as to Roosevelt. The Soviet dictator had now lost any residual hope that as in the First World War Germany and France might fight each other to a standstill in the mud of Flanders. Couldn't they put up any resistance at all? He complained when he heard the news of the French collapse. Although he was unaware of Hitler's plans, Stalin was assuredly acquainted with those passages in Mein Kampf in which Hitler made it clear that Germany would in due course need to seize Russia to meet the fatherland's growing demand for raw materials, to satisfy the Third Reich's appetite for greater Lebensraum, and to destroy the bacillus of Bolshevism. Concluding that his best hope of postponing a German démarche was to humor his German counterpart, Stalin not only increased the flow of food, petroleum, phosphate, and iron ore from the Soviet Union to Germany but even invited Berlin to use Russia as a corridor for the transshipment of vital raw materials from Romania, Iran, Afghanistan and the Far East. At the same time, following their joint dismemberment of Poland in 1939, Stalin was still busily cleansing his half of that broken nation. As in the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, which had already been subjugated by the Red Army, those citizens who dared to challenge the Soviet diktat were liquidated. With summary executions and mass purges, the most notorious of which had been the massacres at Katyn in April and May 1940, when more than 21,000 Polish army officers, policemen, and members of the intelligentsia were summarily executed on the express orders of the Politburo. The Soviet leader was as assiduous as the Führer in seeking to eliminate every vestige of opposition to his tyranny. The Red Army's readiness to commit war crimes on Stalin's behalf was far more apparent than its military potential. In a winter war, which began in late 1939, a small Finnish army had outfoxed and outfought the lumbering Russian invader on an Arctic battlefield. Only weight of numbers eventually forced the Finns to sue for peace. In March 1940, under the so-called Moscow Peace Treaty, the Soviet Union seized 11% of its neighbors' territory and 30% of its economic assets. But it was a hollow triumph which had accounted for the lives of many more Soviet than Finnish soldiers. Nor did the dismal performance of the Red Army pass unnoticed in Berlin, where the General Staff concluded its analysis of the campaign with the scathing verdict that the Soviet mass is no match for an army and superior leadership. This not only confirmed Hitler's prejudice that no Slav fighting force could stand up to the racially superior Germans but, according to Alan Bullock, more than any other factor convinced him that he would be justified in gambling on defeating the Russians in a single campaign, the following year. Stalin was no less aware that the Red Army which, seized by the compulsion of paranoia, he had purged of its most experienced commanders was poorly led as well as being ill-equipped and ill-trained. It was an urgent priority to turn this peasant army of 7 million soldiers into a fighting force capable of withstanding a Nazi invasion. Though he had used the breathing space provided by the Non-Aggression Pact to create a security zone around the Soviet Union which, through occupation and annexation, extended from Finland in the north to the Black Sea in the south, the Russian leader was increasingly anxious about the fragility of the buffer states which separated Russia from German-occupied Eastern Europe. Similarly, the Dardanelles, a narrow waterway linking the Black Sea to the Mediterranean and an important artery for Soviet shipping, was a source of growing concern to Moscow. Though the Dardanelles fell within Turkey's territorial limits, Stalin did not trust Hitler to keep his hands off a strategic choke point from where the Wehrmacht could easily strangle the Soviet economy. His prime task remained the postponement of the inevitable. In the autumn of 1940, the idea that a campaign in a remote desert in North Africa about which Stalin knew little and cared less would thwart his own demands for an Allied second front in Europe against Hitler would have seemed as outlandish in the Kremlin as in the White House. 2. Opening salvos. The desert roused to fury, flaying us with 1,000 whips of sand that stung our faces and knees unbearably, choking us and covering our bodies and luggage with a yellow screen. Richard Dimbleby. On the 13th of September 1940 the Italian 10th Army finally trundled across the Libyan border into Egypt. A small, covering force of British troops fell back steadily before this stately progress, harrying the flanks of the 80,000 troops who were advancing across the desert in the general direction of Alexandria. Mussolini was radiant with joy to hear the news, believing, as he told his foreign minister, Galeazzo Ciano, that the English sick are withdrawing with unforeseen rapidity. His delight was premature. Marshal Graziani had only crossed into Egypt because he feared the wrath of Italy's mercurial dictator if he procrastinated any longer. The original deadline set for the attack, the 6th of September, had come and gone without a single Italian soldier setting foot on Egyptian soil. The Italian commander-in-chief's reluctance to engage the British was supported by Marshal Badoglio, the most senior officer in Comando Supremo, the Italian High Command. Like Graziani, the chief of the General Staff understood only too well that, although the 150,000 Italian troops massed on the Libyan side of the border enjoyed a 5-to-1 numerical advantage over the Empire and Commonwealth troops available to the British Middle East Command, Graziani's underfunded, ill-equipped and ill-trained troops were quite unprepared to do serious battle. The memories of those conscripted into Mussolini's venture reinforce Graziani's realism. In September I was taken from the Tunisian frontier to Cyrenaica, eastern Libya, a private in the 10th Army recalled. I was told we were to invade Egypt. Morale was not very high among the few people that I worked with and knew. I had a very jovial officer, but not a great leader. He was not very inspiring. Lieutenant Paolo Colacicchi noted that his men were tired and wanted to go home. They were thinking of their fields left unattended. They had no aggressive feelings. We realized that the British army we were facing in Egypt, even though considerably smaller than ours, was better trained and better equipped, especially in transport, tanks, and armored cars. Moreover, whereas the British force was mechanized, the great majority of Graziani's men had to slog it across the desert on foot. Combined with a shortage of water both to drink and with which to cook the men's basic diet, pasta, this meant that the Italians were wholly unprepared for any significant aggressive operation. But when Graziani sought a further month's delay, Mussolini vetoed the request, making it clear that he would be unceremoniously removed from his post unless the 10th Army advanced into Egypt forthwith. Faced by this ultimatum, Graziani finally gave way. As Italy's foreign minister noted dryly, never has a military operation been undertaken so much against the will of the commanders. Had Mussolini not been so strategically inept, he could have played a trump card which he did not even realize he held. Though Hitler had been careful to conceal his intention to invade Russia, Mussolini should have realized that his principal utility to Hitler was as a guardian of the Third Reich's southern flank, which had he not been so purblind gave him great scope to press his Axis partner for military support not only in southern Europe but in North Africa as well. Indeed, on the day which had been supposed to mark the Italian démarche against Egypt, the 6th of September, Hitler confirmed this by offering to send 250 panzers from Europe to assist Graziani's desert campaign. But, puffed up with vainglory and suspecting that Hitler would use this apparent largesse as a Trojan horse in which to muscle his way into a dominant role in his theater, Mussolini rejected the Führer's gesture. His intention was to fight a parallel war, to assert in the Mediterranean his right to be regarded as equal with Hitler when the time came to divide up the spoils of victory at the conference table. This was to prove an expensive error of judgment. As it was, the Italian advance into Egypt was more of a pantomime offensive than a serious military operation. Motorcycle outriders protected the front and rear of a long column of light tanks, support vehicles and truckloads of infantry, a formation which left the 10th Army so vulnerable to attack that one contemptuous British officer likened its progress to a birthday party in the Long Valley at Aldershot. The British executed a tactical withdrawal, harrying Graziani's army along the way. Wavell, who was not prone to self-delusion, reported that the British withdrawal was effected with admirable skill, and very serious losses were inflicted on the enemy, because Graziani made little attempt to use his immensely superior numbers or his mobility to outflank and overwhelm our small force. The Western Desert Force was under the command of General Richard Zero Feet Connor, who had established a forward base at Mersa-Matruh, a small port 120 miles east of the Libyan border and 200 miles west of Alexandria. It was here that the British commander, with 2 divisions totaling 31,000 men, prepared to arrest the Italian advance. His ADC was Earl Haig, the son of the First World War Field Marshal. Haig was at once impressed with his new boss. Small in stature, dressed in shorts, he displayed a personality which was vigorous and intense, and deeply serious. Behind the friendly facade lay an expression of grim determination, of vigilance. He seemed like a horse which is eager and almost fretful. Without any small talk he spoke with temperament, sick, often tinged with anxiety and frustration. If O'Connor harbored any anxieties about the size of the Italian force he was about to engage, they were short-lived. After 4 days, by which time the Italians had covered no more than 50 miles, Graziani called a halt at Sidi Barrani, a small fishing village on the edge of the Mediterranean which was as far as his unmechanized army could advance without running out of essential supplies. An Italian gunner, Sergeant Emilio Ponti, was one of the first to reach the harbor. A general came up. I was told he was General Bergonzoli, a famous Italian general. We called him General Barba Electrica, electric whiskers. He said, "Lads, you have conquered Sidi Barrani, but we won't let you put your flag up." Ponti protested, saying the Arabs and British have left. We didn't kill anybody. They just went. And this is our first town in Egypt, and we are entitled to it. However, Bergonzoli told them that it was to be handed over to Mussolini's blackshirts, who had played no part in the proceedings but were to enjoy the fruits of their work. Not unnaturally this irked Ponti and his fellow foot soldiers. That night the Royal Navy lobbed some shells into the port which hit a few of the fascist lorries. Some of them were killed. The gunners reflected, that could have been us. But as they get much more pay than us, it serves them right. Ponti commented, you become really cruel when you are in the army. The hierarchies of status, pay and conditions within the 10th Army could hardly have been better calculated to lower the morale of the Italian infantry. The officers were lavishly accommodated with comfortable beds, silk sheets, wardrobes for their uniforms, and a mess room in which to relax after dinner with fine Italian wines. Aside from water and pasta, the men were fed on bully beef and hard biscuits. At Sidi Barrani, the Italians constructed a chain of fortified camps running south from the Mediterranean for 50 miles into the desert. It was soon clear that these garrison townships were to form a semi-permanent forward base from which Graziani had no intention of advancing any further. Wavell, who had feared an all-out onslaught on Egypt, was greatly reassured. The lassitude of the Italians allowed O'Connor both to relax and to seize the initiative. His conversation, according to his ADC, was often about hunting and point-to-points, and he paid particular attention to the quality and preparation of dinner in the officer's mess, When he brought back some asparagus from Cairo, with strict instructions to see the long stalks were left on and served with butter sauce, he was less than pleased when his orders fell on deaf ears and the asparagus was served butterless and nearly stalkless in the middle of a large dish. On the battlefield, however, he was very far from precious. He used small mobile columns, formed from the British 7th Armoured Division, in hit-and-run operations that, in Wavell's words, continually engaged and harassed the enemy. The scene was set for a struggle which would pit men and weapons as much against the elements as each other in a theater of conflict as inhospitable as anywhere on the planet. The desert battlefield evoked powerful and contrary emotions even in the same individual. Men who were persecuted by intense heat in the day and bitter cold at night also had to endure ferocious sandstorms which penetrated every vehicle, every tent, and every human orifice. The desert roused to fury, flaying us with 1,000 whips of sand that stung our faces and knees unbearably, choking us and covering our bodies and luggage with a yellow screen. The BBC's correspondent, Richard Dimbleby, scribbled in his diary after his first experience of a campscene. The sandstorm came at us like an express train at about 40 meters p.h., with increasing gusts of wind, Bob Sykes, a tank crewman, wrote. All oxygen seemed to go out of the air, and the flies were maddening and swarming. The heat was terrific and I sweated so the sand caked onto me. Sykes took shelter in his dugout but the sand found its way through every crack, making him fear that he would be buried alive. I fought my way out. The sand was whipping the skin off my face and hands. It was almost pitch black and I felt entirely alone. Then a light appeared and the sun began to look a dirty orange. The noise slowly abated and the wind died down. I had ridden out my first sandstorm. Our worst enemy at that time was the Desert Sore, a private in the Durham Light Infantry said later. If you cut yourself, septicemia set in and it was difficult to treat. Armo invented a way of treating wounds with ground-up M and B tablets and Vaseline and soldiers were told to keep the bandage on for as long as possible. The founding commander of the Long Range Desert Group, LRDF, Major Ralph Bagnold, wore Arab headgear partly as a means of disguise and partly because it offered some protection against the intense heat, since it flapped in the wind and kept one cool, and in a sandstorm you could wrap a piece of cloth round your face. The LRDF was a piratical reconnaissance force of military adventurers with intimate knowledge of the remotest parts of the desert. Their task was to penetrate deep behind enemy lines, scouting for any sign of enemy movement. Bagnold evidently relished the extreme conditions. There were no flies in the deep desert, no animals, nothing for a fly to live on. No diseases in the desert either. It was so dry, you would sometimes come across a camel that had wandered off and died, perhaps 50 years before. The skin was dry and cracked, but you could look inside, see the organs intact, shriveled up but otherwise complete. Except for those enthralled to the self-flagellatory predilections of T.E. Lawrence, the desert was alien and hostile, a surreal, hallucinatory space that seemed properly to belong not to the human species at all but to the hare, the gazelle, the scorpion, the snake and the squadrons of clinging, stinging flies that settled on food and in latrines, spreading diarrhea and dysentery. But the terrible beauty of this environment also provoked awe. Here in the desert, my father, the BBC correspondent, noted, where you live with the strict relentless rhythm of the sun and the moon and the stars, you come to a close understanding of your own unimportance. The feeling of humility never left me when I was living in the desert. In a series of colorful dispatches, a correspondent for Time magazine likened fighting in the desert to playing chess with nothing but rooks and pawns. Whole areas of strategic gambit are impossible, and even admissible tactics are confounded and confused by nature. Water is as vital as ammunition, sand finer than talcum makes its way into eyes, carburetors and rifle breeches, heat averaging 120 degrees out of doors becomes incineration inside a tank or behind an airplane engine. Competing for apt metaphors, others likened the desert to a polo ground, although, from extremity to extremity it covered approximately the same area as India, and so far from being a level playing field was corrugated by gullies, large stones and outcrops of impassable rock. The British war correspondent Alan Moorhead, whose trilogy The Desert War would become the most celebrated contemporary account of the Middle East conflict, wrote, "I began to see that desert warfare resembled war at sea. Men moved by compass. No position was static. There were no trenches. There was no front line. Always the essential governing principle was that desert forces must be mobile. They were seeking not the conquest of territory or positions but combat with the enemy. We hunted men, not land, as a warship will hunt another warship, and care nothing for the sea on which the action is fought." Unlike the sea, however, the topography of the desert is as unchanging as it is unyielding, a terrain with fixed points for which adversaries competed to establish a tactical advantage, by avoiding exposure to enemy fire or achieving protection from it. Very often the difference between success and failure, life and death, was possession of a small salient either as a forward niche from which to attack or a protective bunker in which to hide. With Graziani Sand anchored at Sidi Barrani, Wavell was at his Cairo headquarters, planning the Italians' eviction. Richard Dimbleby was based in the Egyptian capital. "Cairo is a Babel," he wrote, "a yellow and white, dusty smelly city of shouting, screaming men and women, of screeching trams and crazy buses, of lunatic motor drivers and dreaming pedestrians, of starved and beaten cab horses, mangy dogs, of rabies, venereal disease and dysentery. Anything can be bought in Cairo if you are prepared to pay the price, any price can be lowered if you are willing to argue." Despite the dirt, the dust and the heat of a city pervaded by the familiar smell of the urban Middle East, the blend of exhaust fumes, overworked pack animals, cheap incense and manure, Cairo was an exotic watering hole, well away from the front line. For the minority of expatriate politicians, diplomats, spies, soldiers, traders, travelers, and journalists who occupied the most salubrious parts of the metropolis, the crowded streets of the old city provided an alluring if sometimes unsavory backdrop to their own congenial and leisurely lifestyles. They were then the masters, a transient colonial class who, with few exceptions, felt themselves to be socially, if not always economically, a cut above their Egyptian peers. They lived in airy apartments and were lavishly attended by servants who danced upon their every need. They frequented luxurious emporia which furnished all manner of personal or household supplies. At Grappi's, the famous coffee shop, they whiled away long hours in torpid gossip about the amatory exploits of this or that beau and belle. New arrivals from the rigors of the desert or from war-stricken Britain whose inhabitants had become accustomed to nightly bombing raids by the Luftwaffe were shocked to discover the dissolute torpor which seemed to pollute the expatriate community. Nor were the British staff officers who liked to congregate at the Gezira Sporting Club or the Turf Club immune from such insouciance. One evening, a young British officer called Gordon Waterfield, newly arrived from London, entered the dining room of the Continental Hotel wearing shorts. He was swiftly informed that the hotel did not serve officers in such casual attire and told to leave. He protested but to no avail. Later he shared his irritation at such stiff-necked formality with a group of fellow officers at the Turf Club. So far from consoling him, however, they clearly deprecated his attitude, to the point where a lieutenant colonel evidently sprang to his feet, and said hotly that captains had no right to an opinion on the matter. A more stimulating ambience was to be found at the Anglo-Egyptian Club, where those with a taste for the arts and literature gathered for congenial bookish evenings. Wavell, who was an aesthete and intellectual, was a frequent visitor, the imposing austerity of his presence enhanced by the fact that he had lost an eye in the Great War. The novelist and poet Lawrence Durrell, who arrived as a refugee from Greece with his wife and a small child in the spring of 1941, was admiring of the general's scholarly mien. Wavell had an extraordinary weakness for poets and poetry and was in fact at that moment doing an anthology and a treatise on generalship, which is one of the more amusing and sensitive books I think ever written by a general, he recalled. A side of him was withdrawn, not exactly morose but he had a wall eye, and wall-eyed people give a feeling of dryness and moroseness. But we liked him very much. He was a great addition to the circle and he used to come down very modestly. He always had an anthology of verse under his arm. The Anglo-Egyptian club offered Durrell in his unlikely guise as a British military attaché a measure of relief from the distressing sights, sounds and smells of a city that he and his wife came to loathe. The dust, the dirt, and the flies offended their senses, no less than the grinding poverty which also assailed them. Such a country. Durrell wrote splenetically to a friend, cripples, deformities, ophthalmia, goiter, amputations, lice, flies. In the street you see horses cut in half by careless drivers or obscene dead black men with flies hanging like a curtain over their wounds. A somewhat more sybaritic environment than the Anglo-Egyptian club was provided by Sheffield's Hotel, which had long been the most sought-after oasis for visitors from all over the Middle East, and since the outbreak of war had become the place to be seen in the maze of intrigue that made Cairo so deliciously notorious. Combining Moorish grandeur with Victorian coziness, Sheffield's offered faded opulence and an air of intrigue which meant that no foreign correspondent strayed far from its long bar, where champagne flowed as freely as whiskey and soda. It was the place above all others where a journalist could learn the truth about what was happening both at the front, more than 200 miles away, and in the political furnace of the city itself. Editors back home might blanch at the expenses thus incurred, but the reporter could always insist that there was no other way of competing for a scoop in the Cairo hothouse though, in the case of the BBC's correspondent, Sheffield's provided a rather more congenial environment than his own office, which was situated on the ground floor of a building which also housed a brothel. Despite its reputation, the long bar failed to deliver any hint of the first big wartime story to emerge from Cairo. This was for the very good reason that Wavell had gone to some lengths to ensure that no leak should emanate from his own headquarters about the counterattack he was planning to launch against the Italians. To guarantee surprise essential in order to maximize the impact of high and own numerically inferior forces and to avoid arousing suspicion in Cairo that might reach enemy spies, Wavell avoided putting his plans on paper. He discussed the details of the offensive with just a dozen or so senior commanders and staff officers. Their troops were told only that they were to participate in a training exercise. Even Churchill was kept in the dark about the planned operation until his Secretary of State for War, Anthony Eden, returning from a visit to Cairo in October, gave him news of the impending assault in person, and even this disclosure was forced on Wavell. I realized Winston's sanguine temperament and desire to have at least one finger in any military pie, he wrote later. I did not want to arouse premature hopes. I did not want Winston to make detailed plans for me. But Eden was proposing to sap my strength in aircraft, AA guns, transport etc. in favor of Greece, thinking I had only a defensive policy in mind, to such an extent that I had to tell him what was in my mind to prevent my being skinned to an extent that would make an offensive impossible. During the preceding weeks, with the threat of an immediate Nazi invasion of Britain receding, the Prime Minister had become increasingly restless for action, demanding that the Chiefs of Staff find somewhere anywhere to confront the enemy. According to one of Whitehall's most senior staff officers, the Director of Military Operations, Major General John Kennedy, Churchill not only fretted at the delays which are inseparable from the preparation of modern fighting, but pressed the chiefs to grapple with the enemy, and, in his thirst for action, kept coming up with proposals which, Kennedy dryly observed, had no attraction for the chiefs of staff. When Eden returned to London with the news that such an offensive was already in preparation, the War Cabinet gave immediate approval to what Churchill described as Wavell's splendid enterprise, which, he insisted, should take first place in all our thoughts and have, amid so many other competing needs, first claim upon our strained resources. Later the Prime Minister recalled purring like 6 cats at the prospect of engaging the enemy. His appetite for action was insatiable. According to Kennedy, he discussed the impending offensive nearly every day and, in so doing, magnified the possible results out of all proportion, while refusing to recognize the hard realities of the problem of supply in the desert. However, these realities could not be ignored. Since early summer the Mediterranean had been effectively closed to British merchant shipping via the Straits of Gibraltar because the Axis had command of the skies over so much of the seaway. As a result, all reinforcements for the Middle East could only be dispatched safely via the Cape of Good Hope. The Cape route involved a looping voyage down through the Atlantic, round the Cape and up through the Red Sea to Suez, a journey of some 13,000 miles which took up to 3 months to complete. Churchill found this hard to endure and, in June, pressed the Admiralty to risk the Mediterranean route, dangerous though it might be. When the Admiral of the fleet, Sir Dudley Pound, warned of the perils this would entail, the Prime Minister reacted sharply. From time to time and for sufficient objects this risk will have to be faced, he admonished, adding, warships are meant to go under fire, a gratuitous slur which the Admiralty refused to dignify with a response. In August, the Prime Minister's frustration had boiled over once again. At the height of the threatened invasion of Britain, he ordered a brigade of 50 infantry tanks, nearly half our best available tanks as he described them, to be dispatched forthwith to reinforce Wavell's Western Desert force against the threatened Italian invasion. When the Admiralty told him that this armor would be sent via the Cape rather than through the Mediterranean, Churchill erupted. I cannot accept this proposal to use the Cape route, which deprives us of invaluable resources during a most critical period. There can be no question of them or their personnel going by the Cape, thus making sure they are out of everything for 2 months. 2 days later he wrote icily to the First Lord of the Admiralty and the First Sea Lord, reproaching them for the standard of danger values now adopted in the Mediterranean, and informing them that he would take full responsibility for any tanks that might be lost en route. However, Pound stood his ground, an exercise of rightful authority which prompted Churchill to growl later that he had been both grieved and vexed by the Admiral's intransigence. He even considered invoking the authority of the War Cabinet to overrule the First Lord, but in the end resisted the temptation to take such an incendiary route. However, no sooner were the tanks on their way via the Cape to Egypt, where, as it happened, they arrived in time to strengthen O'Connor's counter-offensive, than Churchill, gambling that Hitler would not invade Britain in the near future, began once again to urge the Chiefs of Staff to supply Wavell with more resources. Infantry units from Australia and New Zealand should be rapidly mobilized for the desert conflict, as well as armored units and aircraft from Britain itself. The Prime Minister's restless quest for early action led him to complain repeatedly about the apparent inertia of the Middle East Command. To the intense frustration of his advisers in Whitehall, he found it impossible to appreciate that not every soldier in the Middle East could be deployed on the desert front line. Other fronts needed protection as well. To make matters worse, he was also unable to appreciate why the strength of a mechanized army in the 20th century was bound to exceed by far the numbers of men on its fighting strength. That without a vast support structure of staff officers, engineers, mechanics, drivers, quartermasters and orderlies, not to mention doctors, dentists and nurses, the men in tanks or in slit trenches at the front would be quite unable to wage war at all. If Churchill heard what he was told, he rarely appeared to listen. Thus in late October, hungry for a turn to the offensive, he told Eden, who had not yet returned from Egypt, to investigate. I fear that the proportion of fighting compared with ration strength is worse in the Middle East than anywhere else. Please do not be content with the stock answers. Not only the best, but the second and third best, must be made to play their part, he cabled. The Prime Minister's urge to interfere with such incontinent ferocity in operational details which should not have detained him was inspired by an unwavering conviction that victory in the Middle East was crucial to the survival of the empire. Thus, on the 28th of November, soon after Eden's return from Cairo with the glad tidings of an imminent offensive in the Western Desert, he could not refrain from cabling Wavell to pile on the pressure once again. News from every quarter must have impressed on you the importance of Compass, the codename given to his planned offensive, in relation to the whole Middle East position, including Balkans and Turkey, to French attitude in North Africa, to Spanish attitude, now trembling on the brink, to Italy, in grievous straits, and generally to the whole war. This was not mere grandiloquence. For Churchill, Compass offered a critical opportunity to demonstrate to those hard-pressed nations in southern Europe and the Balkans which had not yet succumbed to the Axis threat that Britain could be trusted to fight back on their behalf. On the afternoon of Saturday, the 7th of December 1940, the British commander-in-chief attended a race meeting at the Gezira Club with his wife and 2 daughters, and later that evening he hosted a dinner party at the Turf Club for a group of his senior colleagues. It was a calculated demonstration of military sanctity. Id. Back at his desk on Monday morning, he summoned the British war correspondents to his office at 9 o'clock. Alan Moorhead described sitting with his colleagues in a semi-circle around Wavell as he told them, with a rare smile, "Gentlemen, I have asked you to come here this morning to let you know that we have attacked in the Western Desert." Operation Compass was underway. Clearly relieved to discover that none of the correspondents had heard even a whisper of the impending attack, he added a cautionary note which would assuredly have vexed his intemperate prime minister. "This is not an offensive, and I do not think you ought to describe it as an offensive as yet. You might call it an important raid." Ever mindful of Churchill's pressure, Wavell had cabled London the previous day to advise General Sir John Dill, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, against extravagant expectations. "Feel undo the hopes being placed on this operation, which was designed as raid only," he wrote. "Oh, please do not encourage." Fort Capuzzo. Operation Compass. British advance 19 December 1, 940 – 7 February 1941. 025-5075, 100 miles Libya I. Crete Operation Compass. Alamein. Egypt. Optimism. When the SIGs forwarded this missive to Churchill, he reacted testily. "If with the situation as it is, General Wavell is only playing small, and is not hurling on his whole available force with furious energy, he will have failed to rise to the height of circumstances." Later Wavell explained the cautious tone of his cable to Dill. "I always meant to go as far as possible and exploit any success to the full, but I was a little apprehensive that Winston might urge me to do too much, as limitations of supply and transport never made any great appeal to him." Without the mutual suspicion and disdain by which their relationship was marred, a great many wearisome and damaging misunderstandings might have been avoided to the benefit of both men and to the conduct of the war in the Middle East and the Mediterranean during an intensely testing period. A few days later, scrambling to catch up with the advancing British armor, the BBC's correspondent came across the gutted tanks and armored cars blistering in the sun, petrol and diesel lorries with burst tires and broken backs, exploded ammunition trucks standing like black skeletons in pools of their own debris. The Italians themselves lay tangled in the mess with the desert fleas crawling over them and the savage flies tormenting their swollen faces. Initially Graziani's 10th Army fought with stubborn resolve against O'Connor's men. But, confirming that a small mechanized army supported by infantry tanks can wreak havoc against a much larger force of foot soldiers, their resistance was short-lived. With agility and aplomb, the British mobile units soon found a way round to the rear of the Italians at Sidi Barrani and trapped thousands of them in their frontline garrisons. With no means of transport, Graziani's men had little choice but to die or surrender. Most of them were swift to take the latter option. The Italians were utterly lamentable, Artillery Captain Bob Hingston noted. "We were pretty green, but they were appalling soldiers. The first thing I saw was 4 of their guns perched right out in the open, not Dugan. Why they'd put them there when there was quite a bit of cover around I cannot imagine. They started firing and so I managed to range onto them and gave them a good plastering, that was the end of them." A brother officer Captain Philip Tower recalled, "It was a complete walkover. I saw thousands of Italian prisoners, delighted that the war was over." One of those prisoners, Private Mario Cassandra, described his own surrender. "The first time I saw an Englishman I was lying in a hole. I heard a lot of noise, people shouting and people running, and as we were going we saw all these Italians sitting down and realized they were prisoners, and joined them." To widespread astonishment, and somewhat to his own surprise, O'Connor's raid had swiftly turned into a rout. The Western Desert Force with 31,000 troops, the Indian, Australian and New Zealand battalions which formed the 6th Infantry Division, the British 7th Armoured Division and the 7th Battalion, Royal Tank Regiment had forced an army that was 5 times larger to scramble out of their frontline fortress at Sidi Barrani and stumble back in chaotic cohorts to the Libyan border. The detritus of battle littered the desert. Not only dead soldiers sprawled grotesquely on the ground under blankets of flies or starving pack mules, braying wildly for water, but, as Dimbleby's colleague Alan Moorhead wrote, an office's mess with beds laid out with clean sheets, chests of drawers filled with linen and an abundance of fine clothing of every kind. The British correspondents wondered in disbelief at the richly embroidered uniforms, bedecked with medals of honor and gold lace, the polished jackboots, the tasseled belts and peacock hats, all neatly arranged as though their tenants were preparing to participate in a parade ground march past, rather than fleeing for their lives. That evening, the war correspondents sat amid this booty, helping themselves to jars of bottled cherries, tins of ham, anchovies, and bread that had been baked somehow here in the desert. There was a splendid array of excellent Italian wines and casks of brandy and other liqueurs, all crated and carted from Italy across the Mediterranean to Tripoli or Benghazi across 1,000 miles of sea and desert by ship and car and mule team. A signaller in the Royal Horse Artillery, Ted Whitaker, described how his unit came across piles of Italian kit. There was a large store of tinned food and condensed milk. My mother had always stopped me from eating condensed milk with a spoon, and here there was no one to stop me. We found a gramophone and a pile of opera records. So for some time we sat and ate tinned food with Nestlé's condensed milk and listened to opera. I found a nice silk black shirt. They discovered a cache of pistols and revolvers forgotten in the rush to retreat. A collection of pullovers and black woolly hats with pom-poms was irresistible. Flushed with the triumph, Whitaker and his friends donned the blackshirts' clothes but were told smartly to take that bloody stuff off and look like soldiers. The desert breeze stirred waste paper and the pages of lost letters that were meant for the eyes of loved ones only. In a letter which would never reach its destination, an infantryman wrote, "God watch and keep our beloved Federico and Maria, and may the Blessed Virgin preserve them from all harm until the short time, my dearest, passes when I shall press thee into my arms again. I cry. I weep for thee here in the desert and lament our cruel separation." Others, though, expressed greater defiance, notably that minority who were committed to Mussolini and the fascist cause. One officer, in a letter which he must have written about the Heaton Run skirmishes that had preceded O'Connor's counter-offensive, complained. "But for the cowardice of the English who flee from even our lightest shelling and smallest patrols, we would have committed the wildest folly in coming to this appalling desert. The flies plague us in millions from the first hour in the morning. The sand always seems to be in our mouths, in our hair and in our clothes, and it is impossible to get cool. Only troops of the highest morale and courage would endure privations like these. We shall soon be at Alexandria. We shall soon now be exchanging this hellish desert for the gardens of the Nile." By the time Moorhead picked up this letter, its author was either dead, captured, or hurriedly retreating back to the Libyan fortresses of Bardia or Tobruk, well on the other side of the border. 10 miles to the west of Sidi Barrani, the war correspondents came upon a sight that seemed at first too unreal, too wildly improbable to be believed. The 7th Armored Division under General Krieg had captured many thousands of prisoners who, as Moorhead watched, plodded four abreast in the sand on either side of the metal strip. A stupendous crocodile of marching figures stretched away to either horizon. They were tired and dispirited beyond caring. I found no triumph in the scene, just the tragedy of hunger, wounds and defeat. The victory was not without cost. A gunner from the Royal Horse Artillery, Sergeant Ray Ellis, was out in the open when he heard a screaming sound, and hurled himself to the ground. There was this devastating flashing, crashing and blast, it went quiet. Then there was another scream and a soldier came out into the street. He was holding his guts in and all his stomach had been torn open and his entrails were trickling through his fingers. He was screaming. He sank to his knees, his screaming changed to a gurgle and he just dropped, almost at my feet. He was the first man I saw die. An Italian bomber had hit its target. A British cruiser tank was hit by an Italian shell and burst into flames. Its driver was killed instantly but his foot remained on the accelerator and the vehicle continued to trundle forward as its radio transmitted to their listening colleagues the terrible sounds emanating from those trapped inside the doomed vehicle. The commander, who had had his hand blown off, yelled, "The tank's on fire," and then, one of them recounted, All we heard were the most terrible screams of agony. They were being burned alive while their tomb of fire went on towards the enemy. Total British casualties numbered 500, of whom 1.33 were killed and 387 wounded, but O'Connor's men had captured large quantities of equipment including 237 artillery pieces and 73 tanks in addition to more than 38,000 prisoners. In the crude audit of warfare, it was a singular triumph. As an officer in the Coldstream Guards counted the prisoners, he reported witheringly, "We have about 5 acres of officers and 200 acres of other ranks." When Churchill received the news that Sidi Barrani had fallen and that the Italians were scurrying back into Libya, he was relieved and exultant. On 1.6 December he sent a jubilant telegram to Wavell. "The Army of the Nile," he wrote, using the romantic designation that he had personally accorded the Western Desert Force, "has rendered glorious service to the Empire and to our cause, and we are already reaping the rewards in every quarter. Your first objective now must be to maul the Italian army and rip them off the African shore to the utmost possible extent." Churchill's delight was boundless. At last and for the first time since the start of hostilities he could boast that the British Army had engaged the enemy and had emerged triumphant. He was swift to cable Roosevelt and the Prime Minister of Australia, Robert Menzies, writing to the latter, "I am sure you will be heartened by the fine victory the Imperial armies have gained in Libya. We are planning to gather a very large army representing the whole empire and ample sea power in the Middle East, which will face a German lurch that way." The Prime Minister's euphoria was premature. He was not to know when this lurch might occur, what form it might take, or how devastating it would prove to be. 3. Mussolini's mistake. You have done great deeds and won much glory. We are fighting for freedom and truth and kindliness against oppression and lies and cruelty, and we shall not fail. Archive Bal D. Wavell L. I. N. Rome, news of the British seizure of Sidi Barrani hit the foreign ministry like a thunderbolt. But though Ciano realized that the 10th Army had had a licking, Mussolini appeared quite impervious to the gravity of the situation. By now, according to the timetable he had projected 3 months earlier, he should have been celebrating victory with Hitler as an equal partner with his German ally. That vision had turned to dust in the desert, crumbling so fast that even so delusional a leader as Mussolini should have found it impossible to swat away the bitter truth that his 10th Army had been comprehensively humiliated. On the 10th of December Ciano noted, "Things are going really badly in Libya. 4 divisions can be considered destroyed, and Graziani, who reports on the spirit and decision of the enemy, says nothing about what he can do to parry the blow." Despite this, his father-in-law became more and more calm, maintaining vapidly that the many painful days through which we are living must be considered inevitable in the changing fortunes of every war. His insouciance did not yield to reality until a catastrophic telegram arrived from Graziani warning that he might well have to withdraw his forces all the way back to Tripoli, a prospect that, according to Ciano, left him very much shaken. In his canny fashion, however, Duce was swift to appreciate the likely impact on public opinion. For the most part, the Italian people had been reluctant combatants who felt they had been press-ganged into a war which promised no discernible benefits. When Ciano urged that steps should be taken to improve morale, Mussolini listened carefully. "We must speak to the hearts of the Italians," the foreign minister advised. "We must make them understand that what is at stake is not fascism, it is our country, our eternal country, the country of us all, which is above all men and times and factions." There was little evidence to suggest that such vacuities would have any impact on an increasingly skeptical population that continued to have difficulty in recognizing why its eternal identity was at stake in the sands of the North African desert. The Italian winter matched Mussolini's bleak mood. On Christmas Eve 1940 he stood at a window in his palace, watching the falling snow, and then turned to his son-in-law. "This snow and cold are very good," he avowed. "In this way our good-for-nothing men and this mediocre race will be improved. One of the principal reasons I have desired the reforestation of the Apennines has been to make Italy colder and more snowy. The dictator's bizarre meditations on the contemptible nature of his subjects provided him with a ready excuse for holding them responsible for the manifold ills of the nation rather than his own lamentable performance as their leader. He would return to the same theme again and again, on one occasion deploying two clumsily mixed metaphors to complain, "It is the material I lack." Even Michelangelo had need of marble to make statues. If he had only had clay he would have been nothing more than a potter. A people who for 16 centuries have been an anvil cannot become a hammer within a few years. Though his soft and unworthy people were not yet disposed to turn against him, his humiliation by the British was the culmination of a disastrous few weeks in which he had also been humiliated on another Mediterranean front. 2 months earlier, on the 28th of October, 500,000 Italian troops had crossed the border from Albania into Greece. The invasion had been prescribed by two duce in a sudden fit of pique. It followed an Alpine meeting with Hitler at the beginning of the month. On the face of it, it had been a remarkably congenial and collusive encounter as the two men sat in the Führer's well-upholstered railway carriage at the Brenner Pass on the 4th of October discussing their shared objectives. The German leader had been in an exceptionally ebullient mood. A week earlier, on the 27th of September, the Japanese ambassador had joined Hitler and Ciano to sign the Tripartite Pact which ostensibly committed the three dictatorships to provide mutual military support if one or other of them were to be attacked. The pact also mooted a new order, in Europe and Greater East Asia. The Führer must indeed have felt that he now bestrode the world like a colossus. At their meeting on the 4th of October he informed Mussolini that the British were in a hopeless situation militarily, and titanic efforts were being made by the Third Reich to prepare for the final battle, which would bring about the defeat of the British Empire. Careful though he was to avoid mentioning Operation Barbarossa, he did let slip that the Soviet Union was too weak to pose any military threat to the global ambitions of the new tripartite alliance. His only concern seemed to be the United States. Explaining that it would be prudent to prepare for a confrontation, he informed his ally that he was minded to establish a German bridgehead in North Africa to face any challenge from across the Atlantic. The apparent openness with which Hitler spoke, not only railing against Bolshevism but indicating as well that he intended to accord more importance to the Mediterranean theater, put Mussolini in an unusually good humor. He returned to Rome elated and invigorated, convinced that theirs was a true partnership of equals, the suspicion and envy which habitually curdled his feelings about TNE Führer banished from his mind. The euphoria did not last. Within days he discovered that without informing, let alone consulting him, Hitler had dispatched the Wehrmacht into Romania, an acquiescent staging post from which the German army could penetrate deeply into any part of the Balkans. When the Italian leader heard about this démarche, he lost his temper. "Hitler keeps confronting me with a fait accompli," he shouted. "This time I shall pay him back in his own coin. He will learn from the newspapers that I have occupied Greece. The equilibrium will be restored." On witnessing this outburst, Ciano, who was himself an advocate of the folly which was about to unfold, commented with the complacency of an ingenue, "I believe the military operation will be useful and easy." Mussolini's generals knew better. Protesting that an operation of such magnitude would require at least 20 divisions and take months to organize, Badoglio, the supreme chief of the Italian General Staff, even threatened to resign if the invasion went ahead, a threat which merely provoked Mussolini to fly into a violent rage. When Hitler heard about the plan, he did his best to dissuade his junior partner from a venture which he knew would inflame passions throughout the Balkans, thereby undermining the diplomatic offensive he had already unleashed to corral the region into the Axis camp by political thuggery rather than brute force. Mussolini was undeterred. When the Italian army duly crossed the border, it found itself up against a Greek force inferior in numbers but not in patriotism and willing to fight for the soul of the nation with a ferocity which the Italians had failed to foresee. Within 3 weeks the invaders had not only been halted but, in a humiliating reverse, had been driven firmly back into Albania. Mussolini's precipitous and whimsical act of imperial aggression had turned into a military debacle. Hitler was furious, but was careful to frame his written rebuke in measured language, warning his partner that the complex situation in the Balkans had been made even more difficult, Moreover, his precipitate action would inevitably have unspecified repercussions for the Axis campaign in Egypt. When he read the Führer's letter, Mussolini was left in no doubt that he had provoked great displeasure. "This time he really has slapped my fingers," he commented. When the Führer met the Italian foreign minister at the Berghof, Hitler's headquarters in the Bavarian Alps, on the 18th of November, he was far more severe. He is pessimistic and considers the situation much compromised by what has happened in the Balkans, Ciano noted. His criticism is open, definite and final. I try to talk to him, but he does not allow me to proceed. Yet within days Hitler had relented. At their next meeting, in Vienna on the 20th of November, Ciano saw that the Führer had two big tears in his eyes as he declared that he would never forget Mussolini's support during the Anschluss, Germany's annexation of Austria in March 1938. Indeed, he had just sent his Italian ally a further message to reassure him that I am at his side with all my strength. For Duce, this conciliatory note was a two-edged sword. Though he distrusted the Führer's motives and found his manner irksome, he had every reason still to regard him as a gramophone with 7 records. He could no longer deceive himself that he was an equal partner fighting in parallel with Germany against a common enemy, albeit on a different front. He was trapped in a relationship, a marriage of necessity, in which protestations of goodwill concealed a mismatch of power and, ultimately, bad faith. That Hitler chose to humor and console his partner did not alter that brutal truth. General Ubaldo Sadu, Mussolini's undersecretary for war, who had been put in command of the defeated Italian troops in Albania, was soon obliged to report that the military situation there was so dire that the only way of escape was through political intervention. Mussolini was moved to despair and soon sacked Sadu. But he could not ignore the truth. "This is grotesque, but it is a fact," he told Ciano on the 4th of December. "We shall have to ask for a truce through Hitler." With an uncharacteristic display of emotion, Ciano noted, "I would rather put a bullet through my head than telephone Ribbentrop," the German foreign minister. At the time, Italy's ambassador to Berlin, Dino Alfieri, was back in Rome convalescing from an illness. On a visit to Mussolini's office at the Palazzo Venezia, he found his leader plunged in the depths of depression. I had never before seen him look so dispirited. His face was pale and drawn, his expression sad and preoccupied. He paced slowly round his big desk, taking short steps. Passing his right hand nervously across his chin and face, turning now to Ciano, now to me, as though seeking approval or support for his theories and justification for his hopes. But there was no reprieve. The twin disasters on either side of the Mediterranean had exposed as hubris on stilts Mussolini's dream of bestriding his lake, no less colossally than Hitler bestrode great swaths of Europe. Through his clumsy self-delusions he had incontrovertibly revealed his ineptitude and his dependency on the goodwill of his German patron. It was his good fortune that, for his part, Hitler retained a loyalty and even an affection for his fellow dictator. More to the point, however, was his persistent anxiety about the threat from the British to his southern flank, which drove him to the ineluctable conclusion that he needed Mussolini as much as Mussolini needed him. For this reason, the Führer was about to throw a lifeline to his wayward ally, which was to change the whole course of the conflict in the Middle East. After taking Sidi Barrani in mid-December, General O'Connor was poised to exploit his initiative and anxious to hound the Italian 10th Army further back into Libya. However, without warning, his advance was brought to a juddering halt when he was ordered by Wavell to release the 4th Indian Division for immediate redeployment against the Italians in East Africa. The Indians were to form the northern arm of a pincer movement designed to drive the Italians out of Eritrea and Ethiopia, which Mussolini had colonized in 1936, and thereby to destroy the Italian Empire in East Africa and, in the process, to secure beyond doubt the safety of Britain's crucial supply lines to the Middle East via the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. The strategic significance of Wavell's decision was not lost on O'Connor, but he was nonetheless dismayed. It was not only a complete and very unpleasant surprise, he complained later, but it put paid to the question of immediate exploitation. I don't doubt the desirability, if not the necessity, of those troops being brought to East Africa. But it all arose from the fact that they didn't expect a big success in the desert, and when it came they weren't prepared to alter the plan. The net result was that we lost Surprise altogether. Wavell's decision had indeed given Graziani a brief respite. He used this breathing space to reinforce the 10th Army's defenses at Bardia, a Libyan port 18 miles to the west of the Egyptian border. Though the town was fortified along a 17-mile perimeter with machine gun and anti-aircraft gun emplacements, while the port itself was girdled by an anti-tank trench and barbed wire, Bardia was nonetheless vulnerable. But Mussolini's orders were unambiguous. I have given you a difficult task but one suited to your courage and your experience as an old and intrepid soldier, he instructed General Bergonzoli. It is the task of defending the fortress at Bardia to the last. I am certain that, Electric Whiskers, and his brave soldiers will stand at whatever cost. Bergonzoli reacted with corresponding braggadocio. I am aware of the honor and I have today repeated to my troops your message. In Bardia we are and here we stay. The Australian 6th Infantry Division, which had disembarked at Alexandria in December to replace the Eritrea-bound Indian 4th Division, was not only unblooded by battle but ill-equipped and untrained in desert warfare. They were not only short of weapons like machine guns but so lacking in supplies that they were only permitted to fire one practice round of anti-tank ammunition before they were sent into action. The leather jerkins needed to ward off the wind and the cold at night were provided only on the eve of the battle for Bardia. Similarly, the wire cutters and gloves vital for breaching the town's defenses arrived only at the very last moment. At the end of December, just before the start of the ground attack on Bardia, the port was pounded by the Royal Navy's heaviest guns while, over 2 nights, the RAF dropped 50,000 pounds of bombs on the Italian positions around the town. The final assault began on 3 January 1941. It had already become the knee-jerk custom for the British and the Germans to mock the Italian soldiers for a lack of fighting spirit, a readiness to lay down their arms at the slightest pretext and to run for cover rather than stand their ground for a cause in which they had little faith. But there were numerous examples of unflinching obedience under fire. "In you go," a company commander of the 6th Australian Infantry Division yelled as 3 of his platoons moved towards the town's perimeter, suffering heavy losses as they went. All hell was let loose. One of his lieutenants, Jack Tramp, recorded as the Italians staged a counterattack. They came at us in droves and for about 2 hours we were kept busy as they advanced within 200 yards of us. But finally we beat them off. By nightfall the 3 platoons could muster only 30 survivors. Between them, they carried the dead, their own and the Italian, to the bottom of a wadi, where we covered them with loose stones. Assigned to provide artillery support to the advancing Australian infantry, Gunner L.E. Tutt described fighting his way through the perimeter wire at Bardia. We came across a battery of Italians. It became the fashion to decry the Italians as soldiers. This may have been true of their infantry but not of their artillery. In this instance they had died at their guns. Their bodies were scattered close to their firing positions and they must have remained in action until our infantry tanks and the Australians had overrun their gun sights. But once this line had been breached, it became pointless to heed Mussolini's orders. An Australian infantryman, Corporal Rawson, described what happened when his battalion became entangled with IT prisoners trying to get through to our lines. There was moderate small arms fire. An artillery post but it didn't give us much trouble. The only other resistance our company met was from a machine gun nest behind a built-up earthworks. We took cover and decided what to do. Our section leader gave an order to charge, but before we got very far a row of white flags went up as if by signal. The gunner in the center had apparently been shot in the head and when he was killed the others surrendered. For all their inexperience the Australians were clinically efficient and quite fearless. We admired the Australians very much. They were tall men, bronzed and casual, said Stephen Hawkins, serving in a unit of the Royal Horse Artillery, which provided covering fire for the 6th Australian Division as it advanced towards the town in the early hours of the 5th of January. At dawn, Hawkins recalled, the Aussies went in. They went in groups of about 6, with their long bayonets. There was no return fire. Bardia had fallen. Bombardier Dawson watched as thousands upon thousands of Italian prisoners came out to surrender. They looked pathetic, calling, "Aqua, aqua." We couldn't spare any water to give them. In the afternoon we drove through an area we had been shelling, and there were lots of Italian bodies lying there. I laughed, more hysteria than anything. Without water to drink or trucks to escape in, the Italians once again had no choice but to surrender or perish. That evening, a small group of war correspondents followed the Australians into the town. On either side of us in the gloom, the BBC's correspondent Richard Dimbleby reported, were gathering crowds of enemy officers and men with their guns. They did nothing, they just stood and watched us drive through. They were gathering voluntarily to surrender to the first British troops they saw. Several of them actually ran up to me with their hands up, crying, "Surrender." As he walked through the throng of prisoners, a young soldier seized him by the arm, begging him to find an ambulance for a wounded comrade who was lying on the ground in a greatcoat soaked with blood from a gaping stomach wound. Dimbleby turned for assistance to an Australian guard, who was unimpressed, put a bloody whop in an ambulance. 7 What about our boys? 7 feet 2 British ambulances passed, already overflowing with casualties. The third stopped and the wounded Italian was lifted inside, provoking much grumbling from within the crowded vehicle. But, Dimbleby noted, 2 of them made a pillow for the youngster as he lay at their feet and someone else threw a coat over him. The doors were shut again and the ambulance moved off into the darkness. His friend, who had escaped the onslaught with a broken ankle, watched his friend depart. Dimbleby helped him to the side of the road. Then he burst into tears and cried more bitterly than I had ever seen a man cry before. With 1,000 dead, 3,000 wounded and 36,000 captured, only 5,000 of an original force of 45,000 men under Berganzo's command escaped to fight again. At a cost of 456 casualties, the Australians also took 130 tanks and hundreds of field guns, machine guns and rifles along with 700 other vehicles. It had taken 2 days to expose Mussolini's injunction to stand whatever the cost, is another example of the preposterous rhetoric which in due course would make him an object of ridicule in his own country as well as the rest of the world. From Bardia, O'Connor's men advanced rapidly towards the port of Tobruk, meeting hardly any resistance. As a tank gunner in Graziani's 10th Army, Sergeant Ponti was one of the few to have a mechanized means of transport to reach Tobruk before the Australians. On the way, he clattered past piteous groups of exhausted fellow countrymen, cannon fodder, as he described them, who had no choice but tramp through the heat of the day. The Tobruk perimeter, an arc around the town of some 50 kilometers in length, was strongly fortified with tank traps, barbed wire and underground concrete bunkers which should have provided a confident army with more than adequate protection against even the heaviest bombardment. But Italian morale had been broken. On the 21st of January the British artillery fired their opening salvos. Sergeant Ponti was almost immediately deserted by his commanding officer. The firing was terrific. I stayed inside the tank. I wasn't going to be killed. We had no enthusiasm. We didn't believe we were doing the right thing. To get killed for some madman seemed stupid. There was pandemonium, no one knew what they were doing. The officers were all hidden. We got in a ditch. My mate got hit. But I was all right. I took my pistol out and threw it away. When there was a lull in the fighting, Ponti crawled and then ran into the nearest medical center to find that it was packed with officers, not with the sick. A short while later an Australian walked in, bayonet at the ready. In Italian he said, "Hands up." I pulled out my white handkerchief and went out first. A British doctor, who was among the first to enter the town, passed the litter of a rout, half-opened suitcases, weapons, helmets, a tatter of torn uniforms and climbed a small rise and looked down towards the sea. At first glance when seen at a distance Tobruk was a dazzling sight with its flat-roofed, white houses clinging to the flank of a low slope overlooking a brilliantly blue bay. Dr. Stephanides was struck by the immense amount of Italian shipping sunk in the harbor, masts stuck up everywhere out of the water like pins in a pin cushion. The doctor also witnessed an unlikely camaraderie between soldiers who so very recently had been trying to kill one another. The town, he noted, was silent except for occasional shots fired as a feu de joie by over-exuberant Australians. We encountered a few of these, together with Italians, waving bottles of wine, singing and exchanging hats. The Australians had captured 25,000 Italian prisoners, along with a substantial collection of guns, tanks, and trucks at a cost of 49 dead and 6 wounded. With the news that Tobruk was taken, Wavell allowed himself an uncharacteristic burst of enthusiasm, reaching for an extended hunting metaphor, of the kind much favored by his peers in the cavalry. Hunt is still going, he reported, but first racing burst over, hounds brought to their noses, huntsmen must cast and second horses badly wanted. It may be necessary to dig this fox. The prosaic gist of this signalwick was designed to be incomprehensible to any Italian eavesdropper was we have paused to take stock, we are moving cautiously forward, seeking out the enemy, and we are urgently in need of reinforcements. But O'Connor was not in a mood to pause. With characteristic panache he ordered that the Italians should be given no respite. Bergonzoli was soon on the move again, leading the Italian retreat a further 280 miles to Benghazi, a major port midway between the British headquarters at Alexandria and the Italian headquarters in Tripoli. Rather than simply following the Italians along the coast road, O'Connor dispatched 2 units in a straight line to speed across uncharted desert to Beit Afam, a coastal town between Benghazi and Tripoli. Their task was to block Bergonzoli's line of retreat to the Libyan capital, thus leaving any remaining Italians in Cyrenaica trapped and isolated. It was a daring ruse but it worked. On the 5th of February the retreating 10th Army was duly brought to a sudden halt at Beit Afam. The enemy's position was desperate, with a confused mass of vehicles almost 20 miles in length pinned to the roads between our armored brigades in the south and the northern detachment in the Soluch area, Wavell reported. But the Italians did not give up without a struggle. Though some surrendered, others attempted to break out. Their efforts were repulsed, but only after some of the most intense fighting of the campaign. Witnessing the way in which the British armor picked off the fatally exposed Italian tanks, the Australian war correspondent Chester Wilmot was also impressed by the resistance they offered. It was a really hard job, and we fought them all afternoon. By dark there couldn't have been more than 30 left. On the 7th of February, after a final bid by 30 tanks to escape the British noose, General Bergonzoli finally gave up. His main force was now trapped in the Benghazi salient, where they surrendered to a unit of the 6th Australian Division. Benghazi itself was occupied on the same day and within 2 days the Australians had reached the port of Ahila, some 470 miles west of Tobruk. Emulating his CO's penchant for hunting metaphors, O'Connor signaled Wavell, "Fox killed in the open." Not all O'Connor's men appreciated the significance of their achievement. Bombardier Dawson's regiment was not in Benghazi for the kill, but some miles behind the front. A brigadier came up to his unit and said to the sergeant in command, "I thought you'd like to know, we've taken Beit Afam, and Bergonzoli's in the bag." "Thank you, sir," the sergeant replied. "I'll tell the men that, sir, they will be delighted." "Jolly good show," the brigadier said, and drove off. After he had gone, the sergeant said, "Who the fuck's Bergonzoli?" Although a combination of enemy firepower and mechanical breakdown had left the 7th Armored Division with no more than 145 tanks, O'Connor was undaunted. Despite being 700 miles from his forward base at Mersa Matruh, he was confident that he retained enough firepower to advance a further 400 miles to Tripoli and thus complete the destruction of the Italian military presence in North Africa. In 1 month, his men had destroyed the bulk of the 10th Army, capturing 130,000 men, 845 guns, and 380 tanks at a cost of 550 dead or missing and 1,373 wounded. On the 14th of February, Wavell issued a special order of the day: "You have done great deeds and won much glory. We are fighting for freedom and truth and kindliness against oppression and lies and cruelty, and we shall not fail." Operation Compass had been an unequivocal triumph. It was to be the last for a very long time. 4. A change of plan. We felt deflated and sad. We felt there must be pretty weighty factors which robbed us of a prize which to us sitting in Cairo glittered so brightly and appeared so desirable. Father Eddie, de Guay-Nand. W. Ith the Italian 10th Army at O'Connor's mercy, Churchill now made a fateful decision. On the 24th of February 1941, 2 days after the fall of Beta Fam, he ordered that 4 of the British divisions which had helped secure Benghazi and which 0 Feet Connor hoped to lead into Tripoli should be withdrawn from the Libyan front and dispatched to Greece instead. When O'Connor heard this news he was appalled. Already frustrated by Wavell's decision 2 months earlier to transfer the Indian 6th Division to Eritrea, which had delayed his westward progress towards Benghazi, he could barely contain his disappointment that the prize of Tripoli was now to be snatched from him when it was almost in his grasp. I ought to have pressed straight on the afternoon of Beta Fam, he reflected later. It would not have been a matter of disobeying orders. At the time I had no orders. I blame myself. But he paused, and by the time the formal order came through from GHQ Cairo, he had no choice but to obey. Any hope of completing the destruction of the Italian military presence in North Africa had been postponed indefinitely. Wavell's staff were equally horrified when they discovered what was afoot. Lt. Colonel Freddy de Gangand, a senior staff officer at GHQ Cairo, was in a planning meeting when a most urgent signal arrived from London. We read it together and our faces fell. This meant that our high hopes could be relegated to the waste paper basket. The message changed the framework of our strategy. Greece was now to become our top priority. Forces must be collected to enable us to take Greece. All this to us was a bitter blow, and we felt deflated and sad. We did not at that moment know anything of the high policy behind the decision, but we felt there must be pretty weighty factors which robbed us of a prize which to us sitting in Cairo glittered so brightly and appeared so desirable. Churchill had not taken the decision lightly. As Britain's only remaining ally in Europe not to have been overrun by the Wehrmacht, Greece's strategic location in the southern Mediterranean provided a potentially important buffer against a possible German assault on the Middle East. As Churchill himself put the case for the diversion of forces from the desert, this grave step was required not only to help Greece in her peril and torment, but to form against the impending German attack on a Balkan front comprising Yugoslavia, Greece, and Turkey. Straddling Europe and the Middle East, Turkey's location was equally important to Britain and Germany. Its neutrality, if not its allegiance, was a strategic imperative for both Churchill and Hitler. Nonetheless, the Prime Minister's critical decision was not in fact reached with the degree of confidence that his use of the term required might suggest. Churchill had begun to press the case for sending military aid to Greece in the autumn of 1940, soon after the foiled Italian invasion. On the 2nd of November he telegraphed Eden, who was with Wavell at GHQ Cairo, where unbeknown to Churchill the final preparations were underway for Operation Compass. Greek situation must be held to dominate all others now, he wrote imperiously. We are well aware of our slender resources. Aid to Greece must be attentively studied lest whole Turkish position is lost through proof that England never tries to keep her guarantees. This concern to protect Britain's international credibility also had a wider dimension, his urge to impress on the Americans that Britain was both a force to reckon with and to be relied upon. Fired by this combination of strategic vision and national prestige, the Prime Minister was impatient. GHQ in Cairo was aghast. We cannot from Middle East forces send sufficient air or land reinforcements to have any decisive influence upon course of fighting in Greece, Eden cabled. To send such forces from here, or to divert reinforcements now on their way or approved, would imperil our whole position in the Middle East. Churchill did not relent. Day after day, he kept up the pressure both on his commanders in the Middle East and on the chiefs of staff in London, a prime ministerial bombardment which was only suspended when Eden returned from Cairo with the news that Wavell was soon to go on the offensive in the desert against the Italian 10th Army. But by January 1941, with Operation Compass exceeding all expectations, Churchill began to press the case for Greece once again. British intelligence had discerned that a Wehrmacht invasion was in the offing, though its precise timing was a matter of conjecture. Armed with this information, the Prime Minister sent a note to General Pug Ismay, his trusted assistant and go-between with the Chiefs of Staff. It is quite clear to me that supporting Greece must have priority after the western flank of Egypt has been made secure, he wrote. 3 days later, Wavell, who was at this point overseeing O'Connor's advance towards Tobruk and Benghazi, was told in unequivocal terms that Greece was henceforth to take precedence over all other operations in his command. The general did not attempt to conceal his dismay. In a cable to London, he argued that the German concentration in Romania was merely a move in the war of nerves designed both to prop up the Italians and to induce the chiefs of staff to arrest the advance in Libya and disperse our forces in the Middle East. We trust the cause will reconsider whether the enemy's move is not bluff. In Whitehall, the director of military operations, Major General John Kennedy, strongly sympathized with Wavell's reluctance to divert forces from the desert to Greece. He made an appointment to see Dill, the SIGs and his immediate superior, insisting that his team judged that at least 20 divisions, plus a considerable air force, would be needed simply to hold Salonika, let alone to confront a full-scale Wehrmacht invasion. He argued tartly that the Germans could overrun Greece with the utmost ease if they wanted to do so, and concluded that we stood more to gain by winning the African coast for ourselves than by denying Greece to the Germans. Kennedy did not prevail. The chiefs of staff sided with Churchill, whose response to Wavell was brusquely dismissive. Our information contradicts the idea that German concentration in Romania is merely a move in the war of nerves, or a bluff to cause dispersion of forces, he told Wavell in a cable on 1.0 January. On the contrary, there was a mass of detail, confirming that the buildup was the prelude to an early and deadly onslaught against Greece which would eclipse victories you have gained in Libya. Instructing his Middle East commander-in-chief to conform your plans to larger interest at stake, he peremptorily closed off further discussion with the words, "We expect and require prompt and active compliance with our decisions, for which we bear full responsibility." As a loyal soldier, Wavell had little choice but to obey or resign. With Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Longmore, his RAF counterpart in the Middle East, at his side, Wavell was soon in Athens to offer military assistance to the Greek dictator, Ioannis Metaxas. At this point, with the Greek army comfortably holding the Italians at bay in Albania, General Metaxas feared that Britain's offer would merely goad Germany into the invasion which he still hoped to avoid. He firmly declined Wavell's proposal. But on the 29th of January, providentially from Churchill's perspective, Metaxas died suddenly from a severe infection of the larynx which led to a fatal toxemia. His successor, the weak and pliable Alexandros Kourougis, was eager to reopen talks with the British. Convinced by now that the Germans intended to invade sooner rather than later, and fearful that Hitler's objective was to use Greece as a stepping stone for an attack on the Middle East, Churchill sent the fateful cable to Wavell requiring that 4 divisions be made ready for redeployment to Greece. It was at this point that Wavell ordered a halt to O'Connor's advance. At the same time, belatedly heeding his director of military operations, Dill decided to throw his weight behind GHQ Cairo. On the 11th of February he told a meeting of the War Cabinet that Wavell's troops in the Middle East had their hands full, and that none could be spared for Greece. At this, as Dill related the moment to Kennedy, Churchill lost his temper with me. I could see the blood coming up his great neck and his eyes began to flash. He said, "What you need out there is a court-martial and a firing squad. Wavell has 300,000 men, etc., etc." I should have said, "Whom do you want to shoot exactly?" But I did not think of it till afterwards. By this point, according to Kennedy's memoirs, both he and Dill agreed that Churchill was now trying to force an unsound policy down Wavell's throat, and down the throats of the Greeks and Turks. They were convinced that by sending troops across to the other European side of the Mediterranean, they would be playing into Hitler's hands and that if they were sent, they were certain to be annihilated or driven out again. What was more, the dispersion of British forces in this way would leave the vital centers of Egypt and Palestine unduly exposed to attack. But Dill was unable to force the issue with Churchill because 2 of his fellow chiefs, Air Chief Marshal Portal and the First Sea Lord, Admiral Pound, supported the Prime Minister. A few days later, on the 16th of February, Kennedy was a guest at a weekend house party at Ditchley Park, a retreat near Oxford used by Churchill when a full moon made it too risky for him to stay at Chequers. At 10:30 a.m. he was summoned to Churchill's bedroom, where he was to give a review of the military situation on all fronts. He found the Prime Minister sitting up in bed wearing a dressing gown patterned with dragons. Several telephones were at his side. Papers and files littered the bed. Churchill offered him a cigar and then listened intently as the Director of Military Operations, referring only to some scribbled notes on a postcard, delivered an overview of the military challenges facing Britain. Kennedy did not refrain from expressing his severe doubts about the Greek enterprise, fully expecting this to provoke a similar show of anger to that which Dill had aroused at the earlier meeting of the War Cabinet. Instead, according to Kennedy, the Prime Minister did not demur. Whether or not he had been disconcerted by Kennedy's analysis, Churchill now displayed a rare moment of indecision. On 21 February he signaled Eden, who had been shuttling between Cairo and Athens accompanied by Wavell, "Do not consider yourselves obligated to a Greek enterprise if in your hearts you feel it will only be another Norwegian fiasco," a reference to the evacuation of the British military contingent from Narvik in June 1940. "If no good plan can be made, please say so. But of course you know how valuable success would be." But by now the diplomatic and military momentum had become virtually unstoppable. For reasons that remain unclear, how it is sometimes suggested that Roosevelt's special representative, William Donovan, who had just completed a tour of the region, might have influenced them both. Dill and Wavell, who had hitherto been deeply skeptical, had executed a startling U-turn and expressed themselves in favor of the Greek operation. Eden, who had been promoted to Foreign Secretary following the departure of Halifax to become ambassador to the United States, now stamped his own authority on events. Praying in aid his two converts, Eden's breezy cable to Churchill betrayed no doubts. "We are agreed," he signaled. "We should do everything in our power to bring the fullest measure of help to Greeks at earliest possible moment. If the help we can offer is accepted by the Greeks, we believe there is a fair chance of halting a German advance and preventing Greece from being overrun." This improbable assessment flew in the face of military reason, but it was enough to rally a wavering Prime Minister. On the 24th of February, Churchill signaled Eden, "Full steam ahead." No sooner had this instruction been dispatched than it was the turn of the chiefs of staff to get cold feet. In a portentous note which ended with the phrase, "The hazards of the enterprise have considerably increased," they advised Churchill of their trepidation at the proposed venture. This last-minute frisson of alarm prompted Churchill once again to offer Eden an 11th-hour chance to change his mind. But with 57,000 troops on their way from Alexandria to Piraeus, the Foreign Secretary was not to be dissuaded. Conceding that the British might indeed be ignominiously ejected by the Wehrmacht, he argued that to have fought and suffered in Greece would be less damaging to us than to have left Greece to her fate. Churchill strongly shared this view, claiming that if his government were to dishonor Britain's pre-war undertaking to guarantee Greece's borders, the credibility of all other British commitments in the region would be in doubt, if not in tatters. To abandon the Greeks to their torment would almost certainly reverberate widely. Morale at home, already damaged by a string of setbacks and defeats, would be further eroded. No less worryingly, American isolationists would have yet more ammunition with which to denigrate Britain as an unreliable ally, or even a broken nation, with whose leader Roosevelt should sup only if using a very long spoon. In a letter to the President written on 10 March, which he did not reproduce in his own history of the Second World War, Churchill sought to explain why, notwithstanding the temptation to push on from Benghazi to Tripoli, he had decided to send the greater part of the Army of the Nile to Greece. Claiming that there was a good fighting chance of success, he went on to add with wanton speculation that it was quite possible that the whole situation in the Balkans might thereby be transformed in our favor. By this time, the 6th Australian Division, the New Zealand 2nd Division and the British 1st Armoured Brigade had already landed on Greek soil to reap an imminent military whirlwind. 5. Rommel to the rescue. "We wanted an adventure, and nobody thought about getting killed. We were all in high spirits." Fritz Zimmermann, Afrika Korps gunner. The same day that Churchill dispatched his fateful full steam ahead, Message to Wavell. A small unit of German tanks came across a British patrol in the desert near Benghazi and destroyed 2 scout cars and a truck, capturing 3 British soldiers and their commanding Ebser in the process. 1,000 miles away in Caire, with his attention focused on the Greek crisis, Wavell declared himself to be unperturbed by the skirmish. As Basil Liddell Hart, the godfather of tank warfare, was to observe, on normal reasoning, the Middle East commander-in-chief was justified in reaching this conclusion, but such reckoning did not allow for a Rommel. General Erwin Rommel had arrived in Tunis 12 days earlier as the virtually unknown commander of the newly formed Afrika Korps. Although they included 120 panzers, the German tanks renowned for speed, reliability, and firepower, the forces at Rommel's disposal hardly posed a significant threat to the Army of the Nile, even allowing for the withdrawal of 4 divisions for the Greek venture. Nor could GHQ Cairo imagine that the Afrika Korps would be in a fit state to take the offensive for several weeks at least. Later Wavell acknowledged his great error, in judging that the enemy could not put in any effective counterstroke before May at the earliest. As one of his senior staff officers, Brigadier Harding conceded, "I didn't know enough about Rommel at the time, I ought to have known more. We underestimated Rommel's drive and energy." Rommel was Hitler's favorite general. Highly decorated for his exploits in the First World War, he had risen to take command of Hitler's personal protection squad, the Führerbegleitbataillon, where his loyalty and efficiency made a powerful impression on his patron and auspiciously on Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister. His reputation as a bold and imaginative leader on the battlefield had already been established by his dazzling performance during the Blitzkrieg, which precipitated the British retreat from Dunkirk in the fall of France. Though he was disliked and distrusted by most of his superior officers, who resented his intimacy with the Führer and viewed him as a vainglorious upstart, Hitler himself told Mussolini that Rommel was the most outstanding tank general in the German army. On the 6th of February, with the Italians broken at Beta Fam, Hitler summoned his favorite to a meeting to announce that he intended to go to the rescue of the Italian 10th Army in North Africa and that he, Rommel, was to take command of the Afrika Korps. The Führer's decision to divert Wehrmacht units to North Africa was taken without enthusiasm. Although he had flirted with the idea the previous autumn, he had made it abundantly clear in a New Year message to Mussolini that he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the Western Desert at this stage. In a strategic tour d'horizon, he boasted that the war in the West is itself won, but, following O'Connor's triumph, he warned that he was unwilling as yet to provide the forces required to mount any counterattack on a large scale against the British in North Africa, an operation which, he advised, would take a minimum of 3 to 5 months to prepare. Hitler had continued to toy with the prospect of a detour through the Mediterranean and Africa on the way to world empire, but it was very far from being a priority. Although a number of his senior commanders, notably Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, continued to argue that the Mediterranean and North Africa should be a strategic priority, Hitler's blinkered attention was focused elsewhere. By comparison with Operation Barbarossa, the Mediterranean theater was peripheral to his overriding purpose. Obsessed with the destruction of Bolshevism, he was unable to see that the Axis could deliver a devastating blow to the only country against which he was still at war, by confronting the British in the Middle East before the invasion of Russia. When but only when Barbarossa had been accomplished, would he order the Wehrmacht to advance through the Caucasus to topple the British from the epicenter of their empire. But Italy's humiliation in the desert had forced his hand. On the 18th of January, with the Italian 10th Army on the retreat and the British poised to seize Tobruk, the two dictators met at the Berghof. Though Mussolini's twin humiliations in Greece and Libya were implicitly at the core of their conversations, Hitler, as usual, was once again careful not to patronize his ally. There are no hidden condolences in the air, condolences that Mussolini feared, Ciano noted with relief. Instead, the Führer was careful to maintain the pretense that they were still equal partners in a joint crusade. The reality, however, was obvious to both of them. Mussolini urgently needed military assistance in the desert, and because he was always anxious about the security of his southern flank in Europe, Hitler, who, only a week earlier had issued a Directive 22, insisting that Tripolitania, western Libya, must be held, had little choice but to provide it. The Führer's affable manner towards him and his boundless optimism about the progress of the war reassured and invigorated Mussolini. Presumably mindful of his own recent meeting with Hitler, when he had been treated to a severe dressing down following the Balkan fiasco, Ciano was surprised and relieved that the meeting between the two leaders had been so spontaneously cordial, while Mussolini, according to his son-in-law, returned to Rome, elated as he always is after a meeting with Hitler. The mood in OKW was very different. When Major General Baron von Funk, whom Hitler had charged with overseeing the dispatch of the Wehrmacht units that he had already committed to North Africa, returned from Libya and Rome, he delivered a damning report on the incompetence and feebleness of the Italian military leadership, advising that the position could only be recovered by the dispatch of a further panzer division to the desert. According to Major General Engel, Hitler's adjutant, the Führer seemed shattered by Funk's assessment. It was only now that Hitler began seriously to analyze the full import of an Italian rout. In a key meeting on 3 February he told his most senior commanders that if the Italians were defeated in North Africa, Britain could hold a pistol at Italy's head. The British forces in the Mediterranean would not be tied down. The British would have free use of a dozen divisions. We must make every effort to prevent this. We must render effective assistance in North Africa. It was a pivotal judgment with far-reaching consequences. There was a further disturbing prospect. If the Italians were defeated in North Africa, O'Connor might not only seize Tripoli but very probably advance further west to threaten Tunisia and even Morocco. Faced by this threat, Hitler feared that the Vichy commanders in those two French colonies might opportunistically switch their allegiance from the Axis to the British. In this case, any chance that the Axis might have of securing a stronghold on the western approaches to the Mediterranean or the Atlantic littoral from which, in due course, to confront the United States would be greatly diminished. It was at this point when he saw no other option that Hitler began to grapple seriously with the complexities of embarking on a military campaign in North Africa. Ordered to examine the force levels required to mount a successful operation to prevent the Italians from being driven from their colonial capital and military headquarters in Tripoli, the Führer's senior advisors were soon sharply at odds with one another. A minority, led by Admiral Raeder, supported Funk's plea for more troops and armor to be sent to Libya. But the majority was adamantly opposed to such a commitment to what they regarded as a secondary front. Any such venture, they argued, would compromise the prospects for Barbarossa. The fierce argument in OKW over North Africa closely mirrored the anxious debate within the British High Command which had preceded the decision to divert troops from the Middle East to Greece. It is not hard to detect the historic irony that, at this point in the war, each side fundamentally misinterpreted the principal objective of the other. Churchill's priority was to safeguard the Middle East, Hitler's obsession was the invasion of Russia. While the Prime Minister feared a German démarche through the Caucasus, the Führer was sensitive only to the threat that the British might knock Italy out of the war. Rommel's Afrika Corps was to consist of 2 panzer divisions totaling some .300 tanks, an infantry regiment, and an artillery battalion. They were to fight as a unified force under his command rather than being dispersed among the Italian units. But Hitler's urge to preserve the illusion that North Africa was still Mussolini's battlefront added a further complication which led almost immediately to a dog's breakfast of confusion in the chain of command. It was made clear to Rommel that, on the one hand, his title commander of the German troops in Libya, meant that he would be answerable to OKW and OKH, the Oberkommando des Heers or Army High Command, while, on the other, he would be required to take his battle orders from General Italo Garibaldi, who had replaced Graziani after the latter's ignominious retreat from Egypt, and, through him, to Italy's supreme commander, Tuduce. Rommel soon became adept at playing off these rivalrous authorities against one another, secure in the knowledge that he could appeal over their heads at will to the ultimate authority, the Führer. Rommel landed in Tripoli on 12 February 1941, brazenly resolved to fight his own campaign in his own way. It was immediately clear to him that the Italians were deeply demoralized by their humiliation at the hands of the British. It was no less obvious that the Italians were immediately suspicious of the assertive 40-year-old general who had been foisted on them by Berlin to avert further disasters in the desert. When Rommel outlined his plan of campaign, which he had conceived before his arrival, Garibaldi was unimpressed and said so. Rommel not only ignored his superior officer's advice but proceeded to reconnoiter his chosen battleground in the desert. Unaware that O'Connor had been instructed to advance no further than El Ahila, his forces severely depleted by the redeployment of 4 divisions to Greece, Rommel had selected a salient around Sirte, a small port in an otherwise empty quarter of sand dunes and salt marshes midway between Tripoli and Benghazi, as his frontline defense of the Libyan capital against the expected British onslaught. On 1 March he attempted to fly from Tripoli to Sirte. Soon after takeoff his plane flew into a sandstorm, at which point, he wrote later. The pilot, ignoring my abuse and attempts to get him to fly on, turned back, compelling me to continue the journey by car. Now we realized what little idea we had had of the tremendous force of such a storm. Immense clouds of reddish dust obscured all visibility and forced the car's speed down to a crawl. Sand streamed down the windscreen like water. We gasped in breath painfully through handkerchiefs held over our faces and sweat poured off our bodies in the unbearable heat. So this was the Ghibley sandstorm. Silently I breathed my apologies to the pilot. That evening, protected by the sandstorm which also made it impossible for the raft to frustrate its arrival, the first contingent of the Afrika Corps started to disembark at Tripoli. The advance guard of a 25,000 force equipped with 8,500 vehicles, together with 26,000 tons of supplies, which were to arrive in Libya within the next 2 months. They were at once dispatched to the Sirte front, some 200 miles east of the capital. According to one member of that advance party, Fritz Zimmermann, a gunner with the Afrika Corps, he and his fellow conscripts were elated at the prospect of battle. We wanted an adventure, and nobody thought about getting killed. We were all in high spirits. We made our way to the front through the night. We had to travel without lights, and it was very dangerous. Soon it was daylight and the sun shone in a clear blue sky. The scenery was bleak, all sand and desert. Rommel had devised an ingenious plan to deceive the British into believing that he had many more panzers than had yet arrived. Captain Hans Otto, one of his adjutants, was at the port when Rommel ordered an engineer to build him 150 dummy tanks. The engineer looked stupefied and Rommel asked, "Don't you have timber here in the harbor, and canvas covers for vehicles?" "Yes, sir. So you can give me 150 tanks," replied Rommel. A few days later, scores of converted Volkswagen Panzers formed part of a parade through the city to create the impression that he had a huge military force at his disposal. Rommel was in a hurry. On the 19th of March he flew back to Hitler's headquarters where the army's commander-in-chief, Field Marshal Walther von Brauchitsch, told him that he could not expect any reinforcements in the near future as, for the time being, the Führer had no intention of striking a decisive blow in Africa. However, Brauchitsch was careful to avoid explaining the reason for this, that Operation Barbarossa was now in the final stages of preparation and was to be launched in almost exactly 3 months' time. To mollify Rommel, he advised that, as soon as the 15th Panzer Division had disembarked, scheduled for the end of May, he would very probably be permitted to start an offensive designed to recapture Benghazi. Rommel was undeterred. On the 24th of March, using their great mobility to strike suddenly and swiftly, the panzers captured the British forward position at El Ahila and, with 13th Corps, as the Western Desert Force had been renamed in January, on the retreat, advanced to take Agatabia, which put them within striking distance of Benghazi, less than 100 miles away. The legendary German tanks inspired awe and trepidation among the retreating British troops. "We saw tanks coming over. Wireless aerials with pennants atop, like a field full of lancers," recalled gunner L.E. Tutt of the Essex Yeomanry. Men of the Tower Hamlets went forward to face them in Bren carriers and were virtually destroyed in a matter of minutes. Their bravery was unquestioned, but they should never have been asked to face such odds. Once we pulled out of our positions, the rot seemed to set in. There seemed to be no overall direction. Too many units were on the move at the same time, a mistake which contributed to a growing panic. In his report of the retreat, Wavell wrote, "Our intention was that the armored force should maintain a position from which they would be on the flank of the enemy advance by the main road to Benghazi. Instead, the British defenses crumbled in disarray. It is painful to attempt to describe the muddle in which the column withdrew. Armored cars, trucks and tanks were mixed up without regard to their units, jumbled, jolting forward at a speed which indicated that the panic of the higher command had communicated itself to the troops," one retreating infantryman, Roy Farron, recorded. To make matters worse, O'Connor had been forced to return to Cairo with a stomach ailment. His replacement was Philip Neame, a fellow general who had won a VC in the First World War and a gold medal for rifle shooting at the 1924 Olympics. But, as a staff officer based in Cairo, he had no experience of the desert. He was an ill-chosen and inadequate substitute for O'Connor, who was the only British general capable of rivaling Rommel's guile on the battlefield. On 16 March, Wavell flew up from Cairo to see his new appointee. It was a discouraging encounter. I found Neame pessimistic and asking for all sorts of reinforcements which I hadn't got, Wavell wrote later. And his tactical dispositions were just crazy. I came back anxious and depressed from this visit, but there was nothing much I could do about it. The movement to Greece was in full swing and I had nothing left in the bag. But I had forebodings and my confidence in Neame was shaken. On Wavell's instructions, Neame abandoned Benghazi. On 3 April, advised by an Italian priest who had come out of the town to meet them that the enemy had departed, a German reconnaissance battalion nudged cautiously into the outskirts of the city to discover that the British had indeed left. In the absence of any coherent plan to counter Rommel's sudden assault, the retreat soon became a rout. Suddenly the road was full of vehicles going westwards, with infantry riding on them, Bombardier Dawson recalled. In no time at all we were racing down the road. It was a farce. Roy Farron described the spirals of black smoke which marked the retreat of a defeated army. If a truck broke down, even for a small thing like a puncture, the drivers were afraid to lose the main column by halting to repair it. Instead they put a match to the petrol tank and leapt on a passing vehicle. One of his colleagues, Ray Ellis, detected signs of panic. It seemed that everyone in the Army of the Nile was doing their best to put the greatest distance between themselves and the enemy. Everybody was rushing headlong back to Egypt. Their commanding officers were at a loss. I was surprised at the speed at which Rommel advanced from Tripoli in a full-scale offensive, driving us back, and at their opportunist tactics, their excellent reese, the performance of the battle groups, Brigadier Harding recalled. Rommel had gambled on the gullibility of the British, maintaining the illusion that he had indeed embarked on a full-scale offensive when in reality, as he boasted happily, he was in no position to undertake any such a venture. His bluff had worked. Although the Afrika Corps had been the key to Rommel's triumph, the Italians also played their part though, partly because of his contempt for their commanders, Rommel rarely gave them the credit they deserved. But the fighting spirit of those Italian divisions which were most loyal to the fascist cause was not in doubt. The letters sent home by Lieutenant Pietro Ostellino, a tank officer in the Arite division, to his new wife, reveal a steely commitment. On the eve of Rommel's offensive he wrote that things here are going well and our reoccupation of Cyrenaica, the land which has been in enemy hands, is a matter of days or even hours away. We rush to the front line for the honor of the Patria. You must be proud and offer your suffering to the cause for which your husband is fighting enthusiasm and passion. And a little over a week later, on the 14th, he described, chasing away the English, promising that all would go well, because ours is a holy cause and God is with yous. Even allowing for military censorship, it is unreasonable to suppose that such sentiments were composed merely for the benefit of his senior officers. With Benghazi back under Axis control, Rommel returned to Tripoli, where he was berated violently by Garibaldi for defying orders. Instructed to discontinue all action and undertake no further moves without his express authority, Rommel responded by stating his views plainly and without equivocation. When Garibaldi insisted that he should make no further moves without instructions from Rome, the conversation became somewhat heated. I was not going to stand for it, and said I intended to go on doing what I felt I had to do in whatever situation might arise. This brought the conversation to a climax. At that very moment, a signal arrived Deus Ex Machina from the German High Command, giving me complete freedom of action, and settling the argument exactly as I wanted it. That evening, the 3rd of April, he wrote exultantly to his wife. Dearest Lou. We've been attacking since the YLST with dazzling success. There'll be consternation amongst our masters in Tripoli and Rome, perhaps also in Berlin too. I took the risk against all orders and instructions because the opportunity seemed favorable. No doubt it will all be pronounced good later and they'll say they'd have done exactly the same in my place. The British are falling over each other to get away. Our casualties are small. Our booty can't yet be estimated. You will understand that I can't sleep for happiness. With the British in full retreat from Cyrenaica, Rommel received a telegram from the Führer, congratulating him on his unexpected success and encouraging him to further feats in the desert. But the Führer's mind was already elsewhere. SIX. Dangerous diversions. Do you play poker? Here is the hand that is going to win the war. A royal flush Great Britain, the sea, the air, the Middle East, American aid. YNST en cour Kiel at a dîner party T. He drama in the Balkans on which so much hinged for all the warring parties in the region had started to unfold at extraordinary speed. The apparent threat posed by Britain to his southern flank on the European side of the Mediterranean agitated Hitler far more than the passing thought that Rommel could inflict a devastating blow against the enemy on the African side. What if the British were to succeed in forging a common front with the Greeks and the Yugoslavs? How would Turkey react? Would the Balkan states join the enemy camp? The questions nagged and the Führer had a simple answer to them. If diplomatic brutality failed, the threat would have to be eliminated by military force. It took him very little time to settle on the latter option. On the 25th of March, Paul of Yugoslavia, the Prince Regent, was finally pressurized into joining the tripartite pact which the three Axis powers had signed 6 months earlier. This news prompted a serious riot in Belgrade between the Serbian and Croatian communities. 2 days later, on the 27th of March, Prince Paul was overthrown in a British-supported bloodless coup by the heir to the throne, his 17-year-old cousin Prince Peter II. Rendered incandescent with rage by this impertinence, Hitler ordered the Wehrmacht to cross into Yugoslavia and crush the uprising. As Andrew Roberts has written, the brutality can be gauged by the fact that 17,000 Yugoslavs were killed by the Luftwaffe on a single day, almost as many certified deaths as the RAF were to cause in Dresden in February 1945. On the 6th of April 500,000 German troops marched on Belgrade. After a valiant resistance which lasted 11 days, at a cost of 100,000 Yugoslav casualties, the capital surrendered. At the same time, 10 Wehrmacht divisions 680,000 men with more than 1,000 tanks supported by 700 aircraft blitzed their way from Bulgaria into Greece. Operation Merida, as the invasion was codenamed, had a simple purpose: to complete the task which to his intense anger Mussolini had blindly initiated and hopelessly fumbled. But whereas the Greek army had seen off the Italian invaders, it soon started to disintegrate under the ferocity of the German onslaught. By the 20th of April, which coincided with Hitler's 52nd birthday, 75,000 Greek soldiers had been killed or wounded. On the Tut road, the government in Athens surrendered. By the 27th, the swastika was flying over the Acropolis. By this time, Wavell had already ordered the Allied commander in Greece, Henry Maitland Wilson, to evacuate all British troops. As wiser military heads in London had predicted, they had been swept aside by the German blitzkrieg, outnumbered, outgunned, and not for lack of courage outfought as well. The retreat was perilous. The Luftwaffe had virtually destroyed the port at Piraeus, forcing the escaping units to make for the beaches to scramble aboard a waiting flotilla of Royal Navy ships, fishing smacks, and even Sunderland flying boats. Alan Moorhead, who had witnessed horrible carnage at the front, observed the evacuation. On the beaches, the British set about destroying the last of their equipment, putting bullets into car tires, ramming shells the wrong way down gun barrels and firing the charges, smashing engines with crowbars, draining oil sumps and leaving the motors running, plunging vehicles over cliffs, shooting horses, firing dumps of munitions, oil and food. As the troops marched to the ships they came under concentrated enemy fire. The order went out. Don't take shelter, or if you do you will be left behind. Carry your wounded and leave your dead. A bleak communique issued from Cairo on the 1st of May did not attempt to conceal the scale of the disaster. The enemy, by the employment of greatly superior numbers, had obtained complete command of the air. Consequently, re-embarkation had to take place from open beaches against continuous enemy pressure on land and heavy and repeated attacks from the air. Rear guards which cover this withdrawal may have to sacrifice themselves to secure the re-embarkation of others. Remarkably, some 43,000 men managed to escape, though 15,000 soldiers, a quarter of the original cohort, were either killed, wounded or captured along with the tanks and heavy weapons which had not already been destroyed in battle or on the beaches. The evacuation fully earned its grim portrayal as a second Dunkirk. Militarily the venture had been a fiasco, a disaster that had been foreseen and repeatedly foretold. As Wavell noted ruefully in his later dispatch, the expedition to Greece was ill-starred. Something in the nature of a gamble, the dice were loaded against it from the first. However, the gamble was a classic example of the Clausewitzian dictum that war is a mere continuation of politics by other means. Still wholly unaware that the Führer's obsessive and overriding priority was the invasion of Russia, Churchill's strategic objective had been, as Hitler had suspected, to form a defensive bloc with the triumvirate of Greece, Yugoslavia and Turkey. But his immediate intention had not been, as Hitler feared, to assault the Führer's southern flank but to establish a bulwark against any German move on the Middle East. It had been a forlorn objective, based on faulty intelligence, a misreading of the political dynamic in all three countries, and a failure by British diplomats to stitch together even the most threadbare canopy under which the three target nations would all be willing to shelter. Nevertheless, after the debacle, even as the remnants of the British task force scrambled to escape, he was rewarded, on the 1st of May, with a remarkably generous message from the President. You have done not only heroic but very useful work in Greece. And 3 days later, on the 4th of May, he cabled again to express the admiration which the American people hold towards your generals, admirals, airmen and sailors who fought in Greece and are now fighting in the Mediterranean and Africa. Of greater material utility, he also promised that supplies insofar as they are available here are to be rushed to the Middle East. 30 ships are now being mobilized to go within the next 3 weeks to the Middle East. I know of your determination to win on that front and we shall do everything that we possibly can to help you. Churchill's decision to explain the raison d'etre for the Greek enterprise in advance to his American sponsor had paid off handsomely. That this support was to be provided through the mechanism of the new Lend-Lease Bill, which on paper at least imposed strict terms of trade on the British government, did not distract from Churchill's satisfaction at this reassuring outcome. The Prime Minister's transatlantic antennae were highly tuned to the political mood music in Washington. Almost 3 months earlier, during the same weekend at Ditchley Park at which his Director of Military Operations, Kennedy, had expressed his grave reservations about the Greek venture, Churchill had opined that the Americans were moving into the war by sentiment, though he added Delphically, I could make out a very strong case why it would pay America to keep out. At dinner that evening he held up his hand with the fingers spread out and asked his guests rhetorically, do you play poker? Here is the hand that is going to win the war. A royal flush, Great Britain, the sea, the air, the Middle East, American aid. He could not have known it beforehand, but he could now comfort himself that he had pulled one chestnut at least from the Greek inferno. This commitment may have owed something to the sentiment that nestled in the presidential breast, but it assuredly owed rather more to a hard-headed calculation of America's own strategic interests in a worsening conflict. Roosevelt realized that the growing Axis threat in the Atlantic from the rapidly expanding U-boat flotillas posed a grave challenge to America's national security. Distasteful though the prospect remained to most American citizens, the United States was being drawn ineluctably closer to war. Roosevelt grew increasingly frustrated. In a blunt letter to an isolationist, he wrote, slowly and in spite of anything we Americans do or do not do, It looks as if you and some other good people are going to have to answer the old question of whether you want to keep your country unshackled by taking even more definite steps to do so, even firing shots, or, on the other hand, submitting to be shackled for the sake of not losing one American life. And in a brusque letter to another isolationist in Congress, James O'Connor, he demanded, "When will you Irishmen ever get over hating England? Remember that if England goes down, Ireland goes down too. Ireland has a better chance for complete independence if democracy survives in the world than if Hitlerism supersedes it. Do stop thinking in terms of ancient hatreds and think of the future." Later in May, he took the political risk of warning the American people that unless the advance of Hitlerism is checked now, the Western Hemisphere will be within range of the Nazi weapons of destruction. In his correspondence with the president, Churchill repeatedly laced his pleas for military assistance with eloquent attempts to cast the struggle against the Nazis in terms which presented the Mediterranean theater as pivotal to victory and the loss of the Middle East as a catastrophe for the United States. But despite Churchill's persistence and his own sentiment, the president refused to be harried into a formal declaration of belligerence against Germany. Although American opinion was starting to shift in favor of military intervention, he had no doubt that the electorate would resist being hustled into what was still widely regarded as Britain's war. In the meantime, Rommel had not been idle. Hardly pausing at Benghazi, he pressed on across the desert towards Tobruk and the Egyptian border. The blistering speed of his advance left General Nimes frozen both tactically and psychologically in the headlights of the advancing panzers. Unable to seize the initiative, he was also incapable of masterminding the retreat, while his adversary never paused or relented but was always near the front, goading his commanders into more aggressive and rapid action. On the 8th of April, in one of his almost daily letters to his wife, Rommel wrote, "We've been attacking for days now in the endless desert and have lost all idea of space or time. Things are going very well. Our main force, the 15th Panzer Division, is on its way up after a 22-mile march over the sand and rock of the desert. I flew back from the front yesterday to look for them and found them in the desert. You can hardly imagine how pleased I was. I'm very well. You need never worry." He omitted to report that in the space of 2 days he had narrowly missed death when his plane came under enemy fire. To get a bird's-eye view of the confusion on the battlefield, he frequently took to the air in his Stork, a reconnaissance aircraft that could fly at very low speed and land almost anywhere. On the 7th of April he flew low over the desert, trying to distinguish his own forces from those of the enemy. Looking down, he noted long black columns of vehicles which he took for one of his own armored brigades. Several men laid out a landing cross between the vehicles. At the last moment I suddenly spotted the flat helmets of the British troops. We immediately banked and made off, followed by machine gun fire from the British troops. We were lucky to get away practically unscathed, with only one hit in the tail. The next day he was almost a victim of friendly fire. Flying no more than 150 feet above the desert, he approached an Italian battalion. The Italians had evidently never seen a Stork before, and, when he was little more than 50 yards away, they opened fire from all directions. It was a miracle that we were not shot down, he wrote later, and it did not speak well for Italian marksmanship. In the chaos of the British retreat, the two armies often became entangled as they got lost in the dust and the dark. One of Rommel's intelligence officers, Captain Berendt, described an occasion on the road to Derna, about halfway between Benghazi and Tobruk, when he and the army commander encountered a British soldier with his broken-down motorbike. The dispatch rider asked if they were heading for the 3rd British Armored Brigade. Berendt confirmed that this was indeed their destination. He got into my car, and after a while he said, "Strange car." "Yes, you are right, this is a German car, and we are Germans," I replied. All he said was, "Oh." I admired him for his coolness. As the rout accelerated, Wavell, who was still masterminding the deployment to Greece but had also only just arrived back from the Eritrean front, flew hurriedly to Nimes' headquarters at Derna. I soon realized that Nimes had lost control and was making no effort to regain it by the only possible means, going forward personally. No one seemed to have much idea where our own troops or the enemy were. After the meeting, Wavell discussed the crisis with Harding, who was serving as Niem's chief of staff. By his own account, Harding begged Wavell to send O'Connor back to the desert to take over from Niem. O'Connor, who respected Niem, was reluctant to step into his colleague's shoes at such short notice and when very little could be done to alter the immediate course of events. Instead, therefore, Wavell agreed that O'Connor should hold Niem's hand, which Harding judged to be a mistake. As it was, their collaboration would be short-lived. Although the British did their best to dodge marauding panzer units, it was a perilous flight from Benghazi across Cyrenaica towards the Egyptian border. The going was rough with scrub and some wadis, recalled Captain William Bolton of the Royal Horse Artillery, RAW. It wasn't possible to spread out and we moved head to tail. Thank God there was no air interference. Navigating their way across towards the coast, they were dismayed to receive orders diverting them to a desert outpost called Mekili. As dusk fell, they stopped for a brew up. After a while, a huge staff car came up and the chap inside asked where we were going. When we told him, he said, "You had better hurry because Mekili is under attack." In that car were Generals Niem and O'Connor. Not long afterwards they went into the bag. We were the last to see them before that happened. Later that night, the 7th of April, the two British generals lost their way. In the early hours of the following day their conspicuous Cadillac was intercepted by a detachment of German motorcyclists reconnoitering the German advance. Captain Behrendt was present at the scene and noted nonchalantly, "We reached Derna, picking up on our way British soldiers and generals, amongst them the famous General O'Connor who had defeated the Italians at Sidi Barrani, and General Niem and other officers and men." Niem and O'Connor were taken into captivity and confined to an Italian POW camp. "It was a great shock and I never thought it would happen to me. Very conceited perhaps, but it was miles beyond our own front," O'Connor wrote later. "It was a loss that Wavell could ill afford. This tragic accident," the historian Corelli Barnett wrote, "robbed the British of the greatest of all their desert generals." With an officer class lacking experience, talent, or the proven qualities of leadership so urgently required, no one of similar caliber was readily available to replace the one general with the flair, imagination, and bravado to match Rommel. By now the panzers were only a little over 200 miles from the Egyptian border, and which was of even greater import, they were threatening to surround Tobruk. In a vainglorious moment of exultation, Rommel signaled OKW that the strategically important port would soon be in German hands. The seizure of Tobruk would not only remove the British from a military stronghold from which they could threaten any further Axis advance towards Egypt, but it would play a part, albeit a modest part, in easing Rommel's growing logistical predicament. The Afrika Korps had now advanced more than 700 miles from Tripoli but was still dependent on the Libyan capital for the stockpiles of fuel, weaponry, ammunition, equipment, food and all the other stores essential to sustain a fighting force of more than 15,000 troops in the desert. The further and faster Rommel advanced from Tripoli, the more fragile and tenuous the lengthening supply line became and, like a taut elastic band, it was now stretched close to its limits. The task of maintaining a flow of supplies across so long a distance over such difficult terrain would have been challenging at any time. In war, with the threat of counter-attacks on the ground and bombardment from the air and sea, it was so daunting that only the boldest commander would hazard the extreme risks entailed in sustaining a major offensive so far from the relative security of his main base. Rommel was disposed to take such risks, but the capture of Tobruk would immeasurably enhance his prospects of advancing into Egypt to seize Alexandria, Cairo, and the Nile Delta. Well aware of all this possibility but by no means beholden to the totemic status which Tobruk was soon to acquire, Wavell decided that it was essential to prevent Rommel's purpose. To this end, troops were rushed from Alexandria by sea and by road. As soon as they arrived they were ordered to dig in on the shallow escarpment which formed the town's defensive perimeter. Driver Bill Hutton, with the RAW, tried to do as he had been instructed. "I got a pick and shovel and it was just like rock. I hit the ground and sparks flew up from my pick. I thought, to hell with it, made up my bed and went to sleep. I woke up next morning and some cocky chap came along and said, 'We're the last in, Rommel's out there with his panzers.' 'Who's Rommel, and what's a panzer?' I asked. On the 10th of April, Wavell's decision to hold Tobruk was endorsed by the prime minister, who had been greatly agitated by the precipitous retreat from Benghazi. Unable to resist giving his commander-in-chief the benefit of his advice, Churchill not only wrote to inform Wavell that Rommel would have great difficulty in taking Tobruk, but advised, with an intensity that was not warranted by any clear military imperative, that it seems to be a place to be held to the death without thought of retirement. The next day Wavell flew up to Tobruk to see for himself. He was met by Brigadier Harding, who, in the forced absence of O'Connor and Neame, was doing his best to buttress the town's defenses. Wavell asked if it would be possible to keep Rommel at bay. Harding replied, "I think we can hold it provided the Navy can keep us supplied and Rommel doesn't wheel a mass of heavy tanks and attack us." According to Harding, Wavell then said hold it, and immediately afterwards took a piece of foolscap paper and wrote out a directive to that effect. The C&C then returned to Cairo. But he must have had second thoughts, because when he got back to his headquarters in the capital, he cabled London to warn that it would be very difficult to hold Tobruk against a determined enemy onslaught. Much put out by this apparent U-turn, Churchill drafted a curt riposte insisting that it was unthinkable that the fortress of Tobruk should be abandoned without offering the most prolonged resistance. Happily, as this message was about to be sent, Churchill received word that, despite his reservations, Wavell had just reaffirmed his decision to hold Tobruk. The prime ministerial reproof was swiftly recovered from the outre and consigned to the archives. But this suppressed contretemps foreshadowed a far more serious outbreak of hostilities between London and Cairo. For Wavell, whose overriding priority was the protection of Egypt, Tobruk was of little strategic importance. So long as the Royal Navy and the RAF could interdict the maritime supply route to the port, it mattered little whether or not the town itself was in British hands. For Churchill, however, the town had a symbolic importance that far exceeded its military significance. In his mind, Tobruk epitomized Britain's resilience and resolve. So when Wavell was unwise enough to refer to the Tobruk salient in technically correct but somewhat casual terms, he was sternly rebuked by the Prime Minister. "We feel it vital that Tobruk should be regarded as a sally port and not, please, as an excrescence." With Washington always on his mind, Churchill sent an upbeat telegram to Roosevelt on 1 April, reiterating his commitment to Tobruk as an invaluable bridgehead. A few weeks later, in conversation with Averell Harriman, who had been sent to London by Roosevelt as his special representative, Churchill went much further. Tobruk, he avowed, was crucial to the protection of Egypt and the Suez Canal, and therefore to the entire Middle East. Were the Middle East to be lost, he explained, Spain, Vichy France and Turkey would embrace the Axis powers and a robot new order would be created in a world in which Hitler dominated all Europe, Asia, and Africa. This, he warned, would give the United States and ourselves no option but an unwilling peace. To invest Tobruk with such pivotal significance was to transform a modest port of limited utility into a political symbol of global moment and emblematic albatross which would weigh heavily indeed in the months ahead. By the 11th of April, with a characteristic contempt for caution, Rommel had accelerated his offensive to such effect that he had driven the British back to the Egyptian frontier at Salem, from where O'Connor had started his onslaught against the Italians 4 months earlier with one panzer division and encircled Tobruk with another. Although his progress had been hampered by lack of fuel and supplies, by sickness and disease, by breakdowns and repairs, by units which went astray and got lost in the desert, he had nonetheless advanced 400 miles in little over a fortnight. To maintain the momentum, he even flew over the Axis columns, dropping notes to his hard-pressed troops which read, "If you don't get a move on, I'll land Rommel." He had broken every rule of conventional warfare. He had imperiled his supply lines. He had defied his superiors, who were aghast at the rashness of his blitzkrieg, and with the tacit support of Goebbels, who was mesmerized by his buccaneering spirit, he had even dared to circumvent a clear instruction from the Führer himself, issued on the 2nd of April, that there should be no full-scale offensive. And against the odds, he had triumphed. So far, it had been a spectacular coup. Now, however, he succumbed to hubris. Allowing himself to believe that the British would abandon Tobruk, he expected to seize the town without meeting significant resistance. Without taking the elementary precaution of reconnoitering the surrounding terrain or the defenses which the British had hurriedly erected around the town, he was unaware that the 30,000 British and Australian troops entrenched within its perimeter, some of whom, in what Wavell described as race against time, had just arrived from Alexandria by sea, had no intention of surrendering Churchill's Sally Port. When the Afrika Corps, led by the 5th Light Division, tried to force an entry into the town from the south, it met far stiffer resistance than Rommel had imagined and was forced to retreat. Undeterred, he sent his troops into battle again the next day when, once again, the British in the form of the 9th Australian Division, which had only recently arrived from the United Kingdom, held them at bay. Their commanding officer, General Leslie Morshead, who was nicknamed Ming the Merciless on account of the demands he made of his men, instructed, "There'll be no Dunkirk here. If we should have to get out, we shall fight our way out. There is to be no surrender and no retreat." Instead of facing what should have been a self-evident truth that his reckless progress had left him with too few men to capture the fortress and not enough supplies to nourish their needs, Rommel still behaved as though the capture of Tobruk were imminent. Accordingly, he repeatedly sent his tanks and infantry over the wire, with scant regard for either their lives or the chances of taking the town, which his superiors at OKW had correctly judged to be a mission impossible. They swiftly ran up against the Royal Horse Artillery and soldiers such as Lance Sergeant Harold Harper. The tanks carne over the ridge, probably about 600 yards away, which rather shook us as we were used to firing at 800, 900, or 1,000 yards, he recalled. They didn't attack in strength. The firing was almost incessant. It was rather like a cup tie when you knocked out a tank, everybody cheered. I think we managed to knock out 3 or 4 before they retired. There was hand-to-hand fighting as well. An NCO with the 9th Australian Division watched a bayonet charge which demoralized the enemy, and those who escaped were driven back through the wire. We kept on firing through the night. We had been told to stick there and we did. Joachim Schorm, a lieutenant in the 5th Panzer Regiment, which formed a corps part of the 5th Light Division, described the mayhem which Rommel's foolhardiness had inflicted on his troops. Some of our tanks are already on fire. The crews call for doctors, who dismount to help in this witch's cauldron. Enemy anti-tank units fall on us with their machine guns firing into our midst. Our own anti-tank guns and 88s are almost deserted, the crews lying silent beside them. Now comes the gap and the ditch. The vehicle almost gets stuck but manages to extricate itself with great difficulty. With their last reserves of energy, the crew gets out of range and returns to camp. Rommel had driven his troops to the limits of endurance but, enthralled to his obsession with the conquest of Egypt, he refused to admit failure. In the early hours of the 14th of April he launched another foolhardy attempt to breach the perimeter wire. In a ferocious battle, his tanks and infantry were repelled yet again, losing 16 out of 38 tanks to the concentrated fire of the Royal Horse Artillery's 25-pounders in the process. Wavell reported that the Australians had captured 250 Germans, many of them apparently weeping with despair. Their morale is definitely low, he added. Churchill commented, perhaps it was because their morale and expectations had been so high that they wept. In letters to his wife during April, Rommel sustained his self-delusion that Tobruk was about to fall. However, on the 22nd, an intriguing note of reality crept into a letter which one of his adjutants, Major Schraepler, wrote to Frau Rommel about the worrying days that her husband had to endure in this period. We have too few German forces and can do nothing with the Italians. They either do not come forward at all, or if they do, run at the first shot. If an Englishman, so much as comes in sight, their hands go up. You will understand, madam, how difficult this makes the command for your husband. On the 1st of May, Rommel finally came to terms with reality and called off the assault. By this time, most of his troops were at the point of exhaustion and many of his senior officers could no longer refrain from voicing their dismay at his style of leadership. Among the latter, Major General Kirchheim had already complained formally to General Halder, head of the Army General Staff. For days Rommel has given none of us a clear report, he wrote. I feel, however, that the thing has gone from bad to worse. It appears from reports of officers coming from the front, as well as from personal letters, that Rommel is, in no way up to his command duties. All day long he races about between his widely scattered forces, ordering raids and dissipating his troops. Rommel's progress had not only been thwarted at Tobruk. A tenacious stand by the British on the border at Salem had forced him to call a halt on the Egyptian frontier as well. Although the main British line of defense was now well back from the border at Mersa Matruh, Rommel was now dangerously, if not critically, overextended. Recognizing this, OKW instructed him to suspend his campaign, nor was he to renew either the offensive against Egypt or the assault on Tobruk until ordered to do so. Halder, who loathed Rommel, dispatched General Friedrich Paulus, a senior staff officer who was later to lead the German assault on Stalingrad, to bring the errant desert commander to heel. Perhaps he is the only one who can exercise his personal influence on this officer, who has gone mad, Halder noted. Paulus was one of Rommel's few old friends among the staff officers at OKW, but, on his return to Berlin, even he reported that Rommel had seriously misjudged the situation in North Africa. More especially, he had failed to take adequate account of the acute supply problems by which he had now ensnared himself. His inability to seize the port of Tobruk, the acquisition of which, with its capacity to offload up to 20,000 tons a month, would to some extent have alleviated this predicament, meant that the logistical challenge he now faced was quite extraordinarily daunting. The Afrika Korps required 30,000 tons of supplies a month. The Italians, military and civilian combined, needed a further 100,000 tons. But the port at Tripoli could only handle 45,000 tons a month, and Benghazi, which had a theoretical capacity of 35,000 tons, was under frequent bombardment from the Ray. To make matters worse, the Royal Navy held sway in the Mediterranean, posing a constant threat to the supply convoys on the hazardous crossing between Italy and North Africa. The supplies offloaded at Tripoli were transported by a fleet of 3,600 trucks shuttling back and forth between the Libyan capital and the front, a round trip of more than 2,000 miles across bone-crunching terrain in scorching heat. Moreover, these vehicles, which consumed 75 liters of fuel a day each, a total of almost 6,000 tons a month, were a further drain on scarce resources. As a result, Rommel's forces were chronically short of the means required to maintain his army's capacity to wage war, which left him little choice but to bide his time. However, he had already achieved one important objective. By forcing the issue against the British in the desert, he also forced it upon the attention of OKW and Hitler. In the process, he had almost accidentally demonstrated that, so far from being a strategic backwater, the Mediterranean was potentially a pivotal theater in the Second World War. 7. Trouble at home and away. I am sure that you, better than anyone else, must realize how difficult it is for a soldier to advise against a bold offensive plan. One lays oneself open to charges of defeatism, of inertia, or even of cold feet. It takes a lot of moral courage not to be afraid of being thought afraid. Sir John Dill to Winston Churchill. April 1941 had been a cruel month for the British. With N. Rommel on the warpath in the desert and the Wehrmacht slicing through Greece, morale in the higher echelons of the Imperial General Staff had fallen sharply. It was clear to his colleagues that the SIGs, General Dill, was worn and anxious, so tired mentally, on one occasion, that he could not concentrate on the papers for cabinet. Many of his staff officers were under similar stress. Overstretched and overworked, they were under a constant barrage of what, according to the Director of Military Operations John Kennedy, they regarded as unsound and impractical propositions emanating from a hyperactive and intemperate Prime Minister. In these testing days, it did not take much to incur Churchill's wrath, especially if your name was Archibald Wavell. On the 24th of April, while Rommel was still pressing the assault on Tobruk, the C&C, Middle East, sent the chiefs of staff a note to warn that most of the troops under his command were not battle-worthy, being either unsuitable or insufficiently equipped. We are fighting, as we have done since the beginning of this war, with improvisations and insufficiencies. Included with this memorandum was a copy of an intensely secret document, spelling out his worst possible case strategy. The theoretical assumption in this paper was that Rommel was unstoppable and that Egypt would fall to the enemy. In this eventuality, Wavell intended to evacuate his troops to Sudan, or overland to Palestine, or by sea to other destinations. It would not necessarily mean the end of the war, but it would be a grave setback indeed. Nonetheless, Kennedy regarded the document as merely soldierly precautions. There was no question of a secret Achilles heel of pessimism. 3 days later, on the 27th of April, Kennedy was invited to stay the night at Chequers. At dinner, the Prime Minister asked him for his assessment of the situation in Egypt. Kennedy argued that it was vital to cut the German means of communications both across the Mediterranean and through the desert from Tripoli. Otherwise, he warned, the Germans could assault Egypt from both the east and west, in which case it would be impossible to hold the line. To ensure against that risk, 5 armored divisions would be required, reinforcements that unfortunately were unavailable. This unpalatable analysis provoked Churchill's immediate wrath. Churchill flushed at this, and lost his temper, Kennedy recalled. His eyes flashed and he shouted, Wavell has 400,000 men. If they lose Egypt, blood will flow. I will have shooting parties to shoot the generals. By now Kennedy was well aware that among the Prime Minister's idiosyncrasies was a tendency to relieve his feelings of exasperation with such outbursts. But when Churchill went on to accuse Kennedy of defeatism, by even contemplating the loss of Egypt, the latter had difficulty controlling his own anger. Unlike so many of his senior colleagues, who were prone to retreat under prime ministerial fire, the Director of Military Operations chose instead to refer the Prime Minister to Wavell's worst case strat, e.g. which he presumed wrongly had been placed before him. This comes as a flash of lightning to me. I have never heard such ideas, Churchill exclaimed in even greater rage. War is a contest of wills. It is pure defeatism to speak as you have done. The next day, Churchill sent a dyspeptic directive to his chiefs of staff. The loss of Egypt and the Middle East would be a disaster of the first magnitude to Great Britain, second only to successful invasion and final conquest. It is to be impressed upon all ranks, especially the highest, that the life and honor of Great Britain depends upon the successful defense of Egypt. For once, this grandiloquent volley of prime ministerial fire did not intimidate the chiefs, who responded by defending Wavell for preparing a worst possible case, and advising that it was now essential to devise ways of blocking the Suez Canal to thwart Rommel's eastward progress were this theoretical prospect to be realized. Tension between Churchill and his commanders both in Whitehall and in the Middle East was inevitable, but their disputes were never fiercer than during this anxious period. It is notable, though, that in contrast with modern British political conflicts, none of the antagonisms that rose to the surface appear to have been animated by personal enmity or trivial rivalry. All those involved were facing great dilemmas with grave implications, the scale of which were matters of properly disputed conjecture. Thus, when the chiefs of staff came under renewed pressure from Churchill to send further reinforcements to the Middle East, Dill was goaded to respond forcefully on their behalf, warning on 6 May that it would be premature to discount the threat of a German invasion of Britain, that German successes in the Balkans and Libya had demonstrated the paramountcy of the Wehrmacht's armored forces supported by a powerful air force, and that to provide the requisite number of armored divisions and tank brigades to give security to the United Kingdom, it would be necessary to suspend the flow of additional tanks and armaments to the Middle East. Dill went on to challenge Churchill on the nub of the issue. The loss of Egypt would be a calamity which I do not regard as likely, and one which we would not accept without a most desperate fight, but it would not end the war. A successful invasion alone spells our final defeat. It is the United Kingdom therefore and not Egypt which is vital, and the defense of the United Kingdom must take first place. Egypt is not even second in order of priority, for it has been an accepted principle in our strategy that in the last resort the security of Singapore comes before that of Egypt. Yet the defenses of Singapore are still considerably below standard. Churchill's reaction was scathing and incredulous. I gather you would be prepared to face the loss of Egypt and the Nile Valley, together with the surrender or ruin of the army of 500,000 we have concentrated there, rather than lose Singapore. I do not take that view, he replied on 13 May. Instead, offering a great hostage to fortune, he went much further, asserting that the defense of Singapore would need only a very small fraction of the troops required to protect the Nile Valley. That were Japan to enter the war, it would not be to besiege Singapore at the outset, and in a reminder of how much strategic and diplomatic capital he had invested in wooing Roosevelt, that in these circumstances the United States would in all probability come to our side. For once, the usually emollient Siggs held his ground. I am sure that you, better than anyone else, must realize how difficult it is for a soldier to advise against a bold offensive plan, he wrote in a pained rebuke. One lays oneself open to charges of defeatism, of inertia, or even of cold feet. Human nature being what it is, there is a natural tendency to acquiesce in a defensive plan of doubtful merit rather than to face such charges. It takes a lot of moral courage not to be afraid of being thought afraid. The Prime Minister refrained from replying to this plea for better understanding, nor did he indude it in his voluminous memoirs, contenting himself instead by preening that he had no difficulty in convincing my political colleagues. My views therefore prevailed, and the flow of reinforcements to the Middle East continued unabated. Of course, Churchill was arrogant and imperious, but, as so often, his refusal to accept military logic and instead to gamble against the odds put his genius to the test, and on this occasion it was not found wanting. Even Kennedy, the most outspoken of Churchill's military advisers, was swift to concede later that, despite the effects of his constant bludgeonstrokes on our daily work, he and his colleagues never ceased to be aware of his stature or to feel other than deeply privileged to serve him. He towered over us all like a colossus. Towards the end of May, reports from all fronts made dire reading. Crete was under assault from an airborne German invasion. Syria was at the point of collapsing into Hitler's embrace. An uprising in Iraq had not yet been crushed. Greece was lost, and Rommel hovered menacingly on the Egyptian border. As yet unaware that the Wehrmacht was about to invade the Soviet Union, Churchill's military advisers feared that the pincer movement they had long feared might very soon throttle the Middle East. Burdened by the gravity of these threats, the Prime Minister chose to place the blame on Wavell. Though his axe would not fall for another month, he decided that the Middle East C&C should be sacked. Deploying a graceless metaphor, made even less attractive by the fact that it was not written in the heat of the moment but with the benefit of hindsight, he later wrote, "It might be said we had ridden the willing horse to a standstill." Unaware of Churchill's decision, the willing horse was devoting all his attention to the alarming situation which now promised to engulf his command. I was threatened with having to undertake operations simultaneously in no fewer than 5 theaters, with my resources in men and material very seriously depleted by the losses in Greece. To deal with these many responsibilities my resources were completely inadequate, he wrote with grim frustration. His predicament was in no way ameliorated by the unrelenting torrent of advice, exhortation and instruction Churchill inflicted on him, second-guessing his strategic and operational judgment. Flailing around for a way of escape, the Prime Minister demanded action on all fronts, often using language so fierce that it would surely have driven a lesser man than Wavell to despair. If the Greek debacle had sapped Wavell's morale, Crete gave him no respite. The defense of the island was led by Major General Bernard Freyberg, the British-born commander of the New Zealand Expeditionary Force. Nicknamed the Salamander by Churchill for his legendary eagerness to face enemy fire, he had already earned a VC and 3 DSOs in the First World War for his courage in combat, notably at Gallipoli. No one doubted his resolve, but the forces available to him were pitiful. A total of 30,000 men, 15,000 of whom were a motley collection of battle-weary evacuees from Greece who had left their equipment behind on the beaches. He had virtually no artillery and only a score of elderly RAF fighters with which to protect this strategically significant outpost. Despite this, his men put up far greater resistance to the airborne Armada Operation Merkur that Hitler unleashed against Crete on the 20th of May than OKW had predicted. Nonetheless, at the end of a week during which more than 700 aircraft, including 430 bombers, had dropped some 25,000 soldiers on the island, the New Zealanders were at bay. The Royal Navy, under the command of Admiral Andrew Cunningham, swept back and forth between Crete and the mainland, intercepting, sinking or scattering several flotillas of fishing boats laden with German troops. But Cunningham's ships came under heavy bombardment from the Luftwaffe, which, in the space of 2 days, 22 and the 23rd of May, managed to sink 2 cruisers and 3 destroyers as well as seriously damaging the battleship Warspite. Such heavy losses led Cunningham to conclude that he could not afford to risk any further vessels in the defense of Crete without jeopardizing his ability to protect other vital areas in the eastern Mediterranean. On the 26th, Freyberg signaled Wavell in Cairo that it was impossible for his men any longer to endure the concentrated bombing that the Luftwaffe had inflicted on them over the previous week. He added gallantly, "I feel that I should tell you that from an administrative point of view the difficulties of extricating this force in full are insuperable. The troops we have, with the exception of the Welsh Regiment and the Commandos, are past any offensive action. If you decide, in view of the whole Middle East position, that ours will help, we will carry on." When this news was passed on to Churchill, he cabled solicitously, "Your glorious defense commands admiration in every land. We know the enemy is hard-pressed. All aid in our power is being sent." This do-or-die missive was false in 2 respects. The enemy had endured serious casualties but was by no means hard-pressed, nor was further aid on its way. Indeed, though Churchill simultaneously instructed Wavell, "Victory in Crete essential at this turning point in the war. Keep hurling in all aid you can," the Middle East commander-in-chief knew that all was already lost and that he had little choice but to ignore the Prime Minister's command. On the 28th, he ordered Freyberg to evacuate Crete forthwith, an operation that was so fraught with danger that it had soon to be called off. Too many ships had been crippled or sunk by the Luftwaffe and too many sailors and soldiers had been massacred by a sustained bombardment which left the decks of British destroyers and cruisers awash with blood. In all, 5,000 soldiers and sailors had been killed, wounded or were missing in action, while 12,000 men were stranded on the beaches, to be taken into German custody. For their part, the Germans had been badly bruised, losing 5,670 paratroopers and with more than 350 planes put out of action. That this elite force should have suffered such heavy losses came as a shock to Berlin, and the Nazi leadership reacted with characteristic brutality. In retaliation for their alleged collaboration with the enemy, the Luftwaffe's commander-in-chief, Hermann Göring, authorized the mass execution of Cretan villagers. Hitler himself was so affected by the losses that he came to regard all airborne operations as a hostage to fortune which should not be risked again. Nonetheless, in strategic terms, the German victory posed an additional threat to the British. Should they choose to make full use of Crete's facilities, the Luftwaffe was now in an even more powerful position to challenge the British in the eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. Pumped up by their success, senior officers in the Luftwaffe started to canvass ambitious plans for seizing control of the entire theater. Colonel Gunther Korten, a staff officer attached to 4 Air Fleet, proposed an island-hopping operation, from Greece to Crete, Rhodes and Cyprus, then on to Alexandria, Beirut, Haifa and Jaffa. Arguing that this would not only give Germany command over the eastern Mediterranean, but open the way for the German army to advance in North Africa and strike at the heart of the British Empire in India, he convinced Göring, who, with Hitler's endorsement, gave the go-ahead for the island-hopping project. On the 18th of April, OKW formally approved this change in strategy. Greece was to become the launch pad for an aerial bombardment of Alexandria and Suez. A lesser man than Wavell would have been drowned by the cascade of military crises which befell him between April and May 1941. On the eve of the German invasion of Greece and with his own forces reeling before Rommel in the desert, he was confronted by yet another challenge which posed an immediate and fundamental threat to Britain's capacity even to prosecute the war in the Middle East or the Mediterranean. On the 1st of April, an Iraqi general, Rashid Ali, led a military coup d'état against the pro-British regime in Baghdad. Iraq had been a British colony until 1930, when it formally became an independent kingdom, though ruled by a branch of the Hashemite royal family which had been placed on the throne by the British. Its location made it an important conduit between Egypt and the jewel in Britain's imperial crown, India. Of even greater significance and more immediate moment, the British forces protecting the Mediterranean and the Middle East depended entirely on oil from Iran and the Iraqi oil fields at Mosul and Kirkuk. Without this lifeline, the empire's army, navy and air force would have been paralyzed. Accordingly, the terms imposed by Britain on Iraq at the time of independence required Baghdad to permit British troops to transit Iraq and, in the event of war, to give all aid, including the use of railways, rivers, ports and airfields to the British government. In addition, Baghdad undertook to protect the pipelines carrying the oil from the British refineries in Iraq to Haifa and the Mediterranean. Reflecting a growing resentment at these constraints on Iraq's right to self-determination, Rashid Ali's uprising dramatically put at jeopardy Britain's entire strategy in the region. Within days the nationalist leader suspended the flow of oil from Mosul and Kirkuk. On the 18th of April, by which time Rommel had laid siege to Tobruk and the swastika had been raised over Athens, an Indian brigade, the vanguard of the 10th Division en route from Delhi, landed at Basra. In response, Rashid Ali assembled an Iraqi force of 9,000 men and besieged Britain's military base at Habaniya, which housed 9,000 civilians and was protected by a total of 2,000 imperial troops. Habaniya's principal role had been to train newly recruited RAF pilots, who honed their skills over the desert in a collection of elderly biplanes. Hoping to avert a military clash, Wavell intended to negotiate a face-saving compromise with Rashid Ali to avoid diverting troops from other hard-pressed fronts to secure Iraq. On the 4th of May, however, with skirmishes around Habaniya threatening to topple into all-out combat, he was overruled by Churchill, who cabled, "The security of Egypt remains paramount. But is essential to do all in our power to save Habaniya and to control the pipeline to the Mediterranean." Next day, Wavell protested in the bluntest terms he had yet used. "Your message," he wrote, "takes little account of realities. You must face facts. I feel it my duty to warn you in the gravest possible terms that I consider the prolongation of fighting in Iraq will seriously endanger the defense of Palestine and Egypt. The political repercussions will be incalculable. I therefore urge again most strongly that a settlement should be negotiated as early as possible." His clear emphasis was on the word negotiated. Churchill was contemptuous of what he interpreted as his commander-in-chief's pusillanimity. "Wavell gives me the impression of being tired out," he noted scornfully. Aware, through cable intercepts, that the Iraqi regime had been pressing the Axis powers for military assistance, the Prime Minister formally instructed Wavell to engage Rashid Ali's forces before the Germans could come to his assistance. The commander-in-chief backed off. Within a week, a force of 5,800 men, spearheaded by the Transjordan Frontier Force, was on its way at speed across the 500 miles of desert which separated Palestine from the British base in central Iraq. As it turned out, the siege of Habaniya was over even before their arrival on Iraqi soil. Raiding parties from within the base, supplementing a sustained assault by a squadron of Wellington bombers and fighter aircraft newly arrived from Egypt, managed to break the siege. The Iraqi Air Force was virtually destroyed and Rashid Ali's troops fell back towards Baghdad. Wavell sought to use this advantage as a basis for a renewed attempt to find a negotiated settlement with the Iraqi leader, but the prime minister was in no mood to compromise. Rashid Ali was to be driven from power by force. The Iraqis did not surrender without a struggle. Fighting a grim rearguard action, they retreated to the city of Fallujah, from where they were dislodged only after a fierce battle with the reinforcements which had by now arrived from Palestine. Just in time to be too little too late, the Luftwaffe finally dispatched a small number of warplanes to Mosul. Rashid Ali's coup had taken Berlin as well as London by surprise. Immersed in preparations for Barbarossa and orchestrating the final stages of Hitler's Balkan campaign, OKW had yet to develop a diplomatic policy, let alone a military strategy for Iraq. This was made glaringly apparent on 2 May, when Hitler belatedly issued Directive No. 0, a document resonant with vague aspiration rather than practical plans. "The Arab freedom movement is our natural ally against England, in the Middle East," he declared. Rashid Ali's rebellion, he predicted, would extend across the Iraqi frontiers, interrupt British lines of communication, and tie down both English troops and English shipping space at the expense of other theaters of war. For these reasons, he continued, I have decided to push the development of operations in the Middle East by going to the support of Iraq. However, he continued, whether and how it may be possible, in conjunction with an offensive against the Suez Canal, finally to wreck the British position between the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf, is a question that will be answered only after Barbarossa. This imprecise disquisition was of precious little utility to the new Iraqi dictator. The British were already poised to take Baghdad and, by the end of May, in the absence of any military support from Germany, the capital duly surrendered. Dismayed by the failure of the Germans to rally to his support, Rashid Ali fled to Tehran accompanied by a gaggle of German and Italian ministers. On the 1st of May the emir was reinstated and Iraq once again fell firmly under British control. Both because he had failed to develop a strategy by which to realize the ambitions he harbored for the Middle East and because he was wholly absorbed in the final stages of the planning for Operation Barbarossa, Hitler had missed a real chance to disrupt fatally Britain's oil supplies in the Middle East and therefore to render his enemy impotent not only in that theater but, with the United States as the United Kingdom's only other source of oil in many other parts of the world as well. In London, the Chiefs of Staff rewarded Wavell's success against Rashid Ali by transferring Iraq, which had hitherto belonged to the Indian Command, to the Middle East Command, a decision which prompted Wavell to cable Dill, "What a baby you have given me on my 58th birthday." Dill replied, "Yes, what a baby, but I hope you soon kill the little brute." In overriding his commander-in-chief's reluctance to use force in Iraq, the Prime Minister had been ruthless, but his judgment had been proved correct. Reflecting on the success of an operation which had both secured the oil arteries on which the Middle East Command depended and strangled a nascent uprising which could have threatened to usurp Britain's regional hegemony, Churchill noted with satisfaction, Hitler certainly cast away the opportunity of taking a great prize for little cost in the Middle East. Wavell's summary of the episode was ruefully defensive. Rashid Ali and his adherents seemed to have lost heart at the weakness of the support accorded to them by the Germans. Had the Germans sent sufficient forces to enable the Iraqi rebels to score a success, the whole country might well have risen against US. As it was, the collapse of Rashid Ali's coup, which was to have lasting repercussions in Iraq and the Middle East in the decades following the end of the Second World War, did not mark a turning point in the Arab world. It was also an impressive demonstration that the British Empire had no intention of surrendering its imperial hegemony in the region. On reflection, Wavell paid gracious tribute to Churchill's resolve. I told Winston that I was doubtful whether the force ordered across to Habbaniya was strong enough to effect its purpose. He ordered me to send it, a bold and correct decision, which I always felt I really ought to have taken myself. Churchill was less generous. By May, his lack of faith in his commander-in-chief, which bordered on personal animosity, had reached the point of no return. On the 6th, after a meeting with Churchill, the aides told Kennedy, the Prime Minister wants to sack Wavell and put General Claude Auchinleck into the Middle East. Auchinleck, the Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army, had been far more supportive of military action against Rashid Ali and had provided reinforcements to protect Basra, an alacrity which prompted Churchill's observation that Wavell appeared tired out. Later, he added that Auchinleck gave us the feeling of a fresh mind and a hitherto untaxed personal energy. As if Wavell did not face more than enough challenges with the unfolding crisis in the Western Desert, the concurrent campaigns in East Africa and Eritrea, the debacles in Greece and Crete, and the coup in Iraq, he now had to face another threat which was no less taxing of his energy, his resources, and his strategic intelligence. At precisely the moment Rashid Ali's forces opened their assault against the British in Iraq, the Vichy authorities in Syria agreed to give Axis warplanes landing rights. By the end of May, 100 German and 20 Italian warplanes had duly landed in the French colony to serve belligerent notice on the British. The threat was obvious. If the Germans were to acquire control of Syria, then Egypt and the Canal Zone, the British oil refineries at Abadan and the communication links between Iraq and Palestine would all be at risk of bombardment by the Luftwaffe. Once again Wavell came under intense pressure from the Prime Minister. Brushing aside complaints that the Middle East Command lacked a large enough force to intervene effectively, Churchill demanded action. Once again, Wavell at first demurred. On the 21st of May he signaled London that he was preparing to mount a joint British and Free French operation to take Syria by force if the situation were to prove favorable. But, unaware of his imminent dismissal, he added with rare finality, "You must trust my judgment or relieve me of my command." Churchill replied with brutal condescension in a telegram approved by a characteristically compliant war cabinet. "Our view is that if the Germans can get Syria and Iraq with a few aircraft, tourists and local revolts, we must not shrink from running equal small-scale risks, nor from facing the possible political aggravation of political danger from failure. We of course take full responsibility for this decision, and should you find yourself unwilling to give effect to it, arrangement will be made to meet any wish you may express to be relieved of your command." The Prime Minister was now in a hurry to rid himself of a commander he not only regarded as excessively cautious and pessimistic but found personally uncongenial as well. Had he been dealing with a lesser figure, his peremptory cable would most certainly have achieved that outcome. But Wavell was both a loyal servant of the Crown and a deeply committed commander-in-chief who was unlikely to fall on his sword out of pique. Nonetheless, Dill was evidently fearful that this time the Prime Minister might have pushed his friend and colleague too far. That evening he sent a letter to Wavell urging him to stay in his post. "What a time you are having! How I wish I could be of more help to you! I do not know whether or not you will pack up on receiving the telegram from the Defense Committee or rather the PM. From your own personal point of view you will be sorely tempted to hand in your portfolio. You could hardly go on a better wicket, but from a national point of view it would, I feel, be a disaster. And yet I feel that the PM has only two alternatives: to trust or to replace. But even if he does not trust, it would, I feel, be disastrous for you to go at this moment when you are handling so many difficult, if not critical situations." It is not clear when this letter reached Wavell, but it was almost certainly not in time to influence the commander-in-chief's decision. Although he must have been exceedingly unhappy at Churchill's offensive tone, he refrained from escalating their misunderstanding, Churchill's term, any further. Instead he confined himself to reiterating that the invasion force he had eventually been able to muster was much smaller than he considered necessary for the task required of it. He was also disturbed at having to rely on the Free French as allies, not only because he rightly distrusted their overly optimistic analysis of the political situation in Damascus, but also because he judged correctly that it would be likely to stiffen the resistance of the Vichy French in Syria. Churchill was not disposed to be moved either by such niceties or by Wavell's acquiescence. At a dinner on the 25th of May he told the assembled party that, if he could be placed in Wavell's shoes, he would gladly lay down his present office, yes, and even renounce cigars and alcohol. The Syrian invasion, codenamed Operation Exporter, was launched on the 7th of June and was accompanied by a blitz of propaganda leaflets dropped from the air. This had no effect on the Vichy forces, who resisted with so much ferocity that, as he had feared, Wavell was obliged to summon troops from Iraq and Egypt to avoid a humiliating rebuff. But the fratricidal bitterness that he had foreseen was not invariably evident. The BBC's correspondent witnessed a poignantly farcical skirmish when a group of Free French fighters found themselves confronting a battalion from the Foreign Legion to which they had both previously belonged. As the adversaries prepared for battle, they recognized each other and, instead of opening fire, pointed their guns at the sky. Faced with this mutual refusal to obey orders, the opposing commanders met and agreed to withdraw their men from a confrontation that neither was willing to face. Nonetheless, the Vichy troops did not yield easily or without bloodshed. By the time Syria finally succumbed, the casualties numbered 6,500 on the Vichy side and 4,600 on the British side, of whom 1,300 were Free French fighters, a remarkably heavy price for what Churchill had described as an operation carrying small-scale risks. But the Prime Minister had his victory and it counted. Combined with the defeat of Rashid Ali in Iraq, the neutralization of Syria reinforced Britain's authority in the Middle East, allowed Churchill to boast that the Axis attempts to use those territories as a springboard to advance on either Egypt or Iran had been foiled. Nevertheless, Wavell did not concede the strategic ground on which he had stood when he expressed his reluctance to enter the Syrian fray. His official account of Operation Exporter ended with the defiant comment, "We must again be considered fortunate in achieving our objective with forces which were really insufficient for their task." As in the case of Iraq, the success of the Syrian operation was achieved only because the Prime Minister had forced Wavell either to obey or to resign. The relationship between them was beyond repair. By the 12th of July, the date Damascus finally came under British control, Wavell was no longer in command. 8. A fightback fails. One thing seemed quite certain to us, that if the battles were to be fought from London, Almes would be made of them. Major Engineer John Kennedy. In Cairo and in London, the Western Desert remained the most important battlefront and greatest headache. At his headquarters in Cairo, Wavell surveyed his demesne with gloom. On the 15th of May, as Hay prepared to invade Syria, he also launched an attack on Rommel's front line which was appropriately codenamed Operation Brevity. Believing that the enemy's strength in armored fighting vehicles in the forward area was small and that he was in difficulty with his supplies, he decided to launch an attack in the expectation of retaking Salem and Capuzzo on the Egyptian side of the Libyan border, which he regarded as a good jumping-off place for an attack on a large scale. But Rommel's battlefield intelligence alerted him to Wavell's plans. He at once dispatched an additional panzer squadron to reinforce the units already dug in on the top of the escarpment which marked the border. The British were forced to withdraw. As they did so, Rommel advanced rapidly to wrest control of the high ground at Halfaya Pass, a stronghold some 4 miles to the south of Salem, which gave him even greater control over the surrounding terrain. Wavell's abortive offensive had done nothing for his own morale or for Churchill's confidence in his hard-pressed commander-in-chief. But the failure of Operation Brevity served only to whet the prime ministerial appetite for action. On the 27th of May, as Rommel's troops dug themselves in above Halfaya Pass, he sent a note to the chiefs of staff blithely insisting in the face of the evidence, that the opportunity for a decisive military success had presented itself in the Western Desert. The purpose, he avowed, should be nothing less than the destruction of Rommel's army in a decisive battle fought with our whole strength. It should be possible in the next fortnight to inflict a crushing defeat upon the Germans in Cyrenaica. With his usual reluctance to look beyond a crude headline figure, he reminded the chiefs that Wavell had upwards of 400 heavy tanks at his disposal against 130 heavy tanks on the other side. And, with a breathtaking disregard for the military realities of the Middle East, he demanded that Wavell should strike with the utmost strength in the Western Desert against an enemy already in great difficulties for supplies and ammunition. Here is the only chance of producing a major military success, and nothing should stand in its way. The chiefs were aghast. As they surveyed the pressures on Wavell's forces, stretched to the very limit by overlapping and competing operations across the entire Middle Eastern theater, they recoiled from Churchill's bombastic simplicities. One thing seemed quite certain to us, Kennedy noted, that if the battles were to be fought from London, a mess would be made of them. But Churchill was not to be thwarted. On the 28th of May, overriding the protests of an unusually assertive Sigs, he cabled Wavell to emphasize yet again the need for victory in the desert. Everything must now be centered upon destroying the German forces in the Western Desert, he declared. Now is the time to fight a decisive battle in Libya and go on day after day facing all necessary losses until you have beaten the life out of General Rommel's army. This roused Dill to protest with uncharacteristic vehemence. My dear Prime Minister, he wrote, I have of course dispatched your telegram of today to Wavell. At the same time I feel I should let you know that there is much in it that I do not like. But Churchill was undeterred even when Dill crossed Whitehall to 10 Downing Street to press the point, his telegram would stand. Interpreting the Prime Minister's ill-judged missive as an instruction to press ahead with battle-axe, as the proposed large-scale counterattack against Rommel was to be codenamed, Wavell signaled the chiefs of staff to express his reluctance to engage with Rommel prematurely. I think it right to inform you that the measure of success which will attend this operation is in my opinion doubtful, he wrote with laconic understatement. His pessimism was born of what he described as some disquieting features which were bound to make progress difficult. His armored cars were too lightly armored to resist enemy aircraft and, having no guns, were powerless against the German 8-wheeled armored cars. His infantry tanks were too slow for desert warfare and were easily destroyed by the superior anti-tank guns of the enemy, and his cruiser tanks enjoyed no advantage over Rommel's medium tanks. For these reasons among others, Wavell concluded, "We shall not be able to accept battle with perfect confidence in spite of numerical inferiority, as we could against the Italians." These were not the forebodings of a defeatist but constraints on military action which it would have been folly for Wavell or the chiefs of staff to ignore but which Churchill, driven by the political imperative for a victory, refused to contemplate. As soon as he saw Wavell's gloomy telegram, Churchill rang Dill to complain that it was the message of a tired and beaten man. Dill responded spiritedly, "You must not forget, Prime Minister, that we started this war without an army. Although we are getting on, it is not an army yet, except in name, and it is not too easy to build it up and to fight at the same time." Churchill reacted by suggesting that reinforcements should be sent to the Middle East. Dill demurred, saying, "We cannot risk sending any more units from here." When Churchill put the phone down, Dill and Kennedy discussed Wavell's predicament, the latter repeating we were not beaten yet in the Middle East, and insisting, we should not lose the war in an effort to save Egypt. Still unaware that Hitler was now only 3 weeks away from launching what would prove to be his catastrophic invasion of Russia, the chiefs of staff in London believed that the war was poised on a knife edge and that the British Empire was in deepening peril. Still fearful of a blitzkrieg by the Wehrmacht towards the Middle East via Turkey and Syria in combination with a massive air assault on the British positions in the desert, and especially on Tobruk, they were as dubious about a premature offensive against Rommel as Wavell. But the pressure on the Middle East commander-in-chief did not abate. Nor did Churchill's urge to get rid of him. On the 30th of May, Dill emerged from a meeting of the War Cabinet to tell Kennedy that the question of Wavell was becoming very urgent because the cabinet had lost faith in him. But the Prime Minister stayed his hand. On the 4th of June he sent Wavell a long telegram which, with its promise of greater administrative support and the prospect of further reinforcements over the next 4 months, seemed to offer the weary general a measure of comfort. But the Prime Minister was unable to restrain his growing exasperation. "You have at the present moment 530,000 soldiers on your ration strength, some 500 field guns, 350 AA guns, 450 heavy tanks, and 350 anti-tank guns. In the months of January to May upwards of 7,000 mechanical vehicles have reached you. Yet you are evidently hard put to find a brigade, or even a battalion, and in continual telegrams you complain of your shortage of transport, which you declare limits all your operations." Churchill's frustration was compounded by the fact that a few weeks earlier he had put the full authority of his office on the line in Wavell's cause. In April, the Middle East C&C had sent a series of messages to London both to warn that the Afrika Korps was about to be greatly strengthened by the imminent arrival in Tripoli of the 1/5 Panzer Division, and to remind the chiefs of staff of the great disparity in the number and quality of the British tanks available to him on the Egyptian front by comparison with Rommel's panzers. These alarming messages, as Churchill assessed them, had led him to take a drastic decision. Overriding the objections of his SIGs and the reluctance of the Admiralty, he had ordered a naval convoy, laden with 295 new and reconditioned tanks, to make the perilous journey to the Middle East via the Straits of Gibraltar and through the Mediterranean rather than taking the time-consuming Cape route. In a memo to the chiefs of staff, he spelled out the reason for this decision in apocalyptic terms. The fate of the war in the Middle East, the loss of the Suez Canal, the frustration or confusion of the enormous forces we have built up in Egypt, the closing of all American cooperation through the Red Sea all may turn on a few hundred armored vehicles. Acknowledging that the risk of losing the vehicles, or part of them, must be accepted, he asserted that the operation would be worthwhile, even if half got through. This was a strategic gamble that, unlike his meddling in battlefield tactics, marked his greatness as a wartime leader. Not pausing to consider the political opprobrium that he would endure should the venture fail, He relished the drama and the challenge he had inflicted on his military subordinates. Secrecy, he avowed with barely concealed excitement, would be of the highest importance, and no one outside the highest circles need know of the intention to turn off at Gibraltar. Everyone on board the convoys must think they are going round the Cape. His ruse worked. Only one vessel laden with 57 tanks was lost on the way to Alexandria, where the remaining 8 Tiger Cubs, as the tanks were nicknamed, were safely disembarked. With a forgivable absence of modesty, Churchill could not refrain from preening himself on the brilliant success of Tiger, and the risks I had successfully run in sending out the Tiger Cubs through the deadly Mediterranean at so much hazard and with so much luck. However, his exuberance did not last long. As Wavell recorded wearily in his final dispatch, the process of unloading the tanks took longer than expected, while one ship had to be diverted to Port Said because the cranes at Alexandria were not strong enough to lift the heaviest armor. Moreover, it was a prosaic fact of mechanical reality which Churchill was not disposed to appreciate, that the newly arrived vehicles had to be painstakingly readied for the rigors of the Western Desert. Many of them needed a thorough overhaul, and all of them had to be fitted with sand filters and painted with appropriate camouflage. As a result, the Tiger Cubs were not ready for action until the first week in June. This delay allowed Rommel to deploy the full might of the 15th Panzer Division to the front line comfortably before Wavell was ready to launch Operation Battleaxe. But none of this weighed with Churchill. After the political and military risks he had taken to reinforce the Army of the Nile, Churchill found it especially galling that Wavell remained so pessimistic about the prospect of early success. It was in this inauspicious atmosphere that Operation Battleaxe finally trundled into action against the enemy on the 15th of June. Wavell's Western Desert Force numbered 25,000 men. Incorporating the 4th Indian Division and the 7th Armored Division, now reinforced by Churchill's Tiger Cubs, Battleaxe was under the field command of General Noel Beresford Pearce. Advancing in 3 columns, their immediate purpose was to retake Salem, Capuzzo and Halfaya. The Durham Light Infantry formed part of the Capuzzo contingent. Lance Corporal Joseph Lamb attended a church service on the eve of the attack but was unimpressed by his battalion padre, who took it upon himself to tell the congregation, "A lot of you won't be coming back." Lamb said to himself, "I thought, you should bloody well be going yourself." They set off in a dust storm led by Major Peter Crackers May, who described their first encounter with the enemy. "I can only assume they didn't put their sights down because all the bullets were going over our heads until we got close. Then they started hitting. These were Italian gunners. A gunner with whom I crossed bayonets parried my point. Having done bayonet fighting, which was useful, I forced him down, and turned to one of my soldiers and said, 'Fix this bloody wop.' He plunged his bayonet in and said, 'Got him, sir.' We got the order to get out and form up and fix bayonets," recalled Lance Sergeant Wilson. "I felt, I'm going to get it or come out of it alive. I just kissed my bayonet. We shouted and screamed as we charged. I was aware of men going down. Libya. I. Tilde. Tilde. Z. 05. Operation Battleaxe. Tilde tilde tilde. Tilde 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 tilde. Ri-2N Operation Battleaxe. British attack and retreat 1-5-17 June 1941. Egypt. Safa Fi. 10152025 miles. Around me. Young Woodall was ahead of me wrestling with an Italian. I bayoneted him, and because I had one up the spout I shot him. But, as with brevity, Rommel was forewarned by his field intelligence the intercept of radio communications between British units, which also gave him precise information about Beresford Pearce's every maneuver. Thus the Desert Fox was able to arrest the British advance with a speed and accuracy which flummoxed the British commanders. Lamb watched in dismay as 6 Matilda infantry tanks trundled forward. I waved at the tanks, hoping they would pepper the enemy front. No way, they went straight in on into the 88's German anti-tank guns with devastating firepower, and they were all wiped out. Then about an hour after, I looks, and all of a sudden there were about 6 Jerry tanks coming for us, and I shouted, "Right lads, every man for himself. Live to fight another day or else you've had it. Follow me. And we dashed away. We ran like hell. The fighting barely lasted 3 days. On the 17th, the infantry was ordered to withdraw. Lamb described the moment when the reaction set in, the day after he and the rest of his battalion found themselves back at their starting line, with fellow survivors of A Company. One of the lads starting crying. I started laughing like hell. We lost half our battalion, and we lost half the company. Out of about 90 men only 46 got out. Although they had managed to take Capuzzo, they had failed to capture Halfaya and Sollum, where the British attackers had been decimated by the power, range, and accuracy of the German anti-tank guns. The following day Wavell cabled London. I am sorry to have to report that Battleaxe has failed. For the C&C, Middle East, it was the end of a dispiriting episode in a bleak chapter of setbacks, and for once, he was unable to contain his feelings. This was the only time I saw Archie Wavell in tears, one of his senior staff officers, Brigadier John Harding wrote subsequently. By contrast, Rommel, who had initially expected a hard fight, wrote jubilantly to his wife, the 3-day battle has ended in complete victory. I'm going round the troops today to thank them. Churchill was alone at Chartwell, his country retreat in Kent, when he heard the news. Having invested so much of his personal credibility in Battleaxe, he was more than usually downcast by the outcome. By his own account, he wandered about the valley disconsolately for some hours, reflecting on yet another defeat on a battlefield in which a British force had been comprehensively outfoxed and outfought. Although they had managed to escape before the Afrika Korps cut off their line of retreat, the British had suffered severe losses, 381 men dead or missing and 588 wounded. Rommel had endured heavier human casualties but he had lost only 12 tanks. The British had lost almost 8 times as many at 91 tanks, 2/3 of the total which had gone into action 3 days earlier. Wavell's gloomy prognosis about the likelihood of success had proved distressingly well-founded. The operation, which went by the code name, Battleaxe, was a sorry affair, de Gangand commented later, noting wryly, the name was symbolic, for it achieved just about as much as that ancient weapon would have done if used in a modern battle. Pinpointing the reason for the failure to achieve a laudable aim, de Gangand noted that the tools with which to carry it out were terribly weak. The only benefit derived from Battleaxe, he concluded, was the fact that we were now left in no doubt as to how far behind we were in both tank and anti-tank gun design. Battleaxe was Wavell's personal nemesis in the Middle East. On the 21st of June he received a cable from Churchill informing him that, after the long strain you have borne, a new eye and a new hand are required in this most seriously menaced theater. The commander-in-chief was in the middle of shaving when he heard the news. He showed no emotion but said simply, the Prime Minister's quite right. This job needs a new eye and a new hand. Accepting his dismissal with dignity, he wrote privately to his friend Dill to say that he was sorry he had not done better. Though they had endorsed Churchill's decision to sack his commander-in-chief, the chiefs of staff were as disquieted by the pressures which the Prime Minister had put on him as by the general's readiness to yield to his political master even when he was convinced that the demands made on him were excessive or ill-judged. But when after his departure the Prime Minister launched an attack on Wavell's integrity, even Dill was roused to indignation. On the 11th of July Churchill sent an unofficial note to the cabinet in which, according to Kennedy, he implied that Wavell had acted deceitfully by disguising from London the fact that he had been resigned to disaster, in the desert. This roused Dill to write to the Prime Minister to express his dismay. I feel I must let you know how shocked I am that you should make such an attack on General Wavell, he protested. Churchill was unabashed. Brushing aside the CIGS's rebuke with haughty disdain, he admonished, I must retain the right to address my cabinet colleagues as I think fit upon such information as is before me at any time. Dill had made his point and knew when to retreat. I sincerely hope that you do not think that I for one moment wished to question your obvious right to address your cabinet colleagues as you think fit, he replied, adding diplomatically, I am sure, for your part, you will not take it amiss if I seek to defend commanders who I think have been criticized without a full hearing. By this time the subject of their contretemps was already en route for Delhi where, With characteristic grace, he had accepted a demotion to become C&C, India. Wavell's departure from Egypt was a sad occasion for those who had seen him in action at first hand. He was widely admired by his colleagues in the army and by those outsiders who had cause to meet him on a regular basis. Alan Moorhead, who had been deeply sorry to hear the news, likened him to Tolstoy's General Kutuzov in War and Peace. His fine head, his lined and leathery face, even his blind eye, give you the feeling of strength and sagacity and patience, though there is little in what he says normally to suggest any of these qualities. He listens intently. One feels one can tell him anything. When the war correspondents were summoned to GHQ to bid their farewells, the Daily Mail's Alexander Clifford noted that, though his dark face was lined, he was precise, as steady and as cheerful as I can remember. Moorhead saw suddenly how sincere he was, how hard he had tried, fought, organized, argued and held on. There went out of Cairo and the Middle East that afternoon one of the great men of the war. This view was shared by the general who had twice in brevity and battle-axe worsted him on the battlefield in the desert. According his son, Manfred, Rommel regarded Wavell as a military genius. The writer and explorer Freya Stark, who had befriended Wavell, was on the tarmac for his departure from Cairo. He looked tired and sad, and kind, and the huge empty aerodrome, the sandy edges of the hills, the pale color wash ochre and blue of the early day, seemed all to lie in attendant as a frame to a picture, round the group of uniforms and the weather-beaten faces, and the solitary figure. The image was not inspired by any thought of lost causes, but by an atmosphere of loyalty and devotion which hung about the scene. Wavell's admirers came to regard Churchill's decision to rid himself of his loyal commander-in-chief as unjust and unwarranted. Citing his victories in East Africa, where he had taken 200,000 Italian prisoners, his success in Compass, where another 200,000 were captured, and noting that between February and June 1941 he had conducted no fewer than 6 major campaigns, never less than 3 at a time, the historian Corelli Barnett judged, no other British soldier of the day had the strategic grasp, the sagacity, the cool nerves and the immense powers of leadership to do all these things and steer a course free of total disaster. Acknowledging that his career had been latterly clouded by defeat, Barnett concluded that Wavell's dismissal, in fact if not an intention, made him a scapegoat for Churchill's own mistakes. However, writing without such benefit of hindsight but enjoying a unique perspective from within Whitehall, John Kennedy took a harsher view. In every engagement for which Wavell had been responsible, with the exception of Operation Compass and the East African Campaign, the Director of Military Operations judged that the Middle East C&C had been guilty of grave errors of judgment and strategy, most of which he attributed to his willingness to bow to Churchill's ill-judged pressure. Kennedy's verdict formed part of a deeply pessimistic review he had written for the Chiefs of Staff in which he analyzed the predicament facing Britain. Whether we can hold on in the Middle East depends on one thing and one thing alone: whether the Germans concentrate seriously against us there. If they do, they will be able to develop their attacks in considerable strength from the west through Libya, from the north through Turkey, and possibly from the northeast through the Caucasus and Persia. We cannot produce sufficient strength in the Middle East in the near future to secure our position in face of serious attack from even one of these fronts. If we hold on in the Middle East over an appreciable period, it will therefore be only because the Germans are fully occupied elsewhere. There could have been no better exposition of the harsh reality confronting the chiefs, albeit one that was anathema to Churchill, for whom Britain's imperial presence in the Middle East was only marginally less important than the survival of the United Kingdom. The departure of Wavell was intended to bring fresh energy and a bolder strategy to the Middle East Command, but if Kennedy's analysis was well-founded, it mattered not who became C&C, Middle East. He and Britain would be at the mercy of the Führer's whim. On the same day that Churchill dismissed Wavell, Kennedy and Dill met to discuss the failure of Battleaxe. Dill commented bleakly, "I suppose you realize we shall lose the Middle East." Kennedy replied, "Well, that depends on the Boche. If he concentrates on the Middle East, I agree we cannot put in sufficient resources to hold it. But he may not concentrate on it and he may get into trouble elsewhere." A few hours later in Berlin, At 4 a.m. on Sunday the 22nd of June, the German Foreign Minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, delivered a formal declaration of war to Vladimir Dekanonosov, the Russian ambassador. Apologizing to Dekanonosov, the egregious Nazi diplomat even claimed that he had sought personally to stop the war. As it was, Operation Barbarossa, the largest, most brutal, most fateful military campaign in history, was underway. During the night, Jacques Colville, Churchill's private secretary, was told by telephone that the invasion had started, but, under instructions to wake the Prime Minister only if Britain were invaded, he did not disturb him until 8 a.m. Churchill spent much of that day preparing a broadcast to the nation, hastily scheduled for the evening. It was another memorable performance. The Nazi regime is indistinguishable from the worst features of communism, he rumbled. It is devoid of theme and principles except appetite and racial domination. It excels all forms of human wickedness in the efficiency of its cruelty and ferocious aggression. But, restraining his aversion to the Bolsheviks, he conjured a potent image of the Russian people at bay. Where he had once seen the repressive might of the Soviet state, he now saw Russian soldiers standing on the threshold of their native land, guarding the fields which their fathers have tilled from time immemorial, and seeking to protect the 10,000 villages of Russia where the means of existence is wrung so hardly from the soil, but where there are still primordial joys, where maidens laugh and children play. Faced with the hideous onslaught of the Nazi war machine, with its clanking, heel-clicking, dandified Prussian offices and the dull, drilled, docile, brutish masses of the Hun soldiery plodding on like a swarm of crawling locusts, the past with its crimes, its follies, and its tragedies, flashes away. Britain, he pronounced, had only one aim and one single, irrevocable purpose. We are resolved to destroy Hitler and every vestige of the Nazi regime. He then declared we shall give whatever help we can to Russia and the Russian people. The warmth of these words was matched by their vagueness, a deliberate if not wholly unconstructive ambiguity. Churchill's haunting images of Russia's plight disguised a profound and within the British elite though not among the wider population widely shared aversion towards the Soviet regime. Most of the Prime Minister's colleagues at Westminster, in Whitehall, and in the armed forces not only loathed their Russian counterparts with unwavering intensity but would have been delighted to see the totalitarian protagonists fight one another to a standstill in the mud of the Russian steppe, twin leviathans locked in a hellish embrace. But they did not for a moment believe that such a happy outcome was even a remote possibility. It was almost universally presumed that the Soviet Union would be overrun by the panzers within a matter of weeks. In June 1941 the suggestion that the Russian people would sustain the struggle for 4 years and at a cost of at least 25 million military and civilian lives emerge victorious would have been almost universally ridiculed. It was inconceivable that the Red Army, vast in number but ill-equipped, ill-provisioned, ill-trained and incompetently led by demoralized generals, could prevail against an Axis strike force, numbering 4,000 troops, 4,200 tanks and 4,400 aircraft. Such pessimism lay at the heart of the instructions that Kennedy gave to Major General Noel Mason McFarlane, the reluctant leader of a hastily cobbled-together military mission to Moscow, 4 days after the invasion. We don't think this is anything more than an off chance. But we can't afford to miss even a poor chance like this. Your job will be to do what you can to help keep the Russian war going, and so exhaust the Boche. Even if we only manage to keep it going in Siberia, as we did with the White Russians, that will be something. Quite how the unfortunate Major General was supposed to help to keep the war going was never made clear to him and the British mission was soon consigned to the margins of military diplomacy in Moscow. As far as Whitehall was concerned, the anguish of the Russian people was of no great moment. The crucial role of the Red Army was less to save Russia than to impede the German advance through the vast wasteland of the Russian interior. This, in turn, would provide Britain with urgently needed breathing space in which to strengthen the nation's depleted defenses on the home front and to reinforce the frontiers of the empire overseas against the eventual and inevitable German onslaught. This cynicism was not shared with a British public who, not unnaturally, presumed that Churchill's eloquent promises of support for Russia had been sincerely made, and for whom they became an effective rallying cry for the Second Front, that was soon to cause him much political trouble. Mussolini had learned of the invasion only a few hours before Churchill, and then only because Ciano had him woken in the early hours of the 22nd of June. Tu Duce was not amused. Not even I disturb my servants at night, but the Germans make me jump out of bed at any hour without the least consideration, he railed. But he was nonetheless anxious indeed to offer Hitler practical support. Unhappily for Tu Duce, the Führer was almost equally reluctant to axe, part it. The thing that is nearest to Tu Duce's heart is the participation of one of our contingents, Ciano noted, but, after reading a long message from the Führer, he added, from what Hitler writes it is clear that he would gladly do without it. Nonetheless, Mussolini was insistent, asserting ludicrously that his divisions were superior to the German, both in men and equipment. Under this embarrassing pressure and mindful of his southern flank and Mussolini's thin skin, Hitler relented. On the 24th of June Ciano was able to note with relief, our first contingents will leave in 3 days. Tu Duce is very much excited at the idea of this participation of ours in the conflict, and telephones me to say that tomorrow he will review the troops. Insofar as his commitment of troops to the Russian front constituted a strategic decision, it was motivated by the hope that the war would either end with a compromise which would protect the new balance of power in Europe, or that it would last for a long time and thus give Italy a chance to secure by force of arms what he described as our lost prestige. After listening to this interminable disquisition, Ciano sighed into his diary, "Oh, his eternal illusions." Britain now needed America more than ever and, accordingly, Churchill wooed Roosevelt with even greater persistence. Week after week he deluged the president with letters and cables to report progress and to explain setbacks, in terms which elaborately cajoled and flattered the object of his political ardor. As the historian Max Hastings has put it, few lovers expended as much ink and thought upon wartime correspondence as did the Prime Minister on his long letters to Roosevelt. Even at the direst moments, when he was irritated, frustrated, or impatient with the White House and even more so by Congress, he adopted an uncharacteristically patient tone, subtly adapting his assertive personality to seduce an audience that was still averse to becoming embroiled in any foreign war. But it was not until the early summer of 1941 that his ardor really began to bear fruit, giving him cause to hope that his blandishments were worth the expenditure of time, effort and eloquence that he had devoted to the purpose. Roosevelt's landslide victory in November 1940 had not only made him the first president in history to win a third term in office, but it had also given him even greater prestige and the authority to display his true colors as an internationalist who had no doubt that the rapid advance of Nazi Germany posed a grave threat to the United States which would have to be confronted. But, mindful of the isolationist sentiment which still infected American opinion, he had moved far more cautiously towards that end than the British Prime Minister had hoped. On the eve of Roosevelt's victory, Churchill had told his private secretary that he quite understood the exasperation which so many British people feel with the American attitude of criticism combined with ineffective assistance, but we must be patient and we must conceal our irritation. Throughout this period he had managed an exquisitely balanced pas de deux with the president, pressing his cause with a suitor's ardor but without quite losing his dignity in the process. Thus on the morrow of the president's election, he wrote to congratulate him in adulatory terms, confessing, "I feel you will not mind my saying that I prayed for your success and I am truly thankful for it," but concluded almost proprietorially, that in expressing the comfort I feel that the people of the United States have once again cast these great burdens upon you, I must avow my sure faith that the lights by which we steer will bring us all safely to anchor. The British ambassador to Washington, Lord Halifax, who had been removed from his post as Foreign Secretary to make way for Eden at the turn of the year, did not share that sense of comfort. Stiff, aloof and formal, he could not abide the easy-going, casual style which he discovered to be the Washington way of doing business. Clearly wishing himself to have been sent anywhere than to the American capital, he was heard to observe wearily that trying to pin down the Americans was like a disorderly day's rabbit shooting. In his aristocratic disdain for the vulgarity of the American elite with whom he came in contact, he was not alone. In the upper echelons of British society, the Americans were widely regarded as arrogant upstarts who were only too happy to see British soldiers die to save their American bacon. They are a quaint lot. They are told that if we lose the war they will be next on Hitler's list. And yet they seem quite content to leave the actual fighting to us. They will do anything but fight, a Conservative MP jibed contemptuously. This animosity was returned in full measure by many in Washington who were not only viscerally hostile to the British Empire but, in the words of the historian Michael Howard, then a student at Oxford, had some reason to regard the British as a lot of toffee-nosed bastards who oppressed half the world and had a sinister talent for getting other people to do their fighting for them. This degree of mutual mistrust and disdain required from Churchill a great deal more patience than he was accustomed to exercise or found it easy to command. That he achieved such self-restraint was to play no small part in delivering Britain from defeat. Without the unique relationship that he gradually established with the President, it is hard to imagine how the Americans would have been prevailed upon not only to form a military alliance with Britain but to give priority to Europe over the Far East and to open their account with Nazism not in continental Europe but in a North African desert. It was a bravura performance by a supremely adroit politician in the face of seemingly overwhelming odds. By the beginning of 1941, Britain's financial predicament was so severe that it would dwarf all such subsequent crises. Following the destroyers for bases deal, the government had to pay for all American supplies in cash. By November 1940 it had paid out $4,500 million, leaving only $2,000 million in the treasury coffers. As Churchill later recorded with enviable sang-froid, it was plain that we could no longer go on in this way. In fact, Britain was teetering on the edge of insolvency. Even if we divested ourselves of all our gold and foreign assets, Churchill recorded, we could not pay for half we had ordered, and the extension of the war made it necessary for us to have 10 times as much. The government's ability to prosecute the war had thus come to depend on the repayment terms which the United States was prepared to accept for the armor and weaponry without which Britain would assuredly have had to sue for peace. But Washington was deeply skeptical about London's confession of approaching bankruptcy. At the height of the Battle of Britain, the U.S. administration had questioned whether Churchill's government had honestly revealed its remaining assets and insisted on the presentation of audited accounts to prove its probity. In November 1940, Roosevelt dismissed the British Treasury's protestations, telling his cabinet, England still has sufficient credits and property in this country to finance additional war supplies. On the 1st of December, when Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, reported that the British had claimed that they did not have the $2,000 million to pay for arms they had bought in October, the President replied briskly, they aren't bust. Churchill was so alarmed by this dismissive attitude, that, on the 8th of December, he sent the President what he regarded as one of the most important letters he ever wrote. He did not beat about the bush. The more rapid and abundant the flow of munitions and ships which you are able to send us, the sooner will our dollar credits be exhausted, he wrote. The moment approaches when we shall no longer be able to pay cash for shipping and other supplies. I believe you will agree that it would be wrong in principle and mutually disadvantageous in effect if at the height of this struggle Great Britain were to be divested of all saleable assets, so that after the victory was won with our blood, civilization saved, and all the time gained for the United States to be armed against all eventualities, we should stand stripped to the bone. The letter was delivered to the President in the Caribbean, where he was on a yachting holiday. According to those who were with him, Churchill's appeal finally made an impression on Roosevelt. On the 17th of December, after his return to the White House, he told the Washington press corps that it was in America's self-interest to do everything possible to help the British Empire to defend itself. That he did not shrink from seeking to commit the United States to the support of the Empire as well as the Kingdom was a mark both of his remarkable authority and his understanding of the deep currents of American opinion that flowed beneath the agitated political surface. Adept politician that he was, he alighted upon the folksiest of metaphors to sell this vision to the American people. Suppose my neighbor's house catches fire and I have a length of garden hose 400 or 500 yards away and connect it up to his hydrant, I may help him put out the fire. Now what do? I don't say to him before that operation, neighbor, my garden hose cost me $15. You have to pay me $15 for it. No. What is the transaction that goes on? I don't want $15. I want my garden hose back after the fire is over. A fortnight later, on the 29th of December, in one of his regular fireside chats, the president warmed to this theme, saying, "There is danger ahead. But we all know that we cannot escape danger by crawling into bed and pulling the covers over our heads. If Britain should go down, all of us in all the Americas would be living at the point of a gun loaded with explosive bullets, economic as well as military. We must produce arms and ships with every energy and resource we can command. We must be the great arsenal of democracy." But mindful of the fact that the polls showed that 40% of the electorate still believed that it was more important to keep out of war rather than aid England, he was careful to add, "You can, therefore, nail any talk about sending our armies to Europe as a deliberate untruth. Our national policy is not directed towards war. Its sole purpose is to keep war away from our country and our people." The great arsenal of democracy still expected a very big buck for its bang. Clearly unmoved by Churchill's plea that Britain should not be stripped to the bone, the U.S. Treasury exacted terms of trade for American military hardware which ruthlessly exploited Britain's dire financial predicament. British assets held in the United States had to be sold off at far less than their book value and often at knockdown prices. On the day after Roosevelt's heart-warming fireside chat, Churchill found himself obliged to write to the president imploring him not to dispatch an American warship to Cape Town to claim Britain's last reserves of gold bullion. This will disturb public opinion here and throughout the dominions and encourage the enemy. If you feel this is the only way, directions will be given for the available Cape Town gold to be loaded on the ship. But we should avoid it if we can. Churchill's plea was ignored and the gold reserves were duly removed from South Africa against the settlement of Britain's debts. Only when the American Treasury was finally persuaded that Britain's gold reserves were indeed exhausted did it permit the flow of direct aid from the United States across the Atlantic effectively free of charge. The mechanism for this was Lend-Lease, a scheme dreamt up by Roosevelt and sold by him to the American nation with great political adroitness. Steered through a suspicious Congress and into law on the 11th of March 1941 as an act to further promote the defense of the United States, Lend-Lease was to provide Britain and later Russia with an inexhaustible flow of armaments and other supplies over the next 4 years on terms which were both exceptionally easy and impossible to fulfill. The thing to do, Roosevelt had explained to Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, is to say to England, "We will give you the guns and the ships that you need, provided that when the war is over you will return to us in kind the guns and ships that we have loaned to you." Lend-Lease was a vital step forward which signaled to the Axis and the rest of the world in unequivocal terms that the United States was no longer a neutral state except in name. However, Lend-Lease gave Washington far greater leverage over British strategy than before, which meant that Churchill had to navigate his Middle Eastern strategy with great dexterity through the uncharted diplomatic waters which now beckoned if he was to avoid it being holed below the waterline by its opponents on the other side of the Atlantic. Secret talks between the British and American military planners earlier in the year had produced an outlined strategy for the defeat of Germany, but the White House was still a long way from making the military commitment without which, as the Prime Minister knew only too well, victory would not be possible. Churchill kept up the pressure on Washington, both directly by harrying the White House, and indirectly by reaching out to the American people whenever he was given the opportunity. Thus in a radio broadcast from London on 16 June 1941, at a low point in Britain's military fortunes, his rhetoric soared into the stratosphere. "A wonderful story is unfolding before our eyes," he promised his listeners across America. "How it will end we are not allowed to know. But on both sides of the Atlantic we all feel, I repeat, all that we are part of it, that our future and that of many generations is at stake." And then, in an astute reference to the threat posed by Nazism, he added, "The grand freedoms of which the President of the United States has spoken so movingly are spurned and chained. The whole stature of man, his genius, his initiative, and his nobility, is ground down under systems of mechanical barbarism and of organized and scheduled terror. The message was plain: if you want to retain your freedoms, you had better be ready to fight for them. Notwithstanding the impact which his grandiloquence may have had on the imagination of his listeners, it still cut little ice with hard-nosed legislators on Capitol Hill, or with the financial and military advisors who surrounded the White House. America was not yet ready or willing to take up arms for what still seemed to be a faraway cause. 9. A new broom in the desert. We have sought no shooting war with Hitler. We do not seek it now. But when you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you do not wait until he has struck you before you crush him. Fr. Enkel Ind Roosevelt T. W. Avel's successor as C&C, Middle East was General Sir Claude Auchinleck, who arrived in Cairo on 30 June 1941 from India, where he had enjoyed a similar titular status but in a far less demanding theater of operations. The Auk, as he was nicknamed, had not been regarded as a high flyer. At Wellington School he had failed to distinguish himself academically. His achievement in winning the Derby gift for industry and good conduct presciently identified those qualities with which he was most readily associated. Although his imposing appearance, Spartan tastes, modesty and integrity commanded respect, he was widely thought by his peers to lack the experience, perspective or dash required of a commander-in-chief in such a complex and demanding theater as the Middle East. In the First World War he had served with distinction in the Indian Army and remained in this imperial outpost in the interwar years. Socially he was an outsider, a loner, who was unfamiliar with the upper-class camaraderie of the officer's mess in the mother country, a culture which had been effortlessly transferred to Cairo. It was tempting to underestimate the Auk, and especially his resolution, which, tinged with obstinacy, suggested great strength of character. These qualities were to bring him both high esteem and deep turmoil. If Wavell had difficulties with the Prime Minister, Auchinleck was to have double trouble. In the measured words of his biographer, H.E. was a soldier, not a diplomat, and his insistence on making decisions for military, rather than political reasons, would soon begin to alienate Churchill's sympathies. Conflict between the two was inevitable and not long in coming. Soon after his arrival in Cairo, Auchinleck received a remarkable letter from the SIGs, Sir John Dill. Outlining the chapter of crises by which Wavell had been ensnared, Dill homed in on the pressures that the new C&C was likely to face. The fact is that the commander in the field will always be subject to great and often undue pressure from his government. Wellington suffered from it. Haig suffered from it. Wavell suffered from it. Nothing will stop it. You may be quite sure that I will back your military opinion in your local problems, but here the pressure often comes from very broad political considerations. These are sometimes so powerful as to make it necessary to take risks which, from the purely military point of view, may seem inadvisable. The main point is that you should make it quite clear what risks are involved if a course of action is forced upon you which, from the military point of view, is undesirable. You may even find it necessary, in the extreme case, to dissociate yourself from the consequences. The time will come when we can strike out with effect. But in the meantime we have a grim fight to fight and we cannot afford hazardous adventures. So do not be afraid to state boldly the facts as you see them. The new commander-in-chief was very soon put to the test. With the British government in financial hock to the United States, Churchill could not easily pursue a military course of which the White House disapproved. There was intense competition for the planes, tanks, and ships which started to roll off the production lines at a rate that only the world's most dynamic economy could achieve. The U.S. Chief of Staff General George Marshall wanted the arms and equipment for the rapidly growing U.S. military. And he did not refrain from reminding the White House that every weapon that was dispatched across the Atlantic to Britain or around the Cape to the Middle East was a weapon that was not available to his own generals and admirals. Churchill was thus under great pressure to demonstrate that armaments supplied to Britain under the terms of Lend-Lease were put to good use. This was especially the case in relation to the Middle East and North Africa. Despite what Roosevelt had said in December about coming to the aid of the British Empire, Washington was profoundly skeptical about the scale of Britain's commitments in this distant theater. Roosevelt's most senior advisers found it virtually impossible to conceive that Europe had to be liberated via North Africa and supposed, rather, that for all his rhetoric about freedom and democracy, Churchill was essentially an old imperialist bent on safeguarding Britain's global hegemony. Since there was some truth in this perception, Churchill was hungry for success in the Western Desert, both to counter the growing sense across the Atlantic that Britain was a loser, and to demonstrate that Hitler could be challenged outside the continent of Europe and thereby thwart his global ambitions. Less than a month before Auchinleck's arrival in Egypt, in a stern cable to his predecessor, Churchill made a point of highlighting the need to deploy rapidly and effectively the weaponry the U.S. was delivering to the Middle East. President Roosevelt is now sending, in addition to the 30 ships under the American flag, another 44 vessels, which carry among other things, 200 additional light tanks from the United States Army production and many other important items. It would be disastrous if large accumulations of American supplies arrived without efficient measures for their reception and without large-scale planning for the future. Auchinleck, who took up his post formally on 5 July, after a 5-day briefing from Wavell, found himself almost immediately subjected to very similar pressures. On 4 July Churchill had cabled Roosevelt depicting the greatly increased vigor and drive in our effort in the Middle East, that would follow from Auchinleck's appointment, which would ensure that the fullest use is made of the formidable resources steadily accumulating there from the United Kingdom, the Overseas Empire, and the United States. His upbeat prognosis was very far from Dill's analysis of the challenge facing the Middle East Command or from Auchinleck's own assessment once he had had a chance to survey his Demesne for himself. In London, the Axis threat to the Middle East assumed ever larger proportions. In July, the widespread assumption that Hitler would complete his destruction of the Soviet Union by the end of August was underpinned by a detailed analysis of the predicament facing Britain in the Middle East presented to the War Cabinet by the Joint Intelligence Subcommittee OIC. All the available evidence made it reasonable to conclude that, with Russia at his mercy, Hitler would turn on the Middle East. The Wehrmacht would be ordered to cross into Turkey and then Syria before throttling the carotid artery of the British Empire by seizing Egypt and the Suez Canal. At the time this threat not only seemed alarmingly real but serendipitously the analysis on which it was based also happened to be remarkably well-founded. A draft of Hitler's Order No. 32, dated the 11th of June 1941, called for the destruction of the British position in the Mediterranean and Western Asia by converging attacks from Libya through Egypt, from Bulgaria through Turkey, and possibly from Transcaucasia through Iran. In a memorandum at the beginning of July, only a week after the invasion of Russia, General Paulus, who had visited Rommel outside Tobruk at the end of April, produced plans for an assault on the Middle East spearheaded by 3 panzer divisions. In his role as deputy chief of the German General Staff, he proposed that with Ankara's acquiescence the Wehrmacht should transit Turkey, crossing into Syria and Palestine, before reaching the Suez Canal that November. This operation would be timed to coincide with a renewed offensive by Rommel planned for the same month. Nor was this the end of Paulus's ambition. With the Middle East securely under Axis control, he explained, 2 Panzer Corps would secure the land bridge to India, from the Nile to the Tigrises and thus destroy the British Empire. A detailed examination of the German military archives by the historian Martin Kitchen has unearthed compelling evidence that Paulus's scheme was far more than one general's whim and that, at this stage of the war, Hitler's hubristic vision knew few bounds. Rommel was not informed of these proposals but Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief of the army, was deputed to produce a detailed memorandum for OKW on the options facing the Third Reich after the conquest of Russia. Brauchitsch not only endorsed the Paulus plan but went further, proposing a parallel attack on the Persian Gulf via the Caucasus. Judging that Ankara would refuse to allow the panzer divisions to criss-cross its sovereign territory, he argued that Turkey would very probably have to be subdued by force. To ensure the success of the attack on the Persian Gulf, it would also be necessary to seize Gibraltar and Malta. To guarantee the success of this grand scheme, it would be essential for Rommel to capture Tobruk, which had now been under siege for 2 months. By this means the Axis would acquire a stranglehold over the entire Mediterranean. With the benefit of hindsight, such vaulting ambitions may seem fanciful, but at the time they were consistent with London's own appreciation of the likely extent of Hitler's ambition. Had Barbarossa been as successful as both OKW and Whitehall then presumed, it is more than probable that a version of the Paulus-Brauchitsch plan would have been essayed. From a contemporary British perspective, it would have seemed treasonably irresponsible to have presumed otherwise. For this reason alone, it is bizarre that the conflict in the Middle East and North Africa is sometimes dismissed as a sideshow, merely because Hitler failed to make it a priority to rival Barbarossa. The Middle East command was the most extensive in the British Army. From its epicenter in Cairo, Auchinleck's empire covered North Africa, East Africa, the Mediterranean and the Arab world as well as the Middle East itself. Mindful both of his responsibility to protect his northern and eastern fronts and of the need to face down Rommel in the western desert, Auchinleck swiftly concluded that he lacked the manpower and weaponry to challenge Rommel in the desert while simultaneously protecting his other flanks. This immediately put him at odds with Churchill, who still found it impossible to appreciate that a high proportion of the million British imperial troops scattered across the territories under the Middle East Command were artificers, engineers, laborers, dockers, administrators, and lines of communications workers required for sustaining modern war in a primitive and remote land, and, for this reason, not available for frontline duties. On 4 July Auchinleck sent Churchill a telegram to advise that to launch a campaign against Rommel before Syria had been properly secured, the Vichy French had yet to surrender, would invite failure on both fronts. The Prime Minister was thoroughly irritated and again pressed his new C&C to go on the offensive. Auchinleck, doubtless mindful of Dill's advice, resisted. Each mustered competing arguments in which the caution of the soldier stood in ever sharper contrast to the impatience of the politician. It was very soon clear, as Churchill commented later, that there were serious divergences of views and values between us. Auchinleck had other reasons to resist the Prime Minister. In his very first formal appreciation, for the Chiefs of Staff in the middle of July, he explained that, after the bewildering rapidity of Wavell's campaigns, the army he had inherited required a comprehensive program of reorganization, improvisation, re-equipment and training, before it could undertake any major military operation. Churchill was having none of it. Generals naturally prefer certainty to hazard, he responded tartly, pressing again for a hard and decisive battle in the western desert before the situation changes to our detriment, and to run those major risks without which victory has never been gained. But in Auchinleck, the Prime Minister had met his match. The former's biographer may have exaggerated when he wrote that Churchill was the only man who could have inspired the nation towards victory, but that most people near him realized that he was so ruthless as to appear at times almost venomous, but it was notoriously difficult to face down the Prime Minister. Nonetheless, Auchinleck refused to be bullied, insisting that to launch an offensive with the inadequate means at our disposal is not, in my opinion, a justifiable operation of war. On 21 July, belatedly replying to Dill's letter about the likely pressures from London, he wrote, "What I would like to repeat is that it is not sound to take an unreasonable risk. I am quite willing to take a reasonable risk as you know, but to attack with patently inadequate means is to take an unreasonable risk. I am afraid I shall be quite firm on this point." With nothing to be gained from a further exchange of combative telegrams, the Prime Minister summoned Auchinleck to London. In meetings with the Chiefs of Staff and at the War Cabinet, Auchinleck made a compelling case for delay, powerful enough at any rate to persuade them that he should not be harried into a premature offensive against Rommel. Churchill invited his obstinate general to Chequers for the weekend, where his C&C's unquestioned abilities, his powers of exposition, his high, dignified, and commanding personality, made such an impression that the Prime Minister reluctantly conceded that the offensive against Rommel, to be codenamed Crusader, should not begin until 1 November 1941, fully 3 months later than he had originally demanded. Auchinleck had won his first bout with the Prime Minister, though the latter did not revise his opinion that the delay upon which the C&C had insisted was a mistake and a misfortune, which he was not disposed to forget. The intensity of Churchill's correspondence with Auchinleck was not a mere spasm of frustration. Though Auchinleck would have been unaware of it, the Prime Minister was simultaneously confronting an unexpected and potentially damaging challenge from Washington that threatened to undermine his Middle East strategy altogether. America's initial skepticism about Britain's imperial pretensions in the Middle East was now compounded by a growing belief in Washington not only that the campaign in the Western Desert was doomed but also that it put at risk the United Kingdom's capacity to defend itself from a German invasion across the Channel. This unpalatable message was entrusted to Harry Hopkins, who had first arrived in London as the President's emissary 6 months earlier, on 10 January 1941. Hopkins was tall, thin, and clearly frail, with a demeanor which added luster to his natural charm and diplomatic acumen. He was very much more than an intermediary. His close friendship with Roosevelt gave him more influence than any official with the possible exception of the President's Chief of Staff, Marshall. Before he arrived in London, Hopkins had sought advice from the French diplomat Jean Monnet, the future architect of the European Common Market, who had played a significant part in persuading Roosevelt that America should become the great arsenal of democracy, by putting the nation's industrial capacity on a war footing. Monnet advised him that Churchill is the war cabinet, and no one else matters. Hopkins riposted, "I suppose Churchill is convinced that he's the greatest man in the world." For his part, Churchill was advised that Hopkins was a visitor of the very greatest importance. His trusted friend and Minister of Information designate, Brendan Bracken, was dispatched to Poole Airport to greet the President's emissary, who looked sick and seemed too tired even to unfasten his safety belt. Bracken escorted him by special train to London, where he met Churchill the following morning. Churchill, who did not know what to expect, was profoundly affected when, by his own account, Hopkins began their relationship by reporting that his president had sent him to London to tell you that at all costs and by all means he will carry you through. No matter what happens to him, there is nothing he will not do so for long as he has the human power. Not surprisingly, the Prime Minister at once recognized that here was an envoy from the President of supreme importance to our life. For the duration of Hopkins's first visit, Churchill was solicitous in the extreme. In the process he began to build a genuine personal friendship which allowed his American interlocutor to become one of the very few individuals who could both prick the Prime Minister's pomposities and bluntly contradict him without causing offense. On one occasion, the American envoy told Kennedy, he had interrupted one of Churchill's frequent harangues by saying, "Now Mr. Prime Minister, I don't want a speech, I want something I can take back to convince the President you are right." By July, however, on his second visit, Hopkins was the bearer of distressing news. Roosevelt's chief military advisors, he warned, had come to believe that British policy in the Middle East was mistaken, and the position there quite hopeless, and therefore that to send further reinforcements to that theater would be like throwing snowballs into hell. For this reason, Hopkins advised the British chiefs of staff that the Americans would be unwilling to provide a large quantity of armaments if we mean to allot them to the Middle East, especially in view of the fact that the British Isles and other vital areas are still inadequately defended. To ram the point home, Hopkins added bluntly that, if the British persisted, the Americans would prefer to keep the equipment for themselves rather than let it go to the United Kingdom. Even more disconcertingly, in a conversation with Churchill, Hopkins not only reiterated this position but opened their exchanges by advising that, in any case, the new situation created by Hitler's invasion of Russia would have an impact on the volume of Lend-Lease supplies available to Britain. In response to this, Kennedy wrote an aide memoir for the Chiefs of Staff on 23 July restating the British case for remaining in the Middle East to protect India, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean, and arguing that to this end the Americans should be prevailed upon to supply large numbers of tanks and aircraft for the Middle East, before the end of the year. The next day, at a further meeting with Churchill and the Chiefs of Staff, Hopkins was accompanied by a small galaxy of U.S. military personnel as well as Averell Harriman, another of the President's confidants, who had just returned from a fact-finding visit to Cairo. According to Churchill, Hopkins made it clear that the men in the United States who held the principal places and took decisions on defense matters believed that the Middle East was an indefensible position for the British Empire, but which was an important glimmer of light for Churchill. Roosevelt himself felt more inclined to support the war in the Middle East, on the grounds that the enemy must be fought wherever he was found. The meeting ended inconclusively, though Churchill allowed himself to be left with the impression that our American friends had been convinced by our statements. As he would soon discover, this was very far from the case. There was, though, one material crumb of comfort for the Prime Minister. A few days later, Hopkins invited Churchill to join Roosevelt for a tete-a-tete in the United States. The Prime Minister accepted with alacrity. He would go a-wooing with great pleasure and even greater purpose. Roosevelt was apparently almost as pleased as Churchill at the prospect of their first face-to-face meeting, aside from a chance encounter more than 20 years earlier. Codenamed Riviera, the talks were to be conducted in conditions of the utmost secrecy in 2 warships in Placentia Bay, off the coast of Newfoundland. Roosevelt, who reveled in cloak-and-dagger dramas as much as Churchill, did not even tell his ailing 86-year-old mother about his plans. Writing to her on the 2nd of August, he pretended that he was off for a short break in the presidential yacht, to cruise away from all newspapermen and photographers, and I hope to be gone 10 days. He did indeed board the Potomac that evening at the New England Naval Base, but the following day, once he was in Long Island Sound, he was spirited off the vessel which continued to fly the presidential flag in his absence and taken aboard the USS Augusta. Accompanied by a flotilla of U.S. naval vessels, the Augusta steamed at speed to his rendezvous with Churchill. Even at my ripe old age I feel a thrill in making a getaway, he noted in expectation of what he termed the big day ahead. Churchill had already left from Scapa Flow in HMS the Prince of Wales, a battleship very much larger than the Augusta. As they zigzagged across the Atlantic to avoid marauding U-boats, he read C.S. Forrester's Captain Hornblower, R.N., brooded on the future battle in the desert, and, with his entourage, rehearsed for his forthcoming meeting with the president. After a 5-day crossing, he joined Roosevelt in the Augusta, where the 2 prima donnas, as Hopkins had once referred to them, evidently impressed one another greatly. Little of immediate utility was accomplished in their talks, but from today's perspective, it had a memorable outcome. On the 12th of August the 2 men put their signatures to a joint declaration of high principles, which the president named the Atlantic Charter. The charter's purpose was not to define a blueprint for a joint military strategy but to assert a simple set of political, social and economic principles with which to confront the hideous values and purposes of the Third Reich. Historically important because its text would later be embodied in the founding Charter of the United Nations, the document's immediate significance for Churchill was that it incorporated as a prime objective the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny. America, ostensibly a neutral power, had formally and publicly linked arms with one of the protagonists in a global war. The Prime Minister's satisfaction was not matched by the reaction in the United States, where the high-minded purposes of freedom and democracy enshrined in the Charter found little favor with an electorate that was still averse to direct military engagement abroad. America was not yet ready to become a belligerent in deed as well as word. At a press conference after the Placentia summit the president felt obliged to insist the U.S. was no closer to entering the war than it had been before. From Britain's perspective the most practical outcome of the Placentia Bay talks was Roosevelt's undertaking to step up America's unofficial role as a participant in what would soon be known as the Battle of the Atlantic. Since the start of the year, the rate at which German U-boats were hunting down and sinking British merchant vessels in the Atlantic had reached alarming levels. In the 3 months leading up to May 1941, German submarines had sunk 142 of them, a rate of destruction which came dangerously close to matching the capacity of British or American yards to replace the lost tonnage. The Atlantic convoys were a lifeline for the people of Britain, and without them, the government's ability to prosecute the war against Hitler, not least in the Middle East, would have been fatally imperiled. Yet the balance of power in the Atlantic had tipped alarmingly in Germany's favor. Urged on by Churchill, Roosevelt decided to retaliate by extending America's security zone, in the Atlantic to protect all the waters of the Western Hemisphere. American warships, some of which were withdrawn from the Pacific for this purpose, and aircraft were instructed to patrol these waters and to alert the British to the whereabouts of any marauding U-boats that might threaten the Atlantic convoys. Despite the mood in Congress, Roosevelt used a speech, broadcast on the 27th of May, to proclaim a national emergency. Declaring, "The Battle of the Atlantic now extends from the icy waters of the North Pole to the frozen continent of the Antarctic," he warned, "it would be suicide to wait until they, the enemy, are in our front yard." By September, Roosevelt had ratcheted up American policy to match his presidential rhetoric by declaring that U.S. naval escort vessels accompanying the merchant convoys across the Atlantic were free to attack any U-boat within a radius of up to .300 miles. In a calculated move on 4 September, a U.S. destroyer provoked a U-boat in the North Atlantic into releasing a torpedo at its tormentor. 2 days later, Roosevelt used this act of piracy on the high seas to announce a shoot-on-sight policy. In by far the most bellicose speech he had yet essayed, he said, "It is time for all Americans, Americans of all the Americas, to stop being deluded by the romantic notion that the Americas can go on living happily and peacefully in a Nazi-dominated world. We have sought no shooting war with Hitler. We do not seek it now. But when you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you do not wait until he has struck you before you crush him." America was yet another step closer to war. 10. Auchinleck stands firm. The Desert Army may add a page to history which will rank with Blenheim and Waterloo. The eyes of all nations are upon you. All our hearts are with you. Ynst en cour Kiel. In the Western Desert, Rommel waited in frustration and discomfort. "One lies in bed tossing and turning and dripping with sweat," he wrote to his wife on 3 July. "The news of victories in Russia is very good to hear. It's all quiet here so far. But I'm not being taken in. Our stubborn friends on the other side will be back sooner or later. On that other side, the Imperial Army of the Nile, the British, the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Indians, the South Africans, and a smattering of Free French and Poles similarly sweltered in the heat. For every man of every rank on both sides it was a test of endurance and character that most human beings are never called upon to undertake. Life for the ordinary soldier at the front during the long summer of 1941 was a daily grind that barely changed for week after week. Food or its absence preoccupied every soldier. The British lived off tins of Spam and bully beef, the Germans made do with sardines. The lack of fresh vegetables and fruit exacerbated stomach upsets and caused dysentery, jippy tummy, as it was called by the British soldiers, while flies, drawn to the waist, appeared in swarms to settle on food and plates, on lips and cups, on sores and cuts. For a few, but only a few, the challenge was exhilarating. David Lloyd Owen, a captain in the long-range desert force, clearly relished the challenge of patrolling the remotest parts of the desert for up to 6 weeks at a time. Water was unobtainable anywhere, except in the main oases and in the odd well which we knew of, but most of them had been poisoned by the Germans, or by ourselves, or were rancid with camel dung. We never relied on maps, they were useless. We used a piece of paper, worked out longitude and latitude within a mile or two, and fixed it exactly at night by star sights using a theodolite. There was intense boredom sometimes, and intense anxiety at others. We had some narrow escapes, but the enemy was usually pretty easy to avoid, we were so well trained and alert. You could see the dust of moving vehicles miles away. What we were more frightened of were enemy aircraft. We hated them. If spotted by aircraft we would disperse to the four winds as fast as we possibly could and then go flat out in any direction to make it as hard as you could for the aircraft to hit us. With luck, you might get away with only one vehicle destroyed. For most men, however, the sheer boredom of waiting and watching was interrupted only by repetitious war games for a future battle, the precise purpose of which was at best unclear and at worst incomprehensible. It was no better in Cairo. There is an enervating quality about the heat which lies upon the city from March until November every year, Alan Moorhead wrote. With his customary astuteness, Moorhead detected an air of unreality that permeated the mood of the British community in the capital. There was through this quiet time, He wrote, something definitely and deeply wrong with the mental attitude of the British forces in the Middle East. Everywhere you went the men were, in good heart, or so their officers told you. Probably this was true, but it was largely the good heart of ignorance. Everyone looked forward to the winter campaign with enthusiasm and dangerously brimming hope. Unlike Wavell's first campaign, there was no secret about this offensive whatsoever. The only question was when. Auchinleck had not allowed Churchill to bully him into a premature offensive, but he had not been idle. When Moorhead drove along the coast road from Alexandria towards the front line, he was reassured to find himself caught in a traffic jam. There were tanks, trucks, transporters, heavy artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and water wagons all lumbering towards the front. He saw squadrons of new aircraft, vast petrol dumps and an arsenal of weaponry. To his obvious relish, he could not even recognize the once primitive war correspondence camp at Bagash. It was like coming into a hotel. An officer met us, took our names, allotted us to tents we never had tents before, and our bed rolls were carried off for us. They said dinner would be ready in an hour, and if we did not want to swim we could go into the bar. And, he added, dryly, the only thing lacking was war. It was dead quiet at the front. Auchinleck was not at all complacent about the scale of the buildup. We were working to very close margins as regards equipment and training, he wrote later. Countering Churchill, who in Auchinleck's view, thought that troops could come straight out of a ship and be put into battle in a week, he made it clear that it would take at least 2 months before those troops were fit to go into battle. His preparations were not assisted by the Prime Minister, who, in his role as Minister of Defense, could not resist deluging him with tactical advice laced with frequent doses of strategic admonition. Auchinleck stonewalled, responding to the Prime Minister's spirited prose in a stiff and formal tone which Churchill found abhorrent. At one point, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, General Ismay, tried to broker a better relationship between the two, urging Auchinleck to write Churchill a long personal chatty letter occasionally. I know normally you would recoil in your modesty from doing so. But he isn't a normal person, thank God, and these aren't normal times. Auchinleck did his inadequate best to follow Ismay's well-meant but ill-judged advice, but the Prime Minister simply peppered him with more of the same. Partly because every soldier and all supplies from Britain, with the sole exception of the aforementioned tiger cubs, had to be sent via the 13,000-mile Cape route, while those arriving from India, Australia and New Zealand also faced long sea journeys, and partly because of an acute shortage of shipping, it soon became clear to Auchinleck that many of the 100,000 troops under his command were unlikely to be battle-ready before the date he had agreed with Churchill for the start of the offensive, the 1st of November. In the middle of October, therefore, he informed London that Operation Crusader should be delayed by a fortnight. Churchill was irked. On the 18th of October, in a cable to the Middle East C&C, he fumed. It is impossible to explain to Parliament and the nation how it is our Middle East armies have had to stand for 4v2 months without engaging the enemy, while all the time Russia is being battered to pieces. In suggesting that Russia's predicament was threatening to provoke a political storm in Britain, Churchill did not greatly exaggerate. The public had been moved by the plight of the Russian people following the invasion, and Stalin had been no less swift to detect an exploitable opportunity. On the 18th of July, in his first direct communication with Churchill, the Soviet leader had proposed that the British should open a second front in northern France, which, he advised, could not only divert Hitler's forces from the east, but at the same time make it impossible for Hitler to invade Great Britain. With a temerity that clearly irked Churchill, he went on to add that such a move would be popular with the British Army, as well as with the whole population of southern England. The Prime Minister's reply, 2 days later, was robust. I beg you to realize the limitations imposed on us by our resources and geographical position, he wrote. The Chiefs of Staff do not see any way of doing anything on a scale likely to be of the slightest use to you. But that was very far from being the end of the matter. By September, the Soviet leader was again agitating for a second front. Led by the Minister of Aircraft Production, Lord Beaverbrook, pressure was also mounting in the cabinet and even at his own hearthside, where his wife, Clemmy felt very deeply that our inability to give Russia any military help disturbed and distressed the nation increasingly. He had to tell her firmly that a second front was out of the question, encouraging her instead to lead a joint appeal by the British Red Cross and St. John Ambulance for aid to Russia, which he clearly hoped would siphon off the nascent public demand for an early second front. Against that background, Churchill now admonished Auchinleck, "I have hitherto managed to prevent public discussion, but at any time it may break out." His implicit threat, though he never intended to act on it, was clear. If Auchinleck failed to take the offensive in short order, the Middle East would be starved of the material means required to conduct any offensive at all in order to feed a frenzy in favor of Russia. Churchill's political frustration was as easy to understand as Auchinleck's military caution. The Prime Minister had already invested a great deal of military and political capital in Operation Crusader. In numerical terms, as a result of a constant flow of reinforcements over the previous months, Auchinleck's Eighth Army, as the Western Desert Force had been redesignated, now rivaled Rommel's Panzergruppe Afrika, as the German and Italian forces under his command had been renamed in August. To achieve this crude equivalence, Churchill had overcome the resistance of his own military advisors, fearful of denuding the home front, as well as the profound skepticism of the Americans on whose financial largesse Britain was so dependent. With this always in his mind, Churchill bombarded the White House with detailed missives on every aspect of the war. Weekly and often almost daily I gave him the fullest tale of all I knew about our British thought and intention. There is no doubt that these interchanges commanded his closest attention and excited his lively interest and sympathy. His replies were naturally more reserved. In fact, with other domestic and international issues pressing constantly upon him, the President sometimes failed to reply at all. This did not deter the Prime Minister. On the 20th of October, in an exceptionally long letter to Roosevelt, he put his strategic judgment on the line about the significance of the Middle East to the defeat of Hitler. Stressing the importance of the forthcoming offensive, he enthused that a victory in Cyrenaica of the British over the Germans will alter the whole shape of the war in the Mediterranean. The impact of this would, he averred, stiffen Spain's resolve to remain neutral, weaken an already demoralized Italy, and, perhaps, most of all, Turkey may be consolidated in her resistance to Hitler. As long as Turkey is not violated or seduced, this great oblong pad of poorly developed territory is an impassable protection for the eastern front of our Nile army. Roosevelt did not reply. Churchill was so hungry for swift military action somewhere anywhere that he began to flail around in search of other possibilities to compensate for the postponement of Crusader. One of several speculative ideas which did the theoretical rounds in Kennedy's directorate was the possibility that Crusader might be linked to an invasion of Sicily. Churchill seized on this option and, overruling all objections from his chiefs of staff, codenamed it Whipcord. On the 25th of October, in a long telegram to the Army, Navy, and RAF commanders-in-chief in the Middle East, he urged a now or never invasion of this small island at the toe of Italy. Pointing out that the Red Army had been so weakened by the German blitzkrieg the panzers were now less than 50 miles from Moscow that Hitler would soon be free to divert fully two-thirds of his invading armies to other fronts, he also proposed that Whipcord should coincide with a faster and deeper advance into Libya than Auchinleck had envisaged. This extended operation was to be codenamed Acrobat. Both Whipcord and Acrobat would hinge on the success of Crusader, and together they would lead on to the eventual seizure of Tripoli, which was to be codenamed Gymnast. Nothing gives us greater safety or baffles the enemy more than the sudden simultaneous upspringing of a great variety of targets, he advised Cairo. Whether or not Churchill's plethora of proposals would have baffled Berlin, it certainly flummoxed the commanders-in-chief of the three services in the Middle East. Nor were they disposed to be blackmailed into adopting a strategy which they regarded as harebrained. Ignoring Churchill's explicit threat to divert forces from their theater to the Russian front unless they complied, they informed London, in terms which barely disguised their disdain, that they did not regard Whipcord as either practicable or necessary. Faced with this unequivocal resistance from Cairo, Churchill for once backed down. Whipcord was abandoned and Acrobat was postponed. The Prime Minister's Director of Military Operations, Kennedy, who regarded these exhilarating forays into military strategy with wry exasperation, noted, whenever an idea, however wild, was thrown up, he ordered detailed examinations, or plans, or both, to be made at high speed. Our stables were so full of these unlikely starters that we were hard put to it to give the favorites the attention they deserved. To cope with the situation adequately, it would have been worthwhile to have had two staffs, one to deal with the Prime Minister, the other with the war. In the absence of any other practicable alternative, the focus now returned exclusively to Crusader. On the 15th of November, Churchill sent a grandiloquent message to Cairo for distribution to all soldiers serving in the Middle East. I have in command from the King to express to all ranks of the Army and Royal Air Force in the Western Desert, and to the Mediterranean Fleet, His Majesty's confidence that they will do their duty with exemplary devotion in the supremely important battle which lies before them. For the first time, British and Empire troops will meet the Germans with an ample equipment in modern weapons of all kinds. The battle itself will affect the whole course of the war. Now is the time to strike the hardest blow yet struck for final victory, home and freedom. The Desert Army may add a page to history which will rank with Blenheim and Waterloo. The eyes of all nations are upon you. All our hearts are with you. May God uphold the right. Auchinleck did not share Churchill's optimism. He knew only too well that the two armies were evenly matched on paper but not in practice. We were working to very close margins as regards equipment and training, he was to write. The standard of training of many of the troops engaged left much to be desired. This was due to no fault of their own, but solely to lack of time and shortage of equipment. He might have added that there was also an imbalance of leadership. The Eighth Army had a new commander, General Alan Cunningham, who was untested in the peculiar challenges of desert warfare, whereas the guile and daring of the Desert Fox was not only well attested but haunted the prospective battlefield. In an extraordinary message to all commanders and chiefs of staff, Auchinleck had sought to counter the real danger that our friend Rommel is becoming a kind of magician or boogeyman to our troops, who are talking far too much about him. He is by no means a Superman, although he is undoubtedly very energetic and able. I wish you to dispel by all possible means that Rommel represents something more than an ordinary German general. In future, he instructed, they should not always keep harping on about Rommel, but refer instead to the Germans or the Axis powers or the enemy. This was easier said than done. In a personal letter to Ismay, Auchinleck obliquely if indirectly touched on Rommel's Superman qualities himself. I am not nervous about Crusader, but I wonder if you and those who sit at the council table with you realize what a peculiar battle it is going to be, and how everything hangs on the tactical issue of one day's fighting, and on one man's tactical ability on that one day. It is something quite different to battles as we knew them. All these months of labor and thought can be set at naught in one afternoon, rather a terrifying thought. Underlying Auchinleck's admission that Rommel seemed to be a magician, was a crucial and remarkably paradoxical contrast between the two armies facing each other on the desert battlefield. British propaganda liked to portray the German soldier as a goose-stepping automaton, rigidly and unthinkingly obedient to the Führer. The truth was otherwise. The Wehrmacht's military doctrine was known as Auftragsstatik, a command and control system which emphasized individual initiative. Developed by the Prussian army in the 19th century and updated for the 20th, the doctrine emphasized speed, flexibility and energy focused at a decisive point against the enemy. The objective was not just to master a rapidly changing situation but actually to make the situation change as fast as possible so as to paralyze the enemy. Thus the Blitzkrieg, and thus the blistering and bewildering maneuvers orchestrated by the Desert Fox. Furthermore, all German officers were given a mission, Auftrag, to fulfill, and an understanding of what their superiors intended. They were not told what they should do and how to do it but, rather, what to achieve and why it had to be achieved. Each officer and every NCO was also trained to a level 2 above their own in the chain of command. They were required to think 2 levels up, but, to avoid constraining the initiative of their subordinates, they were only assigned tasks 1 level down. In striking contrast, British military doctrine abhorred individual initiative. Instead of thriving on uncertainty, British commanders preferred to operate according to a master plan which specified what everyone was to do and how they were to do it. Whereas German soldiers were expected to ignore their orders if the situation so dictated, British training emphasized unquestioning obedience. Except at the highest level, individual initiative was generally regarded as deplorable in principle and was frequently punishable in practice in a command structure that was inefficient, cautious, and inflexible. As a result, despite the inferior training of the poorly equipped Italian units under his command, Rommel's Panzergruppe Afrika was far better prepared and equipped for desert warfare than Auchinleck's 8th Army. During the summer lull, Rommel had produced a grand scheme for a blitzkrieg across the desert which would annihilate the 8th Army and so lead to the conquest of Egypt. Combined with a similar offensive by the Wehrmacht advancing via Turkey through Syria and Palestine, as unknown to him, but as we have seen, General Paulus had already proposed within OKW, this pincer movement would bring the entire Middle East under Axis control. Inspired by this vision, he urged OKW to provide the means to such an ambitious undertaking. Berlin would have to sanction a massive naval and airborne attack in the Mediterranean designed to destroy the British fleet based in Alexandria, to annihilate the RAF, to protect Axis convoys bringing reinforcements to Tripoli and Benghazi, and to enforce a blockade of the Suez Canal. If these and other measures were approved, he advised OKW, the British Empire would in due course be paralyzed. Unhappily for Rommel and mercifully for the eventual outcome of the Second World War, his strategic perspective clashed with Hitler's own imperative. To provide the Desert Fox with what he needed to prosecute the Desert Campaign effectively at this point would have compromised Barbarossa, and that was not a matter for negotiation. Only after the defeat of Russia, which OKW still thought to be a mere matter of weeks away, would the Führer be in a position to provide the firepower necessary to spring the trap on the British in the Middle East. Rommel's frustration at the restraints imposed on him from above closely mirrored that of Churchill at the delays imposed on him from below. Just as the Prime Minister had fretted about Auchinleck's caution, so Rommel chafed at the restraints decreed by his own high command, both men arguing that the longer they waited, the stronger their adversary would become. Nevertheless, just as Auchinleck had good reason to resist Churchill, so the high commands in both Germany and Italy had strong grounds for restraining Rommel. German liaison officers in Rome had become increasingly alarmed by the rate at which the Royal Navy and the RAF were consigning Italian cargo ships, laden with supplies and troops for North Africa, to the bottom of the Mediterranean. In the 6 months between January and August 1941, 59 Italian and German vessels, totaling more than 250,000 tons had been sunk or damaged. A further 32 ships were destroyed in the seaway between Tripoli and Benghazi. Even Rommel had begun to worry that, without a more consistent and greater tonnage of supplies and reinforcements reaching Libya, his Panzergruppe Afrika would find it very difficult to make progress in the western desert. Although Hitler had been prevailed upon to divert 6 U-boats from the Atlantic, they made little impact, and in the middle of September, the Italian Navy suspended all efforts to replenish Rommel's desert army across the Mediterranean. It was 7 weeks before a further attempt was made, when 2 10,000-ton battle cruisers and 10 destroyers left Italy to escort a convoy of merchant ships to North Africa. It was a catastrophe. An engagement occurred, the results of which are inexplicable, Ciano recorded bleakly. All our ships were sunk. The British returned to their ports having slaughtered us. Describing the Italian naval commanders responsible for this fiasco as tragic clowns, Ciano also quoted Mussolini as judging that night, the 9th of November, as being the most humiliating day for Italy since the start of the war. On the same day, Rommel cabled Berlin to complain that he was not only short of troops and artillery but that, in October alone, a mere 8,000 tons of a promised 60,000 tons of supplies had reached Benghazi. It was obvious that unless this logistical hemorrhage could be staunched, it would be foolhardy to advance even as far as Tobruk, let alone to attempt any grander feat of arms. But, despite resolute attempts by the Italian Air Force to bomb the heavily fortified island of Malta into submission, the British continued to operate from that strategic stronghold as well as Alexandria with relative impunity. At this point, Hitler, revealing once more his capricious attitude towards Rommel's theater of operations, suddenly determined that notwithstanding Barbarossa, the Mediterranean should be seen as a decisive area for the continuation of the war. Observing the rapid reinforcement of Britain's Mediterranean fortress, he began to fear that the British intended to use the island as a launch pad for an invasion of Sicily, ironically the very idea that Churchill was canvassing to such little avail at much the same moment. Were this to happen, he foresaw the collapse of Mussolini's regime, which was already tottering, because of food shortages and bombing raids from Malta. In this case, his southern flank would be so seriously threatened as to have potentially catastrophic consequences not only in that theater but for Barbarossa as well. For this reason, and because he had already been alerted to his favorite general's predicament in the desert, Hitler ordered the transfer of a further 18 U-boats from the Atlantic to protect the Axis convoys to Tripoli. This was too much for the commander-in-chief of the U-boat fleet, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, who protested, "I cannot accept responsibility for an increase of the number of U-boats in the Mediterranean. It would weaken our efforts in the main theater of operations, without a proportionate increase of our chances of success in the Mediterranean." In this, Dönitz was both right and wrong. As Churchill noted subsequently, the German decision did indeed give further relief. In the Atlantic, where, in any case, the tonnage lost to the U-boats had started to fall sharply from its peak earlier in the year. But, as the Prime Minister also noted, the arrival of an additional 12 U-boats in the Mediterranean, 6 were sunk en route in the Straits of Gibraltar, sharply altered the naval balance of power in that theater. On the 12th of November, the veteran aircraft carrier Ark Royal, on its way from Malta to Gibraltar, was struck by a torpedo from a German U-boat and sank only 25 miles from the British garrison at the mouth of the Mediterranean. As Churchill recalled, this was the beginning of a series of grievous losses to our fleet in the Mediterranean and a weakness there which we had never known before. Certainly, Rommel's prospects now began to take a turn for the better. He continued to plan for the seizure of Tobruk, which he had scheduled for 2 November, unaware despite warnings from Oberkommando des Heeres in Berlin, which he chose to ignore, that the full might of Operation Crusader was about to be unleashed on his unsuspecting front line. On the night of -17 November, a severe storm lashed at the desert. It rained in squalls of bitter sleet that night, Moorhead wrote. Like artillery, the lightning came rushing from the Mediterranean, and, as we lay awake and watching in the open, the water seeped through the bedding, blankets, groundsheets, everything. Men crouched against the sides of tanks and guns in the futile struggle to stay dry. The infantry sat numbly in their trucks with their greatcoat collars turned up over their ears. It was a cold, miserable and disheartening start for the battle. The next morning, as the storm cleared, the British armor rumbled forward towards the German front line. Crusader was underway. Cunningham had under his command 13th Corps led by General Reed Godwin Austen, and the newly arrived 30th Corps led by General Willoughby Norrie. Between them they had upwards of 700 tanks and 118,000 soldiers who came variously from Britain, the Empire, Australia, India, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, Rhodesia, and elsewhere, including Greece and Free France. The forces at Rommel's disposal included the Afrika Corps, made up of the 15th and 21st Panzer, formerly the 5th Light Divisions, commanded by Lieutenant General Ludwig Crewell, the 90th Light Division, and 6 Italian divisions, in all 120,000 men and 400 tanks. Though the Axis army was outnumbered in weaponry, the firepower at Rommel's disposal was formidable. Crucially, both his tanks and his anti-tank guns, especially the 88 mm, were notably superior to their British equivalents. Although the British had the edge in the air, with some 700 RAF fighters and bombers against a combined force of 500 German and Italian warplanes, this was not to make any significant difference to the swirl of battle that was about to engulf the competing armies. General Alan Cunningham, the younger brother of Admiral Andrew Cunningham, C&C of the British Mediterranean Fleet, had performed effectively against the Italians in the East African campaign earlier in the year. But that operation had been on a much smaller scale, against a much weaker enemy and on a far less complex battlefront. Churchill and the chiefs of staff had tried hard to persuade Auchinleck to appoint General Jumbo Wilson, who had led the ill-fated campaign in Greece but was a far more experienced soldier, to command the Eighth Army, but the AK had insisted that Cunningham was the better and fresher man for the task. The next few days, confronting a German commander who had acquired near-mythical status, was to put his leadership to a severe test. The battle plan for Crusader, devised by Cunningham and approved by Auchinleck, was for 13th Corps to advance up to the Libyan border to surround the German frontier positions and cut off Rommel's line of retreat. Meanwhile 30th Corps, which Mediterranean Sea Operation Crusader, Gambit, Ebir Regem, Libya, 0510152025 miles. Fort Maddalena contained the bulk of the British armor, was to sweep widely into the desert to seek out and destroy the enemy panzers and then head for Tobruk, where the besieged garrison had held Rommel at bay for more than 6 months. The combination of a left hook and a right punch was supposed to leave Rommel's panzers reeling, allowing the British defenders in Tobruk to break out and link up with the 7th Armored Division under the command of General William Gott. With his own lines of communication severed, Rommel would have little choice but to order the panzers to retreat to Benghazi. The plan was well enough laid in theory, but the British commanders failed to agree how it would work in practice. As a result, it began to fall apart almost from the start. Cunningham had expected the Desert Fox to react with alacrity by sending his panzers to confront the British. But Rommel was more than 70 miles from the front, absorbed in the final preparations for a renewed assault on Tobruk, and the British offensive took him totally by surprise. He had just returned from Berlin and Rome, where he had engaged in a series of furious arguments with his superior officers who had tried to prevent him seeking to capture Tobruk. At one point while he was in the Italian capital, he was so incensed that he telephoned OKW in Berlin. "I hear you wish me to give up the attack on Tobruk," he shouted at the German Chief of Operations Staff, Alfred Jody. "I am completely disgusted." General Jody, who had merely been reflecting the view that Hitler had himself expressed at a meeting with Rommel a few days earlier, gave way. With Rommel buried in his maps at Tobruk, the panzers at the front failed to engage the British tanks. Somewhat at a loss, Norrie and Gott pressed Cunningham to allow them to spread out across the desert in search of their elusive quarry. Bowing to their experience, Cunningham gave them the go-ahead. It was a tactical error which had immediate repercussions. Had he not yielded to their impatience, the concentration of British tanks would have been far greater when called upon to confront the 1st Panzer Division's belated counter-offensive. As it was, General Friedrich von Mellenthin, one of Rommel's trusted staff officers, was able to note subsequently, "Mercifully for us, Cunningham had decided to split up his armor, and during the day the various formations of the 7th Armored Division went off in different directions." At this point, the fog of war, literally as well as metaphorically, started to spread its pall across the vastness of a bleak battlefield. Alerted to the British moves, Rommel abandoned his planned assault on Tobruk and moved swiftly to prevent Godwin Austen's armor from linking up with the garrison. Hoping to drive a wedge between the two British formations, he ordered the 1st and 15th Panzers to attack the 7th Armored Division, the Desert Rats, at Sidi Rezeg, some 10 miles to the southeast of Tobruk. On the 1st of November there began a major tank battle, the fiercest and largest yet of the campaign in the western desert. It was a wild, confusing, exhausting affair, fought on both sides by unslept, unfed, redayed men, in which the British commanders swiftly revealed that they lacked the dexterity of their German counterparts, who were as yet far better at orchestrating tanks, artillery, infantry and air power into coordinated fighting units. In contrast, the British preferred the daring do of a suicidal 19th-century cavalry charge. This was not merely in romantic imitation of their horse-mounted forebears but forced upon them by the greater firepower at Rommel's disposal. It was the only way of getting in range of the enemy tanks and artillery. Cunningham's tanks, British Crusaders and American M3 Stuarts, the Honeys, as they were known, were outgunned and out-armored. As a result, their crews were only too aware that they could be knocked out by the panzers before they could themselves get within effective firing range. Aside from a precipitate retreat, They concluded they had no choice but to charge, until they were close enough for their 2-pounders to penetrate the German armor. This was a rational, if desperate, tactic. Alan Moorhead described how Brigadier A. H. Gatehouse, a British commander in the 7th Armored Division, sat on his tank watching the battle, estimating the strength of the enemy, the position of the sun, the slope of the ground. Then he lifted up his radio mouthpiece and gave his order. At his command the Hunnies did something the tanks don't do in the desert anymore. They charged. It was novel, reckless, unexpected, impetuous and terrific. They charged straight into the curtain of dust and fire that hid the German tanks and guns. They charged at speeds of nearly 40 miles an hour and some of them came right out the other side of the German lines. Then they turned and charged straight back again. They passed the German Mark IVs and Mark ILs at a few hundred yards, near enough to see the white German crosses, near enough to fire at point-blank range and see their shell hit and explode. One of Gatehouse's colleagues, Brigadier Jock Campbell, who commanded the 7th Brigade, and later earned a Victoria Cross for his exploits, was one of the most colorful and buccaneering members of that elite group of cavalry officers. According to Moorhead, Campbell was like a man berserk. He led his tanks into action riding in an open unarmored staff car, and he stood there, hanging onto its windscreen, a huge well-built man, and, he shouted, "Here they come. Let them have it." When his car began to fall behind, he leapt onto the side of a tank as it went forward and directed the battle from there. He turned aside through the enemy barrage to his own 25-pounder gun and urged the men on to faster loading and quicker firing. He shouted to his gunners, "How are you doing?" and was answered, "Doing our best, sir." He shouted back grinning, "Not good enough." One of the 7th Armored's crewmen, Bob Sykes, recalled, "I cannot describe the confusion of this all-out tank battle. We were here, there and everywhere. I do not know who was keeping the score but we were losing a great deal of equipment and men. We were weaving in and out of the battle zone, right in the thick of it. We had developed a tactic of going at the back of the German tank where it was only lightly armored, and piling into it with some pretty disastrous effects to the engine. The noise, the heat and the dust were unbearable." James Fraser, the driver of a Valentine tank, described what happened when it was hit by an armor-piercing shell which went through the back of the tank, right into the engine and stopped it. "We couldn't bail out then as there was all hell going round us. The lesser of the two evils was to remain in the tank. When night fell, the battle subsided and we found ourselves in the middle of the aerodrome, surrounded by burning tanks. At sunrise, his commanding officer climbed onto the top of the turret with his binoculars to see what was happening. An anti-tank rifle fired and chipped half his knee away. He was badly wounded. We put a tourniquet on it. By virtue of my seniority as a lance corporal I had to take charge. I thought the only thing we could do was to try and make contact with our own lines. In getting away we came under a hell of a lot of small arms fire, but we were dead lucky." Despite the rapidly changing shape of the battle, Cunningham stuck rigidly to his original left hook, right punch battle plan and ordered the breakout from Tobruk. This merely added to the gruesome melee by which the armies on both sides were soon engulfed. As Michael Carver, a young officer in the 7th Armored Brigade later to become Chief of Defense Staff noted, this was a momentous decision, taken in conditions quite different to those originally envisaged and much less favorable. But, in the confusion of battle, no one could yet tell where the balance lay or which side would prevail. However, based on optimistic reports from the 8th Army's forward headquarters, Auchinleck felt confident enough to cable the Chiefs of Staff in London on the same day using yet another fox-hunting metaphor, "With luck Earth stopped and the hounds in full cry." But Rommel, who had taken personal charge of the battle, was equally confident, ordering all the German and Italian mobile forces to concentrate on the destruction of the enemy's main fighting force by a concentric attack of all German-Italian mobile forces at Sidi Rezegh. It was at this point, Auchinleck wrote subsequently, that our difficulties began. Both sides displayed heroic qualities of resolve in the shambles that ensued as they fought with heavy weapons at close quarters and with death all about them. One of Rommel's ADCs, recently promoted to command a rifle company, followed a panzer regiment into the attack. "We headed straight for the enemy tanks. Tank shells were whizzing through the air. The defenders were firing from every muzzle of their 25-pounders. We raced on at a suicidal pace. In front I saw nothing but belching guns. Then there was a violent jolt, a screeching and a hiss, and my car stopped dead. I saw a trench immediately ahead, leapt from the car, and plunged towards the slit. My driver leapt out even as I did. But before he could dive on his face, he suddenly stiffened up erect, spun on his axis, and then dropped limp. I wriggled down to the comfort of Mother Earth. As this grim snapshot demonstrates, German battlefield tactics were not invariably superior to those of the British. On the British side, a battalion of the 2nd Rifle Brigade, operating in support of Campbell's 7th Armored Brigade, found itself under attack on the sloping edge of the airfield at Sidi Rezegh. A squadron of 16 German tanks, supported by infantry, careened over a ridge above them and advanced on their battalion headquarters. In the firefight that followed, as described by the Rifle Brigade's historian, the enemy gave everything they had. Mortars, field guns, and machine guns pounded the British positions, which were outranged and unarmored. With only 3 weapons capable of inflicting any damage on the German tanks, 2 2-pounders and a Bofors gun, their crews remained completely composed, completely undaunted, as they were picked off one by their assailants. The Bofors and one of the 2-pounders were quickly destroyed, while all the crew of the remaining gun were either killed or wounded. 2 surviving gunners went forward to drag the dead bodies of the gun carriage away and started firing in their stead. The official history records that a little dog was running round from trench to trench, trying hard to find its master and being distressingly friendly to each person in turn, distressing because its movements attracted a hail of machine gun fire. Within moments the gun carriage and 2 ammunition boxes were in flames. Ward Gunn, who had kept on firing throughout, was hit in the forehead and killed instantly. Pinney pushed his body out of the way and went on firing until further hits on the gun made it unusable. The next day, Pinney was hit by a stray shell and was also killed. A tank gunner in the 10th Royal Hussars, Victor Woodcliffe, was fired on by a detachment of Mark IV Panzers, which had heavier guns with a far greater range than any British tank. He was knocked unconscious when one of the German tanks scored a direct hit. When I careened to the tank was on fire, with flames whizzing round the turret. The heat was tremendous. I was gulping for air. My trousers were alight. I managed with difficulty to climb up and out through the top and threw myself to the ground, rolling over and over to extinguish the flames. The skin was hanging off my right leg. Bullets and shells were still flying round. Though he suffered severe burns over much of his face and body, Woodcliffe miraculously survived. In his dispatch, Auchinleck described the pitched battle on the aerodrome as the clouds of dust and smoke raised by tanks and bursting shells made accurate shooting impossible, and at times it was difficult to tell friend from foe. But as darkness fell on the evening of the 22nd of November, the outcome was no longer in doubt. At the conclave, scion of the battle which raged until after dark, Auchinleck reported, our armored brigades were finally driven off the aerodrome. Under cover of darkness, a panzer unit pounced on the headquarters of the 4th Armored Brigade. Von Mellenthin later noted with glee how the tanks shone their headlights and the commanders jumped out with automatic pistols. The British were completely surprised and incapable of taking action. A few tanks tried to escape and were at once set on fire. The glare of flames made the battlefield as bright as day. Acknowledging the enemy's spectacular success, Auchinleck reflected that the 4th Armored Brigade's 100 tanks, which were now out of action, represented 2/3 of our remaining armored strength. The next day, the 23rd of November, the panzers closed in on the British defenders. As Sidi Rezegh was transformed into a desert charnel house, General Fritz Bayerlein, the Afrika Korps Chief of Staff, described the bloody climax of the battle. Guns of all kinds and sizes laid a curtain of fire in front of the attacking tanks, and there seemed almost no hope of making any progress in the face of this fire-spewing barrier. Tank after tank split open in the hail of shells. Our entire artillery had to be thrown in to silence the enemy guns one by one. In the late afternoon the panzers went forward again while Bayerlein watched on as tank duels of tremendous intensity developed deep in the battlefield. In fluctuating fighting, tank against tank, Tank against gun or anti-tank nest, sometimes in frontal, sometimes in flanking assault. Using every trick of mobile warfare and tank tactics, the enemy was finally forced back. His only escape from complete destruction. A breakout from the ring surrounding him. In the swirl of dust, of thrust and counter-thrust, of wheeling and whirling, of burning tanks and broken guns, no one on either side from commanding officer to lowly private could know who was winning and who was losing. Not until midnight, Bayerlein wrote, was it possible to gauge the results of the battle, to organize the formations, to assess losses and gains, and to appreciate the general situation. Despite numerous examples of individual gallantry, the British had again been comprehensively outgunned and outmaneuvered in a battle in which they had fought stubbornly but with little tactical coherence. The dead had to be picked up from the battlefield and buried. It was a gruesome task that Sergeant Harold Atkins leading a platoon of the Queen's Royal Regiment could never forget. The sights were horrible. Some of those bodies had been lying out there for several days. No heads, limbs hanging off, green corpses, half a body. You would come across a chap who had been killed and it was impossible to pick him up in one piece, legs and arms hanging by a shred. One had to use a shovel, and just chop off the limb, lay the main corpse in a blanket, put in the head or arm, or leg, and roll up the blanket and take it to the cemetery. Convinced that his victory at the Battle of Sidi Rezegh or the Battle of Totensantag as it was known to the Germans, for whom that Sunday was a memorial day to those who had died in the First World War, had settled matters on that front, Rommel returned to his field headquarters in what those about him described as a state of excited exultation, to plan his next moves. Later that evening, clearly calmer, he wrote to his wife, "The battle seems to have passed its crisis. I'm very well, in good humor and full of confidence." By contrast, General Cunningham was at his wits' end. Hardly able to absorb the implications of what had happened, the loss of at least 350 fast cruiser tanks out of a complement of 400 and the annihilation of the 5th South African Infantry Brigade, he sent an urgent request to Auchinleck, asking his commander-in-chief to fly up to join him at 8th Army headquarters. Recalling later in language as measured as his demeanor that the shifting in the balance of strength between the opposing armored forces had produced a most critical situation, Auchinleck did not delay. It was soon clear that the shattering impact of the last few days had driven the 8th Army commander close to the edge. According to Auchinleck, his protégé was not only under great strain but, even more grievously, he had lost his nerve. I found him in a very shaky condition. Surveying the wreckage of the high hopes invested in him by Churchill's valedictory message before the launch of Crusader, Cunningham argued that the 8th Army should be ordered to retreat to protect Egypt from further onslaught. But Auchinleck, with the intuition that is the mark of a great general, drew the opposite conclusion. As he told Corelli Barnett, "I thought Rommel was probably in as bad a shape as we were. And I ordered the offensive to continue. I certainly gambled and Cunningham may very well have been proved to be right and I wrong." The following day he cabled Churchill, "I am convinced that the enemy, is fully stretched and desperate, and that we must go on pressing him relentlessly. We may immobilize temporarily at least practically all our tanks in the process, but that does not matter if we destroy all his. I have accordingly ordered General Cunningham to attack with all available resources." Churchill was delighted, replying, "I'm immensely heartened by your magnificent spirit and willpower." It certainly was a gamble on Auchinleck's part but, with both sides playing for the highest stakes, it was matched by an extraordinary move by the Desert Fox. 11. Tables are turned. I came to understand something of the meaning of panic in this long nervous drive. It was the unknown we were running away from, the unknown in ourselves and in the enemy. Alan Moorhead. The morning of the 24th of November 1941, Rommel took a gamble that defied military logic but caught the 8th Army completely off guard. In what became known as his dash for the wire, he led his entire force in a headlong charge towards the Egyptian border, carving a route which took him directly through the British lines. Alan Moorhead watched the contagion of bewilderment and fear and ignorance, provoked by Rommel's own gamble as hundreds of British trucks, armored cars and tanks came flying pell-mell across the desert, retreating from the Panzer Army. Officers and men, who a moment before had been basking in the early morning sun, rushed to put on uniforms, pack kit bags, beds, and boxes of food, before leaping on any passing vehicle to join the retreat. In the confusion, which was exacerbated by clouds of swirling dust that blotted out the sun, men from one unit found themselves traveling in vehicles belonging to another. No one gave any orders, no one knew what was happening, why they were retreating or from what they were fleeing. Moorhead did not exempt himself from the general mood. I came to understand something of the meaning of panic in this long nervous drive. It was the unknown we were running away from, the unknown in ourselves and in the enemy. Within hours, Rommel was close to the border, penetrating as far east as Sollum, Halfaya and Bardia, names which, for both sides, were no longer denoted only on a map but hideously familiar battlegrounds to be won and lost again. It was now clear that the Eighth Army had, in Auchinleck's phrase, grossly overestimated Rommel's tank losses at Sidi Rezegh, and that, far from being on the point of collapse, the panzers were more than a match for the British armor. To make matters worse from the British perspective, the Germans, who now occupied the important airstrip at Sidi Rezegh, had been free to rescue and repair many more tanks from the ruins of that battlefield than the British had anticipated. Though the battered Eighth Army was unable to arrest Rommel's advance to the border, there was some resistance, notably from 13th Corps, which, according to Auchinleck, prevented the enemy from doing much serious damage to the retreating British Army. Nevertheless, as the two armies competed to reach the border first, they became hopelessly entwined. German vehicles joined British convoys, British soldiers used weapons captured from Italians or Germans and vice versa. Men from both sides were captured, escaped, captured again, and escaped again, and, on one occasion, in an incident which would have been farcical were it not critical, a British truck driven by a German and full of British prisoners ran up to an Italian lorry. Out jumped a platoon of New Zealanders and rescued our men. Despite its apparent inspiration, Rommel's rush to the wire soon revealed itself to have been as foolhardy as it was bold. His forces lacked the firepower, the communications, the supplies, let alone the coherent military trajectory to enable the operation to succeed. In the late afternoon of the 24th, as though casting about for ideas or fueled by bravado, Rommel drove across the Egyptian border to the Halfaya Pass, where he took personal control of the 21st Panzer Division as it dug in on high ground overlooking this critical choke point. On his way back to the border, his vehicle developed engine trouble and broke down in the sand. Unable to make contact with any nearby brigades, let alone with his own headquarters where he had left a relatively junior officer in command, he had no choice but to sit and shiver in the cold, waiting for a passing panzer to pick him up or for the enemy to capture him. It was his good fortune that the commander of the Afrika Corps, Lieutenant General Crewell, who was usually as steady as Rommel was headstrong, happened to have taken the same track in a captured British command vehicle. Doubtless relieved to see his colleague, Rommel hitched a lift. Thus for some hours the two most senior officers in the Panzergruppe Afrika were lost in no man's land and unable to find their way back through the wire into the relative security of Libya. When darkness fell they settled down for the night in a patch of desert which was patrolled sporadically by the British. In the morning they were disturbed by the noise of dispatch riders, trucks and tanks. It was a British convoy on the move. But unaware that their vehicle a mammoth had been captured by the Germans, let alone that it concealed the enemy's two most important generals, the British convoy rumbled by without a second glance. Rommel's impetuous urge to be everywhere at once both impressed his troops and helped to secure his reputation as the Desert Fox, but it meant that too often he had no control over the direction of the battle, a weakness that a sharper, cleverer, and stronger adversary would have been swift to exploit. On this occasion, clearly emboldened by his exploit, he spent the rest of that day, securely camouflaged by the mammoth, driving back and forth through the British lines visiting his own frontline units. However, he had both overreached himself and, in the process, given the advantage to Auchinleck, whose own gamble in overruling Cunningham now gave the Eighth Army cause for renewed optimism. While Rommel was flitting back and forth across the desert, the Middle East C&C was at 8th Army headquarters. An American war correspondent, Yves Curie, was with him. Noting that the British general was a strong sun-burned man with light brown hair and blue eyes, Curie was impressed by his demeanor. As the conversation between Auchinleck and Air Vice Marshal Arthur Conyngham, commanding the RAF Western Desert Force, in the latter's caravan turned from one issue to another, Auchinleck sat in almost complete silence, until someone raised the danger posed by Rommel's thrust towards the Egyptian border. At this point he intervened calmly to say, "He is making a desperate effort, but he will not get very far. That column of tanks simply cannot get supplies. I am sure of this." Cunningham was far less sanguine. Fearing that 8th Army headquarters was in imminent danger of being overrun by the advancing panzers, he urged his commander-in-chief to return to Cairo. As Auchinleck was propelled towards his aircraft, he handed Cunningham a message for the troops. It was written with a clarity, simplicity and resolution that was not often attributed to him. The enemy's position is desperate, and he is trying by lashing out in all directions to distract us from our object, which is to destroy him utterly. We will not be distracted and he will be destroyed. You have got your teeth into him. Hang on and bite deeper and deeper and hang on until he is finished. Give him no rest. There is only one order: attack and pursue. All out everyone. Strategically, Auchinleck was sure that he had the upper hand over Rommel. But to be confident of success, he came to the reluctant conclusion that Cunningham had to be relieved of his command, a drastic decision, which Auchinleck took with deep personal regret. On the 26th of November his Chief of the General Staff, General Sir Arthur Smith, duly flew up to 8th Army headquarters with a formal letter of dismissal. "I have formed the opinion that you are now thinking in terms of defense rather than offense," Auchinleck wrote, "and I have lost confidence in your ability to press to the bitter end the offensive which I have ordered to continue." This brutally frank notice of dismissal was leavened by a private note in which he wrote gently, "It is no use, I am afraid, my telling you how I hate to have had to do this thing. It is most painful to me because I like and respect you a very great deal, and I never thought I should have to act in this way towards you." Cunningham's replacement, Major General Neil Ritchie, who had flown up with Smith, took command at once. Ritchie did not inspire great confidence and it was unclear to everyone why Auchinleck should have chosen him. A staff officer of limited battlefield experience, he was also modest enough about his abilities to have protested that he was unsuited for the great responsibility less than Hinleck had unexpectedly thrust upon him. Decent though he was evidently not among the brightest of his peers. His immediate superior, Smith, was to describe him bluntly as straightforward and absolutely honest. If one could criticize him, he was a little slow. However, his genial nature found favor among his fellow officers, if not among the rank and file, who lampooned him by chanting Ritchie his ass is getting itchy. In Corelli Barnett's two-edged comment, he was handsome and authoritative, good-humored in a slightly heavy manner. There was a bovine strength about him. At least, however, in the wake of Cunningham's virtual collapse, Ritchie appeared to have the solid and dependable qualities of character that would be required if the demoralized and battered 8th Army was to renew the offensive with the vigor and resolution demanded by Auchinleck. Auchinleck was not overly confident in his choice. As he wrote later, Ritchie was perforce pitchforked into a command at a desperate moment, knowing little of his subordinate commanders or troops and told to retrieve an apparently lost battle. In fact, until his appointment, Ritchie had been several rungs lower in the military hierarchy than the two corps commanders over whom he now presided. Auchinleck decided that he had little choice but to hold Ritchie's hand, and make myself very readily available for consultation at short notice. In fact, he soon took overall control of what had on both sides become a wholly chaotic operation in which the two armies had found themselves locked into a macabre embrace both at the Egyptian border and at Sidi Rezegh. Nevertheless, as he peered through what he described, using the Clausewitzian cliché, as the fog of war, Auchinleck remained certain that Rommel would be obliged to withdraw very soon and thereby present the British with the victory that Churchill so urgently sought. And he was right. In Rommel's dash for the wire, the 21st Panzer Division had passed within sight of two of the 8th Army's largest supply dumps which contained vast quantities of food, fuel, water, and other equipment. But the Axis army pressed on regardless, not pausing to commandeer the booty which was theirs for the taking. Had these supplies been captured, the British troops on the Sidi Rezegh battlefront would have been forced to retire. Rommel's assault on Egypt would have been far more likely to succeed and, at the very least, Rommel's noose around Tobruk could have tightened still further. As it was as Auchinleck had deduced, the Germans were in deepening trouble, rapidly running out of the fuel and supplies needed to maintain their momentum. Although there had initially been some alarm, even panic, among the British defending the rear echelons at the scale and speed of Rommel's thrust, a good many officers came rapidly to the same view as their commander-in-chief. "We just assumed that the German commander had made one hell of a blunder and in due course would get it in the neck," wrote Robert Crisp, a South African lieutenant serving in the Royal Tank Regiment. By this time, Rommel's senior colleagues also came to realize that his rash decision to siphon off 2 panzer divisions from Sidi Rezegh for his Egyptian escapade had begun to look reckless rather than audacious. With the RAF inflicting severe damage on his advancing divisions, von Mellenthin wrote, "The Afrika Korps was subjected to uninterrupted air attacks, which inflicted serious casualties, the more so as the Sollum front was beyond reach of our fighter cover. In short, we suffered heavy losses for little result." For the first time, the Desert Fox had made a terrible tactical error which the British were swift to exploit. The Tobruk garrison had been under siege for over 7 months. For the first 4 of these, it had been held by the 9th Australian Division. Their spirit and their patience were indomitable. Between April and July they endured long days of discomfort and boredom, occasionally interspersed by moments of intense danger. Night was the most active time. We patrolled the enemy areas every night. We didn't call it no man's land. General Morshead, commanding the division and the Tobruk garrison, said it was our land, recalled Captain Vernon Northwood, a company commander who, like his men, lived on daily rations of bully beef and biscuits. The water situation was pretty grim. You had a water bottle a day for drinking. I used to shave in a tobacco tin. After cleaning my teeth I would spit the water back into the tin and shave in it. We shaved every day to avoid sores. The shortage of water, almost all of which, like the rest of the garrison's supplies, had to be ferried by sea from Alexandria, was but one of the tribulations the Australians had to endure. Dust, flies, lack of water and boredom is what I remember about Tobruk, Private Peter Salmon noted. I read my New Testament about 10 times. We had no pleasures. Never did I see anyone breaking up under the strain, but there were quite a lot of them. Desert happy, or part crazy, the M3 Stewart crewman Bob Sykes wrote. Life here was more than tough. The heat by day, the cold by night, and the continuous air raids and shelling made one feel it was going on forever, and that we were actually living in an earthly hell. In an echo of the First World War, the besieged formed a strangely comradely relationship with the besiegers, as though, despite knowing they would kill and be killed, they had a common bond through sharing the same ghastly rituals of war. Mutual hatred was notable by its absence. Sergeant Balzano, serving in the Afrika Korps, described an occasion when his unit was laying mines around the perimeter. In the darkness, he heard a voice say, "What are you doing here?" One of his men replied, "We are laying mines." The British soldier answered, "That's exactly what we are doing." According to Balzano, both sides went on laying mines, not shooting at each other, and left at the end. One of the Australians defending Tobruk, Company Sergeant Major Alan Potter, was on patrol when a lone Italian soldier rose up from the ground to lob a grenade at him. He and the junior officer he was accompanying were both hit in the head by shrapnel. Pulling a grenade from his pocket and yelling, Potter ran round a low wall towards the enemy soldier to find the Italian, who had a rifle across his chest to protect himself. I took the rifle from him, and thinking that there was a bayonet on it, I tried to stick him with it, but there wasn't a bayonet and all I did was prod him and take him prisoner. I was losing blood, enough to drench me. Only a few minutes before I had been trying to kill him, and I asked him if he had any children in sign language, and he told me he had 4 and described their heights. I thought again, how crazy. After 4 months bearing the brunt of the siege, the Australians had acquired a powerful reputation for bloody-minded fearlessness. They were quite different to British troops. They were much more dedicated soldiers. Commented Brian Wildboar Smith, a British staff officer based in Tobruk who could not resist adding with the prejudice of his rank and class, they were a pretty rough lot. Many of them were ex-jailbirds and convicts. Whether there was any truth in this smear, the Australians were renowned for an egalitarian disregard of hierarchy, a trait which was widely admired by the British rank and file, though not by their superiors. Wildboar Smith, for example, observed with anxious disapproval, they hadn't got much use for their officers. They clipped their officers over the head every now and then. When, out of the blue, the Australian Prime Minister decided to do much the same, metaphorically speaking, to his British counterpart, it caused consternation at the 8th Army headquarters. In September, apparently resentful of the way in which the flower of the nation's manhood was being exploited in Tobruk and lacking confidence in the overall direction of the war, Arthur Fadden, who had just succeeded the far more amenable Robert Menzies as Prime Minister, suddenly demanded that every Australian soldier in Tobruk be withdrawn forthwith. After a bitter exchange of correspondence between the two leaders, Churchill was forced to yield, as a result of which, Auchinleck, much against his will, was obliged to start the evacuation of the dedicated soldiers of the 9th Australian Division from Tobruk. A few weeks later, Fadden was succeeded as Prime Minister by John Curtin, who proved to be even less amenable. To Auchinleck's fury, this meant he had to ferry the Australians out of Tobruk and replace them with British units within a month of the planned start of Crusader and the intended breakout from Tobruk. Moreover, the operation took place under hazardous conditions as the sea lanes to Tobruk were under constant attack from Axis bombers. To add to Auchinleck's woes, the newly formed 70th Division, cobbled together from units formerly stationed in Palestine, Cyprus, and Crete, found itself thrust into the fray with barely enough time to find its way round the vast defensive complex which surrounded Tobruk before going into action. The order to break out, the codeword was POP, came on the 20th of November. By this time, with Rommel still virtually out of touch with the rest of his command at the Somme front, the British had reoccupied the Sidi Rezegh salient and managed to rescue and repair many of the tanks they had been forced to abandon in the earlier battle. With their support, but after heavy fighting, the New Zealand Division, under Freyberg, reoccupied the aerodrome and from there advanced towards Tobruk. Between the 21st and the 27th, the New Zealanders and the 70th Division fought their way towards each other under day and night bombardment. It was a journey with a difference, according to a Royal Artillery sergeant attached to the New Zealand Division, because all around us were burning vehicles whilst overhead streams of brightly colored tracers passed in all directions. Every now and then a tank would blow up with a show of fireworks that would have done justice to any Guy Fawkes night. Though such an explosion usually meant that a crew would be killed and roasted, I think the thought in everyone's minds was relief that it was someone else and not themselves. Selfish and callous though that might seem, the desire to survive was always uppermost in our minds. We could see a vast number of bodies of troops of both sides. The 70th Division's breakout from Tobruk was led by the 2nd Battalion, Black Watch, which marched towards the approaching New Zealanders in 3 lines led by a Scottish piper. They were supported by the Royal Horse Artillery, whose gunners laid down a creeping barrage of fire some 20 or 30 yards in front of them as they marched towards and then through the besieging Axis forces. Both British divisions took heavy casualties, but on the 27th of November they managed to make contact with each other just outside the town. The breakout had been accomplished. Soon afterwards, the commander of 13th Corps, Godwin Austen, sent a signal to GHQ Cairo, saying, "Tobruk is relieved but not half as much as I am." Rommel's situation was now critical. Lieutenant Colonel Siegfried Westphal, who had been left in command at the Panzer Army's headquarters, was so alarmed that he countermanded his superior officer and ordered the panzer divisions at the front to return immediately to the Tobruk salient. Rommel, who had been out of contact with his own headquarters, had no choice but to accept Westphal's decision. He raced back to Tobruk, pausing on the way to raid the headquarters of the 2nd New Zealand Brigade, where he took 800 prisoners. But he was too late to rescue his own forces from the predicament into which he had placed them. For once the British armor had the upper hand and the panzers were forced to retreat from the Sidi Rezegh salient, A battleground that had fallen silent, a testament to the desolation of war. Several aircraft had nose-dived into the ground and stood upended grotesquely, Moorhead wrote. Every few hundred yards there were graves, the dead man's belt or perhaps his helmet flung down on top of the fresh earth, and over it a cross made of bits of packing case. Corporal John Brown died in action. Then the date. This scrawled in pencil. German and British graves were intertwined in the sand. As though the men had gone down together, still locked in fighting. Sometimes the dead were laid alongside the blackened hulks of their burnt-out tanks. The tanks themselves still smoldered and smelt evilly. Their interior fittings had been dragged out like the entrails of some wounded animal, for you would see the mess boxes, the toothbrushes and blankets of the crew scattered around together with their little packets of biscuits, their water bottles, photographs of their families, hand grenades, webbing, Tommy guns, mirrors, brushes, and all the mundane ordinary things that fill a soldier's kitbag and are a part of his life. Over everything hung the same bleak winter's sky. At the end of November, to aggravate his travails, Rommel received devastating news from Berlin and Rome. On account of Italian shipping losses in the Mediterranean, he was told, the tank reinforcements which he had expected to arrive within days would not in fact reach Tripoli for several weeks. This was the final straw. On the 6th of December he wrote home to his dearest Lou, to inform her, I've had to break off the action outside Tobruk. I'm hoping we'll escape enemy encirclement and holding, on to Cyrenaica. I'm keeping well. You can imagine what I'm going through and what anxieties I have. On the following day, the 7th of December, the panzers began a full-scale retreat. The siege of Tobruk, which had lasted 240 days, was over. For the first time, though not for the last, the Desert Fox had been too clever by half. Withdrawing in an orderly fashion and giving the British little chance to exploit their advantage, the Germans fell back to what was to become known as the Gazala Line, some 45 miles along the coast to the west of Tobruk. It was soon apparent, however, that even here Rommel would not be able to hold the Eighth Army at bay. After what the German described as a very stormy argument, with Excellency Bastico, as he chose dryly to refer to General Ettore Bastico, Graziani's successor, who wanted him to stand firm at Gazala, he was given permission to retreat again. On the 20th of December he wrote again to his wife, we're pulling out. There was simply nothing else for it. I hope we manage to get back to the line we've chosen. Christmas is going to be completely messed up. My commanding officers are ill, all those who aren't dead or wounded. As he followed the path of the Axis retreat, Alan Moorhead came across the pity of war in all its pathetic detail. At Gazala he saw a small group of Italian infantrymen, left behind in the rout and without any transport in which to escape, attempting to surrender to a passing platoon of British soldiers. At first the British ignored them. Only when the Italians pressed their case by throwing down their weapons, did the laconic squaddies point their dejected captives in the general direction of a nearby British camp where, safely in captivity, they might find water, food, and shelter. At the port of Derna, which the Italians had evacuated the evening before, a group of Libyans who had gone through the township looting and destroying, and paying off old scores by firing the shops and warehouses had also set light to a wing of the local hospital. Inside, a number of sick and wounded British soldiers, who had almost given up hope of rescue, were lying in their dirty sheets or on the floor among puddles of water, which they had used to extinguish the fire. In utter weakness and despair, they had slumped down into deep sleep or a coma that served as sleep. Further on, in what had been a lush valley, cultivated from moorland by Italian settlers into a land that once flowed with milk and honey, he noticed the rank crops, the broken fences, the flapping doors of abandoned homesteads, and a few lingering settlers who stood numbly staring at the surrounding dereliction. Moorhead reminded himself, 4 armies, Graziani's, Wavell's, Rommel's and Auchinleck's, had crossed the valley in advance and retreat. They left a curse upon the place. As Rommel retreated before them, Auchinleck's army pressed on across the open desert towards Benghazi, following much the same route taken by O'Connor the previous year. It was an exhilarating journey, for it seemed at long last that we had the enemy on the run, Sergeant Gray recalled, even though it was impossible country, a barren land, strewn with boulders and rocky outcrops interspersed with flat sand lakes where a few stunted bushes and clumps of coarse grass struggled to survive. Aside from the risk of breaking an axle on the rock, the thought of being left in the middle of nowhere certainly sharpened the minds and visions of all of you's. The most common problem was getting bogged in dry quicksands or rainstorm bogs. Much sweat and much bad language followed when this happened. By Christmas, the 8th Army had driven Rommel all the way back to Ahila, the small township 180 miles southwest of Benghazi, and close to the starting line, at which he had begun his lightning advance across the desert 10 months earlier. But by January 1942, the 8th Army's own lines of communication and supply were stretched as close to breaking point in the west as Rommel's had been only 3 weeks earlier in the east, as the ineluctable laws of logistics imposed their rules of engagement with no less severity. Auchinleck had little choice but to instruct Ritchie to call a halt between Aghdabia and Ahila, a line in the sand which effectively became the new front between the opposing armies. Operation Crusader was over. With 2/3 of the Axis army effectively destroyed, Auchinleck could justly claim to have achieved a great victory. In the course of Crusader, the Germans and Italians, who had begun the campaign with over 100,000 men, suffered 38,000 casualties, more than 8,000 dead or wounded and captured or missing, along with the loss of 340 tanks and upwards of 300 aircraft. The 8th Army's losses totaled more than 17,500, including 2,900 dead, 7,300 wounded and 7,500 missing, plus 278 tanks and 300 aircraft. In the raw statistics of suffering, these figures bear comparison in terms of human endeavor with the Battle of El Alamein itself, but, because Crusader did not settle the matter finally, it is a battle all but forgotten in the annals of the Second World War except by those who endured it. In the absence of any other explanation, it may be for this reason that those who triumphed in the 8th Army's first engagement were not entitled to wear the number 8 feet on their Africa star, a bureaucratic cruelty which few of them were to forget. As it was, those who fought their way to victory in the winter of 1941-2, many of whom would go on to earn their 8 feet at El Alamein, were far less jubilant than might have been expected. According to one of the shrewdest observers in the campaign, the 7th Armored Division's Michael Carver, a bitter taste remained, after the battle was over. Those who fought in the tanks cursed, those who had provided them with inferior armaments and inferior armor that constantly broke down. Those who fought on foot, similarly armed with inferior weapons, spoke bitterly about the failure of the tanks to protect them. And the armored commanders, hurrying from one spot to another to protect infantry from the threat of enemy tanks, which did not always materialize, blamed the infantry for wearing out their tanks and crews by such a misuse of the decisive arm in desert warfare. Not for the first or last time, this frontline insight into the realities of war stood in stark contrast to the rhetoric of a common struggle, by which it was so often clouded. Yet the 8th Army's first battle in the desert had ended in victory. Not another Blenheim or Waterloo, as Churchill's inflated rhetoric had imagined, but clear evidence that Rommel was not a supernatural force but as mortal as any other member of the human race. Moreover, Auchinleck's gamble had reaped dividends that Churchill was quick to turn to British advantage in the diplomatic and political arena. The Prime Minister was so buoyed by Auchinleck's triumph that, for a while, he even allowed himself to hope that the 8th Army would press on with all haste towards Tripoli and thence to Tunis. Operation Acrobat, the conquest of all North Africa which had been put on hold a few months earlier, was suddenly in prospect once again. After the avalanche of defeats which had marked 1941, the 8th Army's success was a reprieve that caused him a rare moment of satisfaction. Here then, he recorded sonorously, we reached a moment of relief, and indeed rejoicing, about the Desert War. And there were moments of celebration even as the battle continued. Richard Dimbleby was with the troops in Benghazi, which the British had retaken on Christmas Eve. As they prepared to welcome the new year, he sat down at a battered piano and, on the stroke of midnight, played the opening chords of Auld Lang Syne. As if on cue, there was an air raid warning and a few moments later the bombs began to fall. I banged the old piano unmercifully trying to drown the din outside, Dimbleby wrote. A stick of bombs fell with resounding crashes that shook the whole building. The louder the raid, the louder we sang. Our guns were sending their shells moaning over the roof, and a bomb whistled down and swayed the whole building as it burst. In the darkness we bellowed our song in defiance of the Germans above. 12. Roosevelt joins the fray. Trust me to the bitter end. Fr Ankle Ind Roosevelt Toynst Encore Kiel. B. Y. January 1942. Auchinleck's victory was almost forgotten, overtaken by the most momentous news of the war since the invasion of Russia the previous June. On the 7th of December, the very day that Tobruk was finally liberated, 353 Japanese aircraft launched an attack against the U.S. Pacific Fleet anchored at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. On that Sunday evening, Churchill was staying at Chequers with the American ambassador, John Winant, and Roosevelt's unofficial ambassador, Averell Harriman. They were alone at dinner when they heard the news on the wireless, but the three men had been too absorbed in their own conversation to be certain of the facts. It was Churchill's butler who came into the dining room to confirm what had happened. Within minutes Churchill was on the phone to the White House. "Mr. President, what's this about Japan?" "It's quite true," Roosevelt replied. "They have attacked us at Pearl Harbor. We are all in the same boat now." The Prime Minister could scarcely disguise his delight. That night, drafting his memoirs, he wrote, "Being saturated and satiated with emotion and sensation, I went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful." Later, he added, "No Americans will think it wrong of me if I proclaim that to have the United States at our side was to me the greatest joy. At this very moment I knew the United States was in the war, up to the neck and into the death." The following day, Britain and Japan declared war on each other. Churchill told the House of Commons, "In the past we have had a light which flickered, in the present we have a light which flames, and in the future, there will be a light which shines over all the land and sea." At a meeting with the chiefs of staff, the next day, he allowed his exuberance of the moment to run away with his better judgment. When someone counseled a respectful caution in his new relationship with America, he riposted, "Oh, that is the way we talked to her while he were wooing her. Now that she is in the harem, we talk to her quite differently." A little later on the same day, once the president had secured the consent of the nation's legislators, America also declared war on Japan. Addressing both houses in language reminiscent of his ally in London, Roosevelt declared, "The forces endeavoring to enslave the entire world now are moving towards this hemisphere. Delay invites danger. Rapid and united efforts by all peoples of the world who are determined to remain free will ensure world victory for the forces of justice and righteousness over the forces of savagery and barbarism." The national mood had been transformed by Pearl Harbor. Aroused into fury against Japan, most Americans were now more than ready to abandon the isolationism which had kept them out of the war for more than 2 years. On Capitol Hill, there was only one dissenting vote, a fiercely independent congresswoman called Jeannette Rankin. A suffragette and a Republican, she had been the first woman to be elected to the House of Representatives and had joined 48 others in voting against war with Germany in 1.91.6. In 1.940 she had been re-elected on an openly pacifist ticket and now, convinced that the United States had provoked the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, she stood her ground despite the opprobrium that was heaped upon her. Consistency was her hallmark. In 1.968, at the age of 87, she led a women's march on Washington to protest against the Vietnam War. On 1.1 December, Hitler and Mussolini, though not required to do so under the terms of the pact between the three powers, declared war on the United States. Solemnizing this grandiose act of folly, Hitler used the Reichstag to announce that, after victory has been achieved, Germany, Italy and Japan will continue in greatest cooperation with a view to establishing a new and just order. Over the last few months, Mussolini's incoherent worldview had become increasingly unstable. Clearly overwhelmed by the swirl of events over which he had no control and little understanding, he had become incapable of developing, let alone defining, a grand strategy. One day, fulminating against the near-total loss of his empire in East Africa, he told his foreign minister, "I have sworn hatred against the British for all time, bequeathing this hatred to all Italians." The next day, irked by some minor slight that offended his amour propre, he railed against the Führer and all things German. On one occasion, presumably with posterity in mind, he ordered Ciano to record his words precisely. "I foresee an unavoidable conflict arising between Italy and Germany," he dictated. "I now seriously ask whether an English victory would not be more desirable for our future than a German victory." Now, however, he stood on the balcony of the Piazza Venezia to pledge to the Italian people that the powers of the Pact of Steel would emerge victorious. In their different and competing ways, both dictators had by now been borne aloft into a fantasy world where defeat was inconceivable and where the combined might of the British Empire, the Soviet Union, and the United States would in due course be vanquished. On the 9th of December, preempting the formal declaration of war by the Axis powers, Churchill wrote to the President inviting himself to the White House to review the whole war plan in the light of reality and new facts. With the mighty United States finally committed to military action, the British Prime Minister was impatient to discuss the future horizons of their joint enterprise. America had a capacity to produce soldiers and armaments at a rate which no other participant could match. The great question for him was where and when this potential might be deployed. For Churchill it was a pressing issue that brooked no delay. Roosevelt, however, was in rather less of a hurry. At first the president temporized, cabling back to warn the prime minister against the dangers entailed in crossing an Atlantic Ocean infested with U-boats. His eloquent solicitude, however, concealed a crude political calculation. Roosevelt had quite enough to contend with in Washington without the additional challenge of having to make house room for the overpowering personality of Britain's prime minister and the torrent of rhetoric with which he would assuredly favor the American people. Whether or not he suspected this, Churchill took the president at face value, cabling back to declare that it would be disastrous to wait for another month before we settled common action in face of new situation. Thus challenged, Roosevelt relented, and on the 12th Churchill duly embarked from the Clyde aboard the Duke of York, accompanied by a protective phalanx of other warships. As they plowed through stormy seas and incessant gales towards the United States, doubling the duration of the scheduled 5-day voyage, Churchill and his entourage used their enforced confinement to plan for his second encounter with the president and his military advisors. As they pitched and yawed towards their landfall at Hampton Roads on the Virginian seaboard, wretched news flowed in from the Pacific. HMS Repulse and HMS Prince of Wales had both been destroyed by a Japanese air attack, with a grievous loss of life, a heavy blow for a prime minister who had invested so much faith in the potential of these two battleships to defend Britain's territories in that theater. According to General Alan Brooke, who had just succeeded Dill at the SIGs, this grave news meant that from Africa eastwards to America, through the Indian Ocean and Pacific, we have lost command of the sea. To add to their conquests in French Indochina and, in the course of a hideously cruel campaign, much of mainland China as well, the combined might of the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy was laying waste to Malaya and threatening Burma. The fall of Borneo was imminent, likewise Hong Kong. Singapore, a fortress with which, Churchill had rashly declared, nothing compared in importance, was the next obvious target for a military machine which seemed virtually unstoppable. India or Australia or both might soon be in their sights. Despite these multiple threats in the Pacific, Churchill never wavered from his Anglo-centric belief that the survival of the British Empire required victory against Germany to have priority over the defeat of Japan. But with the Japanese simultaneously following up Pearl Harbor with an onslaught against the Philippines, Guam, and Midway, the Americans were almost certain to have a very different perspective. The critical test for Churchill, the greatest political challenge for him since the start of the war, was whether he could convince the Americans, in his words, that the defeat of Japan would not spell the defeat of Hitler, but that the defeat of Hitler made the finishing off of Japan merely a matter of time and trouble. To this end, mercifully untroubled by seasickness, he dictated 4 long papers which, taken together, have been widely judged to comprise an immense feat of intellectual effort and foresight that formed one of the great state papers of the war. WW 1 as this 4-part document was entitled, was a strategic tour d'horizon that shaped a grand strategy for the new Anglo-American alliance. In the very first of these papers, he cut to the chase. Foreseeing with unwarranted optimism the total destruction of the enemy force in Libya before the end of the year. He argued for a joint Anglo-American campaign to occupy French-held North and West Africa. With Britain already in control of all the territory between Tunis and Egypt, this operation would secure free passage to the Levant and the Suez Canal, and should form the main offensive effort of the Allies during 1942. The clarity of his vision was not in doubt. Victory in the Middle East, North Africa and the Mediterranean should be the first major step along the way to the final destruction of the Nazi threat to the world. This arresting proposal was unlikely to find favor in Washington. Although, in secret meetings at official level in the early months of 1941, both sides had agreed that, in the event of America entering the war, the Allies would make the defeat of Germany their priority, the participants had calculated without the impact of Pearl Harbor. Now the hunger for vengeance against the perpetrators of that outrage was bound to affect American attitudes even at the highest levels of government. In or out of the harem, Washington was not to be taken for granted. We were conscious of a serious danger, Churchill recalled, that the United States might pursue the war against Japan in the Pacific and leave us to fight Germany and Italy in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The challenge facing Churchill at Arcadia as the series of meetings between the two leaders was codenamed was immense. It would be hard enough to confirm a Germany first strategy, let alone to persuade Roosevelt and his senior advisers that so far from engaging the enemy directly on the soil of Europe, the destruction of Nazism should begin with an Allied invasion of North Africa, the whereabouts of which for many American voters remained an inconsequential mystery. When Churchill and his party landed at Hampton Roads, they were flown straight to Washington, where the Prime Minister was heartened to see that the President himself was at the airport to greet them. Roosevelt's welcome was fulsome. Churchill was to stay at the White House for the duration of Arcadia as his personal guest. Even for so seasoned a statesman, this was an entrancing prospect, and the experience over the following 3 weeks fully lived up to its promise. The two leaders saw each other for several hours each day and always ate lunch in each other's company. In the evening, Roosevelt prepared cocktails before dinner and, as a mark of respect, Churchill wheeled his host from the room, improbable as it may seem, likening himself to Sir Walter Raleigh spreading his cloak before Queen Elizabeth. As both men did much of their work in bed from necessity in the President's case, from eccentricity in Churchill's they went to and from each other's sleeping quarters almost at will. The Christmas celebrations proved especially delightful. There was a candlelit tree in the White House garden and, on Christmas Eve, both men spoke from the balcony overlooking the lawn. Churchill wooed his audience with characteristic eloquence. Here, in the midst of war, raging and roaring over all the lands and seas, creeping nearer to our hearths and homes, here amid all the tumult, we have tonight the peace of spirit in each cottage home and in every generous heart. At church on Christmas Day he found peace in the simple service and enjoyed singing the well-known hymns, in 1-0 Little Town of Bethlehem, I had never heard before. Neither leader allowed himself to be distracted for long from the grave business before them. At their first meeting, on the evening of his arrival on the 22nd of December, Churchill at once raised his proposal for a joint military operation in French North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia to complement Britain's campaign in Egypt and Libya. The Prime Minister had first broached the subject the previous May, so this did not come as a complete surprise to Roosevelt. At that time, the President had resisted Churchill's request for a variety of supportive actions to counter the German threat to British interests in the Middle East. He had even suggested in so many words that it would not greatly matter if Britain were forced to withdraw further in the eastern Mediterranean, and that it would not constitute a great debacle or surrender. The war, he avowed, would be won in the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Churchill had been offended by the inference that the Middle East was of secondary importance, and his reply was swift and blunt. To lose the Middle East would have grave consequences, increasing the hazards of the Atlantic and Pacific, and could hardly fail to prolong the war with all the suffering and military dangers that this would entail. Urging Roosevelt to appreciate that Spain, Vichy France, Turkey and Japan would all be influenced by the outcome of the Middle East struggle, he had pressed for an early declaration of United States belligerency before vast balances started to tilt heavily to our disadvantage. Clearly aware that he had trod heavily on a prime ministerial corn, Roosevelt responded in soothing tones, reassuring Churchill that he had not intended to minimize the gravity of the position in the Middle East. His previous message had merely been to indicate that a withdrawal from the Middle East would not of itself mean the defeat of our mutual interests because the outcome would ultimately be determined in the Atlantic, insisting that unless Hitler can win there he cannot win anywhere in the world in the end. This was not Churchill's view. From Britain's perspective, safe passage across the Atlantic for the convoys bringing vital supplies to the United Kingdom and other war fronts, especially the Middle East, was essential, but only as a precondition for final victory. So far as Churchill was concerned, defeat in the Middle East and the Mediterranean would be a calamitous setback for the mutual interests referred to by the President. By December, Churchill felt himself to be on stronger ground. Not only had the Battle of the Atlantic tilted back in favor of the Allies, but in the course of their long conversations Roosevelt's attitude towards the Mediterranean had shifted as well. To Churchill's relief, the President began to warm to the British approach, agreeing in principle that North Africa should be the focus of the first Anglo-American military operation of the war. But and it was a mountain of a but. It was assumed by both men that this was contingent on Auchinleck's ability to deliver the success in Libya which Churchill had advised the White House would soon be accomplished. In agreeing, even conditionally, that the first American troops to fire a shot in the Second World War would engage with the enemy apparently so far from the source of the immediate threat to America's vital interests, Roosevelt had acted on his own initiative without consulting his advisers beforehand. As soon as he broached the plan with them, he inevitably came up against a well-constructed wall of resistance which ranged from skepticism to outright opposition. Initially, his chief of staff, George Marshall, did not openly oppose the Germany First strategy in principle. Moreover, as he recorded after the first formal session, he recognized that the President considered it very important to morale, to give the country a feeling that they are in the war, to give the Germans the reverse effect, to have American troops in active fighting across the Atlantic. Nor, apparently, was he viscerally averse to an Allied landing in North Africa as a first step towards global victory against the Nazis. At the President's request, he swiftly drew up plans for an early joint invasion of North Africa which, pirating the codename originally chosen by Churchill for the Eighth Army's advance into Tunisia, would be called Gymnast. But Marshall's plan contained a crucial proviso. The Americans would need assurances that the Vichy French in Morocco, Tunisia and Algeria, would not resist an Allied landing on their territory. Since the avowed purpose of Gymnast was to inflict a damaging blow on an enemy with whom the Vichy French were presently collaborating closely, such a guarantee was virtually impossible to deliver. If Marshall was cautious, some of his colleagues were utterly opposed to what they regarded as a foolhardy venture of no strategic value to the United States. According to General Joseph Stilwell, who was aptly nicknamed Vinegar Joe, Marshall had initially brushed aside their warnings that Hitler's U-boats might scupper the North African landings by sinking the troop carriers on their way across the Atlantic. But under pressure from Stilwell and others he began to waver and, by the 3rd of January, Vinegar Joe was relieved to note that Marshall appeared to have done a volte-face. Evidently persuaded by them that Hitler would respond to Gymnast by instructing the Wehrmacht to march through neutral Spain whether or not General Franco had given his consent to throttle the Straits of Gibraltar, he joined his senior colleagues in judging the risk to the American convoys en route to the Mediterranean was too high to contemplate. Gymnast from the military perspective was, Marshall now agreed, a non-starter. Stilwell, who referred habitually to the Limeys and sarcastically to jolly old England, was animated by a bitter Anglophobia, but even Marshall, who harbored little, if any, such prejudice, conceded later that he too tended to regard Britain with suspicion. Though his colleagues were, for the most part, not given to conspiracy theories, they suspected that Britain's imperial pretensions weighed rather more with the Prime Minister than victory over Rommel per se, and that he had an ulterior motive in his insistent quest for Gymnast. The Limeys want us in, committed. They don't care what becomes of us afterward, Stilwell sneered, because they will have shifted the load from their shoulders to ours. For this reason, the president's military advisors grew increasingly dismayed by the influence that Churchill seemed to exert on our boy, as Stilwell referred to Roosevelt. The limeys have his, Roosevelt's, ear, while we have the hind tit, was his inelegant but accurate way of summarizing their mood. Stilwell's visceral hostility towards Britain reflected an attitude that was commonplace among the wider public. Almost all Americans demanded a rapid response to Pearl Harbor, but very many of them were less than enamored of their European ally. At a private dinner one evening, Roosevelt trespassed upon this delicate territory with impressive candor. Using a fellow guest as a foil, he said, "You know, my friend over there," gesturing towards Churchill, "doesn't understand how our people feel about Britain and her role in the life of other peoples. It's in the American tradition, this distrust, this dislike and even hatred of Britain, the Revolution, you know, and 1812, and India and the Boer War, and all that. There are many kinds of Americans, of course, but as a people, as a country, we're opposed to imperialism, we can't stomach it." If Churchill was at all put out by such disclosures, he did not allow them to deflect him from his purpose. On Boxing Day he had been escorted by a posse of police outriders from the White House to Capitol Hill, passing what he described as great crowds and cheering masses, before addressing both houses of Congress. The reception for his speech did much to establish his standing in America. Despite the fact that most legislators deplored the British Empire and judged the Prime Minister's rhetoric on the subject as antediluvian, his carefully constructed vision of their shared destiny confounded their prejudice. When he avowed, "My hope and faith, sure and inviolate, that in the days to come the British and American peoples will for their own safety and for the good of all walk together side by side in majesty, in justice, and in peace," they were moved to reward him with a far from dutiful standing ovation. However, this display of transatlantic amity made little impact on Roosevelt's military advisors, whose suspicions about Churchill's imperial appetite continued to fester. The symbolic centerpiece of the Arcadia Conference was a solemn declaration by the United Nations pledging an abiding commitment by its 26 signatories, including Russia and China, to the principles of life, liberty, religious freedom, to which the Soviets gave only grudging assent, justice and human rights. Codifying the Atlantic Charter, which the two leaders had signed at Placentia Bay 5 months earlier, the declaration also had to be carefully negotiated between Britain and America, to ensure that it was so worded as to avoid exposing their deep underlying differences about empire, free trade, a shared principle which was nonetheless compromised by the empire preferences with which Britain protected its imperial hegemony, and the rights of all people to self-determination. More pressingly, the declaration, which was signed on 1 January 1942, pledged the signatories to cooperate fully in their common struggle against savage and brutal forces seeking to subjugate the world. Shorn of this high-flown rhetoric, the challenge for the Allies was, however, to agree where and when this united struggle should begin. Despite their tentative agreement to grapple with Hitler in North Africa, their efforts to transform this overarching objective into an agreed strategy for military action in the desert was to prove the most testing diplomatic challenge that either the Prime Minister or the President had yet faced. The Middle East would prove the litmus test of their good faith and mutual regard. On the 9th of January, Marshall sent Roosevelt a memorandum that breathed freezing cold over gymnast. Laying out a variety of logistical and tactical problems which reinforced his personal change of heart, Marshall warned that the risk of French resistance made gymnast a very dangerous operation, which would have a very detrimental effect on the morale of the American people. Roosevelt's political antennae were immediately receptive. Despite the understanding he had reached with Churchill, he now declared that America could take no chances on the possibility of our first major expedition being a failure. If the risk looks great, we must think twice before we go ahead. Nonetheless, Churchill remained optimistic. Despite the slow and sticky progress of the talks, he comforted himself with the thought that the president still agreed with him about the importance of North Africa. In an oblique reference to this presentiment, he commented sinuously, "Our thoughts flowed in the same direction, although it was not yet necessary for either of us to discuss the particular method." His hopes were further fueled by the president's decision during Arcadia to approve the dispatch of 4 U.S. Army divisions to Northern Ireland. This deployment was ostensibly to shore up Britain's defenses and to form the vanguard of a future cross-channel Allied invasion of France. But Churchill had another plan. For every American division to cross the Atlantic in the direction of the United Kingdom, he determined that an equivalent force could be dispatched from Britain to the Middle East and North Africa, the first step towards an Allied descent on Morocco, Algeria or Tunis, on which my heart was set. Brazenly conceding that few, if any, saw it in this light, he felt sure without offering an explanation of how he came to this conclusion that the president was quite conscious that this was his intention. Churchill thus prepared to leave Washington confident that, notwithstanding the obstacles which might be put in his path by the American chiefs, Roosevelt was still receptive to the grand strategy which he had enshrined in the strategic papers he had written on his way across the Atlantic. As the Prime Minister prepared to take his leave of the White House, there was untimely news from Libya. So far from facing imminent destruction by the Eighth Army as he had predicted, Rommel's panzers were securely dug in on a defensive front line south of Benghazi, and the British advance, at the end of its long logistical leash, had stalled. Whether or not Roosevelt was as committed to gymnast as Churchill liked to suppose was no longer of immediate moment. It was obvious that he was now in no position to deliver his side of the bargain which he had struck with the American president at the start of their talks. In a long memorandum which he drafted before his departure and shared with his hosts, he conceded that the stubborn resistance of the enemy in Libya would retard or even prevent the promised British victory in Libya. The capture of Tripoli was no longer the foregone conclusion that it had seemed to be 3 weeks earlier. Without acrobat, there could be no gymnast, which meant that any prospect of an Allied landing in North Africa would have to be put on hold until the battered Eighth Army was once again strong enough to launch an offensive finally to drive Rommel out of Libya. At the very least it would take 4 months to provide the reinforcements necessary to achieve this. Despite this setback, Churchill departed Washington in good heart. As he left the White House on the 14th of January, he was cheered by the fact that Roosevelt's parting words to him were, "Trust me to the bitter end." Hitler's mood should have been rather less buoyant than he allowed it to appear. The projected annihilation of the Soviet Union had stalled. Instead of taking Moscow on schedule, the panzers had been repulsed virtually at the gates of the city by a Red Army clearly willing to sacrifice all to save the motherland. Both sides had fought with a terrible ferocity, enduring a level of slaughter which bore comparison with any battle in history. But with temperatures falling to -40 degrees, the Russian winter was now claiming more Axis lives from frostbite and disease than were being lost in combat. The Führer's consolation was that, despite a massive counterattack by the Red Army on all fronts, the Wehrmacht's 3 army groups had yet to surrender any captured territory of significance. The siege of Leningrad was slowly throttling the life out of the city, and in Berlin, OKW still felt confident enough to plan on the assumption that the Soviet Union would be broken within 6 months. Apparently untroubled by the fact that the awesome power of the United States was now poised to be directly and decisively deployed against him alongside Britain, Hitler approached 1942 with unbounded hubris, his vision for the 1,000-year Reich intact. Inspired by this fantastical prospect, he once again turned his attention to the Middle East. On the 3rd of January he informed the Japanese ambassador that, as soon as the weather improved, he would march into the Caucasus and thence into Iran and Iraq. This, he explained patiently, would inspire the Arabs to rise up against the British. He also dusted off Order No. 32, which, 6 months earlier, had so enthused leading figures in OKW with its prospect of a twin-pronged attack on the Middle East. Convincing himself that the English were in dire straits, stretched to the limit by the competing demands of North Africa, Russia, and India, he predicted that Churchill would soon be forced to pull troops out of North Africa. At this point, he avowed, Rommel would be provided with everything that he needed, finally to bring the British to the negotiating table. In the course of his 1942 New Year's message to Mussolini, Hitler gave an extended resume of the Wehrmacht's progress in Russia. The Italian foreign minister was unimpressed. Hitler's commentary, he noted, was mostly excuses and not explanations for the slow rate of progress. Nonetheless, with 200,000 Italian troops serving on the Russian front, Tuduce was apparently cheered by the Führer's appraisal. Incoherently resentful of the German leader for failing to promise the restoration of his empire in North Africa, Mussolini was nonetheless astute enough to suppose that Hitler must have glossed over his setbacks in Russia by falsifying the evidence in the optimistic communiques he issued from the headquarters which he had established in Poland at the Wolf's Lair, the huge military and administrative complex deep in the forest some 30 miles from the Soviet border from where he presided over Barbarossa. Hitler, Mussolini sneered, has used big figures to impress people like that jackass Roosevelt. Warming to this theme, he added they are both big jackasses and belong to kindred races. From Tuduce's demented perspective, America was not only run by jackasses but peopled by niggers and Jews. In Germany, meanwhile, the other jackasses had failed to use his power even to abolish the festival of Christmas, which reminds one only of the birth of a Jew who gave to the world debilitating and devitalizing theories, and who especially contrived to trick Italy through the disintegrating power of the pops. Such ravings were not infrequent. Reacting to a powerful speech by the American president earlier in the year, Mussolini had ranted that never in the course of history had a nation been guided by a paralytic, and that there had been bald kings, fat kings, handsome and even stupid kings but never kings who in order to go to the bathroom and the dinner table, had to be supported by other men. In their unhinged ways, Hitler and Mussolini inhabited a parallel universe of unreason which appeared to protect them from discerning with any clarity the devastating impact of the fact that the paralytic, in the White House had now committed the latent might of the United States Armed Forces to their total destruction. However, they were about to be confirmed in their self-delusions by the unexpected and astonishing performance of Hitler's favorite general in North Africa. 13. The Desert Fox goes hunting. Have you not got a single general in the army who can win battles? Have none of them any ideas? Must we continually lose battles in this way? Winston Churchill. On the 17th of January 1942, in an exuberant letter to his wife, Rommel wrote, "The situation is developing to our advantage and I'm full of plans I daren't say anything about round here. They'd think me crazy." The day before he had told Crewell, his Afrika Corps commander, that they were to launch a counter-offensive against the British 4 days later, on the evening of the 21st of January. Because he was rightly convinced that his superiors would have forbidden it, the Desert Fox concealed his plans both from General Ugo Cavallero, the Axis commander-in-chief in North Africa, and from OKW. The preparations for the renewed offensive were made in complete secrecy under cover of dark. At Middle East Command in Cairo, relying on faulty and over-optimistic intelligence reports, Auchinleck drew the conclusion that the enemy seemed too weak to stage a counter-offensive. For the second time Rommel was about to catch the British unawares. In December the Royal Navy had sunk 2 ships loaded with tanks destined for Benghazi and Tripoli. Assuming that further shipments could not arrive until the end of January, Cairo flatly rejected reports from 8th Army reconnaissance patrols that the enemy had nonetheless been reinforced by a significant number of replacement tanks. According to General Frank Messervy, temporarily in command of the 1st Armored Division, this infuriated the forward troops who had actually seen them. In reality, 2 Axis convoys, escorted by Italian battleships, had made it through the Mediterranean with fuel, ammunition and 4 panzer companies, thus, in von Mellenthin's words, greatly increasing the hitting power of the Afrika Corps. For the first time in many months, the Axis had wrested control of the sea lanes between Italy and the North African coast from the RAF and the Royal Navy. Malta was under sustained bombardment by Luftwaffe squadrons which had been released from the Russian front for the purpose, and Alexandria, the headquarters of Britain's Mediterranean fleet, had just been subjected to a daring assault by Italian commandos. On the 18th of January a posse of one-man operated human torpedoes entered the harbor undetected and attached time bombs to the hulls of the Royal Navy's 2 remaining battleships in the Mediterranean, the Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, scuppering both ships and putting them out of action for many months. In a separate incident on the following day 3 British cruisers and 4 destroyers from Malta, K-Force, as the squadron was known, navigated into a minefield and were effectively disabled. As a result, except for the island's defiant guns and empty harbor, nothing remained in the 2,000 miles between Gibraltar and Alexandria of Britain's mastery of the Mediterranean but 3 cruisers and a handful of destroyers and submarines. Within a matter of days, the positions in North Africa had been reversed. The Eighth Army, far from its main base, was fully extended and undersupplied while the Panzer Army, close to its main base, was underextended and fully supplied. With reinforcements arriving at a rate which even Rommel had not anticipated, the consequences for the British were immediate and disastrous. Despite this, in response to an anxious cable from the Prime Minister, who was still in Washington, Auchinleck offered him a reassuring assessment. The enemy was hard-pressed more than we dared to think, and Rommel's divisions were divisions only in name. Much disorganized, short of senior officers, short of material, and due to our continuous pressure are tired and certainly not as strong as their total strength, 35,000, might be thought to indicate, he wrote on the 12th of January. Unhappily, Auchinleck had been misled by raw data, gleaned from deciphering Enigma, signals emanating from Berlin, in which Rommel, as usual, had exaggerated his weakness in order to wring reinforcements from OKW. British intelligence in Cairo made the mistake of accepting the Desert Fox's protestations at face value. Auchinleck had misread the runes in the sand. 2 weeks later, Sergeant Gray, on survey duties for his artillery regiment, was sitting on high ground by a beacon near the El Ahila front line. The sky was clear and visibility was good. I was at relative peace with the world as I swept the hills with my binoculars, he recalled. I detected signs of activity. Closer examination showed a cluster of tanks approaching. At first Gray assumed it was a British unit returning from patrol, then I began to have suspicions for it was a mighty big patrol. I noticed a pound lash from the gun on one of the leading tanks. And realized, our tanks were their tanks. He and 2 colleagues hurried back to their forward headquarters to find most of the staff there already packed and ready for the road. Rommel and his merry men had overrun all forward positions and we had been given up for lost. The Desert Fox had launched his counterattack with a speed and daring which left the British reeling and Auchinleck humiliatingly wrong-footed. Rommel's imagination had not ceased to inspire him with visions of an advance on Egypt to Suez and Palestine and beyond, nor would he pause until he had reached Iraq and Iran, where he would seize oil wells before advancing on Russia from the south. Given the resources at his disposal, this was an improbable meander, but his lightning attack on the morning of the 21st of January was nonetheless devastating. The panzers, most of which were newly arrived from Italy, faced a greater threat from the topography and ground conditions, heavy sand dunes and deep swamps, than from the Eighth Army, whose forward positions soon crumbled. A German gunnery officer, Heinz Werner Schmidt, described how he and his colleagues leapfrogged from one vantage point to another, while our panzers, stationary and hull down if possible, provided protective fire. Then we would establish ourselves to give them protective fire while they swept on again. This fluid integration of armor and artillery contrasted sharply with the stratagems favored by British commanders, who found it almost impossible to integrate their firepower with similar flexibility. As a result, Schmidt noted, despite the liveliness of his fire, the enemy's tanks were not able to hold up our advance. The following day Rommel wrote exultantly to his wife, "I wonder what you have to say about the counter-attack we started at 8.30 yesterday. Our opponents are getting out as though they'd been stung. Prospects are good for the next few days." Rommel's advance was so rapid that his panzers soon overran a number of abandoned storage depots bulging with restorative provisions. We obtained further things from Tommy's supply dump and slowly made ourselves become Tommy's. Our vehicles, petrol, rations and clothing were all English, Wolfgang Everth wrote, reporting that he had breakfasted off 2 tins of milk, a tin of pineapple, biscuits and Ceylon tea. But, in a reminder that the British were not entirely impotent, he added, unfortunately, the reality of war soon returned again. The English made a low-level air attack, and 4 men were killed and several wounded. Auchinleck remained stoical at the unexpected turn of the tide. He reported the bad news to London in a calm and measured way, although he acknowledged the setback was likely to upset the British public. It certainly upset Churchill, whose plans for Gymnast had been put on hold but now seemed to be in tatters. An early Allied landing in North Africa rested upon Roosevelt's confidence in the Eighth Army's ability to conquer Libya, seize Tripoli and press forward into Tunisia, driving Rommel's Panzerarmee Africa into the clutches of the Allied divisions advancing from the west. In selling this grand strategy to the President and his skeptical advisers 3 weeks earlier, Churchill had expended much political capital. Now the news from North Africa made all talk of acrobat and gymnast seem fanciful. Rommel had not only arrested the British advance in Libya but had reversed it. Worse was to follow. On the 24th of January, 3 days after the start of Rommel's counteroffensive, Churchill was astonished to discover Ritchie, the Eighth Army commander, was poised to order the evacuation of Benghazi and Derna, which had been captured only a few weeks earlier. He could barely restrain his anger. "I am much disturbed," he cabled Auchinleck. "I had certainly never been led to suppose that such a situation could arise. Has our fresh armor been unable to compete with the resuscitated German tanks? It seems to me this is a serious crisis, and one to me quite unexpected." Churchill evidently failed to appreciate the topography in Cyrenaica. With the loss of El Ahila, it was pointless to hold Benghazi and Derna, because a mobile force could advance directly across the desert from El Ahila, well to the south, as both Connor and Rommel had already done, and cut off the British line of retreat from both outposts. Unaware of this, the Prime Minister interpreted Ritchie's decision as further evidence that his strategy for victory in North Africa was falling apart. However, his cable to Auchinleck, which concluded bitterly, "The kind of retirement now envisaged by subordinate officers implies the failure of Crusader and the ruin of Acrobat," was nonetheless disturbingly prescient. As Rommel accelerated along the coast road towards the Egyptian border, the British commanders at the front were reduced to a state of utter bewilderment. In the hope of finding out what had gone wrong and how to put it right, Auchinleck flew up from Cairo to join the hapless Ritchie at 8th Army headquarters. Like Cunningham before him, Ritchie was at a loss. So was Churchill, who, on the 28th, wrote again to Auchinleck, demanding an explanation for the defeat of our armor by inferior enemy numbers. This cuts very deep. Auchinleck failed to respond directly to this severe rebuke. Had he been disposed to aggravate Churchill's distress, the Middle East C&C might have pointed out that, over the last several weeks, a significant proportion of his most experienced troops had been redeployed to the Far East, the 7th Armored Brigade, 2 Australian infantry divisions, 4 squadrons of the Desert Air Force, and to India, the 70th Division, while 2 divisions promised to him by London had also been rerouted from Britain to defend outposts of the Empire in the Pacific. Auchinleck had thus been forced to revise his plans for the protection of the 1,000-mile front under his command from the threats posed by the Wehrmacht from the north to Persia and Iraq as well as from the east. This churn of manpower from one front to another had created a vicious cycle of self-inflicted setbacks, a pattern of deployment and redeployment by which desert veterans were dispatched to hold the line on other fronts to be replaced by inexperienced newcomers who struggled to cope with the harsh vagaries of desert combat. By the time these troops were battle-hardened, they were likewise either relieved or sent elsewhere. By contrast, Rommel's men, especially the Afrika Korps, were not only experienced but highly trained and, from the British perspective, alarmingly battle-hardened. Auchinleck could have chosen this moment to explain that, following the redeployments to the Far East, he lacked both the men and the materiel required to sustain the desert campaign. Instead, for the time being, he confined himself to remarking that the enemy's tactics in the desert had been skillful and bold, and that he and Ritchie were seeking every possible means to turn the tables on Rommel. In words which did nothing to restore Churchill's spirits, he insisted that the Eighth Army was not going to be routed and that there was no disorganization or confusion, nor any loss of morale as far as I can see. This was not by any means how it seemed to the German generals on the spot. General von Mellenthin was astonished by the failure of the British to take a stand and at the speed with which their defenses had collapsed. Noting that on the 25th of January it soon became apparent that the British tank units had no battle experience and they were completely demoralized by the onslaught, He went on to describe how the British columns fled madly over the desert in one of the most extraordinary routes of the war. In one case, the 15th Panzer Division managed to cover 50 miles in under 4 hours to take the airfield at MSUs, where they found numerous supply columns and 12 aircraft readying for takeoff. Their booty of the day, von Mellenthin noted with satisfaction, was 96 tanks, 38 guns, and 190 trucks. On the 31st of January, Auchinleck offered a fuller explanation for the Eighth Army's reverses, citing a combination of inferior armaments and a lack of leadership at the front. To round off this dispiriting verdict, he informed the Prime Minister that he had been driven to conclude that, in such circumstances, the Eighth Army could only confront Rommel with any reasonable hope of decisive success when it enjoyed a 2-to-1 advantage, in men and weaponry over the enemy. Although this was a sound military judgment, Churchill found it impossible to accept such excuses, nor was he to forgive Auchinleck for presiding over such a lamentable performance. In one of the many ironies of the Desert Campaign, Churchill's dismay at the failure of the Eighth Army to take the battle to the enemy was matched by the fury of Italy's Comando Supremo at Rommel for doing precisely that. 2 days after the Desert Fox launched his counterattack, General Cavallero, accompanied by Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, the German commander-in-chief of the Mediterranean Theater, descended on Rommel's headquarters to instruct their insubordinate general to call off the chase. "Make it no more than a sortie and then come straight back," Cavallero ordered. Rommel retorted that he intended to keep at the enemy, for so long as he had the troops and the supplies to do so. Cavallero insisted that a shortage of fuel combined with acute logistical problems made it imperative for Rommel to wait until he had built up sufficient reserves. Rommel, with an insolence born of the confident belief that he had the support of Hitler, told his commanding officer that nobody but the Führer could change his decision. By the 29th of January, the Panzer Army minus part of the Italian Corps, which had been forbidden to advance by a still seething Cavallero, had overrun Benghazi. By the end of the month almost all Cyrenaica had fallen. The Eighth Army had been driven back over 400 miles across the desert until Ritchie called a halt 30 miles to the west of Tobruk. Here they dug in along the Ghazala line, which stretched southwards from the coast for 40 miles to the military strongpoint of Bir Hakeim, to await Rommel's next move. But even the Desert Fox, his supply lines once again stretched to the limit, was forced to pause. Making the best of a terrible job, the troops who had been so ignominiously swept aside by his advance, referred dryly to their retreat as the second Benghazi handicap, the first being Wavell's similar humiliation 10 months earlier. In a gleeful letter to his wife on the 4th of February, Rommel reported that the Panzer Army's advance went like greased lightning. He had barely exaggerated. In London, Churchill was in a foul temper. Combined with a lengthening list of defeats in the Pacific, the Eighth Army's retreat to the Ghazala line was a bitter pill for him and his fellow ministers to swallow. According to Brooke, who had now been in this post at the SIGs for 2 months, meetings of the War Cabinet were often fractious occasions at which ministers were prone to turn their fire on the military. Brooke, who was far less equable than his predecessor, was exasperated by the Prime Minister's bombastic behavior. He came out continually with remarks, such as, "Have you not got a single general in the army who can win battles? Have none of them any ideas? Must we continually lose battles in this way?" he noted in his daily diary after one prime ministerial tirade. Judging such outbursts wrong in principle, he also thought them counterproductive in practice, especially when they encouraged other ministers to join him in making offensive remarks at the expense of the army. In Brooke, Churchill faced a sharper intellect and a less emollient senior advisor than Dill had been. Dill's moral courage and integrity were widely admired by his colleagues, but he was physically and emotionally drained by long hours and the relentless demands of a prime minister who had become increasingly irritated by his measured diffidence in the face of disaster. According to his loyal lieutenant, Kennedy, many of Dill's colleagues had long taken to murmuring against him, saying that his brain was anyhow not agile enough for his job, that he had no drive, and that he was always half asleep at meetings of the Defense Committee and of the Chiefs of Staff. On the 18th of November 1941, the same day that Auchinleck finally launched Operation Crusader, Dill's genial reign came to a sudden end. He asked Kennedy to see him. "The world is upside down for me. I am to go," he said. "The Prime Minister told me last night." By this time, even Kennedy had reached the conclusion that his boss was much too tired to give of his best, and that it was right he should go before he became completely worn out. According to his successor, Dill often found Churchill's methods repulsive, but he accepted his dismissal with characteristic grace and without recrimination. Happily, his experience and expertise were not wasted. Although Churchill had intended to dispatch him to oblivion by appointing him governor of Bombay, he found himself obliged to take Dill with him to the Arcadia negotiations in Washington as Brooke was still coming to grips with his new role. This was a providential move. The former SIGs quickly established such cordial relations with the American team that Churchill wisely forgot about Bombay and instead made him his personal representative in Washington as head of the British Joint Staff Mission. Dill soon became the de facto British ambassador for all matters military, and, following the formation of the Combined Chiefs of Staff, the coalescence of the British and American Chiefs of Staff agreed at Arcadia, he rapidly became a key figure in the higher direction of the war. In a highly charged atmosphere where the new alliance was constantly assailed by mutual suspicion and rivalry, his dogged decency and transparent honesty soon caught the attention of Marshall, Roosevelt's most influential military advisor. The two men forged a bond of lasting friendship which was to be of incalculable benefit in the months ahead, particularly during the intense and tortuous negotiations over future strategy in the Middle East and North Africa which were soon to preoccupy both London and Washington once again. Brooke was abrasive, impatient, and volatile. In the diary he kept throughout the war he did not shrink from the free expression of powerful emotions and waspish judgments, none of which appeared to have been recollected in tranquility. In his previous role, commanding the United Kingdom Home Forces, Brooke's dealings with Churchill and his war cabinet had left him less than starry-eyed. Nor was he by any means overwhelmed by his new responsibilities as Chief of the Imperial Defense Staff. 4 days after taking up his new appointment in the middle of December, Brooke attended a cabinet meeting at No. 10 Downing Street. Anthony Eden, the Foreign Secretary, was about to fly to Moscow for what was expected to be an uncomfortable meeting with Stalin about the Second Front. In Brooke's disparaging version of the occasion, Eden behaved like a peevish child grumbling because he was being sent off to see Uncle Stalin without suitable gifts while Granny Churchill was comforting him and explaining to him all the pretty speeches he might make instead. Of course, Brooke noted, Stalin had to be appeased with more than warm words or empty gestures of fellow feeling, but to provide him with more than a token number of tanks and aircraft would mean exposing the home front or denuding the Middle East Command. Nevertheless he recorded with characteristic asperity, for much of the cabinet meeting, the conduct of the war seemed to have been pushed into the background, self-interest seemed to predominate. After dinner, Churchill had a further meeting with the three chiefs of staff. The conversation went round in circles and became heated. Finally, Churchill erupted. In the most awful outburst of temper, we were told that we did nothing but obstruct his intentions, we had no ideas of our own, and whenever he produced ideas we produced nothing but objections, etc. etc. Finally he looked at his papers for some 5 minutes, then slammed them together, closed the meeting and walked out of the room. It was pathetic and entirely unnecessary. It is all the result of overworking himself and keeping too late hours. Such a pity. God knows where we would be without him, but God knows where we shall go with him. Churchill was under intense pressure and growing strain. The defeats and setbacks abroad were followed by a crescendo of disapprobation at home. His Arcadia meetings with Roosevelt had been fruitful but the outcome could not be shared with the British public except in very broad terms. Otherwise the news was bad on all fronts and with every prospect that it would soon get worse. On his return from Washington he took the opportunity to provide a querulous House of Commons with a prime ministerial tour d'horizon. To smoke out his critics, he decided to challenge them with a confidence vote. The outcome was a foregone conclusion but the ruse at least gave him a very public opportunity to defend his conduct of the nation's affairs and to expose the irresolution of his adversaries. The debate began on the 27th of January. Claiming, disingenuously, that it had been privately intimated to me that I should be very reckless if I asked for a vote of confidence, he acknowledged that wrapped up in the bad news from the Far East there would be many tales of blunders and shortcomings, both in foresight and action. Urging that none of his colleagues should be mealy-mouthed, in debate or chicken-hearted in voting, he proceeded to lay out his case in such terms as to intimate that the truly reckless act in this time of great crisis would be to vote against the government. It is because things have gone badly and worse is to come that I demand a vote of confidence, he declared in an artful and persuasive performance that reassured his supporters and disarmed his adversaries. Although he made no reference to the detailed discussions he had held with the president about acrobat and gymnast, he managed to make it abundantly clear that the Middle East occupied a pivotal status in both their reckonings. He returned frequently to the challenges facing Auchinleck's command and the multiple threats posed in the very recent past by the panzer spearheads of the German army, which menaced Turkey, Persia, Iraq, Syria and Palestine and thence the Suez Canal, Egypt and the Nile Valley. And while this menace defined itself with hideous and increasing reality. In the east, Rommel was poised to advance into Egypt from the west. Only the personal intervention of Auchinleck, in ordering the ruthless pressure of the attack to be maintained without regard to risks and consequences, had prevented the Axis army from overrunning Egypt. Although it was common knowledge that the British had evacuated Benghazi, he refrained from describing the Eighth Army's calamitous retreat to the Ghazala line. Nor, for obvious reasons, did he mention his thwarted hopes for acrobat and gymnast. Instead he spoke of the many ebbs and flows in an heroic, epic struggle, which had proved not only that our men can die for king and country everyone knew that but that they can kill. Then, as though to explain away future setbacks and perhaps with a degree of envious chagrin he paid Rommel an extraordinary tribute, describing him as a very daring and skillful opponent, and may I say across the havoc of war, a great general. His peroration held the house in thrall. Although I feel the broadening swell of victory and liberation bearing us and all the tortured peoples onwards safely towards the final goal, I must confess to feeling the weight of the war upon me even more than in the tremendous summer days of 1940. It is because I see the light gleaming behind the clouds and broadening on our path that I make so bold now as to demand a declaration of confidence from the House of Commons. There followed 3 days of debate, at the end of which to no one's surprise the result of the vote was 464 to 1 in his favor. Any comfort this result may have given Churchill or those about him was short-lived. With Hong Kong overrun by the Japanese and Singapore at the point of collapse, the New Sigs wrote morbidly, I have during the last 10 days had an unpleasant feeling that the British Empire was decaying and that we were on a slippery decline. I certainly never expected that we should fall to pieces as fast as we are and to see Hong Kong and Singapore go in less than 3 months plus failure in the Western Desert is far from reassuring. 2 days later, with worsening reports from Burma as well as Singapore and the news that 3 of the most powerful German warships in the German Navy, the battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and the battle cruiser Prinz Eugen, had escaped the blockade of Brest and slipped through the English Channel virtually unscathed. Brooke noted bleakly, these are black days. Singapore fell on the 15th of February with some 80,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops either killed, wounded or captured, adding to the 50,000 casualties already endured in the Malayan campaign. The sudden collapse of the colonial fortress, the largest base in the region, came as a shock to the British public, though as little surprise to Churchill or his advisers, who had regarded this outcome as almost certain since the middle of December. Nonetheless, the Prime Minister was devastated, ranking the loss of this impregnable fortress as the greatest disaster in our history. The grim succession of setbacks unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration in the national press. In a variety of newspapers and magazines, commentators and columnists conveyed the same message by asking the same question: was Churchill any longer competent to run the war, or should someone else take the helm? Oppressed by the savagery of the criticism, Churchill's mood often blackened. When Roosevelt wrote to commiserate with him in these trying weeks and to let him know that I think of you often, Churchill's reply gave a rare glimpse into his inner turmoil. I do not like these days of personal stress, he wrote, and I have found it difficult to keep my eye on the ball. Confiding in his close friend, Violet Bonham Carter, he said, "I feel very biteful, sick, and spiteful when people attack me, bemoaning, I can't get victories. It's the victories that are so hard to get." Churchill's brooding anger at the lack of appreciation shown to him from those whom he regarded often with good reason as lesser mortals sometimes tipped towards self-pity. Following the loss of Singapore, he was driven to explain one humiliating setback after another at a secret session of Parliament on the 23rd of April. In the course of an extended defense of his conduct as Prime Minister, he could not restrain his indignation. "I am anxious," he glowered, "that members should realize that our affairs are not conducted entirely by simpletons and dunderheads as the comic papers try to depict. Any featherhead can have confidence in times of victory, but the test is to have faith when things are going wrong." For Churchill, a victory somewhere, anywhere had become a political imperative, both to buttress his own credibility at home and to impress upon America that Britain was not a busted flush but a force to be reckoned with. However, with the Germans still on the offensive in Russia and the Japanese running amok in the Pacific, the only part of the world in which he could conceivably hope for a clean victory in the foreseeable future was in the Western Desert, and even that now seemed a distant prospect. This was not the moment for the kind of derring-do for which the Prime Minister yearned. Following the damage inflicted on the Eighth Army in its precipitate retreat to the Gazala line, Auchinleck decided that radical action was required if his forces were to be melded into fighting units capable of confronting Rommel without further humiliation. To achieve this he needed time, and certainly more time than Churchill was prepared to allow him. Another standoff between the general and the politician was inevitable. After Pearl Harbor, Auchinleck had been required to surrender some of his most experienced units to add weight to the skeletal British presence in the Far East. In addition, he had to cope with the unexpected withdrawal from his command of two battle-hardened Australian divisions. This irksome decision followed an acrimonious exchange of telegrams between the prime ministers of each country, in which arrogant imperialism in London was matched by aggressive insecurity in Canberra. The row surfaced in late December when the Australian PM, John Curtin, complained to Roosevelt about the utterly inadequate British reinforcements sent by Churchill to counter the Japanese in the Far East. On Boxing Day, while Churchill was preoccupied with his address to the U.S. Congress, Curtin gave vent to his widely shared resentment against the old colonial master in a signed article for the Melbourne Herald. "We refuse to accept the dictum that the Pacific struggle must be treated as a subordinate segment of the general conflict," he began, before putting the boot in with brutal precision. "Without any inhibitions of any kind," he avowed, "I make it quite clear that Australia looks to America, free of any pangs as to our traditional links with the United Kingdom." Churchill was furious but elected to react with pained concern. "Night and day," he wrote on the 3rd of January, "I am laboring here to make the best arrangements possible in your interests and for your safety." The truth was otherwise. With the exception of South Africa, represented in the person of his friend and ally Field Marshal Jan Smuts, Churchill rarely deigned to take cognizance of the disparate views held by the representatives of the Commonwealth, Dominions and Colonies. Though they provided the bulk of the British Imperial Army's infantrymen in the Middle East, he rarely bothered to consult them on any matter of substance. Nor was Curtin mollified. His reputation, as much as Australia's national interest, was at stake. He wanted his Australian boys out of the Middle East and back home to defend their own soil against the very real threat of an attack from Japan. When a stray secret telegram alerted Curtin to the fact that the chiefs of staff in London were contemplating the evacuation of Singapore, he wrote to Churchill, on 2 January, to reprove him for even considering an option which, he said, would be regarded as an inexcusable betrayal, in Australia. 3 weeks later, following the fall of Singapore, relations between the two leaders deteriorated even further, Curtin's truculence matching Churchill's high-handedness. With Burma reeling from a severe Japanese onslaught, Churchill cabled the Australian Prime Minister to inform him that the 1st Australian Division, which was then on its way home from Egypt, was required for the defense of Rangoon. "We are all entirely in favor of all Australian troops returning home to defend their native soil," he wrote with ill-disguised sarcasm. But a vital war emergency cannot be ignored, and troops en route to other destinations must be ready to turn aside and take part in the battle. The tone was distinctly de haut en bas, and the implication that the Australians were anxious to scuttle home rather than fulfill their imperial duty was unfortunate. Not content with that, he threatened that if Curtin refused to allow his troops to be thrown into the fray against the Japanese, it would have a very grave effect upon the President and the Washington Circle, on whom you were largely dependent. He concluded brusquely by demanding an answer immediately. Assuming that Curtin would give way, Churchill sent orders that the convoy bearing the 1st Australian Division to Australia should be diverted to Rangoon. But Curtin did not yield. On 22 February, he insisted that it would be quite impossible to reverse a decision which we made with the utmost care. Taken aback by this revolt, Churchill cabled the Australian Prime Minister to express his dismay, but, having no choice but to comply with the stated wishes of a sovereign ally, he ordered the Australian convoy to return to its original course. Just over a fortnight later, Rangoon fell. Whether Curtin's stance affected the outcome is open to doubt. It is probable that the Australian contingent would have joined the melancholy throng who had to endure the cruelties imposed on Allied prisoners of war by their Japanese captors. More significantly, the incident illuminated the undercurrent of tension within the imperial family as each nation struggled to assert its own identity and interest in the febrile atmosphere of a global crisis. Auchinleck needed the Australians in the desert, Churchill required them in Burma, Curtin demanded their presence in Australia. 14. Trouble at the top. You must come home. Nothing matters so much as the removal of the wall of misunderstanding which has grown up between you two. Pug, ismate to achi nl ek on hi srl at I onchi pyth kur kael. In these black days, Churchill sometimes seemed so downcast that his intimates wondered for how long he would be able to withstand the pressure. His critics at Westminster and in the press continued to assail him for the catalogue of disasters over which he had presided. At private gatherings, to an extent that would have been inconceivable a year earlier, the London establishment politicians, editors, business leaders, diplomats, civil servants, and military commanders discussed his performance with brutal disdain. On the 5th of March, Kennedy recorded a dinner conversation at which the prevailing view was that Winston was finished. In a letter to Roosevelt, Averell Harriman reported that the confidence of the British people had been shattered to the core, and that a number of astute people, both friends and opponents, feel it is only a question of a few months before his government falls. However, Harriman himself did not join this chorus, judging that the Prime Minister would soon bounce back with renewed strength. The chiefs of staff were not immune from the growing pressures of a worsening war. According to Kennedy, even the clinically cool SIG seemed to be wilting under the strain. He was showing signs of wear and tear. He was inclined to be irritable. He did not laugh so much as during his first weeks in office. More than any of his colleagues, Brooke had to bear the brunt of Churchill's gloomy tirades. I just sit silent, he confided to Kennedy, and put up an umbrella. Auchinleck could not have chosen a worse moment at which to send the chiefs of staff a detailed account of his predicament in the Middle East. His formal appreciation landed in Whitehall with an unwelcome thud at precisely the moment that both Churchill and the chiefs of staff were casting about for a way out of the valley of humiliation, as the Prime Minister's wife, Clemmy, described the fevered atmosphere in London. Churchill had cabled Auchinleck on the 26th of February inquiring about his intentions and advising him that Rommel may gain reinforcements as fast or even faster than you. Reminding him that the supply of Malta is causing us increased anxiety, and anyone can see the magnitude of our disasters in the Far East. The Prime Minister's unstated message was clear. I want action against Rommel in the desert and I want it now. But, so far from rekindling Churchill's spirits with a vision of the future triumphs in the desert for which he craved, Auchinleck's analysis was bleakly pessimistic. The Eighth Army, depleted by the redeployments to the Pacific and Australia, was short of men, equipment and armaments, for which reasons he insisted that he would be unable to mount an offensive against Rommel until May at the very earliest, but more probably not before June. Nothing could have been better calculated to incur Churchill's wrath. On the 2nd of March he drafted a reply to Auchinleck in which, according to Brooke, he poured abuse on him for not attacking sooner and for sending us an appreciation in which he did not propose to attack until June. 3 days after assuming his role as Sigs at a point when Crusader still held out the promise of victory over Rommel in Libya, Brooke had noted, "I am positive that our policy for the conduct of the war should be to direct both military and political efforts towards the early conquest of North Africa. From there we shall be able to reopen the Mediterranean and stage offensive operations against Italy." But he did not approve of the means by which Churchill set about achieving that strategic goal, objecting strongly to the way in which his impatient and irascible political master interfered in operational decisions beyond his competence. Although he shared the Prime Minister's frustration at the prospect of further delay, he did not at all appreciate another example of Winston's interference with a commander in the field. He is trying to force him to attack at an earlier date than is thought advisable, and what is more, tries to obtain his ends by an offensive wire. Churchill's draft, which contained such choice observations as armies were not intended to stand about doing nothing, and soldiers were meant to fight, was plucked from the prime ministerial outre and redrafted in less aggressive language. But, even when Brooke had toned it down, the message was stern enough. Viewing the war situation as a whole, we cannot afford to stand idle at a time when the Russians are straining every nerve to give the enemy no rest, and when it is important to increase by every possible means the drain on the German armed forces. Please reconsider the matter urgently and telegraph your views. Auchinleck was so distressed by the tone and content of Churchill's amended telegram that he dispatched a fierce private note to Brooke, reproving him for endorsing a prime ministerial instruction which failed so signally either to appreciate facts as presented from here or to realize that we are fully aware of the situation as regards Malta in particular or the Middle East in general. We are trying here to face realities and to present to you the situation as it appears to us, not as you would wish it to be. Brooke was not disposed to offer Auchinleck much comfort. Although the chiefs of staff disapproved of Churchill's bullying interference, they had some sympathy with his impatience. The Middle East commander-in-chief's outlook had become overly defensive, and despite the fact that his forces had been depleted by the withdrawals to the Far East, they judged that the longer he waited before he attacked Rommel, the poorer would be his chances of holding his position. Moreover, there was urgent need to regain the Libyan airfields captured by Rommel during the Second Benghazi handicap. Otherwise the RAF's Desert Air Force would be unable to protect the convoys carrying supplies to the besieged island of Malta, which was now at grave risk of being starved into submission by an Axis air and sea blockade. This Mediterranean fortress was of surpassing importance to the British Empire and had been so at least since the Napoleonic Wars. Moreover, as Churchill's confidant Lord Ismay wrote, Malta was almost one of our kith and kin. To lose her would be almost as painful as to lose a part of England herself. It was also militarily unthinkable. To control Malta was to control a crucial seaway between Italy and North Africa. A staging post for bombers en route from London to Egypt, it was even more important as the only base from which the RAF and the Royal Navy could harass and interdict the supply lines from Naples, Taranto and Bari to Tripoli, Benghazi and Tobruk that were the sole means of provisioning Rommel's panzer army. To lose Malta or to allow it to be starved into enforced neutrality would be to hand a massive strategic advantage to the Axis powers, giving them an immeasurably stronger position from which both to inflict great damage on British ships in the eastern Mediterranean and to succor their forces in North Africa. This tiny island, as Ismay put it, was thus a vital feature in the defense of our Middle East position. It was against this background that Brooke sent Auchinleck a brisk response to the effect that his feelings would have been much more hurt if he had got the telegram the Prime Minister had intended for him. This was hardly the most promising atmosphere in which to reach an agreement on the best way forward, and as might have been expected it had quite the opposite effect. Auchinleck, assuredly mindful of Dill's original warning to him about resisting undue pressure from London, made it very clear once more that he would not yield to any pressure for a premature strike against Rommel, insisting that such a venture would be more likely to imperil Egypt than to secure victory. Churchill was incandescent. Found the PM in an explosive mood today, his doctor noted, quoting him as saying, "The bloody man does not seem to care about the fate of Malta." On the 8th of March, Churchill cabled Auchinleck demanding that he return to London at your earliest convenience, to discuss the conflict between them in person rather than by correspondence. To the Prime Minister's fury and the consternation of the Chiefs of Staff, Auchinleck bluntly refused to leave the Middle East. Despite a cable from Brooke urging him to change his mind, Auchinleck once again demurred, suggesting instead that the SIGs himself, accompanied by Air Chief Marshal Charles Portal, should fly out to Cairo. When the Prime Minister learned about this he was, according to Brooke, infuriated, and once again suggested relieving Auchinleck of his command. In a pained rebuke to Auchinleck, dispatched on the 15th of March, Churchill expressed his extreme regret at the Middle East C&C's refusal to meet him in London. "I have done everything in my power to give you continuous support at heavy cost to the whole war," he wrote despairingly. "It would give me the greatest pain to feel that mutual understanding had ceased." That, of course, is precisely what had occurred, but short of sacking Auchinleck, which would have caused a degree of political embarrassment that he could ill afford, there was little the Prime Minister could do to bring his recalcitrant general to order. Drawing the obvious conclusion, Churchill noted later, "It seemed to me that he conceived himself stronger in resisting from his own headquarters the requests which he knew would be made to him." Thwarted by Auchinleck's obstinacy, Churchill added a petulant coda to their correspondence, threatening to withdraw at least 15 air squadrons from Libya to sustain the Russian wing in the Caucasus unless Auchinleck agreed to advance the proposed date of his offensive. Churchill had no intention of carrying out this threat and, when Brooke saw the cable, he advised against escalating their dispute in this way. Churchill retorted, "It will be a whip to him." It wasn't. The relationship between the British Prime Minister and his Commander-in-Chief was rapidly approaching the point of no return. Their standoff was not solely a confrontation of obstinate egos. The pressures on both men were enormous. At issue were overlapping but competing political and military challenges of the greatest consequence which neither man was able or willing to view through the prism of the other. Against a darkening background of repeated disasters on land and at sea, Churchill's political imperative of victory as soon as possible was reinforced by a global strategic perspective which, perforce, Auchinleck lacked. But the Middle East Commander-in-Chief had a far clearer appreciation of the operational and logistical complexities by which he was constrained and knew that to launch an attack before his forces were very much better prepared to meet a panzer army which had consistently shown its superiority in battle would be thoroughly irresponsible. The simple fact was that, from the start of the war, Britain had been trying to do too much with too little on too many fronts. The tension between Churchill and Auchinleck was essentially a reflection of this unhappy predicament. In the lull which now ensued, Auchinleck continued the task he had set himself immediately after the Second Benghazi handicap, to put right some of the fundamental failings which had led to that rout. Some of these were technical, some organizational, some structural and some psychological. All were extremely serious and, in his judgment, had to be remedied before he could embark on yet another offensive. On the 30th of January, in a memorandum to his Chief of Staff, General Arthur Smith, Auchinleck had highlighted one of his principal concerns, the failure of the Eighth Army's armor to deliver the knockout punch of which on paper it should have been easily capable. It was an extraordinarily blunt assessment. "We have got to face the fact," he noted, "that, unless we can achieve superiority on the battlefield by better cooperation between the army commanders and more original leadership of our armored forces than is apparently being exercised at present, we may have to forego any idea of mounting a strategic offensive because our armored forces are tactically incapable of meeting the enemy in the open, even when superior to him in numbers." Notably, this apocalyptic indictment did not simply lay the blame on the comparative qualities of the British versus the German or Italian tanks, though these were of no small significance. In sheer firepower, the 2-pounders on the British tanks were like popguns in comparison to the 5 cm guns mounted on the Panzer Mark Ils and IVS. The British tanks were also less mechanically reliable than their German equivalents and, after a 3-month journey by sea via the Cape, most of them required time-consuming repairs and preparation for desert conditions before they could be put into service. This imbalance of technical advantage had started to eat away at the spirit of the Eighth Army to the point where Auchinleck began to detect the growth of an inferiority complex among our armored forces, owing to their failure to compete with enemy tanks which they consider, and rightly so, superior to their own in certain respects. This is very dangerous and will be most difficult to eradicate once it takes root, as I am afraid it is now doing. Even the 2-to-1 superiority in tanks which he advised Churchill would be required to face Rommel in the desert with any degree of confidence would not of itself be enough to secure victory. Auchinleck put his finger on the nub of the problem. Without a radical overhaul, the Eighth Army would be persistently outmaneuvered by Rommel and his panzers. The origins of this inferiority lay deep in the history of the British Army and, as Auchinleck surely knew, it would take more than a few weeks to eradicate them. For the most part, the British armor was commanded by officers who still lived psychologically on the saddle of a horse, not in the stinking, clanking, broiling interior of a tank. Not for nothing did they instinctively use the language of the hunting field, the cricket pitch, the polo ground, or the race track when radioing one another from unit to unit in the hope of bewildering the German intelligence officers trying to decipher their messages. Gone to ground. A chap has retired to the pavilion. I've cast a shoe, my horse and jockey have copped it. All these phrases, and many more, belonged to a social class that regarded itself naturally as a cut above the rest. Cavalry officers looked back with nostalgia to the days when a charge was a charge, even though it might end up, so to speak, in the valley of death. They did not lack for dash or bravery or patriotism, but they found it exceptionally difficult to display the kind of original leadership required by modern tank warfare. Jealously protective of their own regimental histories and traditions, they still found cooperation with other tank regiments, let alone with artillery brigades and infantry battalions, a novel, baffling, and invidious concept. The resentments incubated by this snobbery nurtured a competitive disdain among the various fighting units of the Eighth Army, and especially between the cavalry and the infantry, the poor bloody foot soldiers from Britain, the Dominions, and the colonies. Rommel's panzer divisions succeeded by integrating tanks, artillery, and infantry into a single, flexible unit able to attack at speed with concentrated firepower on any flank. By contrast, the Eighth Army was lumbering and inflexible, apparently doomed to be perpetually outsmarted and outfought. There was a further problem, to which Auchinleck had referred fleetingly in his note to Smith: the low morale of the British Army by comparison with the Germans, the Russians, and the Japanese. After the collapse of Singapore, General Wavell in his new role as C&C, India identified as an underlying cause of that humiliation the loss of our hardness and fighting spirit. Until we have again soldiers capable of marching 20 or 30 miles a day for a number of days running, and missing their full rations every second or third day, and whose first idea is to push forward and to get to grips with the enemy on any and every occasion and whatever the difficulties and odds, we shall not recover our morale or reputation. In London, the director of military operations was not surprised. Kennedy had already discerned two reasons for the repeated failures on the battlefield. The first he attributed to the fact that the government had not begun to build up the British Army until after war had broken out and, as a result, it was as yet ill-organized, under-trained and poorly equipped. The second reason was more startling and, from the perspective of the 21st century, quaintly primitive. The British, he avowed, were undoubtedly softer as a nation than any of our enemies, except the Italians. This, he mused, could be accounted for by the fact that modern civilization on the democratic model does not produce a hardy race, and our civilization in Great Britain was a little further removed from the stage of barbarity than were the civilizations of Germany, Russia, and Japan. He was not alone in these sentiments. Brooke harbored similar doubts, though from a slightly different perspective. The more I see of democracy, he confided in one diary entry after a particularly truculent meeting of the War Cabinet, the more I doubt our wisdom of attaching such importance to it. As Britain was supposed to be fighting in the name of democracy against tyranny, the CIGS's late-night musing may seem perverse. On reflection, he explained that he had been embittered by the criticisms directed at the military by the politicians. Conceding that Churchill was a wonderful national leader, He nonetheless observed, with mordant satisfaction, that his first act as prime minister had been virtually to convert that democracy into a dictatorship in which both parliament and cabinet were only minor inconveniences to be humored occasionally. This was a jejune analysis of the British political process, but it contained a kernel of truth, the more disconcerting because Brooke so clearly relished Churchill's quasi-dictatorial power. His concern about what he and Kennedy regarded as a crisis of leadership, morale and discipline in the army prompted Brooke to contact the senior officers under his command and alert them to the drastic measures which were required to raise the standard of leadership throughout the army. We must be more ruthless in the elimination of those who seem unlikely to prove themselves determined and inspiring leaders in the field, he insisted. It was also essential to raise morale and tighten discipline. Our men must be physically hard and fit. They must possess a high sense of comradeship and discipline. They must be taught to love the spice of danger. This was easier said than done, especially in the Middle East. This was not because the 120,000 men of the multinational Eighth Army believed themselves to be lions led by donkeys, though some of them did, but because they found it difficult to appreciate why the war against Hitler had to be fought in the sand and rock of a distant desert. Crackling through the ether to them in the torpid atmosphere of a sweltering mess tent, Churchill's sonorous generalities from afar made little impact, while their own officers, themselves often unclear about the overall strategy of the war, were singularly inept at communicating its significance to a conscript army which expected explanations as well as orders. Despite these failings, the Eighth Army's adversaries had acquired a deepening respect for the British troops. The British soldier fought very well in the desert, even though he might not have attained the élan of the German attack, the Afrikakorps Chief of Staff, Bayerlein, wrote of their gallantry during Crusader. Their officers fought with tremendous courage and self-sacrifice. Rommel too often expressed his admiration for his adversaries, and once said, on seeing a number of them as prisoners, that he would be happy to lead such men into battle. However, the German commanders were scathing about the tactics adopted by the British on the battlefield. Reviewing Crusader, Bayerlein wrote, contrary to the principle that one can never be strong enough at the center of gravity and must concentrate everything at this point, every attack was made by part only of the Eighth Army, and even the main offensive force, already too weak for its purpose, was thrown into battle dispersed. As a result, the British formations were either badly battered or destroyed one after the other and disappeared from the theater while the battle was still in progress. These tactical errors were aggravated by their unwieldy and rigidly methodical technique of command, their over-systematic issuing of orders down to the last detail, leaving little latitude to the junior commander, and their poor adaptability to the changing course of the battle. In short, closely echoing Auchinleck's own diagnosis, Bayerlein's assessment was that the British Eighth Army was no match for the Panzer Army even when, on paper, they were evenly balanced. Bayerlein would have been intrigued to read the British CIGS's bleak diary entry for the 31st of March. The last day of the first quarter of 1942, fateful year in which we have already lost a large proportion of the British Empire, and are on the way to lose a great deal more of it. During the last fortnight I have had for the first time since the war started a growing conviction that we are going to lose this war unless we control it very differently and fight it with more determination. Half our corps and divisional commanders are totally unfit for their appointments, and yet if I were to sack them I could find no better. They lack character, imagination, drive and the power of leadership. There are times when I wish to God I had not been placed at the helm of a ship that seems to be heading inevitably for the rocks. Such sentiments were of little use to Auchinleck, who had no choice but to work with the clay at his disposal. At its most basic, his inheritance, the cumulative and accelerating effects of 20 years of military decadence, was a force that was not yet fit for purpose, to do battle against an enemy as disciplined, organized and motivated as Rommel's Panzer Army. Before confronting Rommel again, his overriding task was to ensure that the Eighth Army was reorganized and retrained to the point where he could be confident that it was capable of achieving victory. Until then he was not going to be rushed into a premature offensive. He would rather be deprived of his command than engage in such an act of self-defeating folly. To help him implement these reforms, Auchinleck summoned from Palestine one of the most controversial staff officers in the British Army, Colonel Eric Dorman Smith. No one doubted that Chink, as he was generally known, possessed one of the most brilliant and original minds in the army. He was fond of a quotation from A. A. Milne which he had pinned to his office wall: "The third-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking with the majority. A second-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking with the minority. A first-rate mind is only happy when it is thinking." He was as fastidious in dress, to the point of dandyism, as he was in thought. He was also impatient, arrogant, and uncompromising, characteristics that he did not deign to conceal from his colleagues, who, in consequence, generally found him insufferable. That he was also judged to have the wandering eye of a practiced philanderer led envious rivals to regard him as something of a cad as well. Even among those who admired his intellect, he was thought to be dangerously rash in judgment and unsound in temperament, a maverick who was not to be trusted. Though he affected indifference to the hostility of those he despised, he was wounded to the point of embitterment by watching lesser beings climb more rapidly up the rungs of promotion. But in Auchinleck he had found a patron who not only revered his wayward genius but was deeply fond of him as well. On the 10th of February Auchinleck cabled Ritchie at 8th Army Headquarters. "I have given Dorman Smith the job of inquiring into our present system," he wrote. "I feel we are still too rigid and hidebound and that we must modernize ourselves in this respect. He is excellent at this sort of thing. It must be made clear that he is not snooping." Dorman Smith joined Ritchie on the 15th of February, the same day as the fall of Singapore, and stayed for just under 2 weeks. Dorman Smith disdained the 8th Army commander, whom he regarded as patronizing, limited, and assured, and which was even worse had been appointed as deputy chief of the General Staff in the Middle East over his own head. According to his biographer, Dorman Smith judged Ritchie to be an utterly repellent individual, who hadn't been given a brain capable of having any needs except those foisted on by tradition and custom. Whether he was snooping or not, Dorman Smith returned to Cairo convinced that Auchinleck should sack the 8th Army commander. This advice was not simply vengeful or malicious. Dorman Smith's judgment that Ritchie was unsuited and ill-equipped for the challenges facing the 8th Army was widely shared. But, with some vehemence, Auchinleck demurred. It was out of the question to get rid of Ritchie so soon after sacking his predecessor, Cunningham. Moreover, were he to do so, London would very probably send out General Bernard Montgomery, for whom Dorman Smith also had a low regard, to replace him. This was a fateful decision. Ritchie's inadequacies, like those of Cunningham before him, were soon to be cruelly exposed, confirming for Auchinleck's admirers as well as his detractors that, whatever his other qualities, picking winners was not one of them. Churchill chose this moment to divert Sir Stafford Cripps, the Lord Privy Seal, to Cairo from a crucial mission to India, CP.230. In the Egyptian capital he was to meet up with Lieutenant General Sir Archibald Nye, Vice Chief of the Imperial General Staff, who had been dispatched there at the same time from London. Their task was to investigate Auchinleck's refusal to go on the offensive. They were an odd, even perverse, choice. Cripps had no relevant military background while Nye, who had won a military cross for conspicuous gallantry in the First World War, had served only as a staff officer at the War Office since 1940. If Churchill hoped that their delvings would act as a goad to prod Auchinleck onto the offensive, he was to be sorely disappointed. On the 21st of March, after a long round of detailed conversations with Auchinleck and others, Cripps cabled Churchill, "I am very satisfied with the atmosphere in Cairo after our talks. I have no doubt of Auchinleck's offensive spirit, but I think his Scottish caution and desire not to be misled by optimism cause him to overstress in statement the difficulties and uncertainties of situation. I am convinced of his determination to face these, and am sure that it will help him very much if he can now be made to feel that all misunderstandings are at an end and there is no more questioning of his desire to take the offensive." With a sensitivity for which he was not renowned, he added, "It would, I am sure, help if you could send Auchinleck a short friendly telegram expressing your satisfaction that he will have all possible help from you to hit the target at the appointed time." Churchill was no more disposed to adopt that suggestion than he was to sign a peace treaty with Hitler. He also felt aggrieved by the failure of Cripps and Nye to hold the obstinate C&C to account. Presuming that the Lord Privy Seal had been of his mind, he had hoped by his personal force, that Cripps would bring about a solution on the spot. As it was, the Prime Minister grumbled, "I was very ill content with this." He vented his ire in a sarcastic note to Nye. "I do not wonder everything was so pleasant, considering you seem to have accepted everything they said." This was not the end of the matter. Auchinleck, to a much greater degree than Wavell had endured, now faced a united front against him in London. Though Brooke frequently deplored the tone of the Prime Minister's missives, he and the Chiefs of Staff shared his irritation at Auchinleck's refusal to advance the date for the renewed offensive against Rommel. Brooke's own respect for Auchinleck had been shaken 3 months earlier, when his overly optimistic reports and forecasts from the desert had been swiftly contradicted by the facts on the ground. In a waspish aside, reported by Kennedy, the SIGs had commented, "If we had judged Rommel's condition by Auchinleck's reports and nothing else, we would regard him now as a prize fighter in the last stages of exhaustion, lying back, practically unconscious, in his corner of the ring, with his seconds fanning him. It is quite funny, in a way, to see him rise up and deliver such a crack on Auchinleck's jaw." A few days after Churchill's sour response to the Cripps-Nye mission, General Pug, Ismay, the genial link man between the Prime Minister and the Chiefs of Staff, wrote to Auchinleck on the 2nd of April in a last-ditch attempt to persuade him to come to London. In the most emollient terms, he sought to portray the breakdown in communications between the Prime Minister and his Commander-in-Chief as purely a temporary phase of a relationship which is marked by mutual esteem and, I might almost say, affection. Virtually imploring Auchinleck to unbend, he offered a compelling insight into Churchill's complex personality, highs a mass of contradictions. He is either on the crest of a wave, or in the trough, either highly laudatory or bitterly condemnatory, either in an angelic temper, or a hell of a rage. When he isn't fast asleep he is a volcano. Ismay's innocent description of the Prime Minister's black dog, as he himself referred to the recurrent bouts of depression by which he was afflicted, was intended to reconcile Auchinleck to Churchill's volatile character. But the Auk was unmoved. Although Ismay ended his letter by writing "You must come home," his capitals. "Nothing matters so much as the removal of the wall of misunderstanding which has grown up between you two." Auchinleck remained stubbornly in Cairo. 15. Deadlock. 1 very dangerous man while being a very charming one. Alan Brooke on George Marshall. At the Ghazala front, the 8th Army waited in the R. wasteland, rehearsing for battle and reinforcing its defenses. The Ghazala line was not an unbroken chain of defensive works like the Maginot Line but a series of boxes-like castles in the sand, or cowpats, as cynical officers described them, linked by a chain of minefields. One infantryman, digging in at one of these boxes, described how his men first dug pits in which to conceal the Bren guns, then a narrow slit trench for a pair of riflemen, and finally bivvy holes in which they lived and slept. These holes, usually 6 feet square, went as deep as the digger's patience, probably 4 feet, and the bivouac sheets were stretched flat over the top and camouflaged with nets and sand, Lieutenant Billany reported. Each section position was a warren of underground dens and holes for stores. Everything went below the surface. The boxes were protected by a perimeter fence made of flattened barbed wire, mattress wire, as it was called, on which were hung booby traps and beyond which night patrols navigated their way about the minefields. The men lived off a ration of bully beef and hard tack, supplemented by an occasional tin of pineapple chunks. To prevent scurvy, Captain Harry Snell recalled, every day officers went round, put an ascorbic acid tablet on each man's tongue, and watched him swallow it. Each man had a 2-gallon tin for washing. You took Italian gas mask filters and put them on top of the tin. After cleaning your teeth you spat the water into the filter, and it went through to the tin. Eventually you built about half a can of water. You washed your face, poured it back through the filter, washed your socks, and filtered again. A ditty did the rounds, succinctly contrasting the exigencies of life at the front with the sybaritic alternative enjoyed by staff officers in Cairo. Every time they pull the chain, 3 days' ration goes down the drain. The only relief from long days of boredom was a weekly truck ride across the desert to bathe in a balmy Mediterranean or a rare moment of excitement. We would go out and lie up until you saw a nice convoy, and shell it. Shoot up as many of the lorries as we could, turn and race back, leaving some of the enemy trucks blazing. As Peter Lewis, a lieutenant in the Durham Light Infantry recalled, it did not always go smoothly. On one occasion we unintentionally raided a column which had an ambulance with it. By mistake they fired on the ambulance and drilled a hole through the engine. There followed an improbable moment of Dad's army farce. There was a lot of shouting and scream-ing, and while we were busy apologizing to the Italians, a couple of German armored cars appeared on the horizon. We said we were jolly sorry, and tore off as fast as we could back behind the little escarpment we had come from. On the other side of the Gazala line, the Panzer Army similarly waited and rehearsed and, from Rommel's impatient perspective, dithered. After his success in forcing the 8th Army back to Gazala, he intended to press his advantage before Auchinleck had time to regroup and re-equip his forces. But to his surprise and frustration he found himself thwarted by his two principal patrons in Rome and Berlin. Knowing that the head of Comando Supremo, General Cavallero, lacked the stomach for an invasion of Egypt, Rommel suspected he would block his request for the 5 Italian infantry divisions which were then at ease in their safe havens at Mersa el Brega, Agatabia, and Benghazi to be sent to his front at Gazala. But, knowing that Mussolini held him in high esteem, he felt confident that Nduce would overrule Cavallero and that he would be granted the men and the supplies needed to sustain his offensive. Mussolini's contempt for his desktop general, Cavallero, was unbounded, a disdain which was shared, with rare vehemence, by Ciano, who described Italy's most senior military officer as a complete clown, who would even go so far as to bow to the public lavatories if this would be helpful to him. But Mussolini, weakened by his errors of strategic judgment, no longer enjoyed quite the dominion over Comando Supremo that he had exercised at the start of the Desert Campaign. And Cavallero, who was not in awe of the Desert Fox, had allies in Germany. His aversion to Rommel's planned assault was given swift and strong backing by OKW, whose own desktop generals were still smarting from Rommel's persistent insubordination. This informal alliance between the most senior military commanders in Germany and Italy made it much harder for the two dictators to act in concert on Rommel's behalf. Rommel decided to fly back to Europe to press his case. In Rome, he was rebuffed in person by Mussolini, who refused to give him full authority over the Italian as well as the German divisions under his battlefield command and thus made it impossible for him to order more Italian divisions to the front. In Germany he was balked again. Although he knew that the acrimonious rivalries in OKW would tell against him, he was confident that he could appeal over their heads to the Führer. Instead, Hitler refused to promise more support in the form of either shipping or supplies. Indeed, he went further, instructing Rommel that under no circumstances whatsoever was he to launch an offensive aimed at the Suez Canal until 1943. Thus the standoff in the desert between a German commander forbidden to race for the finishing line and a British commander refusing to leave the starting gate continued throughout the spring of 1942. During this lull, the Americans startled Whitehall by launching a diplomatic offensive against their unsuspecting counterparts across the Atlantic. Their purpose was cloaked in the kind of mystery Roosevelt relished. On the 2nd of April the President cabled Churchill to tell him that his closest confidant, Harry Hopkins, and his trusted Chief of Staff, George Marshall, would be on their way to London within a few days. As I have completed our survey of the immediate and long-range problems of the military situations facing the United Nations, his preferred terms for the Anglo-American alliance, I have come to certain conclusions which are so vital that I want you to know the whole picture and to ask your approval, he wrote. The following day, in a further note, he added, what Harry and Geo. Marshall will tell you all about has my heart and mind in it. As the British were soon to discover, the purpose of the American mission shorn of its diplomatic niceties was to convince them that it was imperative to launch an early invasion of France to siphon off enough panzer divisions from the Eastern Front to ease the intense pressure on the Soviet Union. There was no doubting the seriousness of Roosevelt's intent. On the 6th of April, in a personal letter to Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands, who was staying in London at the time, he wrote, I think we realize that the principal danger of the next 6 months is German success against Russia, for if Russia is driven to her knees this summer, Germany will be able to release very large forces against the Near East and the Middle East and seek to join hands with Japan. In other words, we are forced to come to the conclusion that our major strategy must be the defeat of Germany in her Russian effort, for the very simple fact is that if this can be accomplished, the probability is that Germany cannot survive another year. This was a U-turn by the Americans, the polar opposite of the strategy which Churchill thought had been agreed at the Arcadia meetings 3 months earlier. However, he could not say so directly without jeopardizing a relationship with the United States and with Roosevelt personally, on which Britain's war effort was almost wholly dependent. To achieve his own goals in North Africa and the Middle East, he would have to negotiate with great delicacy and patience against very powerful odds. Aside from their own commitment to Roosevelt's plan, the American diplomats knew that the vision of a second front in France chimed with popular sentiment on both sides of the Atlantic. Only a few days earlier, on Sunday the 29th of March, a crowd of 40,000 had gathered in Trafalgar Square to campaign under the slogan, Second Front Now. When the Russian ambassador to the court of St. James, Ivan Maysky, took to the streets of London, he was cheered by crowds who asked for his autograph. 3 weeks later, in America, reflecting a widely held view, the newspaper magnate Lord Beaverbrook, one of whose famous columnists, John Gordon, had spoken from the platform at the rally in Trafalgar Square, addressed an audience of fellow publishers in New York. Communism under Stalin has won the applause and admiration of all the Western nations, he told them, and, as if to reinforce his well-earned reputation for shallow impetuosity, he urged the gathering, strike out to help Russia. Strike out violently. Strike even recklessly. A little over a month earlier, the Beaver, as he was known, had resigned from the government of which he had been a notably unreliable, deceitful and scheming member. However, he remained unaccountably close to the Prime Minister, who had sent him to Washington on an ill-defined mission to further good relations with the President. Churchill's wife, Clemmy, could not abide Beaverbrook and had done her best to persuade her husband to exclude him from his inner circle. My darling, she had written in February, just before the newspaper baron's resignation, try ridding yourself of this microbe which some people fear is in your blood. Exorcise this bottle imp and see if the air is not clearer and purer. However, Beaverbrook's rant on behalf of Soviet communism merely prompted Churchill to offer him the stewardship of every British mission in Washington, an offer which Beaverbrook refused. By this time the wily imp had infiltrated his way into Roosevelt's confidence as effectively as he had already suborned Churchill. The day after alerting the Prime Minister to the imminent arrival of Hopkins and Marshall, Roosevelt wrote to Beaverbrook, the arch-advocate of the Second Front Now campaign, indicating that his two emissaries had been anxious to take Beaverbrook with them. However, I had to make a personal decision, Roosevelt wrote, and I put my foot down for the very good reason that I want you here. As you know, there is no one else I can talk to when we get word in the course of the next few days. Thank the Lord, the matter seems to be moving swiftly towards what I trust will be a momentous and successful conclusion. The President was to be disappointed. Although the chiefs of staff had some idea of what to expect from Hopkins and Marshall, they could not have imagined just how grueling the transatlantic negotiations on which they were about to embark would become. Before leaving for London, Hopkins had sent a memorandum to Roosevelt on the 14th of March, arguing, I doubt if any single thing is as important as getting some sort of front against Germany. This has got to be worked out very carefully between you and Marshall in the first instance, and you and Churchill in the second. I don't think there is any time to be lost, because if we are going to do it, plans need to be made at once. A week later, Marshall joined in, elaborating the reasons for making this a priority over all other options. Northern France, he argued, was the one place in the world in which a powerful offensive can be prepared and executed by the United Powers in the near future. America's primary objective, he argued, should be the opening of a second front on mainland Europe as soon as possible, and certainly before the vagaries of the weather in the Channel made the venture too perilous. This made September 1942 the latest realistic date for the invasion, a prospect which was anathema to Churchill and his military advisors. The stage was set for a very uncomfortable encounter indeed. Churchill had already suffered a rebuff to his plans for Gymnast, the proposed Anglo-American landings in North Africa which, following Auchinleck's setback in the desert, the Americans formally decided on the 3rd of March should be postponed indefinitely. The ostensible reasons they gave for this decision were the competing demands on United States shipping and the extreme hazards to which U.S. troop movements were exposed in the Atlantic. However, this was window dressing to disguise the fact that the US chiefs feared failure in a venture for which they in any case had little appetite. The threat to Churchill's vision was now ominous. Not only were the Allied landings in North Africa to be postponed, but, if Washington were to get its way, they would be replaced by an Allied landing in France. Churchill's self-appointed but monumental task was to reverse that order of priorities by changing Roosevelt's mind. Marshall and Hopkins arrived at Hendon Airport on the 8th of April armed with a memorandum which had not only been agreed by the Joint Chiefs but approved by Roosevelt. Its message was blunt and unambiguous. Western Europe is favored as the theater in which to stage the first major offensive by the United States and Great Britain. Only there could their combined land and air resources be fully developed and the maximum support given to Russia. The decision to launch this offensive must be made at once. The American proposal envisaged a full-scale Allied invasion of Europe to be mounted in 1943, codenamed Roundup and involving 48 divisions and 5,800 aircraft. This massive operation was to be preceded in 1942 by Sledgehammer, a cross-channel landing, probably on the Cherbourg Peninsula on a much smaller scale. Its purpose would be to open an Allied bridgehead designed to draw off and tie down several panzer divisions that would otherwise be engaged on the Russian front and thereby prepare the way for Roundup the following year. The British chiefs supported Roundup in principle, though they doubted whether it would be possible to mount such a vast undertaking before 1944. But they regarded Sledgehammer with abhorrence. They were sure that a precipitate attack of this kind on that front would not only be very likely to end in another Dunkirk but very probably the loss of the Middle East and thereby the demise of the British Empire. To reinforce the case against Sledgehammer, Brooke asked Kennedy to prepare a map of Europe which would demonstrate the stupidity of opening a second front by means of an early landing near Cherbourg. The map vividly contrasted the 1,000-mile-long Russian front with the 20-mile Iong front that would be opened by Sledgehammer. The comparison was designed to make a landing at Cherbourg appear so ridiculous as to make us the laughing stock of the world. However, given the President's endorsement of the proposal, they had to avoid a head-on confrontation. Instead, led by Churchill, their negotiating tactics were so sinuously ambiguous as barely to fall short of outright duplicity. The Prime Minister set about his task with treacherous charm. Despite the late hours that the American party was required to keep and the cigar-waving soliloquies they were obliged to endure, Marshall was rapidly seduced by the Prime Minister's display of magnanimity. What he did not realize, one of Marshall's devoted biographers noted, was that Churchill, while professing agreement, was filled with an inner determination to do everything he could to block what he considered the Americans' impetuousness and lack of military know-how. Brooke was not greatly impressed by Marshall. His diary records that after their first meeting, he came away thinking that the American chief of staff was a pleasant and easy man to get on with, rather overfilled with his own importance. But I should not put him down as a great man. Later he added, the more I see of him the more I like him, but could not forbear to conclude, a big man and very great gentleman, who inspired trust, but did not impress me by the ability of his brain. As each side eyed the other, brains were evidently under the microscope. Hopkins reported that Brooke made an unfavorable impression on Marshall, who thinks that although he may be a good fighting man, he hasn't got Dill's brains. Another member of the American Party said later, in our opinion, that is at the working level, Brookie wasn't the smartest of the British. We didn't think he was really that smart. The obvious conclusion to draw from their mutual disregard is that each chief of staff underestimated the other. It was not an auspicious start to what was to be a very intense working relationship. Yet each had much in common with the other. They were both cool, aloof, assured, somewhat unbending in manner and, in the words of Churchill's personal physician, Lord Moran, selfless men with a fine contempt for the pressures of the mob. Brooke certainly recognized his opposite number to be a figure of substance. Though he did not have it in him to write with comparable warmth, there is every reason to suppose that Ismay's assessment of Marchalet was impossible to imagine his doing anything petty or mean, or shrinking from any duty, however distasteful, resonated with him. As much to the point, Brooke knew that, one way or another, they would both have to work extremely closely together. Happily, Brooke was not required to work as intimately with Marshall's senior advisor, General Albert C. Wedemeyer, who not only represented the poisonous wing of the Anglophobic party, but regarded Albion as being congenitally perfidious. But Wedemeyer was no fool. On the 9th of April, after what he described as an initial joust between the two sides about the cross-channel invasion, he noted that his British counterparts were adept in the use of phrases or words which were capable of more than one interpretation. When matters of state are involved, our British opposite numbers had elastic scruples. What I witnessed was the British power of finesse in its finest hour, a power that has been developed over centuries of successful intrigue, cajolery and tacit compulsions. Marshall was more sanguine and far less ready to detect duplicity. After 3 days of talks he felt able to telephone Washington to say that Churchill H.AD virtually accepted in toto the proposals I submitted to him. I regard this as acquiescence in principle. Had the matter been the subject of legal scrutiny, the key term for lawyers would have been virtually. Marshall could have been forgiven for taking the British Prime Minister at his word. The following day, Churchill himself cabled Roosevelt to tell him that he was in full agreement in principle with the president's plans, and that if, as our experts believe, we can carry this whole plan through successfully, it will be one of the grand events in all the history of war. 2 days later, at what he described as a momentous Defense Committee meeting in 10 Downing Street, Brooke recorded that the British formally accepted the plan for offensive action against Europe in 1942 perhaps and in 1943 for certain. It is impossible to resist the conclusion that, at least in respect of 1942, and probably 1943, the British stance, notably the sinuous conditionality of their commitment, exemplified to perfection the constructive ambiguity which so incensed Wedemeyer. Brooke noted patronizingly, they had not begun to realize all the implications of this plan and all the difficulties that lie ahead of use. And later he added dismissively, with the situation prevailing at that time it was not possible to take Marshall's castles in the air too seriously. By the end of the following day, after an eye-opener of a conversation with Marshall, Brooke was even less impressed with his opposite number, describing Marshall's grasp of strategy as being so poor as to make him a very dangerous man while being a very charming one. When Brooke pressed him to elaborate his ideas for Sledgehammer, it emerged that the American plan did not go beyond the landing itself. Whether we are going to play baccarat or chemin de fer at La Touquet, or possibly bathe at Paris Piage is not stipulated. I asked him this afternoon, do we go east, south, or west after landing? He had not begun to think of it. However, by confining this supercilious ridicule to his diary and agreeing in principle to Sledgehammer, Brooke turned bad faith to British advantage by opening up the opportunity to discuss other priorities which he and Churchill thought should be the real focus of their attention. Churchill had not for a moment lost sight of his own counterproposal, the resuscitation of gymnast and thereby the elimination of the German presence from North Africa and the salvation of the Middle East and the British Empire. This was strongly opposed by Marshall and the U.S. Secretary for War, Henry Stimson, who had likened it to stopping up rat holes. But Churchill could take some comfort from the fact that, despite his aversion to gymnast, Marshall was not entirely unmindful of the significance of the Middle East to the Allied war effort. A month earlier, on the 12th of March, Dill, who had forged a close friendship with Marshall, had telegraphed from Washington asking for the authority to tell the Americans, unless the Middle East is reinforced strongly and fast, we shall be defeated there, and our combined efforts will not enable us to win the war for years. This overtly placed the Middle East at the very heart of Allied strategy against both Japan and Germany. For Churchill this was axiomatic. The Middle East was no less crucial to the survival of the British Empire than it had been at the start of the war. For rather different reasons he was vehemently anti-imperialist. Marshall had also come to share the British view that the Middle East was pivotal. Knowing that Britain's capacity to wage war in the region was dependent on the Persian and Iraqi oil fields, he also foresaw the disastrous consequences of a pincer movement by the Germans advancing south from the Caucasus to link up with the Japanese advancing northwards towards the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. His response to Dill's request for rapid reinforcement for the Middle East had been that the U.S. Army would help in every practical way. At what he described as a momentous meeting on 14 April, Churchill was careful to avoid any specific mention of gymnast, though, in the words of Lord Ismay, who, at the Prime Minister's instruction took notes throughout, Churchill said, it was essential to carry on the defense of India and the Middle East. We could not possibly face the loss of an army of 600,000 in the Middle East Command and the whole manpower of India. For this reason, and because Australia would need British protection, we could not entirely lay aside everything in furtherance of the main objective proposed by General Marshall. Brooke reinforced the Prime Minister's caveat by stressing the strategic significance of retaining the Middle East to prevent Germany and Japan joining forces in this pivotal region. Hopkins reiterated that there was no doubt in Washington as to the importance of the Middle East. The Anglo-American negotiations concluded with what appeared to be total agreement. On 17 April Churchill wrote to Roosevelt in extravagant terms to describe how their two nations were resolved to march forward into Europe together in a noble brotherhood of arms on a great crusade for the liberation of the tormented peoples. The President replied the following day. I am delighted with the agreement which was reached ~d between you and your military advisers and Marshall and Hopkins. They have reported to me on the unanimity of opinion relative to the proposal which they carried with them. I believe this move will be very disheartening to Hitler, and may well be the wedge by which his downfall will be accomplished. In reality, however, the transatlantic conflict of priorities was as sharp as ever. Neither Churchill nor the British chiefs of staff had any intention of pursuing Sledgehammer. With the American chiefs on their way back to Washington, Brooke noted, the plans are fraught with the gravest dangers. Public opinion is shouting for the formation of a new Western Front, i.e. to the west of the Eastern Front on which the Russians were fighting, to assist the Russians. But they have no conception of the difficulties and dangers entailed. The prospects of success are small and dependent on a mass of unknowns, while the chances of success or of disaster are great and dependent on a mass of well-established military facts. Although Brooke had concealed his true feelings about Sledgehammer from the Americans, Marshall had read the runes astutely enough to realize that the meeting of minds which Hopkins reported to the President did not amount to very much. In a letter home, he wrote that agreement had been reached only in principle. Most of the participants held reservations about this or that, and, he added presciently, great firmness would be required to avoid further dispersions. Dispersion was precisely what the British now had in mind, at least in the sense that both Brooke and Churchill were committed to the view that the invasion of Europe should follow rather than precede success in the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean and, especially, the Western Desert and North Africa, where, they believed, the defeat of Rommel should be followed by an assault on Hitler's southern flank in Europe. In his own account of these negotiations, Churchill was disarmingly mellifluous but less than candid when he described how he had used his influence and diplomacy in order to secure agreed and harmonious action with our cherished ally, without whose aid nothing but ruin faced the world. In reality, by forbearing to share with the Americans his conviction that Sledgehammer was more difficult, less attractive, less immediately helpful or ultimately fruitful, than the alternative of an Allied landing in North Africa in the same year, he had, at the very least, dissembled by omission. Was this duplicity or diplomacy? It mattered not at all, either then or later, to a prime minister who was resolved by either means to get his way. In his otherwise discreet memoirs, Ismay made it clear that he felt Churchill was wrong to have dissimulated on such a grand scale. No doubts were expressed, no discordant notes were struck, he wrote. It is easy to be wise after the event, but perhaps it would have obviated future misunderstandings if the British had expressed their views more frankly. 16. stretched to breaking point. Germans shut their eyes in order not to see. But this does not stop the more intelligent and more honest from thinking about what America can do, and they feel shivers running down their spines. Count Gal Iazo C. Año. H. Idler spent much of the spring on his eastern front at the Wolfschanz, Wolf's Lair, in eastern Poland, masterminding the plans for the next stage of his Russian campaign. According to Goebbels, who visited him there in March 1942, the Führer seemed weighed down by the pressures of office. He has already become quite gray, and merely talking about the cares of the winter makes him seem to have aged very much. But his myopic certainties had not yet been contaminated by reality. Although the Wehrmacht had been horribly mauled by Stalin's counteroffensive, the Red Army's thrust had petered out and the panzers were about to launch a twin-pronged southern offensive with the objective of both capturing Stalingrad and seizing the oil fields of the Caucasus. The Führer still believed that the Third Reich would emerge triumphant from the carnage in the Soviet Union, and that as he saw it, Russia would become a vassal state, rather as India had been possessed by Britain. There were certain dissimilarities, not least that in seeking to achieve his objective, he had initiated, among many other hideous crimes, a pogrom which would lead to the liquidation of 2 million Russian Jews. As Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS and the principal agent of this cleansing operation, enthused, just imagine what a sublime idea. It's the greatest piece of colonization the world will have ever seen, linked to a noble and essential task. Despite his deluded preoccupation with the destruction of Bolshevism, Hitler was not entirely immune to proposals for action elsewhere. Though he was not so absurdly hubristic as his foreign minister, Ribbentrop, who told a visiting Italian minister that the war in Europe was all but over and can be considered to be already won, he had managed to convince himself that the entry of Japan into the war had signed Britain's death warrant. On the face of it, in the wake of the fall of Singapore, the Japanese rampage through the Far East and the damage being inflicted by German U-boats on Allied shipping in the Atlantic, there were superficial grounds for this expectation. Buoyed by this presumption, he once again turned his capricious mind to the Middle East. Although he was still unwilling to deplete his forces in Russia by siphoning them off to another theater, he did not reject out of hand a renewed attempt by Admiral Raeder, the C&C of the German Navy, to persuade him that an offensive against the British in the Mediterranean could deliver a fatal blow to the Allies. Arguing that the Suez Canal and Basra were the western pillars of British domination in India, Raeder's view was that, were they to be destroyed, the strategic consequences would be devastating for the British Empire. The Führer's immediate response was non-committal. Although his one-eyed focus on Russia made it impossible for him to see that an Axis victory in Egypt and the Persian Gulf might not merely devastate the British Empire but, in the words of the military historian Sir Michael Howard, make it impossible for Britain to carry on the war at all, he allowed Raeder to elaborate his ideas. Thus encouraged, SKL, the Seekriegsleitung, German Naval Command, renewed the argument in favor of that very pincer movement in the Middle East about which the chiefs of staff in London were so apprehensive. Raeder's scheme was based on the assumption that the Japanese Navy would soon dominate the Indian Ocean and close off the entrance to the Persian Gulf, at which point Rommel's Panzer Army would advance on Suez to link up with Wehrmacht units advancing through the Caucasus to Iran and Iraq. A precondition for throttling the British Empire by these means, however, would be the capture or total neutralization of Malta, an operation in which a naval blockade followed by a seaborne invasion would play a decisive part. The naval commander's proposition put him at odds with others in OKW. Though Chief of Staff Halder accepted the case for a move against Suez, he argued that the attack should only come from the north via the Caucasus and not by Rommel from Libya. Either way, he insisted that any assault on Egypt should be given a green light only after the conquest of Russia. But Raeder persisted and, supported by the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Theater, Field Marshal Kesselring, he kept up the pressure on the Führer. Both Raeder and Kesselring recognized that Malta was as important to the Axis campaign in the Mediterranean as it was to the British, that to control Malta was effectively to control the vital sea routes and airways between Italy and North Africa. From the start of Rommel's campaign, the Royal Navy and the RAF, both based at Malta, had persistently and sometimes almost fatally disrupted the regular flow of supplies to Tripoli, without which the Axis campaign would have been doomed. In a half-hearted attempt to bomb Malta into submission, the Italian Air Force had subjected the island to a fitful bombing campaign since the autumn of 1940. When the Luftwaffe joined the fray in January 1941, this aerial assault started to inflict far more damage than the display of flamboyant aerobatics to which the Maltese had previously been treated. The terror bombing of the island soon rivaled anything to which Britain had been subjected during the Blitz. By the spring of 1942, the Maltese had been forced to give up all semblance of normal life. Though their island was now studded with anti-aircraft guns and crowded with more than 150 RAF bombers and fighters, operating from 3 hastily prepared airfields, they were given no respite. Kesselring, who, in December, had been tasked with the suppression of Malta, was given a boost when Hitler ordered the dispatch of every available plane that could be spared from the Eastern Front to neutralize the island fortress. During the day, wave upon wave of German bombers assaulted the island. By night the Italians picked up the baton in a non-stop relay of aerial attrition that was as unsparing of the civilian population, which had started to live a troglodyte existence, as it was of the British defenses. The agony of Malta has been vividly described by Douglas Porch. People fled to the countryside or spent the night standing in a fetid, urine-soaked, abandoned railway tunnel on the outskirts of Valletta that did duty for a public shelter, listening to an oratorio of screeching rats crazed by the bombing. Simultaneously, a naval blockade led to a drastic reduction in the number of British convoys reaching Valletta, the Maltese capital and main harbor. Between January and April 1942 not one ship arrived. The population was very soon on starvation rations. Civilians queued for hours for a ladle of unappetizing watery stew composed of dirty, poorly cooked vegetables flavored with goat or horse meat. Pasta ran out in April. Electricity was scarce, and no kerosene was left for cooking, light or heat. On the 15th of April, in honor of their courage and to raise morale, George VI bestowed the George Cross on the entire population of Malta. But the graffiti writers were not overly impressed. The phrase Hobbes, Muck's George Cross bread, not George Cross, became the islanders' eerie decur. So desperate was the situation that on the 20th of April Malta's governor, General William Dobbie, cabled London in despair to report that it is obvious that the very worst may happen if we cannot replenish our vital needs, especially flour and ammunition, and that very soon. It is a question of survival. Between the 20th of March and the 28th of April the Axis dropped more than 6,500 bombs on the island, killing at least 1,000 people, wounding 4,500 more and destroying 15,500 buildings. Every surviving Royal Navy vessel was forced to flee the wreckage of the harbor at Valletta for the security of Alexandria, while the RAF had been reduced to a handful of serviceable planes. Their pilots were suicidally brave. One Rhodesian pilot recalled a day when only 5 of us were airborne and we encountered over 200 enemy aircraft, 40,109 Messerschmitt Me-109 fighters, escorting bombers, but the Spitfires shot down 4 bombers off Grand Harbor. Time after time as my wheels touched the ground I had to go up again to avoid being shot to pieces on the ground. By late April Kesselring had, as instructed, managed virtually to neutralize Malta's capacity to threaten the Axis convoys in the eastern Mediterranean. It was against this alarming backdrop that Churchill found himself on the receiving end of a most unwelcome analysis of Britain's predicament from his Middle East commander-in-chief. On the 27th of April, in another gloomy assessment of the challenges facing his command, Auchinleck reported that the Axis powers were gaining control of the eastern Mediterranean and there was little or nothing to be done about it, that his own forces were too weak to establish air superiority in the western desert, and that, in his biographer's summary, too much should not be expected from his forthcoming offensive in Libya because he would probably lack the required tank superiority, and at the height of the battle, much of the air force might have to be withdrawn to operate on the Northern Front, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. Auchinleck advised Churchill, If the immediate political and strategic results of an even partially successful offensive in Libya were likely to affect decisively the course of the war in this, or any other theater, I would not hesitate to advocate it. Even if fully successful, however, such an offensive could not materially affect the chances of a successful defense of our northern front, nor could it arrest the Japanese progress towards India and the Persian Gulf. It could have little material effect on the coming campaign in Russia. On the other hand, failure on our part in Libya is likely to have an immediate and most far-reaching effect not only on the Middle East but on the whole world situation. His reluctance to take the offensive against Rommel could not have been more clearly stated or well argued. However, his case imploded when he went on to make the astonishing proposal that he should send troops, every resource that can be spared, from his own command to India or Ceylon, to check the Japanese advance before it is too late. He repeated this even more sharply in a letter to Brooke a few days later. Whether or not he was actuated by his own deep ties with India, he wrote on the 3rd of May, "The matter most in my mind at the moment is the threat to India. I am seriously perturbed and cannot help wondering whether the dependence of the Middle East on India, strategically and materially, is fully realized at home." With more than 200,000 Indian troops in the Middle East, roughly a fifth of what Churchill always referred to as his ration strength, Auchinleck added that, although this was very nice for us, it was hardly in keeping with her, India's, own very urgent need for all the trained soldiers she can muster. Stressing the degree to which the Middle East was dependent on India for munitions, 90,000 tons had been delivered in March alone, as well as manpower. He concluded, "I feel very strongly that the time has come when we must decide what is vital to our continued existence and what is not. If I had to choose now between losing India and giving up the Middle East, I would not hesitate. I believe that we can still hold India without the Middle East, but that we cannot for long hold the Middle East without India." His conclusion, the offensive in Libya, which had been brought forward to the 15th of May, should be postponed indefinitely. Unwittingly, Auchinleck hit a raw nerve with his plea for India. Churchill's attitude towards Britain's Indian Empire was untouched by the emerging ideologies of the 20th century, especially in relation to self-determination and democracy. A child of Victorian England, his imperial outlook had long since crystallized into a firm belief that white men, especially English white men, were inherently superior to the African and Asian natives over whom they ruled. This conviction was most unambiguously expressed in The River War, published in 1899, when he wrote admiringly of how, in Jeremy Paxman's phrase, Kitchener's machine guns made short work of poorly armed Sudanese, explaining that Britain's imperial mission was to give peace to warring tribes, to administer justice when all was violence, to strike the chains from the slave, to draw the richness from the soil, to plant the earliest seeds of commerce and learning, to increase in whole peoples their capacities for pleasure and diminish their chances of pain. Shorn of its seductive romanticism and applied to India, this attitude had fossilized into a disdain not only for the Indian demand for self-government but for a people whom he appeared to regard as children incapable of directing their own affairs. His aversion to Indian home rule was so extreme that his Secretary of State, Leo Amory, was driven to wonder whether, on the subject of India, he is really quite sane. In India itself, the nationalist movement, with Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi at its head, had long agitated for independence. In 1935 the British had been driven to promise self-government within the empire, but, on the outbreak of war in 1939, the Viceroy of India, Lord Linlithgow, press-ganged the country into supporting the British Crown. In an effort to restrain the growing frustration of the National Congress, Linlithgow also promised that the issue of self-rule would be reopened once the war was over. However, Gandhi's rapidly growing army of followers wanted India to stand apart from the conflict as a neutral state, a conviction that was reinforced by the rapid advance of the Japanese towards the Indian Ocean. Choosing to regard this stance as defeatist, the Prime Minister drew comfort from the fact that by 1942 an Indian army of 1 million men had volunteered, Churchill's italics, to fight for the empire. Nor did he take kindly to being reminded by his own officials, however obliquely, that these brave soldiers were also mercenaries, who fought for their pay and to support their families, also in the hope of rewards, of gratuities, pensions, and possibly grants of land. With the tensions in India bubbling ever more virulently, the American president decided it was time to proffer some advice on how to handle the demand for self-determination, a cause which was close to his heart. Churchill bridled at once, attributing the White House's sudden interest less to high principle than to the fact that the Japanese were moving relentlessly towards the frontiers of Britain's most treasured possession. Churchill regarded it as unwarranted interference in the empire's internal affairs. Moreover, he thought with some justice that Washington did not appreciate the complex rivalries and nascent hatreds between the Hindu and Muslim communities, which, 5 years later, after a communal bloodbath which cost at least 500,000 lives, would lead to the formal partition of India and the creation of Pakistan. Roosevelt had raised his concerns about India at the Arcadia Conference in Washington. In the course of a lengthy lecture on British imperialism, Churchill had rebuffed him with such severity that the two leaders never spoke about the subject again. But India was too important for the president to ignore, and the president was too important for Churchill to ignore. In the months that followed, the latter consented to keep the former apprised of the deteriorating political situation in the subcontinent. By the spring of 1942, the president could ignore the issue no longer. In a purely personal letter to Churchill on 1 March, he wrote, "I have given much thought to the problem of India. I have tried to approach the problem from the point of view of history and with a hope that the injection of a new thought to be used in India might be of assistance to you. Proposing the establishment of a temporary government in India as the first step in the establishment of a permanent administration that would pave the way for full independence, Roosevelt reminded Churchill that such a move would be strictly in line with the world changes of the past half-century and with the democratic process of all who are fighting Nazism." Though he was careful to concede that, strictly speaking, it was none of his business, he made it clear that his suggestion was part and parcel of the successful fight that you and I are making. Roosevelt's intervention, with its anti-imperialist tone, infuriated the Prime Minister, but, mindful of both the President's growing concern and the rising tension in India itself, he decided to send Sir Stafford Cripps to Delhi to seek a way through a political impasse which now threatened to impede Britain's war strategy. In essence, the Lord Privy Seal was charged to promise full independence to India if demanded by a constituent assembly after, authors italics, the war. However, as Churchill had fully expected, his emissary, whose arrival in the Indian capital had been delayed by his diplomatic diversion to Cairo, failed to find the common ground needed to progress. When Roosevelt heard about Cripps's mission impossible, he dispensed with diplomatic nicety, protesting in a cable to Churchill on the 11th of April. "I feel that I must place this issue before you very frankly. The feeling, in the United States, is almost universally held that the deadlock has been caused by the unwillingness of the British government to concede to the Indians the right of self-government. American public opinion cannot understand why, if the British government is willing to permit the component parts of India to secede from the British Empire after the war, it is not willing to permit them to enjoy what is tantamount to self-government during the war." Urging that Cripps should remain in Delhi in a further effort to secure a compromise that would bind India into the Allied war effort, he concluded that if but only if Churchill made this extra effort, the American people might be satisfied that a real offer and a fair offer had been made by the British government. Once more, Churchill was enraged. Reflecting on the episode after the war, he wrote with a contempt that no other disagreement between them was to provoke, "I was thankful that events had already made such an act of madness impossible. Cripps had already left India to return to Cairo. The president's mind was back in the American War of Independence, and he thought of the Indian problem in terms of the 13 colonies fighting George III at the end of the 18th century. I, on the other hand, was responsible for preserving the peace and safety of the Indian continent, sheltering nearly a fifth of the population of our globe." It was the authentic voice of the unreconstructed imperialist. But in Britain, he was far from being alone. Precious few voices were raised against him in the media or in the street, while his cabinet, including its Labour members, was staunch in support. Had it been otherwise, Churchill claimed, he would not have hesitated to lay down my personal burden, which at times seemed more than a man could bear. Churchill's response to Roosevelt's interference was measured but implacable, softened only by the emotional appeal with which he concluded his letter. Anything like a serious difference between you and me would break my heart and would surely deeply injure both our countries at the height of this terrible struggle. For the time being, his warmth and eloquence ended the matter. Within days Roosevelt, now clearly exerting his authority as the senior partner in the Anglo-American alliance, was once again on the diplomatic offensive against Churchill. This time, yet again, the issue was Russia. Despite its valiant efforts, the Red Army had yet to beat back the Wehrmacht divisions which still threatened to turn an invasion into an occupation. While the people of Leningrad heroically refused to yield, the German noose around the city was slowly throttling the life from its starving citizenry. And, though neither threat had yet materialized, the prospect of a renewed offensive against Moscow or a thrust southwards towards the Caucasus put the Soviet regime under extreme pressure. To prevent a Nazi conquest, Stalin depended heavily on weapons and equipment from the United States and Britain. But in the spring of 1942, the damage inflicted by the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine German Navy on the Arctic convoys from Britain and the United States had dramatically reduced the flow of supplies to the Russian front. Armaments from the United States piled up in Iceland waiting for naval escorts to run the German gauntlet through the Baltic. But Britain lacked the necessary tonnage without diverting ships from other vital duties. On the 27th of April Roosevelt cabled Churchill to say that he was deeply disturbed by the prospective shortfall of deliveries of critical supplies to the Arctic ports of Archangel and Murmansk. Once again and so soon after the Indian imbroglio Churchill found himself at odds with the president. In this case, however, he was on stronger ground. With very great respect, he wrote, "What you suggest is beyond our power to fulfill." Warning of the disastrous consequences that would follow any transfer of naval escorts from the Atlantic to the Baltic, he wrote, "I beg you not to press us beyond our judgment in this operation. I can assure you, Mr. President, that we are absolutely extended." Roosevelt backed off. Churchill's own imperative was to maintain the flow of supplies from the United States to Britain and especially to the Middle East. The demand for a second front, for which public opinion in the United States and Britain agitated with growing fervor, added even more urgency to the campaign in the Western Desert. To sustain Britain's status as an almost equal member of the newly formed triumvirate alongside America and Russia, Churchill had to demonstrate that the Eighth Army's desert campaign was a crucial element in the overall strategy to defeat the Axis. For immediate political as well as strategic reasons he also needed to show that the resources being poured into the Middle East from the United States which might otherwise have been sent to the Soviet Union would bring early success against the Axis threat in this theater. Against this extraordinarily fraught background, Auchinleck could hardly have chosen a worse moment to propose both that the Indian divisions under his command should be transferred from the Middle East to their own home front and that the desert offensive should be postponed yet again. Summoning his considerable reserves of sarcasm, Churchill's reaction was withering. "While we are grateful to you for your offer to denude the Middle East further for the sake of the Indian danger," he wrote on the 5th of May, "we feel that the greatest help you could give to the whole war at this juncture would be to engage and defeat the enemy on your western front. All our directions upon this subject remain unaltered in their purpose and validity." In private he now spoke openly of sacking Auchinleck and of replacing him with General Alexander, who had presided as commander-in-chief over the British Army's retreat from Burma, though without significant damage to his reputation. 2 days later, somewhat chastened, Auchinleck reiterated his case for postponing the offensive against Rommel but ceded ground by agreeing that it could start on the 15th of June. He underlined his case against any earlier attack with yet another detailed statement of the comparative strengths of the Eighth Army and the Panzer Army, especially in tanks, which gave the impression that Rommel enjoyed an insuperable advantage. Later that day, the cabinet met to discuss Auchinleck's message. Though Brooke was irked by Auchinleck's caution, and especially by his failure to appreciate the growing danger to the survival of Malta unless he moved swiftly against Rommel, he argued that it would be wrong to instruct the commander-in-chief to attack in the face of his considered advice from the front. The cabinet accepted this guidance but Churchill could not disguise his impatience with Auchinleck, reminding him, in yet another cable, that the loss of Malta would be a disaster of the first magnitude to the British Empire, and probably fatal in the long run to the defense of the Nile Valley. Urging him to attack the enemy and fight a major battle, if possible during May, and the sooner the better, he put his full authority on the line, advising, "We are prepared to take full responsibility for these general directions." In perhaps his most serious and, for him personally, disastrous error of strategic and political judgment, Auchinleck cabled back to assert that the loss of Malta would not greatly affect Britain's position in the Middle East. This, Kennedy wrote later, was an incredible misconception. Apart from any question of prestige, the military value of Malta was great, not only as a check on traffic from Italy to North Africa, but as a staging point for aircraft in transit to the Middle East and India. Moreover, some US soldiers and airmen were based on Malta, and the thought of sacrificing them to the enemy was unacceptable. Auchinleck's insouciance about the possible loss of Malta was his undoing. Not only had he made a poor case but, according to Kennedy, the manner in which he had conducted the long discussions had lost him the confidence of both the cabinet and the chiefs of staff. The war cabinet now faced a grave dilemma. It would be a serious breach of protocol to override the commander-in-chief's judgment or to sack him merely because of his reluctance on military grounds to take the offensive against Rommel. Yet London was convinced that unless he could be goaded into action, Malta might fall. On the 10th of May, after a further meeting of the cabinet, Churchill accepted Brooke's view that Auchinleck should be given a stay of execution. But, in what the Prime Minister described as a most unusual procedure, Auchinleck was given very clear orders which Churchill noted later he had either to obey or be relieved of his command. Churchill's message was unequivocal. "We are determined that Malta shall not be allowed to fall without a battle being fought by your whole army for its retention. The starving out of this fortress would involve the surrender of over 30,000 men, army and air force, together with several hundred guns. Its possession would give the enemy a clear and sure bridge to Africa, with all the consequences flowing from that. Its loss would sever the air route upon which both you and India must depend for a substantial part of your aircraft reinforcements. Besides this, it would compromise any offensive against Italy, in future plans such as Acrobat and Gymnast. Compared with the certainty of these disasters, we consider the risks you have set out to the safety of Egypt are definitely less, and we accept them. The very latest date for engaging the enemy which we could approve, was one that would distract the enemy's attention from a convoy of merchant ships laden with relief supplies which was scheduled to arrive at Malta on or around the 15th of June. Churchill's unstated but unambiguous threat could not have been lost on Auchinleck. If he wasn't prepared to do battle, then Churchill would find someone who was. The C&C, Middle East did not react for a full week. On the 17th of May, Churchill cabled again, "It is necessary for me to have some account of your general intentions in the light of our recent telegrams." 2 days later, Churchill finally got the answer he wanted. "My intention is to carry out the instructions of your message of the 10th of May, Auchinleck wrote with dignified froideur. With icy precision, he went on to seek clarification that the required offensive was not merely intended to provide a distraction to help the Malta convoy, but that the primary object of an offensive in Libya is still to be the destruction of the enemy forces and the occupation of Cyrenaica as a step towards the eventual expulsion of the enemy from Libya. If I am wrong in this assumption, then I should be so informed at once, as plans for a major offensive differ entirely from those designed merely to produce a distraction." His disdain, concealed behind a mask of obedience, was crystal clear. Churchill replied the following day, confirming that Auchinleck's presumption was correct and, in a belated attempt to warm the chill between them, adding, "We have full confidence in you and your glorious army, and whatever happens we will sustain you by every means in our power." Slightly mollified but clearly distancing himself from the decision that had been imposed on him, Auchinleck replied in the manner of a senior retainer, "I am now absolutely clear as to my task and will do my utmost to accomplish it to your satisfaction. Am most grateful for your most generous expression in the army I command and in myself, and for the assurance of your support, the measure of which has been proved to us so often and so amply in the past." The die was cast. The offensive would begin as agreed in the middle of June. This was to reckon without Rommel, who was chafing for action. For the first time since his arrival in North Africa, his military arsenal was overflowing with supplies. In February and March, as a result of the Axis bombardment and blockade of Malta, only 9% of the supplies sent to North Africa from Italy had been lost en route. In April, almost every ship reached Tripoli unscathed. As a result, the Panzer Army was positively bloated, with fuel and armaments. The C&C, Middle East did not react for a full week. On the 17th of May, Churchill cabled again, "It is necessary for me to have some account of your general intentions in the light of our recent telegrams." 2 days later, Churchill finally got the answer he wanted. "My intention is to carry out the instructions of your message of the 10th of May, Auchinleck wrote with dignified Freude. With icy precision, he went on to seek clarification that the required offensive was not merely intended to provide a distraction to help the Malta convoy, but that the primary object of an offensive in Libya is still to be the destruction of the enemy forces and the occupation of Cyrenaica as a step towards the eventual expulsion of the enemy from Libya. If I am wrong in this assumption, then I should be so informed at once, as plans for a major offensive differ entirely from those designed merely to produce a distraction." His disdain, concealed behind a mask of obedience, was crystal clear. Churchill replied the following day, confirming that Auchinleck's presumption was correct and, in a belated attempt to warm the chill between them, adding, "We have full confidence in you and your glorious army, and whatever happens we will sustain you by every means in our power." Slightly mollified but clearly distancing himself from the decision that had been imposed on him, Auchinleck replied in the manner of a senior retainer, "I am now absolutely clear as to my task and will do my utmost to accomplish it to your satisfaction. Am most grateful for your most generous expression in the army I command and in myself and for the assurance of your support, the measure of which has been proved to us so often and so amply in the past." The die was cast. The offensive would begin as agreed in the middle of June. This was to reckon without Rommel, who was chafing for action. For the first time since his arrival in North Africa, his military arsenal was overflowing with supplies. In February and March, as a result of the Axis bombardment and blockade of Malta, only 9% of the supplies sent to North Africa from Italy had been lost en route. In April, almost every ship reached Tripoli unscathed. As a result, the Panzer Army was positively bloated, with fuel and armaments. Kesselring and Rommel were agreed in principle that the Axis offensive should start before the heat of summer, but that Malta, already bruised but not broken, should be further pounded into submission. The chief obstacle to this German coup de main was Cavallero, whose aversion to any offensive military action had been an albatross round Rommel's neck from the start. The head of Comando Supremo made it clear to Kesselring that he would oppose any attack on Malta unless success could be guaranteed by the use of overwhelming force. This, he knew, would not readily be forthcoming. Thus balked, Kesselring flew to Rome, where he managed to secure Mussolini's personal approval for an all-out attack on the British fortress. This, they agreed, should start at the end of May. From Rome, Kesselring flew to the Wolfschanz, where, on the 18th of April, he treated Hitler to a heavily embroidered picture of the situation in the Mediterranean, and gave a glowing account of the Italians' preparations for a surprise attack on Malta. Thus willfully misinformed, the Italians had hardly begun to plan the assault, let alone to commit the resources required. Hitler finally cast aside his doubts and gave the formal go-ahead both for the invasion of Malta, to be codenamed Hercules, and for Rommel's offensive in the desert, which he had so recently forbidden. This appeared to be the start of the great offensive for which Rommel had so long campaigned. On the face of it, Hitler had at last set in train a course of events which, in Rommel's mind, would lead to the beginning of the end of the British Empire in the Middle East and beyond. At this point in 1942, the Middle East was indeed at Hitler's mercy. The Eighth Army could have been annihilated, Egypt could have fallen, and the carotid artery of the British Empire could have been severed, with incalculable consequences not only for a vast theater of war stretching from Persia to Morocco, but for Britain's capacity to combat Nazism anywhere. But this was to calculate without the Führer's obsession with the Soviet Union, which meant that, in reality, he willed only the ends, not the means. In so doing, he assuredly made a strategic error to rival the invasion of Russia. Perhaps to the relief of a timorous Comando Supremo, the Führer made it clear that, while he approved the seizure of Malta, he was not yet able to spare more than a token force of aircraft and parachute battalions for the operation. The Italians responded by sending OKW a military shopping list of such proportions that, as they must have foreseen, it was bound to be rejected. Hercules had been agreed in principle but would be impossible to mount in practice. No one, save Kesselring, who had a far sharper appreciation of the strategic importance of Malta than either Rommel or any other of his senior colleagues, was unduly dismayed by a delay which would prove to be fatal. At the end of April 1942, Mussolini made one of his obligatory trips to the Berghof for yet another meeting with the Führer. Ciano's description of their arrival betrayed a weariness with these summits, which the foreign minister clearly believed had outlived their utility. The usual scene, Hitler, Ribbentrop, the usual people, the usual ceremony. There is much cordiality, which puts me on my guard. The courtesy of the Germans is always in inverse ratio to their good fortune. Hitler looks tired. Echoing Goebbels, he added, I see for the first time that he has many gray hairs. Ciano was haunted by the air of unreality which pervaded the talks. At one point, Ribbentrop, whom he loathed, informed him that after the Wehrmacht had advanced south and seized the Russian oil wells in the Caucasus, the British conservatives, and even Churchill himself, who, after all is a sensible man, will bow in order to save what remains of their mauled empire. Ciano was no more convinced by that forecast than he was by the German foreign minister's assertion, which was repeated by everyone, big and little, in the conference rooms and antechambers, that America was a big bluff. Ciano clearly thought that OKW was in denial. In my opinion, he noted, the thought of what the Americans can and will do disturbs them all, and the Germans shut their eyes in order not to see. But this does not stop the more intelligent and more honest from thinking about what America can do, and they feel shivers running down their spines. The little of substance that was formally agreed in the space between the Führer's relentless monologues, Hitler talks, noted Ciano irreverently constituted an approval in principle for Hercules, but postponed until July at the earliest, and an immediate go-ahead for Rommel's next offensive. On the 12th of May, Rommel wrote to his wife, nothing much to report. Heat and lots of dust. There's a certain nervousness on our front. The British are expecting us and we them. One day the two forces will measure their strength. By now London was indeed expecting Rommel to launch an attack. The ultra-code breakers at Bletchley Park had decrypted enough Enigma signals to judge that the Panzer Army would be on the move by the end of the month. But, unbeknown to Churchill, who laid great store by intelligence data from all sources and was an unusually assiduous interpreter of the evidence it provided, Rommel knew virtually as much about Auchinleck's plans as the Prime Minister. Some of this information came from decoding chatter, directly from 8th Army units at the front. But much of this secret intelligence, which had already proved to be of quite extraordinary importance to Rommel, came from secret Allied messages sent from Cairo and intercepted in Rome before being passed on selectively to Berlin and thence to Rommel's North African headquarters. Since January, these intercepts had given the Desert Fox detailed reports of the strength and disposition of the British forces opposing him in the Western Desert. The source was known to him as Gut Kell, good source, and to Washington as Colonel Bonner Fellers, the U.S. military attaché in Egypt. From the opening of hostilities in the desert, Fellers had been given full access to the 8th Army at the highest level, which meant that he was privy to the most secret data on its strengths, positions, losses, reinforcements, supply situation, plans, morale, etc. But no one at Middle East Command was aware that, in addition to reporting back to Washington through the usual diplomatic channels, Fellers had been charged by his superiors in Washington to run a covert operation effectively spying on the British at the same time. Still less did they or Fellers have any inkling that within 8 hours of his most secret, coded messages leaving Cairo for Washington they were under the gimlet eyes of Mussolini, Hitler and Rommel. Fellers was not only an astute analyst but socially adept. He swiftly became a trusted confidant of anyone who mattered in the Middle East Command. On the day that Wavre launched his first offensive in the late autumn of 1940, He was invited by the British commander-in-chief to join him. General Wavell told me they were going to do maneuvers, so I went up as an observer, and god damn it, he said later, it was the real thing. But the more he saw and heard, the more critical and often contemptuous he became of the British efforts in the desert. On New Year's Day 1942, he had lunch with Hermione Ranfurly, a British aristocrat who worked for the Special Operations Service, which had 4 commando units in the Middle East. Countess Ranfurly doubled as a British spy. The trouble is your top brass is overconfident, which they've no right to be, Fellers told her in his characteristically forthright way, continuing, your gear is still inferior to the enemy's, and you are less well led. Too many senior officers are sitting on their asses at GHQ. The detailed analysis on which these censorious comments were based was of incalculable benefit to the Panzer Army. One of Rommel's staff officers later commented that Gutquell's intelligence was stupefying in its openness and contributed decisively to our victories in North Africa. Fellers sent his nightly messages to Washington using the standard black code, which the Americans believed to be impenetrable. And so it might have been, had not the Italian Servizio Informazione Militare, SIM, managed to plant 2 agents inside the U.S. Embassy in Rome. One evening in September 1941, one of these agents, Loris Gherardi, opened the ambassador's safe, discovered the black code and handed it over to 2 colleagues waiting in a car outside. They took it to SIM headquarters, where it was immaculately copied. Later Gherardi took it back with him to the embassy and discreetly replaced it. According to Berlin's Chiffreabteilung des OKW, the military cipher branch responsible for coding and decoding secret information, the knowledge unwittingly shared with them by Fellers from January 1942 provided all we needed to know, immediately, about virtually every enemy action. This information had not only helped to nullify the impact of Operation Crusader but, as Rommel had detailed reports on the 8th Army's operational plans, tactics, losses, and morale at his fingertips, had made an inestimable contribution to the dramatic success of his counteroffensive in late January when he had pushed Ritchie's forces back to the Gazala line, where now, 5 months later armed with the latest intelligence from Gutquell, they awaited the next onslaught. 17. The worst of times. These battles are hell. That's the 4th amputation today. And the 14th operation. I've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning and there's a queue like bank holiday. At the cinema. Battlefield surgeon to Richard Dimbleby. Oh. And the 27th of May 1942, Lieutenant D.F. Perry overheard an exchange between a British forward officer at the southernmost tip of the Gazala line and a colleague embedded at 30th Corps headquarters at El Adem. Had it not been reported verbatim, the conversation might be presumed to have formed part of a Monty Python sketch 40 years later. Officer. There is a cloud of dust to the south. It has the appearance of a military formation. Reply from 30th Corps. There are no, repeat no, troops to your south. Officer. The cloud of dust is growing larger. It is undoubtedly a military formation. Reply, slightly irritable. We repeat, there are no, repeat no, troops to your south. Officer. Through the haze I can now identify tanks, difficult to identify but possibly German Mark IV's. Reply, irritably. We repeat, there are no troops, repeat no troops, to your south. Officer. I am counting Mark IV's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is no doubt, repeat no doubt, that this is a large German force. Mark IV's number over 30, and there are also Mark ILs and a large number of motorized infantry. This could be, I repeat, this could be the Afrika Korps moving at a speed of approximately 0 miles per hour towards El Adem. Reply, with air of resignation, there are no forces in your area. Officer. I have been spotted by the enemy and am under fire. I repeat, it is a large enemy formation and probably the Afrika Korps moving fast northwards. Reply, very bored, there are no enemy forces in your area. Officer. It is undoubtedly the Afrika Korps moving at speed towards El Adem. I am under. In the background it was possible to hear the sound of exploding shells. Then there was silence. Rommel's blitzkrieg Operation Venezia had been unleashed. It will be hard, but I have full confidence my army will win it, he had written to his wife the previous evening. After all, they know what battle means. There is no need to tell you how I will go into it. I intend to demand of myself the same as I expect from each of my officers and men. Under cover of darkness he then took his place with the Afrika Corps, in a column, which along with the 90th Light Division and the 20th Italian Corps, numbered 10,000 vehicles. I was tense and keyed up, impatiently waiting the coming day. What would the enemy do? What had he already done? These questions pounded my brain. 6 days earlier, Auchinleck, who was in Cairo, had sent a long letter to Ritchie at 8th Army headquarters. Clearly concerned about Ritchie's well-attested limitations but anxious not to undermine his confidence, he wrote, "Do not think I am trying to dictate to you in any way, but this coming struggle is going to be so vital that I feel you must have the benefit of our combined consideration here." He identified 2 possible lines of attack that Rommel might open up. The first would be to envelop our southern flank, seizing or masking Bir Hacheim en route, and then driving on Tobruk. The second would be a heavy attack on a narrow front, with the object of driving straight to Tobruk. This, he warned, might be accompanied by a feint against Bir Hacheim, with the aim of drawing off the main body of your armor to the south and so leaving the way open for the main thrust. While he was careful to remind Ritchie that he should be prepared to face either option, he judged that the second course is the one Rommel will adopt, and is certainly the most dangerous to use. Unfortunately, Auchinleck had got it wrong. Rommel's plan of attack was precisely the opposite of what the British Commander-in-Chief supposed. His feint was to the north, not the south. 5 hours before Rommel's force headed for Bir Hacheim, his second-in-command, Crewell, launched a frontal attack to the north. But this was not the main thrust, towards the Gazala line which Auchinleck had anticipated. His entire strength consisted of 2 small armored units accompanied by camouflaged trucks, each mounted with whirring arrow engines that kicked up great clouds of dust which wafted across the desert to provide a convincing impression that a major onslaught was underway. Meanwhile Rommel's right hook advanced without impediment. Guided by dim lights concealed in used fuel cans planted in the sand, Rommel's column swept south along a meticulously prepared route until, a little before dawn, they reached a location some 12 miles to the southeast of Bir Hacheim, the southernmost fortress along the Gazala line. To begin with, Rommel's ruse went as planned. As soon as dawn broke, this great force, as Rommel described it, set off northwards in the direction of their ultimate objective, Tobruk, and very soon, in a swirling cloud of dust and sand, thrust into the British rear. By 10 a.m. the 90th Light Division, to the initial disbelief of the hapless radio officer at 30th Corps headquarters, had reached El Adem, a mere 20 miles south of the Tobruk perimeter. The British 7th Armored Division, almost alone in protecting the southern flank, was overrun. In the midst of what he was to describe as an awful muck of a battle, their commanding officer, General Frank Messervy, who had replaced the kilted Jock Campbell, killed in a motor accident 2 months earlier, was taken prisoner, but, after pulling off his insignia, he persuaded his captors that he was a humble batman and managed to escape soon afterwards to rejoin the division the following day. In the confusion of these early hours, the British were at a loss. The commander of a Royal Horse Artillery battery, Major Jerry Birkin, scouting for evidence of the advancing panzers, sighted a dust cloud. At that moment a shell landed beside his armored car. The next round scored a direct hit. "I didn't realize it had hit us," his driver, Bobby Feekins, recalled, "and I turned round and there were 2 radio operators without heads, absolutely nothing from the shoulders. I had blood and muck all over me." Major Birkin slumped into my arms and he was actually dead at that point, hit right in the tummy. I was wounded in the legs. In the inter-battery wireless, I said, "We've been hit. We've been hit." Under shellfire, the major's brother, Captain Ivor Birkin, who belonged to the same regiment, arrived to witness the carnage, his brother's corpse, and, in the words of Sergeant Harper, his driver, those 2 lads, their hands still holding their mouthpieces, although their heads were lying on the floor, while Feekins, the only survivor, was gabbling out the message. They managed to haul themselves onto the top of a passing tank, but Feekins, who had lost the feeling in his legs, soon fell off into the sand. After a while another tank came by heading vaguely in the direction of the enemy. The commander said, "What the hell are you doing here? Having an afternoon cup of tea, you silly bugger." He replied, "Well, I'm sorry old chap, I'm going into action now, but on my way back I'll pick you up." And he went away. An hour and a half, 2 hours, watching shells drop round me. Fear because you didn't know what was going to happen. But he did come back, and I felt that heaven had opened up. Despite his blitzkrieg, Rommel was unable to maintain the momentum. As his panzers advanced northwards through the mine-laden military maze of the Gazala line, they came under fire from British artillery dug into the north, the east and the west. Even more seriously, they found themselves matched for the first time in the desert by the US-built M3 Grant tanks, recently arrived from America and in use on the North African battlefield for the first time. Despite their usually reliable intelligence, the Germans had also seriously underestimated the number of British tanks ranged against them. Rather than the 85 they had thought, they faced 284, of which 167 were the fearsome Grants. Despite a heavy toll exacted by the German artillery, the 1st Armored Division, which had been humiliated by Rommel's onslaught 4 months earlier, fought with heroic resolve and, in the words of General von Mellenthin, in some cases forced their way up to the very muzzles of the guns and wiped out the crews. In the afternoon the Axis columns came under such heavy and sustained fire that many of them broke in confusion, and, in Rommel's words, fled away to the southwest, out of the British artillery fire. By the evening, his advance had been forced to a standstill, and, as he noted ruefully, the advent of the new American tank had torn holes in our ranks. Our entire force now stood in heavy and destructive combat with a superior enemy. Although the Panzer Army had wrought havoc with the 7th Armored Division and the 3rd Indian Motor Brigade, Rommel had lost more than a third of his entire armor. His transport columns were on the run from British motorized infantry units, the Light 90th Division had become separated from the Afrika Korps and Rommel himself had become separated from both. It was a grim reckoning at the end of a day which had started out so well for the Desert Fox. The British, on the other hand, were mightily relieved not only to have survived the onslaught but to have seen off their attackers. The Gazala line had held and the enemy advance had been arrested. According to Auchinleck's director of military intelligence, Freddy de Gangand, 8th Army were feeling quite pleased with themselves and everyone was quietly confident. We knew that the enemy's tank losses had been considerable, that his advance had been held up and that the coastal attack had been defeated. The enemy's main column stretched for miles. Here the Desert Air Force found great opportunities and reports of hundreds of burning vehicles came pouring in. Our great belt of minefields had not been penetrated. So far so good. Over the next 4 days there was fierce, scattered and confused fighting along and behind the Gazala line as Rommel, who had made contact again with the Afrika Korps and the 90th Light Division, once more marshaled his troops with his customary flamboyance and energy. During these decisive battles at the end of May, with the Afrika Korps coming under severe pressure, he came close to death twice on the same day. Soon after dawn on the 28th of May, as he scanned the horizon, detecting an enemy column on the move, his command post came under fire. Shells flew all round us and the windscreen of our command omnibus flew into fragments. Fortunately we were able to get away in our vehicles out of range of the British fire, he wrote afterwards. In the early afternoon, with the Afrika Korps virtually surrounded and under intense bombardment, Rommel defying convention yet again and demonstrating an elan that few, if any, other army commanders would have dared to essay set off with his chief of staff, General Gauss, to find a way through to the beleaguered German armor. The alarming news that the 15th Panzer Division had run out of ammunition made it critically important to open up a supply line to the imperiled Lager in which it was now at bay. Identifying a navigable route around the British positions, the two men set off back to Rommel's headquarters. On the way, as Rommel laconically described the encounters, they had a brush, first with a British and then with an Italian column. Unhappily the latter took us for hostile and opened up a wild fire, which we escaped by a quick withdrawal. The next morning at daybreak, he led the supply column through to the beleaguered Panzer division without being observed. During these days, Rommel seemed to be everywhere at once, urging his men on, devising new tactics, and all the time on the move. There could not have been a greater contrast between his leadership and that of the 8th Army's commander-in-chief, who preferred to oversee the battle from well behind the lines. This was not for want of courage on Ritchie's behalf but because he adhered to a stolid military convention which, like his immediate predecessor, he did not question. Cautious and plotting, he was psychologically and intellectually unable to react with the incisiveness required on a battlefield, the character of which altered as rapidly and dramatically as a constantly shaken kaleidoscope. Thus, rather than seizing the initiative at a point when his adversaries feared he would achieve a crushing victory, Ritchie dithered. In this vacuum, Rommel's commanders were able to regroup, repair armor and artillery, and take up defensive positions from which they were able to ward off the uncoordinated and sporadic attacks launched against them. The balance and disposition of the two armies meant that Rommel should have been on his knees before the superior might ranged against him. Instead, the flexibility, ferocity and discipline of his troops served yet again as a reminder of how he had earned his nickname. He was quicker, more imaginative, and more skilled in the deployment of his armor. Even in retreat, the Axis troops, Italian as well as German, displayed a sang-froid and expertise that forced Auchinleck to concede. Although his lightning attack had failed, the enemy nevertheless gained a solid advantage. Describing one of the many confusing battles along the front, Auchinleck wrote with barely suppressed frustration of the way in which an entire Italian division, the Trieste, managed to escape through a British minefield at Tri Capuzzo despite coming under heavy fire from Ritchie's tanks. Our armor strove to interpose itself between the enemy and the paths through the minefield, he wrote, but he covered his retirement in characteristic fashion with a powerful anti-tank screen which our armor could neither penetrate nor outflank. The whole of our armor was thus powerless to close on the gaps. It was even worse than that. In the many weeks during which they constructed the chain of boxes along the Gazala front, the 8th Army commanders had failed to ensure that the minefields strung between them were adequately covered from each box by artillery fire to pick off any enemy tank seeking to navigate the maze of buried explosives. The result of Ritchie's oversight, as Auchinleck later confessed, was that after 4 days of sustained fighting, the panzers had succeeded in breaching our front and creating a dangerous salient in our main position. Nonetheless, the Germans were in a precarious situation. By the 1st of May, Bayerlein judged the Panzer Division under his command to be in a really desperate position. Our backs against the minefield, no food, no water, no petrol, very little ammunition. We were being attacked all the time from the air. In another 24 hours we should have had to surrender. Accompanied by the commander of the Afrika Corps, General Walther Nering, he therefore begged Rommel to break off the battle. According to Bayerlein, however, he wouldn't hear of it. Instead, Rommel ordered his panzers to launch an offensive against Ghat el Oualeb, one of the Gazala line boxes, which was defended by 150th Brigade. Once again Ritchie was wrongfooted. As though numbed by Rommel's ruthless daring, instead of rushing troops and tanks in a coordinated move against the exhausted Germans and to support 150th Brigade, he failed to take any action at all. Thus the British Brigade, which was at the point of exhaustion, was left to its own increasingly desperate devices. Yoicks! Tally ho! Tally ho! Yelled a colonel leading a suicidal tank charge against a battery of 88mm anti-tank guns. One of the junior officers under his command, a Royal Horse Artillery observer, Captain William Pringle, was aghast and tried to stop him. When I eventually got him on the wireless, he told me he knew where he was going, and that it was my job to do what I was told. We went straight at them. The first gun was on him in seconds and BWHUUFF he'd gone and the whole lot came to a screaming halt. There was total chaos everywhere. Pringle ordered his driver to retreat. But the gears were stuck and the tank was trapped and disabled. Eventually, between them, they managed to engage reverse gear. We reversed 7 miles. I told the driver, "Don't you stop, I'll murder you if you stop." Elsewhere in the chaos, Major Robert Daniel managed to make contact with his commanding officer. "Bob, you are to stand and fight in the position where you are now. You are not to move, he was instructed. Do you understand me? You are not to move at all. Daniel told him that if he obeyed, he would lose every single man in his regiment. The brigadier replied, You are a horse artillery officer. You have been properly brought up and you know that in battle you will obey orders or take the consequence. Everywhere the British turned they seemed to come up against a well-concealed and perfectly positioned Panzer tank or 88mm gun. Sergeant Ray Ellis, who, as we have seen, had narrowly avoided death at Sidi Barrani 18 months earlier, was almost killed when a shell landed on his gunnery position, killing the rest of his unit. With no sense of bravado, he described how as one man fell, another came forward to take his place. One of them, who was not even a gunner, was caught by a burst of machine gun fire. He was terrified. I crouched down trying to console him. You're all right, lad, you're all right. Don't worry, you're not badly wounded, we'll soon have you away. Trying to ease his fear, I noticed sand settling on his eyes. He died in my arms. Soon Ellis was left alone. Every gun was out of action. He walked across to a British armored vehicle. Inside he found 2 dead bodies, one of whom had been a good friend. I looked down on his lifeless face and burst into tears, seeing an old pal from the day I joined the regiment. A few moments later a German tank rolled up and a sergeant beckoned him to jump aboard. We looked at one another, we'd been fighting each other all day. We both shrugged our shoulders and looked up to heaven. What a bloody silly thing it was. It was a matter of 2 enemies who had no enmity. By late afternoon, 150th Brigade had run out of ammunition and the panzers were about to overrun their positions. With Ritchie in remote control away from the front, not only out of touch but ill-informed by his own subordinate commanders, Rommel himself led the Panzer infantry platoon which made the final break through the perimeter to seize the Ghaut el Oualeb box, where they took 3,000 prisoners and 124 guns. The gallant remnants of 150th Brigade did their best to escape. According to Major Dobson, it really became sauve qui peut. I went off with 4 or 5 others in a scout car. We hoped we might manage to drive through the minefield. We got a long way before there was the usual explosion and the wheel was blown off. We just sat there hoping we hadn't been seen, but we had and we were shelled. It was very unpleasant. That night we set off to walk back towards, we hoped, our lines, but after a long night's walking we ran into a German lock unit who, praise them, were very good to us. The capture of Ghaut el Oualeb not only marked a critical moment but came as a huge relief to the Axis forces. If we had not taken it on the 1st of June, Bayerlein recalled, the British would have captured the whole of the Afrika Corps. We were surrounded and almost out of petrol. As it was a miracle that we managed to get our supplies through the minefield in time. But once they had found a route, they opened a relatively safe corridor through which the Axis commanders were able to resupply their front line. Our mines, de Gangand observed bleakly, were thus turned to the enemy's advantage, for they gave him much-needed protection. Richard Dimbleby visited a casualty clearing station a little to the rear of the mayhem but in the path of the advancing panzers. The noise of the battle shook the heavy canvas sides of the hospital tents and once or twice a heavier explosion rattled the medical instruments in the operating theater. Inside, he saw 3 men robed in white bent intently over a polished steel table. Directly above them a powerful bulb shone against the shiny insides of some petrol tins which had been sliced open to form a wide reflector to direct the light onto the table. On the ground he saw a severed leg in a long enamel dish. Someone had thrown a cloth over the leg, leaving the toes sticking up, blue and grubby. As the patient was wheeled away, 2 bombers roared overhead. The orderlies, clearing away the bloody instruments and dressings, took no notice. The surgeon, washing his hands at a bowl of steaming water, similarly ignored the intrusion. His face was tired and strained. These battles are hell, he told the BBC correspondent. That's the 4th amputation today and the 14th operation. I've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning and there's a queue like bank holiday at the cinema. Outside, Dimbleby counted 30 soldiers waiting patiently for their turn on the operating table. All over the battlefield on both sides the grisly human detritus of war endured in pain and with patience. A while later he came across a tank unit manned by members of the JRD County of London Yeomanry. Most of them had been in action for 24 hours non-stop. They were covered with sand and dust and splashes of oil. I spoke to 3 men from one tank as they sat against its tracks in a tiny pool of shade. The driver was a Bible seller in peacetime. His comrades were a bank clerk from Westminster and a hotel manager on the Great North Road. They were remarkably phlegmatic, comparing the recently arrived American grants with their own vehicle, which the Bible seller patted as affectionately as if it were a horse. They asked Dimbleby what was happening on the rest of the battlefield. How were things? They could be better, the reporter replied. You know, I'm getting bloody fed up with this desert, the Bible seller said. It's the same old tale every time. Push them back, and they come up to knock us down. It isn't getting us anywhere. With Ritchie paralyzed by indecision, the soldiers under his command were left to protect a line of boxes which by now had lost all useful purpose. A signaller in the Royal Artillery, Robert Lee, recalled one incident. Coming at us, we had artillery shells, airburst rapid fire, machine gun fire. German armor and German vehicles got right up on us. They were in full view. Vehicles and Valentine's British infantry tanks burning all around us, palls of that acrid smoke, the smell of human flesh roasting, burning. The first taste of hell. But not the last. All our positions were overrun like a farmer plowing his fields. Their infantry and their quick-firing guns on porties were advancing on us. We'd no alternative, apart from committing suicide. We laid down our weapons. We spread out. We walked towards individual soldiers with our hands raised and open. The young German I came to said nicked boom boom, and I said Nein. Rommel's troops swirled back and forth across the Gazala line at a pace and with an ingenuity that left the 8th Army floundering. His goal was still Tobruk, but he faced a familiar problem, the reinforcement of supply lines which now extended forward to the new positions the panzers had taken up amid the minefields along the Gazala line, a battleground which both sides referred to as the Cauldron. To this end Rommel had to establish a secure route around the southernmost edge of the Gazala line. On the 2nd of June, the Panzer Army commander duly dispatched the German 90th Light and the Italian Trieste divisions to Bir Hatchheim, which was defended by the Free French under General Koenig, who had so far managed to stave off a succession of panzer attacks. At 8th Army headquarters, Ritchie and his senior commanders discussed how best to counter Rommel's latest moves. In a note to Auchinleck, he wrote, I am distressed over the loss of 150th Brigade after so gallant a fight, but still consider the situation favorable to us and getting better daily. Ritchie had no evidence to support this extravagant assessment, and given the dull-witted irresolution he now displayed provided no grounds for supposing that he had any idea of how to seize back the initiative. One of his senior commanders, General William Ramsden, remembered hearing one of his colleagues emerging from one of many interminable staff conferences, to say, I think Ritchie is going to do this or that. Auchinleck was filled with misgivings. It seemed to me, he wrote later, that, if the enemy were to continue to occupy a deep wedge in the center of our minefield, the whole Gazala line and Bir Hatchheim in particular would become untenable. With unconfirmed reports that large numbers of panzer tanks were advancing into the Cauldron, he concluded lugubriously and in sharp contrast to Ritchie, we appeared to be rapidly losing the initiative we had gained by bringing his first attack to a standstill. Unless Ritchie could regain the initiative, Tobruk would soon be in grave danger while the 8th Army would have to contemplate a further retreat to the Egyptian border and beyond. It was not until the 5th of June that Ritchie belatedly made his next move. In the early hours of the morning, units of the 8th Army, under cover of an intensive artillery bombardment, launched a direct attack on Rommel's forces in the heart of the Cauldron. Had this counter-offensive been launched 2 days earlier, it might well have prospered, but Ritchie's days of indecision had given Rommel vital time to reinforce his key positions on a salient where the Axis was dug in on the high ground. At first the British seemed poised to make a breakthrough as 2 Indian brigades supported by the 22nd Armored Brigade drove the Italian Arite Division off its stronghold on Aslog Ridge. But when the British tanks advanced deeper into the Cauldron to take Sidi Mufta Ridge, they came under devastating tank and artillery fire and were forced to wheel off to the north, leaving the 9th and 10th Indian Divisions trapped in the middle of the minefield. Everything now went wrong. With tight-lipped precision, Auchinleck described the dismal failure of another attempt to enter the cauldron via an assault on Sidra Ridge, where 21st Panzer was dug in. The 32nd Army Tank Brigade, he wrote, was attacked on its right flank by enemy tanks, and having run onto an uncharted enemy minefield and so lost 50 tanks out of its original 70, could give the infantry no support when they in their turn were attacked by tanks. Von Mellenthin described the same attack from the German standpoint. Noting that it might have been gravely embarrassing, had it been made under cover of darkness, he wrote incredulously, the heavy British tanks lumbered forward in daylight, providing perfect targets for our anti-tank guns and ending up on a minefield where they were simply shot to pieces. From the tactical point of view, this was one of the most ridiculous attacks of the campaign. Captain Ray Lakey was on one of the tanks spearheading this ridiculous attack. In the first second we must have received at least 4 direct hits from armor-piercing shells. The engine was knocked out, a track was broken and one shell hit the barrel of the 75mm gun and broke it. Then quite a heavy high-explosive shell dropped on the mantlet of my 37mm gun and pushed it back against the recoil springs. I suffered nothing more than a singing in the ears. But a splinter hit the subaltern in the head and he fell to the floor of the turret dead. Almost every tank in the battle met with the same treatment. With the 8th Army reeling, Rommel stepped up the pace and variety of his assault and the panzers were soon running amok through the British positions. With tactical headquarters overrun, wireless sets destroyed, communications severed, tents and trucks set on fire, it was clear to Colonel Desmond Young, later to become Rommel's biographer, who was serving with the Indian Army, that the enemy had, indeed, recovered the initiative which General Ritchie had wrested from him and had no intention of giving it up. The 5th of June was the turning point of the battle, though the chance of winning it outright went 3 days earlier. By the 6th of June, the Axis divisions which Rommel had dispatched to Bir Hachheim 4 days earlier had surrounded the fortress. Now Rommel pressed home his advantage with ground and air attacks against the Free French, who showed rare tenacity despite mounting losses. Ritchie was well aware of the importance of Bir Hachheim, that in Auchinleck's words its loss would require him to form a new and extended front facing southwards, behind which we might be hemmed in and deprived of our power of maneuver. The threat to our rear would be increased. Accordingly, he dispatched tank and infantry units to confront the 90th Light and Trieste divisions. Rommel countered by sending further reinforcements to the same location. On the 8th of June, with cover from dive-bombing Stukas and artillery fire, an Axis unit penetrated a corner of the garrison. But, despite the continued aerial bombardment, the Free French refused to yield, resisting with such valor that von Mellenthin was moved to record that in the whole course of the Desert War we never encountered a more heroic or well-sustained defense. From London, General de Gaulle broadcast, General Koenig, know and tell your troops that the whole of France is looking at you and you are her pride. Koenig responded, we are surrounded. Our thoughts are always with you. Long live Free France. But by the 10th of June it was clear that heroism alone could not prevail. Ritchie gave the orders for the survivors to break out. Under heavy aerial and artillery bombardment but partially protected by the 7th Armored Division, 200 of the original 3,700 defenders of Bir Hachheim fought their way out using bayonets. An officer who observed them as they reached the British front line, noted that some of these tough, bearded Frenchmen were almost in tears when they described their anger and frustration. They would have preferred to stay and die. De Gaulle was greatly affected. In a flush of high-flown rhetoric, he proclaimed, when a ray of glory touched the blood-stained brows of her soldiers at Bir Hachheim, the world recognized France. After the war, as President of France, he ordered a metro station near the Eiffel Tower to be renamed Bir Hachheim, in honor of its defenders. Rommel was now free to press his advantage. Cutting a swath through the British defenses, the panzers forced their way north until they reached the Knightsbridge box. With the battleground all but obliterated by a severe sandstorm, the Axis tanks and artillery supported by waves of Stukas assaulted the target area from all sides. German and Italian infantry advanced en masse into mine fields which surrounded the box but were forced back by the Guards Brigade, which fought so valiantly as to earn a plaudit from Rommel for its tremendous courage and tenacity. Casualties from both sides littered the ground, their bodies eerily illuminated by burning vehicles which gave an orange tint to the sandstorm which swirled about them. Alan Moorhead likened the scene to another Battle of Waterloo. The English guards with their strange and slightly automaton code of behavior were peculiarly suited to this sort of action. It was something they understood. A position was given you to fortify and then you got the order to hold it to the last round and the last man. So these odd gawky officers with their prickly mustachios, their little military affectations, their high-pitched voices and their little jokes from the world of Mayfair and Ascot kept bringing their men up to the enemy, and the men, because they were picked soldiers of the regular army and native Englishmen and Scots, did exactly as they were told. So resolute was their resistance that Rommel was forced to call off the assault. Auchinleck signaled, "Well done, 8th Army. Stick to it. Hang on to him. Never leave him. Do not let him get away. Give him no rest. Good luck to you all." But his congratulations were premature because his exhortations were ignored. "I don't understand, why aren't we following up?" Colonel Young asked, his rhetorical question an expression of the bitter and widespread frustration at the failure of the 8th Army's senior commanders to seize the initiative. "We could have occupied the battlefield yesterday and grabbed all those Jerry tanks lying about. The Germans themselves are milling about all over the place. Why don't we push in and mop them up? We will have to move quick or you can bet your life they will return to form a line. I can't understand it. I am only afraid that it is already too late." His pessimism was well grounded. Rommel's heavy armor, concentrated in force, was perpetually on the move, feinting here and thrusting there while Ritchie's commanders floundered. There were moments of memorable but long-forgotten heroism. One British division, seeking to escape from encirclement and surrender, hurled itself headlong at the enemy line under cover of darkness. The armor went first, followed by truckloads of infantry. In a moment of desperate fighting, Germans and Italians alike shrieked for mercy from their slit trenches. Guns, tanks, defenses, all were pulverized in the furious assault. A Valentine tank rode straight over an Italian mess tent in which enemy staff officers were having a late supper. Our men saw Germans on their knees, praying to be allowed to surrender. Some of the enemy who kept their heads manned every available gun and fired point blank at the British transport columns plunging and bucketing through. In the glare of burning vehicles, the major commanding the Valentines saw a German climbing up the side of his tank with a bayonet raised to stab. The major was a boxer. A beautiful right hook sent the enemy sprawling under the tracks of the following tank. But such moments of romantic valor made no difference to the imminent outcome. As the Axis forces regrouped around the Knightsbridge box, Rommel himself led the 15th Panzer Division in a simultaneous thrust towards El Adem, where one of their British victims captured not killed turned out to be Colonel Young, who soon came face to face with Rommel, a fortuitous meeting which led the British officer to write his influential and admiring biography of the German general after the war. Yet again, Rommel came close to death. On the evening of the 12th, he noted laconically, "We were bombed by some of our own Stukas. They were being chased by British fighters and, lame ducks that they were forced to drop their bombs on their own troops for the sake of some extra speed. However, the three of us, Badian, the driver and I, escaped once again without a scratch." By the 13th of June, the 8th Army was at the point of collapse. No longer able to hold out against the renewed assault, the exhausted Guards Brigade finally evacuated Knightsbridge. With a sandstorm raging of such intensity that visibility was no more than a few yards, Rommel advanced towards Tobruk virtually unimpeded, recording that the slaughter of British tanks went on. Murderous fire struck from several sides into the tightly packed British formations, whose strength gradually diminished. The rout that was now in the offing did not spring from a lack of courage on the part of the British, Indian, Australian and Free French troops caught in this inferno, but from the numbed and dilatory leadership of their commanding officers. Though Ritchie dithered, he was not alone to blame. His subordinates Generals Norrie, Messervy and Lumsden were not only out of touch with the calamitous turn of events on the battlefield but very often with each other as well. With their armor, artillery and infantry scattered and isolated, Their commanders knew neither what was happening nor the extent of their losses. On that grim day, the 13th, when the mutual carnage of men and machines reached hideous proportions, the Eighth Army's official log was reduced to recording that there had evidently been losses on both sides in these engagements. If Ritchie was in denial, Auchinleck, who returned on the same day to Cairo from a flying visit to the front, was at a loss, still unaware of how desperate the situation had become. But by the next day, with only 70 tanks left, Ritchie finally realized the scale of his defeat. He at once ordered the bulk of his forces to retreat to the Egyptian frontier in what became known self-mockingly but despairingly as the Ghazala Gallop. Confusion soon became chaos as the British units trapped at the front fought their way out of the minefields and often straight through the Axis lines. "I was lucky," Captain Snell of the Durham Light Infantry recalled. "My truck was hit by an anti-tank shell and blown to pieces, but I and my driver got out. We went right through the dugouts with bayonets, Tommy guns and grenades and cleared them out. Our armored cars shot all the machine gunners. Our battalions went through. The Italians on each flank tried to stop them, but there was no concentrated effort on their part. Snell led his company south into the desert, passing Bir Hachim, and reached the wire between Egypt and Libya, but we were shot up all the way, and by the time I arrived I had 3 armored cars, myself and 2 other blokes. The rest of the company were wiped out." Earl Haig, who had just joined the 22nd Armored Brigade, watched as like horses in a race. The German units and ours were running neck and neck for an isthmus in the desert, the last defensive position in Egypt from which it would be possible to arrest Rommel's headlong rush towards the Nile Delta and the Suez Canal. "The retreat," noted Haig, "was a very messy business and most unfortunate. Very sad. Rather, I suppose, like Dunkirk, we must have lost most of our supplies, our petrol dumps, our ammunition and so on." Rommel was cock-a-hoop. Rejoicing in the courage of the German and, a rare compliment, Italian soldiers, he rode with the panzers on the QTH, as British vehicles streamed east in their Thussons towards Egypt. Watching this retreat, he noted the black dejection on the faces of the retreating British troops. In a letter to his wife on the next day he wrote, "The battle has been won and the enemy is breaking up. Or now mopping up encircled remnants of their army. I needn't tell you how delighted I am. We've made a pretty clean sweep this time." He might have added, "Next stop, Tobruk." One of the most fateful episodes of the Second World War was about to begin. In London, Churchill did not realize how swift the collapse had been. With the Ghazala Gallop already in progress, he telegraphed Auchinleck, "Your decision to fight it out to the end is most cordially endorsed. We shall sustain you whatever the result. Retreat would be fatal. This is a business not only of armor but of willpower. God bless you all." Auchinleck, who had himself only just become aware that the Eighth Army was in full retreat, now alerted the Prime Minister to the galling truth that, save for 2 divisions which would remain to guard the approaches to Tobruk, the Eighth Army was on the way back to the old frontier. Churchill cabled back in dismay, "Do not understand what you mean by withdrawing to old frontier." More pointedly, he asked, "To what position does Ritchie want to withdraw the Ghazala troops? Presume there is no question in any case of giving up Tobruk as long as Tobruk is held, no serious advance into Egypt is possible." The following day, Auchinleck replied, "Although I do not intend that Eighth Army should be besieged in Tobruk, I have no intention whatever of giving up Tobruk." Auchinleck had good grounds for believing that this would be the end of the matter. 6 months earlier, in January, the 3 commanders-in-chief in the Middle East, Admiral Cunningham, Air Marshal Tedder and Auchinleck himself, had come to the firm and unanimous decision that Tobruk should not again be held, were it to be invested by Rommel. On 1.9 January, Auchinleck made this unequivocally clear. "It is not my intention to try to hold permanently Tobruk or any other locality west of the Egyptian frontier," he wrote in Instruction No. 1.1.0, which was subsequently endorsed by the Middle East Defense Committee on 4 February. 2 days later, the head of military operations, Kennedy, sent a copy of this instruction to Brooke, with a note supporting Auchinleck's decision. On 1.1 February, Auchinleck elaborated his position in Instruction No. 1.1.1. To Ritchie, "If, for any reason, we should be forced at some future date to withdraw from our present forward positions. On the Gazala line, every effort will still be made to prevent Tobruk being lost to the enemy, but it is not my intention to continue to hold it once the enemy is in a position to invest it effectively. Should this appear inevitable, the place will be evacuated, and the maximum amount of destruction carried out in it, so as to make it useless to the enemy as a supply base. This instruction was still in force when the Gazala battle began in May. Unless Brooke had failed to read these instructions, or omitted to inform Churchill about them, the Prime Minister was dissembling when he wrote subsequently, "At home we had no inkling that the evacuation of Tobruk had ever entered into the plans or thoughts of the commanders." As it was, the realization that Auchinleck intended to evacuate Tobruk rather than subject its defenders to another siege appalled Churchill. His response to what he regarded as Auchinleck's equivocal commitment to Tobruk was brusque. War Cabinet, interpret your telegram to mean that, if the need arises, General Ritchie would leave as many troops in Tobruk as are necessary to hold the place for certain. Churchill's anxious insistence that Tobruk should be held whatever the cost exposed a fundamental fault line that lay between London and Cairo, while the Commander-in-Chief regarded his overriding responsibility to be the defense of the Middle East and, as part of that, the defense of Egypt. The Prime Minister above all else wanted a victory over Rommel in the desert. For Auchinleck, the port had utility as a supply depot for any further British advance deeper into Libya, but it was not critical to the defense of Egypt. For the Prime Minister, Tobruk was symbolic of British resolve, a totem to the defeat of the Axis in North Africa and thereby to Britain's prestige in the world. To this extent, Churchill's views mirrored those of Rommel and Hitler, both of whom invested Tobruk with similar pound cans. To the surprise and dismay of the Director of Military Operations in London, Auchinleck wilted under the pressure. On 16 June he cabled the Prime Minister to compound War Cabinet interpretation is correct. General Ritchie is putting into Tobruk what he considers an adequate force to hold it even if it should become temporarily isolated by the enemy. Very definite orders to this effect have been issued to General Ritchie, and I trust he will be able to give effect to them. Not surprisingly, Churchill took this to mean that the matter had been settled beyond all doubt and replied at once, that the cabinet was glad to know that you intended to hold Tobruk at all costs. Much relieved but choosing to gloss over the implicit ambivalence of the word temporarily, he set off in high spirits for his second prime ministerial visit to Washington where, as he put it, business of the highest importance to the general strategy of the war had to be transacted. As Churchill's flying boat droned steadily across the Atlantic, the Eighth Army continued in headlong flight to the Egyptian border. Tobruk was isolated and at the mercy of the panzers. To every man of use, Rommel wrote, Tobruk was a symbol of British resistance and we were now going to finish with it for good. By the evening of 1.8 June, Tobruk was cut off entirely and the surviving remnants of the Eighth Army beyond the perimeter wire joined the flight to the border, blowing bridges and laying mines as they went in a bleak effort to impede the progress of the pursuing panzers. Seen from a distance, the earthworks around the port seemed impressive, like the crenellated battlements of a medieval castle, but on closer examination turned out to be no more than square piles of loose rocks behind which the defenders lay pressed to the ground, horribly exposed to artillery fire and aerial bombardment. Alan Moorhead, who arrived in Tobruk a few days before Rommel launched his attack, noted the lack of perimeter walls, anti-tank trenches and pillboxes. Indeed, he wrote, as you went across this flat neutral-colored ground, you saw very little difference from the ordinary desert. And there was good reason for this. Following Auchinleck's instruction number 1.1.1, of 6 months earlier, the once impenetrable barricades that had given Tobruk its talismanic reputation around the world, had been allowed to fall into disrepair. They were now half ruined and largely neglected. However, inside the town itself, the correspondent reported an abundance of fresh water, millions of gallons of petrol in square cans, an arsenal of weaponry and ammunition, hospitals complete with medical supplies. He came across a great store of provisions, tinned tomatoes, peas and potatoes, tinned American beef, South African biscuits, sacks of tea and sugar, big tins of cheese, jam, and fish, enough comfortably to feed up to 30,000 men for 3 months. Nonetheless, the place was dispiriting in the extreme. Tobruk was a decaying wreck of a town, which had been bombed into insensibility. Aside from the light relief of the graffiti on one broken monument which read "The Red Lion. Free beer tomorrow," the depressing, degrading, leveling influence of war had made this place accursed. The troops defending Tobruk had been under enormous strain even before Rommel launched his final assault. Almost half their number, comprising 2 South African infantry brigades, had yet to be tested in battle, while their commander, Major General Hendrik Klopper, who had been appointed only 3 days earlier, was similarly unblooded. On his arrival in Tobruk, Klopper had written to a South African colleague at GHQ to inform him, "Things are going very well here, as spirits are very high, and I do not think morale could be better under present circumstances. There is a general feeling of optimism." If so, it was alarmingly misplaced. Following the collapse of the Gazala front, the South African recruits, very far from their own homeland, were obliged to watch as hundreds of lorries, overflowing with their exhausted brothers in arms, rumbled through Tobruk on their way back to the Egyptian border. Nor was the defenders' morale raised by the arrival of reinforcements. The 201 St. Guards Brigade and the LTH Indian Brigade, both of whose members had fought valiantly at Knightsbridge and Aadem but were now drained of energy, famished with hunger and bruised by defeat. Within Tobruk's perimeter, a global symbol of British resistance, pessimism was the order of the day. The Axis onslaught was brilliantly conceived and ruthlessly executed. Ritchie had presumed the panzers would strike at the perimeter from the direction of the Gazala line and had instructed Klopper to position his forces accordingly. But Rommel, in characteristic fashion, had opted for surprise. Instead of a head-on attack from the northwest, he circled round to the southeast, where the panzers were least expected and which was therefore thinly defended. He had also persuaded Kesselring to dispatch every available bomber to Tobruk, from as far away as Crete and Greece, as well as the Axis airfields in North Africa. The attack began early in the morning of the 20th of June. At dawn, the first wave of dive bombers descended on the southeastern perimeter, their air-activated sirens wailing with fearsome warning. Rommel and von Mellenthin stood on an escarpment overlooking the Tobruk perimeter. Kesselring had been good to his word and sent hundreds of bombers in dense formations. They dived on the perimeter in one of the most spectacular attacks I have ever seen, von Mellenthin wrote. The bombardment, the first of 588 missions that day, had the desired effect. It was terrifying, a sergeant in the 6th South African Infantry Brigade reported. To make matters worse, he recalled, we didn't know what was happening as there were no orders from our officers. Confusion reigned, with fear and panic. The German and Italian artillery had already laid down a ferocious barrage of fire on these ill-defended positions. This soon opened up a breach in the perimeter through which the 1st Panzers bore down on the traumatized defenders, who rose from their gun emplacements with their hands held aloft in surrender. The weak resistance, shown by the Indian and South African defenders under the crushing weight of the onslaught, took the Axis commanders by surprise but allowed them to breach the outer defenses with ease. The Italian Trento Division was to the fore as the Axis forces swarmed into the town. A junior infantryman, Vittorio Vallicella, was in a patrol which took the surrender of hundreds of black soldiers, very probably South African laborers, uniformed but unarmed, who at the sight of our small group, leaped to their feet, raising their hands in a sign of surrender. With surprise but also respect we look at these poor black soldiers who are at the service of rich England and who have come from afar to fight in a war which possibly they don't even know for whom or for what. As his patrol advanced further into the town, he was astonished to discover the luxury in which their enemy had basked. There were showers, every officer had a mosquito net over his bed, and, envy of envies, an abundance of food. Very soon, though, the food depots which they overran were taken over by the Germans. Even here our allies want to lord it over us, Vallicella noted dryly. Shaken by both the direction and the ferocity of the Axis onslaught, Klopper all but gave up any attempt to arrest the enemy's advance. Though the panzers met some resistance as they trundled into the town, Klopper had barely started to regroup his troops before Rommel had himself crossed the perimeter and was on his way down to the port. In the late afternoon the harbor came under fire and Tobruk's fate was sealed. By nightfall it was obvious that Tobruk was in its death throes and Rommel was able to send off a triumphant signal to Berlin. Von Mellenthin noted, adding judgmentally, "Our losses during the day had been very small and out of all proportion to those of the enemy." That evening, a number of British defenders managed to liberate a case of gin from the officers' mess and got as drunk as lords, consuming a dozen bottles and singing patriotic songs such as, "There'll Always Be an England." But across town, as Gunner W. A. Lewis recalled, it was possible to hear a counterblasting snatch of Deutschland über alles. In the early hours of the following morning, Klopper signaled Auchinleck to report, "Situation shambles." A while later he raised a white flag in surrender. Auchinleck's official report stated bleakly an order was circulated to all units in the garrison that a capitulation had taken place and that all vehicles, equipment and arms were to be destroyed. Among the tens of thousands of fellow soldiers who surrendered in Tobruk, Lewis and his fellow revelers were rearrested in the tunnel where they had taken refuge during the night. "Bodies lay everywhere," he wrote later. "At what was once the town square we found thousands of other prisoners. My God, the humiliation of it all." By this time, Rommel was already at the port. Practically every building of the dismal place was either flat or little more than a heap of rubble, he noted. As he drove out of town onto the Via Balbia, he passed long columns of prisoners and burning vehicles on either side of the road. All about him he saw only chaos and destruction. The Axis troops were elated. Reflecting the high hopes and the relief of the Trento division, Vallicella noted, "We have only one thought. Alexandria, Cairo, the Nile, pyramids, palm trees, and women." 4 miles to the west of Tobruk, Rommel reached Klopper's headquarters, where he took the formal surrender. Later that day he wrote exultantly to his wife, "Tobruk. It was a wonderful battle. In all, 35,000 imperial troops, South Africans, Indians, and British were captured." In the annals of capitulation during the Second World War, this meant that Tobruk ranked second only to Singapore, where the Japanese took 85,000 prisoners. The defeat was as absolute as it was inevitable. In his order of the day on the 21st of June, Rommel praised the soldiers of the Panzer Army Africa for their incomparable courage and tenacity, and promised them the complete destruction of the enemy in the days ahead. Later he wrote that for every one of my Africans, the victory at Tobruk was the high point of the African war. Hitler was euphoric. The capture of Tobruk, he said, was destiny's gift to the German nation. An absolutely incredible success. The next day a wireless message arrived from the Führer's headquarters to inform Rommel that, at the age of 49, he was to be elevated to the rank of Field Marshal. 18. The Americans. Come good. What can we do to help? Franklin D. Roosevelt to Winston Churchill. H. Idler's triumph was Churchill's humiliation. The day after his arrival in Washington on the 18th of June 1942, the Prime Minister left Brooke and the rest of his entourage in the capital and flew up to Roosevelt's private residence, Hyde Park, on the edge of the Hudson River. There, in the informal surroundings of the president's family home, the two leaders conferred in private on what was indeed business of the highest importance. There were two main items on their agenda: the top-secret project to build and deploy the atomic bomb codenamed Tube Alloys, on which they found themselves in complete accord, and, more challengingly, the deepening transatlantic division over the grand strategy to be adopted in the year ahead. Whatever he had misleadingly intimated in his discussions in London 3 months earlier, Churchill was in no doubt about his overriding objective. Gymnast, the Allied invasion of North Africa, had to precede Sledgehammer, the Allied attack on Cherbourg, which in turn was to precede Roundup, the full-scale invasion of France. For Roosevelt, the choice was more finely balanced. Earlier in the year, Marshall had tried to steer him away from Gymnast, but it still retained its residual appeal for the president. Although he had made it clear that his initial endorsement for the North African operation was conditional on the near certainty of success, he also had to consider the risks of not getting American ground troops into direct combat against the Wehrmacht before the American midterm elections in early November. Roosevelt's political imperative was to show the American people in advance of polling day that our boys were directly engaged on the battlefield against the Nazi threat. He feared otherwise that the Republicans might triumph in the elections and, under pressure from the isolationist lobby, use their majority in Congress to repudiate Roosevelt's Germany First strategy in favor of a campaign exclusively against Japan in the Pacific, an alternative which enjoyed strong support among the American electorate. The details of their private talks at Hyde Park have yet to be revealed, but Churchill must have made the case for Gymnast with his characteristic eloquence and persistence. Roosevelt, who chose to regard himself as an amateur strategist and, in this respect, inferior to the former naval person, as the Prime Minister dubbed himself in their secret correspondence, might be presumed to have been duly impressed. The President may not have been a military strategist, but he was an accomplished politician. The Prime Minister, who was similarly endowed, wrote a formal memorandum to Roosevelt on the 20th of June, to emphasize that Gymnast was the only available option capable of meeting the President's political requirements, not least because a substantial landing in France before the November elections was out of the question. No responsible British military authority, he wrote, has so far been able to make a plan for September 1942 which had any chance of success unless the Germans became utterly demoralized, of which there is no likelihood. Have the American staffs a plan? In effect, Churchill was telling the President that it was Gymnast or nothing. Simultaneously, Roosevelt received a letter from his Secretary for War, Henry Stimson, which expressed precisely the opposite view. In a 10-point document, Stimson argued that the best way to defeat Hitler was an early second front in Europe rather than an invasion of North Africa. Claiming, somewhat unconvincingly, that it was imperative to dispatch forces to Britain at top speed to confront the threat of a likely Nazi invasion, he insisted that this could not be done if American ships were tied up with an expedition to Gymnast. His message, which directly contradicted Churchill, was equally unambiguous. At least for the foreseeable future, Gymnast should be abandoned. To complicate matters for Roosevelt, Stimson's opinion reflected the views of every one of the President's most senior military advisers, none of whom had abandoned their initial aversion to Gymnast, and one or two of whom expressed themselves with great vehemence. The amiable Pug, Ismay, Churchill's principal link to the British Chiefs of Staff, was present at a key meeting of the combined Chiefs of Staff on the 20th of June in Washington, where he noted that Admiral King, the chief of U.S. naval operations, was blunt and standoffish, almost to the point of rudeness. He added that he was intolerant and suspicious of all things British. But it was Marshall's opposition rather than King's Anglophobia which was to weigh more heavily with the President. As the Army Chief of Staff, Marshall had already reiterated to Roosevelt, while Churchill was en route to Washington, that, on tactical and logistical grounds alone, he believed the case against Gymnast to be overwhelming. The landings in North Africa, he insisted, could be contemplated only if the preparations, codenamed Bolero, for the sledgehammer landings in France were abandoned, or at best, indefinitely postponed. Brooke, who was in Washington for the first time as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, had not hitherto been required to declare his own position. He was, of course, party to Churchill's predilection for Gymnast, but, at his first formal meeting with Marshall, he merely suggested that if it proved impossible to establish a Western Front in France during 1942, they should plan for Gymnast in one form or another. To this end, he argued, the U.S. forces being readied for Bolero should be diverted to the North African operation. This equivocal contribution to the debate was scarcely the full-hearted endorsement of Churchill's vision that the Prime Minister might have wished from his Ost senior military advisor, and it sat uneasily with his earlier disdain for sledgehammer, but at least it kept Gymnast on the table. However, after long hours of negotiation with Marshall and his colleagues, Brooke appears to have been persuaded to shift his ground towards the American position. When the combined chiefs met on the 20th, both sides agreed that the time was not ripe to proceed with Gymnast and that, instead, they should press ahead with Bolero in preparation for an attack on the Normandy coast around Cherbourg with all speed and energy. Had Churchill been apprised of Brooke's change of heart, he would most certainly have sought to veto the proposal. But the Prime Minister was still at Hyde Park, where, not surprisingly, both Marshall and Brooke were distinctly uneasy, in the latter's words, about the plans that the PM and the President had been brewing up there. And so they should have been. When the two leaders arrived back in Washington the next day, Churchill discovered what the chiefs of staff had been brewing up, in their turn. After a frosty meeting with the Prime Minister, Brooke noted, in his yes, minister fashion, that Churchill had been a bit peevish, but not too bad, and after an hour's talk had him quiet again. It is impossible to know what would have happened to Gymnast, who would have won the argument between the generals on the one hand and the politicians on the other, and therefore to the future course of the Second World War, if fate had not at that point intervened to immediate and dramatic effect. On the afternoon of the 21 Stone, while Brooke and Churchill were standing together by Roosevelt's desk in the White House, a secretary walked in and handed the president a slip of pink paper. Roosevelt passed it to Churchill without a word. It read, "Tobruk has surrendered, with 25,000 men taken prisoner." The news was devastating. Nor could it have come at a worse moment. For Churchill, Tobruk was a beacon and icon, a litmus test of triumph or disaster in the Middle East, vital to victory in the desert and to the protection of Britain's strategic interests in the Mediterranean and beyond. He had even vouchsafed that if Tobruk were to fall to the Germans, Hitler's robot world order would eventually emerge victorious from the struggle. Moreover, his investment of so much political capital in a small seaport of uncertain military value was tied intimately to the strategic vision from which he never wavered. That Gymnast, the Allied landings in North Africa, and Acrobat, the Eighth Army's expulsion of Rommel from Libya, were twin-pronged operations that would together squeeze the life out of the enemy in North Africa and thence provide a springboard for the invasion of what he was later to describe in a phrase that should have come to haunt him as the soft underbelly of the Axis in Italy. For the Eighth Army to lose Tobruk at this crucial moment had not only undermined his own credibility but, so it seemed at that moment, gravely imperiled his negotiating stance as he sought to persuade Roosevelt to adopt his global strategy for the defeat of Hitler. For all these reasons, the fall of Tobruk shook Churchill to the core and, by his own account, he did not attempt to conceal his dismay from the president. It was a bitter moment. Defeat is one thing, disgrace is another, he wrote later. What clearly grieved him most was that a garrison of 25,000, actually 35,000, seasoned soldiers had lain down their arms to perhaps one-half of their number. If this was typical of the morale of the Desert Army, no measure could be put to the disasters which impended in Northeast Africa. There was silence in the room as Churchill contemplated his humiliation. Ismay, who had only met Roosevelt a few moments earlier, watched Churchill's reaction as he read the news. "This was a hideous and totally unexpected shock," he wrote, "and for the first time I saw the Prime Minister wince." A sensitive observer of human behavior, Ismay had already noted the way in which the two leaders used to stroll in and out of each other's rooms in the White House, as two subalterns occupying adjacent quarters might have done. Both of them had the spirit of eternal youth. That mutual regard was about to be put to the test. After a long pause, the president spoke. Brooke was unable to recall precisely what Roosevelt said, but he was vividly impressed by his tact and real heartfelt sympathy. As Churchill recalled the moment, there were no reproaches, not an unkind word was spoken. The president said simply, "What can we do to help?" 7. Confirming that indeed was what he had said, Ismay wrote, "It was at moments like this that one realized what a priceless asset the Allies possessed in the intimate friendship and mutual understanding between Roosevelt and Churchill." In his memoirs, Churchill wrote that in response to Roosevelt's question, he at once replied, "Give us as many Sherman tanks as you can spare, and ship them to the Middle East as quickly as possible." Marshall, who by this time had been summoned to join them, responded by pointing out that the first few hundred Shermans had only recently come off the production line and that they had just been allotted to the U.S. Army. But, according to Churchill, he went on to say that it was a terrible thing to take the weapons out of a soldier's hands. But, if the British need is so great they must have them. Either Churchill's memory was at fault here or he deliberately condensed several days of tough negotiation into a single exchange. In fact, Marshall's proposal was not merely to send tanks but the entire 1st Armored Division men and tanks, to fight alongside the Eighth Army. On the face of it, this was an astonishing suggestion to emerge from someone who, until that moment, had been strenuously opposed to the early deployment of American troops anywhere except in Europe. However, Marshall was swift to realize that the calamity at Tobruk, in his words, threatened a complete collapse in the Middle East, the loss of the Suez Canal and the vital oil supply in the vicinity of Abadan. It was a very black hour. After dinner that evening, as they digested the shock of Tobruk, Roosevelt, Churchill, Dill, Marshall, King, Hopkins, and Admiral Little, head of the British Admiralty delegation in Washington, discussed Marshall's suggestion at greater length. They continued to talk until 1 a.m., by which point, Brooke noted cryptically in his diary, Churchill had accepted the American offer, which may lead to USA front in ME at expense of the European front. The attractions of this for Churchill and Roosevelt were obvious. Both men, for distinct but overlapping reasons, wanted American troops in action on the battlefield. But quite why Marshall, who had been so averse to engaging with the enemy in North Africa, should have proposed this option remains unclear. What is in no doubt, however, is that the fall of Tobruk had dramatically redrawn the contours of the negotiations and paradoxically, greatly to Churchill's advantage. On the next morning, the protagonists not only discussed the deployment of the US 1st Armored Division to the Middle East but also agreed that plans for Gymnast, which the combined chiefs had postponed indefinitely only 2 days earlier, should be completed in all details as soon as possible. This was a remarkable about-turn by the American chiefs and a signal victory for Churchill and Roosevelt. Between the lines and with the help of some ambiguous if not duplicitous phrasing, it also began to emerge that the Americans had conceded that there would be no invasion of France in 1942. On the following day, the 23rd, the two leaders and their teams met in the Oval Office to discuss the Middle East in general and, in particular, the logistical challenges posed by the deployment of an entire armored division to the Western Desert. It was at this point, 3 days after the fall of Tobruk, that for the first time Marshall proposed sending Sherman tanks to the Middle East but without the 1st Armored Division's 15,000 troops. This new proposal, as Brooke referred to it, was for 300 Shermans and 100,000 105 mm self-propelled guns to be transported by U.S. vessels to the Middle East as soon as possible. This suggestion was far more to Brooke's liking as he had become uneasy at the implications of inserting an American-led tank division into the very heart of the 8th Army. At lunch with Marshall and Dill, he enthused about the new proposal but warned that he might have great difficulty to get the PM to accept it as he would wish to conform to the President's desire to produce fighting troops instead of equipment. As it happened, once Brooke had made it clear to him that the military aspect of this problem and its advantages outweighed the political considerations, Churchill readily agreed to accept the Shermans and the guns rather than the fully manned armored division. The negotiations which led up to this decision took place against a psychologically devastating backdrop to which none of the participants was ever to refer in public. It concerned one of the most sensitive and embarrassing aspects of the transatlantic relationship. As noted earlier, for at least 18 months the U.S. military attaché in Cairo, Colonel Bonner Fellers, had not only been privy to almost every piece of significant information about the 8th Army but had routinely been transmitting his intelligence to Washington. This might not have mattered unduly had not the secret U.S. code used by Fellers to encrypt his often contemptuous reports at some point been cracked by the Axis intelligence services. As a result, Berlin and Rome had almost instant access to his detailed commentaries and Auchinleck's battle plans. This appalling and embarrassing discovery came to light as a result of some smart detective work at Bletchley Park at precisely the moment when the Allies in Washington were digesting the full import of the fall of Tobruk. For at least 6 months, Fellers's constant flow of detailed military secrets to Washington had not only filled the entrails of Rome and Berlin but given Rommel invaluable information about the condition and disposition of the 8th Army, knowledge which more than compensated for what the British had been able to glean from decoding Enigma messages. This massive breach of what had been presumed by the Americans to be an unbreakably secure system of secret communications had not only helped Rommel to inflict constant reverses on the 8th Army but, in the process, contributed to the grievous military losses inflicted on Auchinleck's forces by the Panzer Army. The corrosive impact of Fellers's excoriating analyses of the Eighth Army's multiple frailties had almost certainly made a significant impact on Washington's policy makers. It would have been remarkable if his sustained critique had not reinforced the American chiefs in their continuing aversion to a joint military operation with the British anywhere in North Africa. On the 20th of June, for example, the day before the fall of Tobruk, Fellers had sent a particularly harsh overview of the Eighth Army's performance. With numerically superior forces, with tanks, planes, artillery, means of transport, and reserves of every kind, the British Army has twice failed to defeat the Axis forces in Libya, he wrote. Under the present command and with the measures taken in a hit-and-miss fashion. The Eighth Army has failed to maintain the morale of its troops, its tactical conceptions were always wrong, it neglected completely cooperation between the various arms, its reaction to the lightning changes of the battlefield were always slow. This report, like its many predecessors, landed on the desk of America's most senior intelligence officer, Colonel William Donovan, the founding head of the Office of Strategic Services. Donovan was not only liked and respected by Roosevelt but was accustomed to sharing Fellers's insights with both Marshall and the President. At such a critical juncture, it would be astonishing if he had not forwarded on their military attaches latest Jeremiad to either or both of them. Indeed, there is circumstantial evidence to suggest that he did just that. Late at night on the 21st, immediately after the British had accepted Marshall's initial offer of the 1st Armored Division, the President asked his Chief of Staff to stay behind in the Oval Office. Taking Marshall totally by surprise, he apparently suggested that they should send a large American force to take control of the Middle East all the way from Tehran to Alexandria, including the entire Mediterranean seaboard and the Levant. Marshall was aghast but, not trusting himself to hold his tongue if the conversation continued much further, made it clear to the President that he was unwilling to discuss the matter at such a late hour and left the room. But that was not the end of the matter. The President's proposal was tantamount to an outright rejection of Marshall's own clear view that the buildup of U.S. forces in Britain prior to a full-scale Allied invasion of France, now planned for 1943, should precede all other American initiatives. In the course of delivering his late-night bombshell, the President evidently paid tribute to Fellers's secret critique of the British performance in the desert. Although he was openly Anglophobic, Fellers did not believe that the British should be left alone to endure the military consequences of what he regarded as their colonial delusions. On the contrary, he was convinced that to protect American interests a British defeat in the Middle East was to be avoided. To this end, he had consistently pressed for direct American intervention in the region to prop up Auchinleck's command. In his 20th of June report, he specifically argued that Lend-Lease, the provision of U.S. weaponry on the Never Never, would not by itself save the British from defeat at the hands of Rommel. More, much more, was needed. Marshall felt obliged to counter Fellers with a memorandum entitled American Forces in the Middle East. Decrying Roosevelt's suggestion that U.S. forces should commandeer the entire Middle East, he wrote, "Fellers is a very valuable observer, but his responsibilities are not those of a strategist and his views are in opposition to mine and those of the entire operations division. To deploy U.S. troops in the Middle East on the scale suggested, would deny the probability of assembling American forces of decisive power in any theater in this war." And he went on, "You are familiar with my view that the decisive theater is Western Europe. That is the only place where the concerted effort of our own and the British forces can be brought to bear on the Germans. A large venture in the Middle East would make a decisive American contribution to the campaign in Western Europe out of the question. Therefore I am opposed to such a project." Marshall could hardly have expressed himself more bluntly. Nor could the gulf between his perspective on the one hand, and that of both Roosevelt and Churchill on the other, have been more starkly exposed. It was at this moment that, serendipitously, the code breakers at Bletchley Park discovered that Fellers's coded messages from Cairo had been decrypted by Axis intelligence. It is impossible to establish the precise impact of this embarrassing discovery on the outcome of the Anglo-American talks, which had already been substantially recast by the fall of Tobruk, but, according to the American historian C.J. Jenner, who has sifted the available evidence, Whitehall handled Washington's disgrace, which was decisive in appalling loss of British blood and treasure, with adroit magnanimity. From Jenner's account it appears that Churchill cleverly turned America's mortification to British advantage. Instead of reproaching Roosevelt for the Fellers debacle, he allowed the disgrace merely to hang in the air as he strove to secure the president's endorsement of his own strategic priorities. Whether or not remorse for the role that Fellers had inadvertently played in the loss of Tobruk did in fact play a significant part in American calculations, Churchill carried away from Washington with every reason to be satisfied with what had been achieved. Sledgehammer had been postponed at least until 1943, Gymnast was still in the frame for 1942, and the Eighth Army was about to be massively reinforced with 300 of the latest and best tanks in the world. He could congratulate himself that, while Roosevelt saw very nearly eye to eye with him over future strategy in the region, the president's advisors, some of them seething at the way in which as they saw it, our boy, had been manipulated by Churchill had clearly been worsted. Paradoxically, so far from the humiliation at Tobruk weakening Churchill's hand, it had evidently had the opposite effect. The talks in Washington were protected by a shroud of secrecy and, for this reason, the fact that Churchill had managed to pull so many strategic chestnuts from the fire was not apparent either in Britain or in the desert. The only story in London was the fall of Tobruk, which the press reported as though it were a national disgrace as well as a military disaster. The London correspondent for Time magazine wrote, "The Briton in the street was as mad as a blitzed Briton." Later, Churchill's director of military operations recalled, "We all felt immensely frustrated and disappointed and, indeed, rather ashamed that the army was not doing better." Kennedy even avoided going to his usual club in Pall Mall, hiding away instead at lunch or dinner at another unfrequented little club of which I was an honorary member. Beyond Whitehall, there was similar shame and resentment. "I squirmed beneath the bedclothes and ground my teeth with rage," one woman noted in her private diary, when she heard the news from Tobruk. Another wrote bitterly, "We heard yesterday that we have lost Tobruk. The same old story, rotten leadership." And another asked despairingly, "Where can soldiers go where they have a reasonable chance? Tobruk has gone what of Egypt, Suez and India? Nearly 3 years of war. Why don't we get going? What stops us?" The loss of national morale was reflected in a censure motion tabled on the 25th of June by a dissident conservative backbencher which stated that the House of Commons has no confidence in the central direction of the war. To prepare for the debate, Churchill asked Sir Stafford Cripps, the Lord Privy Seal, to produce a paper forewarning him of the challenges likely to come from the floor of the House. "There is no doubt," Cripps reported back, "that there is a very grave disturbance of opinion both in the House of Commons and in the country." To explain this he cited an alleged failure of leadership in the Middle East, distrust of an out-of-date, supreme command, the inferior quality of British weaponry but, above all else, what he described as over-optimistic news reports from Cairo, which had undoubtedly done much to emphasize the shock of the loss of Tobruk. The BBC's Richard Dimbleby inadvertently found himself at the epicenter of this damaging accusation. As Middle East GHQ's favorite and most trusted correspondent, he was also because the BBC had a global reach, its most important broadcaster. A little before the fall of Tobruk, Cairo had cabled the War Office urging that Dimbleby's facts be considered authoritative and that the tone for Libya news in all bulletins be taken from him in preference to all newspaper or agency reports. Following the fall of Tobruk and the Cripps Memorandum, the Director General of the Ministry of Information demanded to see all Dimbleby's reports from the desert. These were duly sent to him with an accompanying note from a senior BBC official, A.P. Ryan, who had been seconded to the BBC to become the ministry's man at the corporation. Ryan wrote, "There is no doubt that Dimbleby says what Auchinleck once said. There is equally no doubt that this reveals a grave misunderstanding by Auchinleck about public opinion in this country and all over the world outside the Middle East." Wholly unaware of the deepening strategic conflict between Churchill and Auchinleck, Dimbleby himself complained that GHQ Cairo had put him under pressure to emphasize our general defensive measures. A little before Rommel's assault on the Gazala line, he duly reported in his regular war review, "Fundamentally our task in the Middle East has been, and still is, defense. Dimbleby chafed frequently under the censorship imposed on him by the Eighth Army. In the middle of June, after a number of his dispatches had mysteriously failed to reach London, he noted in his diary, "It is really disgraceful to cover up failures, and I really believe that's what Cairo is doing." Insisting that these reports had been suppressed by GHQ Cairo in the hope that they would discover some grain of comfort to release the sad tidings, he noted astutely. The Cairo mind had still not caught up with the attitude of the public at home, who wanted only the facts, and as many of them as could be released without helping enemy intelligence. It was thus hardly surprising that, after the shocking surrender at Tobruk, Cripps would identify over-optimistic coverage of the Eighth Army's travails as a principal source of Britain's low morale on the home front. Cripps was aware neither of the censorship imposed by Auchinleck's officials in Cairo nor of the degree to which this exacerbated the challenges of covering a battle which was confusing, fast-moving and scattered across a vast and often inaccessible front. To make matters worse, a 48-hour time lag between the BBC's over-optimistic reports reaching London and their rebroadcasting on the forces network to the troops in the desert placed Dimbleby in an unenviable predicament. On the 6th of June, for example, with the British in a worsening crisis around the Knightsbridge box, he had listened with chagrin to his glowing news of our attack 2 days earlier, which, he noted ruefully, was justified at the time it was sent off. Such time lags, inevitable though they were, severely damaged the BBC's reputation in the desert as an embattled and weary Eighth Army listened to what seemed to be a travesty of the facts as they knew them to be and against which they had pitted themselves to such little effect. Early in July, one of Dimbleby's allies at GHQ Cairo cabled the War Office in London in fury to report, "The BBC should know that its name stinks in all British circles, civil and military throughout the Middle East." Rightly or wrongly. Another judged that the rank and file in the Eighth Army had come to loathe Dimbleby personally. The fallout from the conflict between Churchill and Auchinleck and the consequential opprobrium heaped on the BBC correspondent was clearly unsustainable. Dimbleby was recalled to London without a word of explanation or gratitude for his work over the preceding 2 years. His predicament was a footnote to the history of those days, but it does illuminate the extreme tensions that now prevailed in London and Cairo. The censure motion was debated over 2 days, 1 and the 2nd of July. Billed as a major challenge to the Prime Minister's authority, the scattergun attack which ensued lacked the drama which would have attended any possible risk that the motion might be carried. Only Aneurin Bevan, a formidable parliamentary performer whom Churchill loathed, added bite to the proceedings by charging, "The Prime Minister wins debate after debate and loses battle after battle." His wit and asperity was markedly absent from the lesser fry who followed him, but the debate did at least provide a flavor of the frustration and animosity which lurked below the surface of the wartime coalition. The father of the house, Earl Winterton, concentrated his fire on Churchill personally, claiming clumsily and crassly that whenever we have disasters we get the same answer, that whatever happens you must not blame the Prime Minister. "We are getting very close to the intellectual and moral position of the German people. The Führer is always right." The former Secretary of State for War, Leslie Hoare Belisha, who had been sacked by Chamberlain in 1940, reflected more precisely the pervasive anxiety in Parliament. Whitehall and the Nation. "We may lose Egypt or we may not lose Egypt, I pray God we may not," he intoned, "but when the Prime Minister, who said we hold Singapore, that we would hold Crete, that we have smashed the German army in Libya. When I read that he said we are going to hold Egypt, my anxieties became greater. How can one place reliance in judgments that have so repeatedly turned out to be misguided?" After a few thrusts of this nature, Churchill's critics lost their way. Early in the debate, they were made to look ridiculous as one of Churchill's supporters, an independent Labour MP, Campbell Stephen, found an opportunity to intervene. With stiletto precision he pointed out that whereas Sir John Wardlaw Milne had moved the censure motion, on the ground that the Prime Minister had interfered unduly in the direction of the war, one of his principal seconders, Admiral Sir Roger Keyes, appeared to believe that the Prime Minister has not sufficiently interfered in the direction of the war. This crushing intervention, as Churchill noted gleefully, meant that the debate was ruptured from the start. Confident in the knowledge that he would survive by a comfortable margin, Churchill did not refrain from assailing his adversaries with all the authority and disdain at his command. Reminding the House of the military misfortunes which had befallen the Eighth Army, he did not attempt to put a favorable gloss on the scale of the disaster. "We are at this moment in the presence of a recession of our hopes and prospects in the Middle East and in the Mediterranean unequaled since the fall of France," he rumbled, and then, as though daring his critics in the chamber and beyond, he added sarcastically, "If there are any would-be profiteers of disaster who feel able to paint the picture in darker colors, they are certainly at liberty to do so." In reflecting on the bitter pang of Tobruk, he pitched cleverly for the sympathy of the House in his own adversity. Some people assume too readily that because a government keeps cool and has steady nerves under reverses, its members do not feel the public misfortunes as keenly as do independent critics. On the contrary, I doubt whether anyone feels greater sorrow or pain than those who are responsible for the general conduct of our affairs. Only a consummate politician would have dared to essay such a two-edged confession of frailty, and only an unassailable leader could have gone on to dismiss lobby gossip, echoes from the smoking room, and talk in Fleet Street that are worked up into serious articles seeming to represent that the whole basis of British political life is shaken, or is tottering, before asserting that only my unshakable confidence in the ties which bind me to the mass of the British people upheld me through those days of trial. His coup de grace was to make it plain that if, as the motion implied, he should be barred from combining his authority as both Minister of Defense and Prime Minister, he would resign both positions. This, as even his critics realized, would have left Britain rudderless in the storm. Demanding a massive vote of confidence, the Prime Minister's peroration was defiant. If those who have assailed us are reduced to contemptible proportions and their vote of censure on the national government is converted to a vote of censure upon its authors, make no mistake, a cheer will go up from every friend of Britain and every faithful servant of our cause, and the knell of disappointment will ring in the ears of the tyrants we are striving to overthrow. He sat down to prolonged cheers in a white cloud of order papers. His performance prompted Time magazine to inform its American readers, he had not yet lost the power to charm Parliament, which still loved him for his gallantry under political fire. His success was not, however, entirely unclouded. While the no confidence motion was defeated by 475 votes to 25 proof, were it needed, that there was no other leader remotely capable of seizing the helm, 100 MPs refrained from entering either lobby, serving notice on the Prime Minister that for a significant section of the Commons, he was now on probation. Moreover, whether Churchill was capable of steering Britain through the maelstrom remained a matter of pessimistic conjecture not only in the Commons but beyond the confines of Westminster, and not only in Britain but around the world and more especially in the Middle East. 19. The Ox Last Stand. Get out your frocks, we're on our way. Gur man br odcast tot he women of Alexander IA.
Saw you standing by the sea today, waves crashing like a runaway. Your eyes were saying words that hearts betray. I looked away, I looked away. A restless breeze spun our dreams to dust. Moments shattered in a flash combust. Promises we made now turn to rust. I looked away, I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds. In the chaos while the world just whirled, I looked away, I looked away. Nights of passion turned to mornings gray. Memories of laughter now decay. In the end there's nothing left to say. I looked away, I looked away. Footprints fading with each passing tide. Whispers of the past we cannot hide. In the echo of the truth we tried. I looked away, I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds in the chaos while the world just whirred. I looked away. I looked away. Oh, the silence screamed louder than words. Our love flew away like untamed birds in the chaos while the world just whirred. I looked away. 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 I looked away.
While Churchill commanded the House of Commons, the city of Cairo was gripped by panic. After seizing Tobruk, Rommel had advanced rapidly eastwards. By 2 June he had crossed the Egyptian border and taking risks that, had he failed, would have marked him as one of the most irresponsible generals in the history of warfare stormed towards Mersa Matruh, where Ritchie had unwisely opted to make a stand. The following day Auchinleck cabled Churchill, "I deeply regret that you should have received this severe blow at so critical a time as a result of the heavy defeat suffered by the forces under my command." With an exceptional degree of grace and humility, he added, "I thank you personally and most sincerely for all your help and support during the past year, and deeply regret the failures and setbacks of the past month, for which I accept full responsibility." The only words missing from this mea culpa were "and I therefore tender my resignation as C&C." Middle East. For the time being, a chastened Auchinleck had decided to stay his hand. Given the acute pressures to which he was subjected, Churchill's reply was surprisingly forgiving, though not entirely unbarbed. "Whatever views I may have had about how the battle was fought or whether it should have been fought a good deal earlier, you have my entire confidence, and I share your responsibilities to the full." Churchill too had decided to stay his hand. He may have judged that to dispense with Auchinleck at this juncture would be interpreted as an unseemly attempt to pass the buck or to divert attention from his own political troubles. In any case, it was militarily the worst possible moment to change the command, let alone to find an immediate successor from the limited pool of talent available to him. Instead, writing from Washington on the 25th of June, Churchill urged Auchinleck yet again to make full use of what he insisted on describing as the Middle East Command's ration strength, which stood at some 700,000 men. Assuming that Rommel would be unable to mount an assault on Mersa Matruh for 3 or 4 weeks, he demanded that every fit male should be made to fight and die for victory. "You are in the same kind of situation as we should be if England were invaded, and the same drastic spirit should reign." But so far from waiting for 3 or 4 weeks, Rommel had barely waited 24 hours before advancing deep into Egypt in another lightning thrust which his most loyal lieutenants regarded as foolhardy and his superiors in Berlin and Rome did their best to prevent. On the day that Tobruk fell, Kesselring had flown to Libya, where he tried to stop Rommel in his tracks. In the course of a ferocious argument, Rommel said he intended to march on the Nile Delta forthwith. This provoked Kesselring to warn that he could not spare the Luftwaffe bombers needed to support Rommel's advance as they were needed for the long-delayed Operation Hercules against Malta. To transfer them from Malta would relieve the pressure on the beleaguered British fortress which would in turn once again jeopardize the Panzer Army's vital supply lines across the Mediterranean. According to von Mellenthin, Kesselring maintained that the only sound course of action was to stick to the original plan, which had been agreed between Hitler and Mussolini 2 months earlier, and postpone an invasion of Egypt until Malta had fallen. Rommel would have none of it but argued vehemently that the parlous state of the Eighth Army gave him a unique opportunity to make an immediate thrust for the Suez Canal. When Kesselring retorted that he would withdraw the Luftwaffe to Sicily, Rommel trumped his fellow field marshal by advising Kesselring that he had already sent his personal liaison officer to Hitler to plead his case. The following day, the 22nd, the Führer duly endorsed his favorite's plan despite what von Mellenthin described as the reasoned and powerful objections of the most influential members of both OKW and Comando Supremo, signaling Mussolini, it is only once in a lifetime that the goddess of victory smiles. It was a fateful decision. By agreeing that the capture of Cairo should precede the destruction of Malta, Hitler had made a strategic error of such magnitude as to seal Rommel's fate at El Alamein and, eventually, that of the Axis armies in North Africa. This was by no means yet clear to anyone on either side. Only the lumbering and shambolic failure of the 8th Army commanders to coordinate a response to Rommel's advance spared his depleted panzers and his exhausted troops. As von Mellenthin reflected, we got off very lightly, when one considers that concerted attacks by the greatly superior British forces could have terminated the existence of Panzerarmee Africa. Instead, Mersa Matruh was soon in Rommel's hands along with 6,000 prisoners, most of whom surrendered without putting up significant resistance or suffering more than a handful of casualties. Despite some fierce infantry skirmishes and hand-to-hand fighting, the tactical ineptitude of Auchinleck's commanders had allowed the panzers, though reduced to a few dozen in number, to run rings round a beleaguered and disorientated 8th Army. Sergeant Nell, an NCO serving in the Green Howards, described what happened when his platoon was cut off and surrounded. He faced a simple choice: to order his soldiers to fight to the last man or to surrender. Nell chose the less glorious option, but not before one of his men had pleaded with him to fight on. I pointed out to him that we should all be killed without advancing our war effort in the least. He cried, actually sobbed, and pleaded with me to fight it out. But fighting was out of the question, so I very carefully crawled out of the trench, stood up, and trying to look much braver than I felt, walked over to the Germans. It was only a short distance, but it seemed an awful long way to me. One of them saw me. He shouted, "Come on, Tommy. Come on, Tommy." I shouted, "All right lads, come out." They came out with their hands up. I felt a little ashamed. By this time Auchinleck had taken the crucial decision to dismiss the hapless Ritchie, and as he had been urged by Churchill a month earlier to take command of the 8th Army himself. Judging swiftly that it would be impossible to hold Mersa Matruh, he cancelled Ritchie's instructions and, on the 26th of June, ordered the bulk of the 8th Army to continue the retreat until they reached El Alamein, the last defensive position from which it would be possible to arrest Rommel's headlong progress towards the Nile Delta and the Suez Canal. Morale in good units of the 8th Army was as good as it ever was, General Harding recalled, but the morale of the army as a whole was shattered because they were in a state of confusion and defeated. On the face of it, Egypt was in danger of imminent collapse. Certainly, Rommel's confidence was unbounded. On the 29th, as the Panzer Army took up positions facing the British line, he had a jovial conversation with one of his commanders at the front. "Well, Briel," he said, "you will advance with your men to Alexandria and stop when you come to the suburbs. The Tommies have gone. When I arrive tomorrow we'll drive into Cairo together for a coffee." On the next day, a German radio station broadcast a message to the women of Alexandria on the 1st of July. "Get out your frocks, we're on our way." No one was disposed to dismiss this braggadocio as empty posturing. Sir Henry Harwood, who had succeeded Admiral Cunningham, was so alarmed by the threat that he ordered the British fleet to evacuate Alexandria and to disperse to Haifa, Beirut and Port Said. Alexandria itself was placed under military curfew and the streets were eerily deserted of soldiers and trucks. In his somewhat accidental role as a British press attaché, Lawrence Durrell wandered the streets of the city, noting down the names of those shops which had put up signs welcoming the Germans, and with somewhat limited effect as most military personnel had departed, used his authority to declare them out of bounds to British troops. Civilians loaded their cars or took to the trains and headed south into the Nile Delta. In Cairo, 100 miles from Alexandria, the sky was soon filled with plumes of smoke, not from an enemy bombardment but because staff at the British Embassy and GHQ had started to incinerate huge heaps of secret documents lest they fall into the hands of the advancing Panzer Army. The day soon became notorious as Ash Wednesday. All day, Alan Moorhead wrote, groups of privates shoveled piles of maps, lists of figures, reports, estimates, codes and messages into 4 blazing bonfires. I went into one office and the floor was covered in ashes and the smell of burning rags hung over the whole building. A young captain in the Special Operations Executive, Julian Amory, later to become a leading conservative MP, observed that the bulk of the papers were burnt in the open. But then the wind got up and a mass of secret documents were blown away, little more than scorched, rising like so many phoenixes from their ashes and pursued all over the city by irate and frenzied officers. The scene would have more properly belonged in a Gilbert and Sullivan opera had there not been a genuine fear that Cairo would fall and soon afterwards that the panzers would be at Suez and into the Nile Delta. Auchinleck's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Corbett, imposed a nighttime curfew on British troops and instructed all officers to carry revolvers at all times. The photographer Cecil Beaton noted sardonically that Cairo was in the most dreadful state of unrest, the streets jammed with traffic. Flap is the word of the moment. Everyone puts a stopper on their panic by calling it a flap. His Majesty's ambassador, Sir Miles Lampson, was one of the few to display the sang-froid on which the British liked to pride themselves. Although a special train had been laid on for him to leave, he remained at his post and ordered the white railings around the embassy to be repainted. By the time Churchill rose to his feet in the House of Commons to combat the censure motion against him, the flap had lasted for 5 days. British officials and their families were making preparations to evacuate the city and some had already left. The trains for Palestine were packed and tickets were at a premium. Others left by sea and rode for destinations further afield. Margaret Coonan, the young daughter of a British Army officer, recalled that her family was given 24 hours to leave for South Africa. "I remember we were told we couldn't take anything with us. I was crying to bring a toy, and I was allowed one toy. And Margaret's sister, was allowed to take one of her toys too. We were given brown paper bags with chocolates and hard-boiled eggs, and put into lorries for the 4-mile journey." The Egyptians were so used to having their sovereignty trampled on by imperial outsiders that they watched this kerfuffle with generally benign detachment. Most had no great animosity towards the Germans, whose propaganda in favor of Arab nationalism resonated with those who chafed under the nominal independence granted to them by the British. Others, though, had grown used to the presence of the old imperial power, and felt distinctly queasy about the prospect of living under occupation by either German Nazis or Italian fascists. Reflecting the prevailing ambivalence, Nahas Pasha, the Egyptian prime minister, who had been put in office at the behest of the British, apparently kept his counsel but hedged his bets by drafting a letter to Rommel assuring him that the sympathies of the Waft were really with the Axis, but circumstances had forced them to cooperate with the British. Over the preceding months the Germans had made spasmodic efforts to prepare the Egyptian people for their liberation from the English colonists. In a series of violently anti-Semitic pamphlets, the Nazi propaganda machine informed them that all people are God's people, except for the corrupt and parasitic Jews. Explaining that the Third Reich had already taken steps to remove the Jewish professors, lawyers, artists, doctors, as well as industrialists and businessmen who are like maggots in the national flesh, Konstantin von Neurath, the liaison officer between Berlin and the Afrika Korps, proclaimed, "We have the warmest possible sympathy for your struggle against the English and the Jews." Though this campaign made little impact on the Cairo populace, a number of Arab nationalists in the Egyptian army were willing to collaborate with the Nazis as members of the secret Free Officers movement. One of these, a young signals officer called Anwar Sadat, arranged for 2 German spies in Cairo to establish radio contact with Berlin. In July both men, one of whom was a dissolute habitué of Cairo's fleshpots, were discovered and arrested by the British. They escaped the death penalty because the same sentence would have to have been imposed on Sadat as well, and to execute an Egyptian military officer was felt to be altogether too provocative in the tense atmosphere of July 1942. Instead, the future president of Egypt was stripped of his rank and sent to jail, from where he emerged to participate in the Egyptian Revolution of 1952 and, in 1979, to sign a peace treaty with Israel. In 1942, such intimations of revolt did not yet menace the status quo. The British High Command felt confident enough about internal security to leave the Egyptian army in control of key installations, nor was it felt necessary to put British troops on alert to quell any possible uprising. Somewhat complacently, the British ambassador felt able to write that once the enemy appeared at the doors of Egypt there was a general realization of the unpleasantness of a German occupation and a reversion of feeling in favor of use. Nonetheless, in preparing for the worst, the board of the Bank of Egypt ordered £6 million worth of new notes to be printed. On one side these are said to have showed En Duce against a backdrop of the pyramids. On the other, the fascist party slogan, Summa audacia et virtus, daring and courage to the highest degree. Mussolini was so confident that the Axis forces would very soon reach the Nile that, on the 29th of June, he flew to North Africa in preparation for what he imagined would be his magnificent entry into Cairo astride a white charger, which had been flown into Libya for the purpose. The plane bearing his own personage and a large retinue of followers was reported also to be carrying drums of black polish for his soldiers to buff their boots in preparation for the victory parade. Inauspiciously, however, the aircraft crashed on landing. Although the dictator escaped without injury, his barber and his chef were killed. Undeterred, he established his headquarters in the relatively congenial Mediterranean port of Derna, some 460 miles from the Axis front line at El Alamein, where he liked to parade in front of the cages where British POWs were held in captivity. Letting it be known that he expected Rommel to dance attendance upon him, he waited there in vain for the Panzerarmy commander to obey the summons. This displeased Il Duce, who was already irked by the fact that the triumphs of the Axis forces on the Gazala line, at Tobruk and reaching so far into Egypt had been so widely attributed to the genius of Rommel rather than to the valor of the Italian troops. According to Ciano's diary for the 26th of June, Rommel's promotion to field marshal had caused Il Duce much pain because it had been done to accentuate the German character of the battle. Nonetheless, borne aloft by the apparently irresistible momentum of Rommel's advance, he had visions of establishing an Italian commissariat in Alexandria before 15 days are over. But, before a week was out, Mussolini's confidence began to seem misplaced. There is a vague concern on account of the lull before El Alamein, Ciano noted. It is feared that after the impact of the initial attack is spent, Rommel cannot advance further, and whoever stops in the desert is truly lost. It was a prescient insight, though not yet appreciated either by Mussolini or by Cavallero, the Italian chief of staff, whom Mussolini had promoted from general to marshal to restore his nominal authority over Rommel. According to Ciano, who shared the widespread scorn for the character and judgment of the newly promoted marshal, Cavallero remained 100% optimistic. He is certain that the superiority of the Axis forces will bring us immediately to Alexandria and in a short time to Cairo and the Canal. There was no such expectation among the men fighting for Mussolini's imperial cause. Although some units, notably the Arite Armored Division, were loyal fascists, most Italian conscripts had no political allegiance, saw no purpose in the Desert War, and wished only to be at home with their families. Among these men, optimism that the fall of Tobruk signaled the beginning of the end of the war in North Africa soon began to evaporate. The Trento Division was a case in point. On the 2nd of July, Vittorio Vallicella, who 2 weeks earlier had looked forward excitedly to reaching palm trees and the women of the Nile Delta, noted miserably, "We are stuck in this desolate plain of El Alamein, tired, hungry, and with little water,